Yo, what is up guys? It is Bumfries, back with episode 86 of our Reddit series. This one's going to be a little bit more entitled parents, and I know you're going to love this one. Sorry for the lack of uploads the last couple of days. I had myself a second little Easter this weekend, which was nice, so I really do appreciate you guys sticking around, and I hope you guys enjoy the video. Now sit back, relax, and get annoyed at some entitled parents. So when I was 18, I was a live-in babysitter in the US. I'm from Europe, by the way, and I thought it was going to be a cool way to experience life in America, living with an American family while getting some pocket money for babysitting around 6 hours a day. This was 2002, and the only way to use internet in that house was to use the entitled mum's desktop computer in her office. I had friends and family to send a few emails to, so I just asked her if I could use the internet and she'd let me in her office. To access my emails, I used my Hotmail. I also noticed that their MSN client automatically logged in when you started the computer. It said something along the lines of, "You're successfully logged in as Kim Blank," or whatever the standard MSN notification was at the time. Now, Kim was their previous nanny from Australia. I thought to myself, it looks like Kim never logged out of her MSN account, and this must be still erroneously signed in because she left a year ago. So I logged out of her account because I'm clearly not going to use hers, and I log in myself. Later that day, the entitled mum comes over to me and asks me what I've done to her computer. Her kid can no longer use the emails program, and I just told her how it was. I logged in using my account, but it would be no problem for them as I was now logged out and they simply have to use their username and password to log in again. The entitled mum didn't seem to understand a word I was saying. She involved her husband and the upset child who wanted to go online, and once again, I try to explain what I did. I asked the husband, "Did you have an email address? If you're having trouble remembering your password, there are steps that you can take." He answered that he didn't know what his email address was, as him and the child would just turn on the computer and write emails. That's when I realized, for all that time, they had been using Kim's account to send and receive emails. I have no idea how Kim didn't notice that, so I emailed her about it later that day, and she thanked me for saving the privacy of her account. In the meantime, I was given bad stares and attitude until they called my agency/supervisor and counselor. She asked me why I messed with their computer, and I tried to explain that again. I used my email account and then logged out, but she didn't get it either. I mean, I know that a lot of 40 or 50-year-olds in 2002 weren't exactly familiar with the internet yet, but not to that extent. For this and other reasons, I left the program. It wasn't as fun as I expected, and entitled mum was a real pain to deal with, so I was very happy to go home early. I spent the week prior to my departure at the supervisor's house, sleeping on the couch. The program got me my ticket back home, and at that point, I had to contact my family to let them know when I was supposed to fly and where to meet. But guess what? I wasn't allowed to call internationally, and I wasn't allowed to use the computer because they wouldn't trust me. I had the supervisor's 10-year-old daughter copy a handwritten message to my family and send it from her email address. Right about now, I would love to say how can you be so dumb, I guess, when it comes to computers, but look, 2002, I mean, internet was still fairly new at that time for a lot of people, so can you really blame this person in this case? I know it's a pretty crappy story, like if I was this guy, yes, I would be definitely annoyed by this, but you can't really blame them, right? I don't know, maybe I'm being a bit too lenient on the entitled parents, but let me know your thoughts in the comments anyway. So we just got one of those above ground pools that you set up yourself that's around 4 feet deep and 14 feet round. We spent the majority of 2 days prepping and filling it to let it get warm. Finally yesterday it was ready, and my daughter asked if she could invite a little girl that she is semi-friendly with from down the street to come swim with her. Since they are 8, they are tall enough to stand with their heads above the water, and I said okay. Well, her little friend brought her toddler sister, who is probably on the younger side of 2. Definitely too small to stand with her head above the water. Well, I tell my friend that little sister can't get in the water unless her mum is here to watch, and send her home with a message. They both come back and she says, "Mum said she's fine in her float and I can watch her." And I say, "No, it's not fine. I don't think an 8-year-old is responsible enough to watch a toddler in a pool, and I'm not going to be the one watching her either. You need to tell your mum either she comes to watch your little sister or she is not getting in the pool." They both go home and then both come back. At this point I am livid and walk back to their house with them and pound on the door. I get no answer and I keep on knocking, and then the garage door starts to open with this woman backing her car out. I quickly went and stood at the end of the driveway with all the kids in tow, both of hers and both of mine. She gets out of her car all pissed off and asks me what my problem is. I tell her my problem is that I'm not her babysitter and that I'm definitely not going to be responsible for keeping her baby from drowning in my swimming pool on my property. She then proceeds to start baby talking her own kid, saying, "I'm so sorry babies that this mean lady isn't going to let you swim. I'm so sorry princess," and on and on. Of course the toddler bursts into tears and then entitled mum screams at me, "Look what you've done. You've made her cry and ruined her day. I hope you are proud of yourself." She then snatches up little sister who is screaming and tosses her in the car. Then she screams at my daughter's friend to get in too. My daughter's friend is red in the face and you can tell she is so embarrassed and just mumbles sorry while climbing into the car. The entitled mum then proceeds to peel out of her own driveway and we walk back home. Since it seems to be assumed, I was not leaving the kids unattended. I was right beside the pool doing yard work and planned on continuing once all of the kids were in the pool. I did not want to watch a small toddler in the pool as she would require extreme supervision, like sitting and staring directly at her kind of supervision. Also on top of that, my rule was refused when I asked politely the first time and demanded the second time, and then this woman tried to leave. Especially after knowing that I said no. For anyone who is saying, well, you could have just watched her, no, I couldn't. I didn't want to, and I don't need a reason to not be a free babysitter for a tiny toddler that I have literally never met. You know, we've read a few stories like this where people just try and dump their kids with other people, and I cannot believe, despite everything, that there are actually people trying to make this woman look like the bad guy. I mean, this entitled parent is just about as entitled as it comes. This person has no obligation or responsibility to watch a 2-year-old child in a pool, and the fact that the mother thinks they do is a pretty poor reflection on her parenting. This story comes from my time working in a small shop. We were not having a good day to begin with, the internet was down so we couldn't use the till or computer, and the only people working that day were me and my manager. She was out the back trying to contact tech support, while I was alone in the shop keeping customers informed. I thought this couldn't get any worse, but I hadn't counted on any entitled parents coming through the door. Just when I thought the shop was empty, I noticed 2 tiny little girls hiding and giggling amongst the clothes. One looked about 18 months old and the other was maybe 3 years old. I looked around and couldn't see any adults in the shop or on the street, and the kids didn't respond to me asking where their mummy was. Seeing they'd been found, the girls got up and ran around laughing, bumping into various bits of furniture on the way. Being only 15 myself, I had no idea what to do other than to stop the children from hurting themselves. The older girl almost pulled down a 6-foot glass cabinet before I stopped her. Every time I would grab hold of one kid, the other would try and knock something else over. I called for my manager, but she couldn't hear me, and I was afraid that the kids would get hurt if I left them to go and get her, so it looked like I was on my own. After about 2 minutes of this chaos, my manager thankfully came to check on me, and grabbed one kid while I grabbed the other. I explained the situation, and we set about trying to find the mother. A while later, the mother herself arrived with a 3rd child. At this point, I would have forgiven everything if the mother had shown any concern for the fact that her children, who could barely talk, had sneaked away from her for 15 minutes. But this lady was entirely uninterested and was on the phone to somebody about her weekend. She barely acknowledged us or any of the growing number of customers who were rightly concerned about her kids. My manager politely requested that in future she keep a close eye on her young children, to which she replied, "Well, I didn't know they were gone now, did I?" This is where the true entitled parenthood came out. The mother continued her phone call in the doorway while the children continued to run around. We repeatedly asked her to get control of her children as they were disrupting other customers and pulling things off the shelves, to which she would glare at us and do nothing. Eventually the manager did everyone a huge favor and told a lot of them to leave. The mother shouted out at us, "They ain't doing any harm," without even looking at her kids and the mess that they'd made. My manager responds, "Please, if you can't control your children, then I can't have you in this shop. I've got enough to deal with today as it is," and I gestured towards the door. This set the woman off and she started bitching about how a kid like me would never understand how hard it is to be a parent. My manager defended me, saying she understands that children that young shouldn't be left to their own devices, and the entitled mum responds, "Oh come on, you two were doing fine watching them just now." At this point, my manager just says, "Please, if you don't leave, I will have to ban you." The woman cursed us and finally left with her kids. Once we were done, my manager said to me, "What an absolute vile mother. And that's the story of the only time that my manager got angry at a customer. Occasionally, we would still see the same family walk past the shop window. The mother was always on her phone and would always glare at me as she passed. Let me just pose a question to all of you and you let me know what you think, right? So back in the day, we used to do a lot of choosing beggars, and a lot of the posts that we saw on there were choosing beggars asking people to babysit their kids for like $1.50 or $2 an hour. Now this is where the question comes in. Who is worse, this woman or those choosing beggars? Because quite frankly, I think they're reasonably on par, but I think this lady may just take the lead a little bit. Like, I really don't know. I mean, to me, they're all pretty crappy people and you just can't win. So I just hope I never have to run into somebody like this, but I can't say I'm going to be that lucky. I was 9 years old at the time when this took place. We were climbing a rock in the harbour when we heard the voice of someone yelling who we didn't know who they were or what they were saying, but we knew that they were angry with us for some reason. So, like any other normal person, we went to see what the fuss was about. We peeked our heads over a rock and saw a woman in her early 30s swimming with her child who was 6 to 8 years old at the time. We straight up asked her what she wanted. Me and my cousin were young, so we didn't give two craps about manners, and she said that we needed to get down from there because her child couldn't climb, and it wasn't fair that she and her kid had to watch us have all the fun. We told her exactly where she could stick that idea. It was a bad decision. We reach the top of the rock and take some pictures with our GoPros and then film each other jumping off the tall rock into the cool lake water. I was enjoying every second of it until one of my older cousins dropped his camera into the water, which the woman then swam her lazy ass over there and snatched it. We all dove into the water to get the camera back and practically had to drown her to get her to let go. She then said that it was hers because obviously we didn't want it because we threw it into the water. You know, I had to read this one a couple of times and I was thinking what made entitled parents popular in the first place? And then I realized that what it was entitled parents stealing other people's stuff and then claiming it as their own for absolutely no reason. I feel like we've drifted so far away from the days of entitled parents fake stories, and that's great, but every so often you gotta have a story that sounds so unbelievable that it's really good. So today, I was just riding my bike down to the local grocery store and it was raining, but the sun was still out, so there was a rainbow. I'm just riding past these two mums and I hear one of them say, "Why the F does the government want our kids to become gay by making these rainbows in the sky?" Yeah, weirdest one yet from me. You remember when I used to try and end the Entitled Parents episodes on a positive note? Well, I don't know what kind of note I was planning on ending this one on, but at least this one here gave me a laugh and I hope it gave you guys one as well. I just hope this is either not real or these people were kidding, because if not, all hope for humanity is slowly slipping away. Alright everyone, that is that for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for watching and I hope you enjoyed the video. I'm just going to take a second to plug a couple of my social medias, including our Discord server. I do have a Twitter and an Instagram if you want to follow me on both of those. They are both at Bumfries, and feel free to send me a message and I'll do my best to respond. I also just want to take a second to say thank you so much for all the love lately, all of the comments, the likes, the subscribers, just the fact that you guys tune in and watch my videos every day. It really does make my day. Every single one of you is the backbone of this channel and I really cannot express how much I appreciate that. Without you guys, this channel would be nothing, and I love making these videos for you guys and I love the fact that you enjoy them. So on that note, I will wrap things up for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to take a second again to say thank you so much for watching. I hope you're all having a fantastic day, and I'll see you all in the next episode of Entitled Parents. Bye. Yo, what is up guys? It is Bumfries, back with another episode of Entitled Parents. Today's episode is an absolute banger and I know you're gonna love this one. Just like in the last video, if we can hit 6,000 likes on this video in the next 24 hours, the next episode of Entitled Parents will be 30 minutes long. Besides, if you like the video, you get 10,000 Bumfries points. If you're new, don't forget to subscribe, then sit back, relax, and get annoyed at some Entitled Parents. I work in a preschool and our after Christmas program. I was one of the people in charge of getting the 40 or so kids off the stage and back down to the classrooms. If you've ever met a preschooler, you know that they do everything at their own pace, and when you want them to be fast, they're usually slow. Because of this, most of the parents were waiting outside the classroom for us by the time we were funneling kids through the door. One of the kids saw his mum and tried to run to her, but I asked him to come back and wait for his teacher. I never grabbed him or pulled him in, just simply told him that he had to sit down on the rug before he was released. Nobody else had a problem with this except for his mum. She asked when we'd be releasing the kids, and I explained that I had to wait for the head teachers to come down, as I don't know who we are allowed to release kids to. I only work in the afternoon, so I only know the afternoon parents. The entitled mum rolled her eyes at me, but I just ignored it. I'm used to dealing with adults that act more childish than their preschoolers. Once all the preschoolers are in the room, we close the door and wait for the head teachers. About a minute later, they are down and ready, and they have gifts to pass out to everyone. Because I was in charge of drinks and cookies for the after program, I left to go up to the cafe. When I left, the entitled mum shouts at me that she needs her child to be released to her. I explain again that I don't release children and that it will be a literal second until they will be released to her. I don't really wait for a response, as I had to practically run to the cafe to get there in time and rush off. Later on, I was passing out water and lemonade to the preschoolers and parents when I see the entitled mum talking to my boss. I move closer to eavesdropping, knowing that it's going to be about me. It wasn't very hard to hear what they were saying, as entitled mum was practically yelling. She retells the story, changing the details to fit her narrative. Instead of telling her child to come into the classroom, she said that I forcefully grabbed him, and instead of telling her that I can't release children, she told my boss that I wouldn't release to her because I told her she looked suspicious. My boss, being amazing, just said that didn't happen. She told me later that the other teacher's aide helping me get the kids into the classroom already told her what happened, so she was prepared for the entitled mum to say something. The entitled mum demanded I was fired immediately. My boss says no and walks off, leaving the entitled mum steaming from her ears. The entitled mum is one of the morning parents, so I never have to see her, but my boss says that sometimes she still brings it up. The weirdest thing when it comes to entitled parents is demanding that somebody gets fired. Like, could you imagine in any profession that somebody just got fired at the drop of a hat, regardless of what they'd done? I mean, whether this entitled mum's ever had a job in her life or not, I don't even know. But the fact of the matter is, people get coaching and training for a reason. In this case, obviously the teacher didn't do anything wrong, but even if they had, I'm pretty sure they're not going to get fired on the spot for something that they could probably learn from. If you think somebody should get fired for making a mistake, yeah, you might be an entitled parent, but I'm sorry, you're just an a-hole as well. My family and I moved back to our home country of New Zealand a few years ago and brought over all of our animals. One of our cats became an outdoor cat and wandered to all of the neighborhood gardens, but she would always come back home at night. One night, we noticed that she didn't come back, but we thought it was a fluke. One night became 1 week, and by then, we had already called around our close neighbors and had printed out posters. One day while walking home from school, my sister saw her in her neighbor's window and called our parents. My mother and I went to their home and confronted them about it. Our neighbors consisted of one mother, one father, and a little girl, who was about 7 years old. Apparently what had happened was she was wandering into their garden, the neighbor's daughter managed to catch her and wanted to keep her, despite the obvious collar. The parents allowed her to keep our cat and replaced her collar. When my mother demanded that they give her back, our neighbor obviously refused and tried to twist the story and make it our fault because we didn't offer to sell the cat when we moved in. I don't even know how a person can be that delusional. The mother claimed that it was unfair to her precious baby that we didn't offer to give them our cat because her daughter was younger than my sister and I. She said that our cat and her child had formed a bond which was blessed by God. I'd had enough and called our cat, and the second she appeared, I grabbed her and ran away. The mother and child started to scream like banshees, so my mother followed after me. When the neighbor called the police and demanded that we give her back, they forgot the fact that microchips exist, and that was all the proof the police needed to see that she was ours. We did tell our neighbors who have cats to make sure they watch out for them. So from what I'm reading, it sounds like we live in a world where stealing cats and stealing other people's belongings is absolutely okay. What I don't understand is how this mother thought she was going to get away with this absolute nonsense plan to steal somebody else's cat. I mean, it's one of few things, with the exception of maybe like mobile phones, that can always be tracked back to the owner, so to think they were going to get away with it is absurd. I don't know, man. Some entitled parents are just another breed of people, and anyone who thinks it's okay to steal, whilst yes, being an entitled parent is much worse than just that. This happened about 12 years ago. I just moved to a small town, and my 10-year-old daughter made friends with a girl down the block. The girl didn't have many friends because her mum was drama and nobody in the neighborhood wanted to deal with her. I didn't want to punish the entitled mum's daughter for her mum's behavior, and our daughters were thick as thieves in no time. About 6 months later, my daughter comes home from their house and she's crying. Apparently over an argument over who got to play with what Barbie, and the other girl called my daughter a bad word. When my daughter became quite visibly upset, the girl told my daughter something to the effect of, "It's not a bad thing. It's just what my mum says you and your mum are when you act like you are better than us. Just stop acting better and you won't be that anymore." The entitled mum called pretty quickly to apologize for her daughter talking out of turn and sharing personal family conversations. I explained to her that I was okay with the girls still being friends, as long as the four of us could have a sit down and just kind of talk through why that word would be so hurtful to my kid. She agreed, but made comments that made me feel like she thought I was overreacting. At the end of our conversation, I made it very clear that our daughters would not be around each other until the sit down happened, and the entitled mum snaps. This is what is wrong with your people. Always playing the race card and making a mountain out of a molehill. You are going to punish my daughter because you can't get over yourself. I hung up and that was the end. Or so I thought. 1 month later, my daughter is at the park down the street from our house with the neighbor and her kids. I'm cleaning my house when I get a phone call from the neighbor. My neighbor says, "Oh my goodness, the entitled mum is here. She is screaming that the kids can't ignore her kid at a public place. By law, they have to play with her daughter. I'm packing up and coming back. Just letting you know that this witch is acting nuts." I say back, "Do you need me to come?" And she says, "Nah, I'm ignoring her and we'll be home in a sec." 2 minutes later, I get another call and I can hear screaming in the background. My neighbor says, "You won't frickin' believe this. She called the police on your daughter. The cops are here and you need to get down here." I arrive and my daughter is shaking and crying, thinking that she's done something wrong. The entitled mum is screaming like a madwoman at the top of her lungs about how my daughter being in a public place means that she has to play with her daughter. The entitled mum then says to the police officer, "So what are you going to do about this? Are you seriously just going to let this girl stay at the park when she is refusing to play with my daughter?" The police officer says, "Ma'am, I'm sorry, but as I was saying, there is no law that says kids have to play with each other in public parks. If she doesn't want to play with your daughter, she doesn't have to." The entitled mum then grabs at the walkie-talkie thing on the cop's shoulder and says, "I want to speak to your sergeant or commanding officer or whatever. Someone needs to come and do their frickin' job." The officer called his commanding officer and I was stunned. I asked if my daughter could sit in my car as she was visibly shaken and he said she could, which of course sent entitled mum on another rant. The commanding officer pulls up as she is screaming about how my daughter needs to get out of the car and play with her child. The commanding officer comes over and the officer is trying to explain to him what's going on as she is screaming a foot away. He comes over to me and I tell him the backstory on how this all started, and the commanding officer says to me, "At this point, I don't see a reason for you to still have to be here. You can take your daughter home." The entitled mum, turning bright red, says, "This is why they are like this. Nobody holds them accountable for anything that they do. She should at least get a ticket or something." I don't know what was said after that, but me, the neighbor and our kids got out of there quick. I did start looking for an apartment right away and found something about 2 months later. While I was packing, I got a call from the entitled mum that I let go to voicemail. It said, "I hear that you're moving. I just want you to know that if you or any of your kids walk by my house before then, I'm calling the police for harassment. I don't care if it's James, who is my son that was 2 at the time, and I can't wait to hear what stupid crap you have to say about this when you call me back." I'm not going to lie, I was tempted to call back but didn't, and thankfully we moved a week later. I don't know why the police officer did nothing, but they never did. She called them often on everyone and anyone. They always basically just apologized, calmed her down, and left. When I say small town, it is less than 10,000 people and has a lot of farms. So much so that the high school literally has a bring your tractor to school day. I heard stories about her kids being wild at school, doing things like hitting teachers, biting, and spitting. And every time, they would just get sent home. I can't say it's fact, but it came from my kids and other kids in the area. As horrible as this is going to sound, I think the whole town collectively decided to turn our backs on all of them to not have to deal with her. From the police, to the schools, to the parents. It's kind of sad to hear a story like this, where the entitled mum or just the entitled parent in general gets away with everything and there's no consequences for their actions. Like, the fact that not any of the parents were able to do anything, I kind of understand to a degree, but this lady was constantly wasting police resources, constantly trying to make false reports of crimes that never happened, and just constantly doing the wrong thing. Unfortunately, wasn't the case, and maybe it's just me, but I feel like it would have been nice if just a little bit of justice had have come to this woman. I think this one happened when I was 11 and it still stinks. At the time, I didn't realize the extent to how entitled and manipulative my mother was, but I knew from a young age that I really didn't like living with her. I'd written an entry in my diary about how much I preferred the weekends that I spent at my dad's place over at home with my mum. It was stating that it was mainly because he expected much less of me chores-wise, and I got to stay up as late as I wanted on the computer. I came home from whatever I was doing, and my mum is having one of those fits where she gives me the cold shoulder like I forgot her birthday or something. She makes an effort to show me that she's upset by ignoring ignoring me, only calling my brother for tasks, glares, etc. I have no idea what I've done wrong until I go into my room and see my diary was no longer hidden but on my bed in plain sight. My mother had written in it that she was so excited to see what kind of writing I'd been doing in the journal, that she had been so kind to buy me, and was devastated to learn that I preferred time with my dad. It was a few paragraphs explaining why it wasn't fair to say that the weekends with my dad were more fun, because of course there would be less to clean over a short weekend, how she was looking out for me by limiting my computer time, that she was the responsible parent, my dad doesn't help or care like he should, guilt trip, condescending comments, that she's hurt, etc. The only way to get my mum to talk to me again was to apologize to her. So I learnt the tough lesson of swallowing my pride and wrote her a letter in the diary saying sorry and explaining why I was wrong. I think I let her keep the whole book because I never felt safe enough to keep a diary at home after this happened. This story is actually really sad on quite a deep level, and like I've said in a couple of stories in this episode, I think this kind of goes a little bit more than just an entitled parent. I don't know how old this person is now or how long ago this happened, but if it did happen quite a while ago, I hope that the relationship between them has either changed or this person has managed to either cut complete contact with her or enough contact that this kind of thing no longer happens. This is the kind of entitled parent that I dislike more than any other because it really does have the ability to ruin people's lives. Last Christmas, I'm on the plane home to visit family. It's a 3-hour flight, and after a while, I take my laptop out. I'm sitting in the window seat, and next to me in the middle is a fat, annoying little entitled kid, I'm guessing somewhere around 10 or so. And next to him, his entitled mum. So I start playing a video game, Evil Bank Manager if you're interested, and after a few minutes, I see the entitled kid is looking at me and my laptop. The entitled kid and the entitled mum talk amongst themselves in a language that I don't recognize, and in any case, a few minutes later, the entitled mum pops the question, "Excuse me sir, my son thinks your game is very fun. Would you mind lending him your computer so that he can play and pass the time?" Well, I mean, I don't know. She wasn't rude, and I guess it's not an unreasonable thing to ask, but here's my logic. I owe your child nothing. He is your child, not mine. We don't even know each other, and we just happen to be sitting in the same row by the sheer vicissitudes of fate. Also, I charged my laptop and prepped for this because, hey, I wanted to have something to do to pass the time. So, I tell her exactly that. I'm sorry, but no. I planned on playing some games to pass the time myself. She pulls a face and goes, "Oh, come on. He's just a kid. You're old enough to not play games anyway. How can you say no to a kid?" Really? It's still a solid no, and now I'm getting pissed off. Mind your own damn business. So basically I just tell her that it's a strong no and I'm sorry. She huffs and says fine, and then goes back to speaking with the entitled kid in their language. The kid just sat there afterwards, huffing and puffing and staring daggers at me. I just don't get these people. I mean, it's okay to ask, and I'm getting there are some kind of strangers out there who will do you a solid and all, but if I say no, then be respectful enough and don't push it further. The world doesn't revolve around you and your kid, and not only are you rude and disrespectful, in my opinion, you are a horrible parent because you're basically telling your child that they are entitled to whatever they want, even if it belongs to someone else, that they come first. So this kid is quite likely gonna grow up into an a-hole. So this dude at the end of his story just kind of took my entire commentary piece. The things that he said just there would usually pretty well line up with the types of things that I would say, so what else is there for me to say? I grew up pretty conservative Christian. My mum was born a Mennonite in a colony, but left around 16. My sister and I were raised in pants only and minimum makeup before 18. Like, if you could tell we were wearing any, it was too much. Anyway, nobody likes my uncle's wife. She has to be better than everyone else in every way, and it drives us all nuts. They were coming over once for Thanksgiving, I think, so my mum taught me to put on eyeliner. Crazy, I know. When she got to our house, she flipped her table, saying I can't wear makeup in front of her daughters, who were 10 and 8 years old, because it will influence them. I was told to go and take it off at once, so my mum and I walked into the bathroom and she made it even thicker and sent me out. It was the best day of my life. For Christmas that year, we dyed my hair hot pink. Her face when she saw that makes me happy to this day. Her older daughter chose blue and her younger one chose purple. You know, there's not much to say about this one either, but I just thought I'd throw this one in there quickly. It's nice and short, nice and funny, and I thought you guys might get a laugh out of it. Alright everyone, that is that for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for watching and I hope you enjoyed the video. If you have stuck around to the end and you did enjoy the video, don't forget to smash that like button down below. Just a reminder that if we do hit 6,000 likes on this video, the next episode of Entitled Parents I do will be half an hour long. At this stage, I'm probably going to be doing an episode of Choosing Beggars tomorrow. I have been struggling to find enough really good ones to make a full episode, so hopefully there's enough good ones that are recent now, and I'll be definitely doing that if I can. But I don't want to drag this outro out too much, so I'm going to look at wrapping things up there. Before I do end things though, I just want to let you know that there are two awesome videos that will be appearing on your screen right now, one of which I would highly suggest you click on. If you enjoyed this video, you're going to enjoy one of those and you will not be disappointed. But otherwise, that is going to wrap things up for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to say again, thank you so much for watching. I do hope you're all having a fantastic day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for another video. Bye. Yo, what is up guys? It is Bumfries, back with another episode of Entitled Parents. This one is going to be an absolute banger that I've got for you guys, so make sure to stick around to the end of the video and you guys will love it. Otherwise though, don't forget to smash the like button for 15,000 Bumfries points. This is my biggest Bumfries points giveaway ever and it is amazing. Once you've done that, just sit back, relax, and get annoyed at some entitled parents. I used to work at this very expensive private art school for about 3 years. It was kindergarten through to 7th grade, and we offered after-school art classes like ballet, music, cooking, crafting, etc. Because this school is on the smaller side, there are a limited amount of spots in each class, and parents have to act fast if they want little Jimmy to be in one. To sign up, you have to email the office manager, formerly me, a list of the clubs that you want your kid to participate in, no later than 3 PM on sign-up day. This was my first year, and I sent out 5 emails. Yes, 5 emails reminding the parents of the rules so that everyone would be fine. Right? Parents can read. Well, apparently not. By 3:04, every single class was full. I had over 200 emails in those 4 minutes and had to sift through each one to finalize the class rosters. Finally, 2 days later, it was all done. After prepping for the after-school class madness for 3 months, I could finally breathe. That was until I got a call from the queen of the Entitled Mums Club 2 minutes before the end of my day. The phone call lasted for 30 minutes, so I'll give you just a brief summary. I want to sign up little Sally for cooking. What do you mean it's full? Well, I must have not gotten your emails. I don't care that your computer said I received them at all. I didn't. I'm always having problems with your stupid emails, so an exception must be made. Look, I'm not the kind of person that demands things because I think my kid is special. But she is, and she will be in cooking. I don't care what you say. She will effing be in cooking. I am not hanging up until you confirm that she's in. Naturally, I hung up on her and told her that I needed to talk it over with the headmaster, which I did. Unfortunately, the headmaster is a grade A ass kisser and does whatever parents demand of him as long as he can get a fat donation check at the end of the day. However, this parent has a history of being a douche canoe, and the headmaster was furious that she screamed and cursed at me. So we devised a small plan. Little Susie was allowed to be in cooking, but we'd wait 2 weeks to tell the entitled mum that she could be added. In exchange for our abounding kindness, entitled mum would have to pay for all of the classes offered, including the 2 that little Sally Sue had missed. Now, I was furious that we were actually appeasing this harpy of a woman, but making her literally pay for being a dick did make me feel just a little bit better. 2 weeks go by, and I call the entitled mum with the great news, and I get good. That's what needed to happen as a reply. My blood boiling, I give her the total and tell her to send me a check by the next day. She starts to protest over the price, and I remind her that since class sign-up started 2 weeks ago and the process of adding your daughter begun then, you'll be paying the full price, unless of course you don't want the spot. Begrudgingly, the mum dropped off a check the next day in my mailbox, which is right next to my desk. She actually came into the office, put it in my mailbox, walked past me, and didn't say a thing. As I mentioned in the beginning, the school is ridiculously expensive, therefore, the after-school classes are as well. Each 1-hour cooking class is $250. So the entitled mum's tantrum cost her an extra $500 that she probably could have saved if she wasn't such a twat waffle. It's safe to say that my $500 shit-eating grin that day would have made anyone walk to my mailbox with their tail between their legs. Small victory, but a victory nonetheless. You know, if I'm gonna come back to the entitled parents, I may as well come back with a story where the entitled parent doesn't entirely win. The days of the stories where the entitled parents completely get their own way and everybody else have to suffer are just gone. Well, at least until we look at the next story and it's most likely an entitled parent getting their own way, but you get the point. This one didn't happen to me, but to a good friend of mine, and the cast is as follows. EM is entitled mother, BG is birthday girl who is 5 years old, MF is my friend, and MFD is my friend's daughter. So my friend's daughter was invited to her kindergarten friend's birthday party. The invitation gave the standard info, including RSVP. My friend promptly sent the RSVP back, saying that they would attend. It was a stay with your kid type party. The party was held in the back of the entitled mum's house. My friend and her daughter both showed up on time. And after several standard birthday games, the birthday girl opened her presents and seemed to love them all. Both the kids and the parents in attendance had pizza and juice, and a good time was had by all. Several days later, my friend's daughter brought home an envelope from school. My friend opened it and discovered a bill from the entitled mum for $28.50. Apparently, it was for her share of the party. My friend immediately called the entitled mum and demanded to know what the hell was going on. The entitled mum said that by attending the party, my friend agreed to pay for her share of the food and drink, and followed by saying, if you turn the invite over, it explains everything. My friend got her invitation out, and sure enough, on the back was this statement. We want to give the birthday girl the best birthday ever. So if you want to attend, we would like your help in paying for the delicious pizza and drinks. Don't worry about paying on the big day. We will send an invoice shortly after. This was printed in a very small font, like almost microscopic and only a few shades darker than the invitation itself. I would have assumed that it was a printer's address or mark. My friend laughed. There is no way she is paying that. She called a few other parents of the attendees, and they all got their invoice too. All of them were furious. No one is paying. But the sad part is that no one will be attending this girl's birthday parties again. Man, I hate playing the devil's advocate, especially when it comes to these entitled parents stories, but you cannot tell me that not a single person that went to that party didn't read the invite properly. I mean, not just that, it seems incredibly unlikely that the writing was literally microscopic when they managed to be able to read it afterwards. Like, it just doesn't entirely add up to me, but I mean, I could be wrong. Yeah, the entitled parent's probably in the wrong for asking for some money for a birthday party, but heck, at least she did do it in advance, even if it was a little bit sneaky in the way that she did it. And to a degree, I still find it strange that nobody noticed it prior to the event happening. Either way, sounds like the fault lies slightly on either side of the party, but hey, if you're going to ask for money up front, maybe be a little bit more, up front about it and do it in the right way. Let everyone know, make a big deal out of it so that it's not a surprise to people come the event. So, we always get sweets and chocolates in for Halloween for trick-or-treaters. We don't get too many where I live, but I like to be prepared. I answered the door to a group of parents and their children a little earlier on tonight. The first few kids, no issues. And then, just when I think we're all finished, one of the mothers approaches me and says, "Don't you have any vegan sweets? My daughter is vegan." I, a little surprised by her tone, reply with, "I only have these sweets. I don't think to cater for specific dietary requirements." She looks me up and down, there's an awkward pause, and then she says, "Well, you know for next year." I laugh at her and say, "You mean you know to skip my house next year? What a joker." She strops off, daughter in tow, and the poor kid's bag was empty. Man, seriously, what on earth does this entitled mother think this is? Does she think this is some kind of restaurant where she can just go in demanding whatever the hell she wants all the time? No. This is trick-or-treating, man. You just take what you can get. Even though Halloween isn't a huge thing in Australia, I know how much people like to get into the festive spirit in America, and I get that it's kind of cool to be able to cater to different things, people with like a peanut allergy or something like that trying to avoid those things, but it's impossible to cater to every single person that could possibly rock up to your door. Like if that person's done that and has catered for your vegan daughter, that's great. If not, move on and just go about your day like normal. Don't try and make them feel guilty or make them feel like they have to do it the following year. I don't know. I guess entitlement just has no boundaries. I've been reading this sub for a while, but I never thought that I had any stories, until I realized that half of the stories are things that my aunt would do. Now, before I dive into the story, it is worth noting that I used to be really close with my aunt, while my brother was basically another son to her. So that aside, here's the story. When I was 16, I began to receive social security money from my dad. My dad put off receiving social security for a while, so when he finally started receiving it, he had a decent amount accumulated to be distributed to his 3 underage children. This money was for us to use for school or any needs that we had, since my mum really didn't have much financial help from my dad. For some reason, my maternal grandma told my aunt that we received a big check. Unfortunately, my aunt was visiting for about a month and we had a Christmas block party. She decided this was the perfect time to confront me, demanding that I buy her an iPad. I said no because I wanted to use the money for college. She began berating me, saying that I was an entitled brat and that I could easily buy her an iPad and not miss the money. I said no, and that she wasn't even related to my dad to begin with for me to buy her something that she did not need. When I walked away, she began asking my brother the same thing. He said no, and that we were all saving the checks that we got. She then began screaming at him in front of everyone, basically recounting all that she had ever gotten for him. She basically disowned him at that point. She did not speak to us for about a year, all because we would not buy her an iPad. To be completely honest, this person and their brother probably sound better off without having their aunt in their life. Seriously, what kind of aunt or family member in general keeps tabs on every little thing that they've ever brought you just so they can hold it against you at any given time? I mean, for real, this is not a kind of person that you want to have in your life, and she's probably done them a pretty big favor. So a few weeks ago, at the McDonald's where I work, I got a very annoying request from an entitled mother. I was working up the front where the customers are serviced, and I'm a kitchen person, and we were still learning how to work front when a mother walks up to the counter while she was holding her son's hand. He was maybe 6 or 5 years old. The mother orders a Happy Meal for her son, which luckily is very simple for me to accept, while she ordered something that was very challenging. She ordered this wrap that was discontinued a year ago, and I told her that myself, but she was adamant on getting what she wanted. Regardless of how many times I told her, she was getting madder and madder at me for something that I had no control of. Eventually, she asked if she could talk to my manager, which I hesitantly did. My manager walks over and listens to what she has to say. He told her the same thing as me, but she wanted that damn wrap. By now, the Happy Meal was ready and was given to my manager and I to serve, so we sent them out with just the Happy Meal and nothing else. My manager patted me on the back and said, "I won't make you work front of house ever again." Man, I hate to tell you, but welcome to the world of customer service. Literally every second person wants something that they just cannot have. Like, don't get me wrong, I loved working in customer service. The opportunity to be able to interact with people and, learn so much from so many different people is absolutely priceless, but man, there are some people out there that are just so damn picky or want so many things that you just cannot give to them. So yeah, this person is probably an entitled mother, but if you think that's where it ends and it's just going to be mothers giving you this crap, well, I'll tell you, you've really got another thing coming. Alright everyone, that is that for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for watching, and I hope you guys enjoyed the video. I feel like you guys probably hear this from me all the time these days, but I do want to say thank you for sticking around in my little bit of absence. Seriously, it does mean a lot to me that you guys are sticking around and watching my videos. I know that every time I upload a new video, a bunch of people realize that they're still subscribed to me and then unsubscribe, but I guess that's just the nature of the beast. Regardless though, that's neither here nor there, but tomorrow I do want to make a video where I just kind of talk through some things. Just a regular type commentary video. I know you guys like to just listen to me talk, so hopefully this is going to be something that you guys will like as well. But just kind of talking through what's been going on a little bit lately, just for a quick rundown. About 6 months ago, maybe 7 months ago, I applied for a new job and it was quite a lengthy recruitment process. And to be completely honest with you, towards the back end, in particular the last couple of months were quite intense. Now fortunately enough, I was successful in the process, so it is getting to that point where hopefully I'll have a little bit more free time, but at the same time, I don't know exactly how that's going to pan out. I could be so under the pump with learning new things and trying to get into the swing of having a new job and everything like that I just don't know at this stage. But what I do know is the intensity of the recruitment process is something that is now behind me, which is fantastic, and it will definitely give me a little bit more free time. My time focusing on the work will actually become at work rather than me doing a full-time job, coming home, trying to focus on a recruitment process for another job that I was trying to get, and it just being really full on. But yeah, that has made it really difficult for me basically for the last 7 or so months. Like I said, it was kind of intense towards the end, but at the same time, earlier on in the piece, it was a little bit easier, but still had that added level of intensity to my life. I don't know how to explain it. Anyway, that's probably a bit more than a quick catch up with things, but like I said, tomorrow I'll do a full video just kind of letting you guys know where things are at and talking through an upload schedule and that sort of thing as well. I really do think I can probably get 3 to 4 videos out a week if I try hard. I don't want to commit to that right now, but I think 3 videos is probably a good starting point, and then kind of go from there and see where I am. So definitely stick around because there are a lot more videos coming than there have been, especially in the last couple of months. Otherwise, I am kind of dragging this out, so I will wrap things up there. I do just want to say again, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate and love every single one of you guys that watch my videos. You literally mean the world to me, and I cannot thank you enough for tuning in. But unfortunately, that is that for today's video. So again, thank you so much for watching. I will see you guys tomorrow, and then I will hopefully see you guys 3 to 4 times a week. Catch you later. Bye. Yo, what is up guys? It is Bumfries, back with another episode of Entitled Parents. Today's episode is gonna be a banger, and I know you're gonna love this one. I do have some awesome stories in today's episode, so if you want to see an extra long episode of Entitled Parents, let's hit 3,000 likes in the next 24 hours, and the next episode of Entitled Parents will be extra long. So, smash that like button, then sit back, relax, and get annoyed at some Entitled Parents. So, first things first, this is not your typical entitled parent story. There's almost no direct confrontation between me and the entitled mum, or the entitled kid, or anyone else. But the revenge on the entitled mum is the sweetest revenge possible. That's enough fooling around, let's go. So, I've been practicing for a classical piano audition at my local conservatory. This is the equivalent of a music university in other countries, because it's always been my dream to perform classical music. I've been studying hard for 4 or 5 months, and I feel so proud for all the work that I've managed to finish. The fact is that classical piano is one of the hardest sections of the conservatory to get into, because there's always so many people that want to get in and try. This is about all that I have to say about the backstory. Now, my mum knew the entitled mum for a long time. The entitled mum is selfish, rude, and always likes to brag about the entitled kid's abilities with other people that don't want to hear anything from her. The entitled mum is also hella rich, and she doesn't make a problem to brag about that too. The entitled kid is a pianist also. He's younger than me, about 11 years younger, and entitled to the bone. I wouldn't say he's not skilled, but we shared a piano once, and he seems to not care about anything but his playing. I complimented him once for his playing, and he just didn't care. Plus, he can't stand me playing for more than 5 minutes. The entitled mum would always keep on bragging with my mum about entitled kid being a young talent, a skilled pianist, and a prolific composer. As soon as she discovered that I wanted to go to the conservatory too, she seemed to not like any sort of competition for her son, and subtly made comments on my playing with my mum, trying to convince her not to let me do this exam, despite the fact that she'd never actually heard me play. This obviously made me incredibly upset, because I sadly knew that who is richer and or who has contacts inside of the conservatory was pretty much assured to pass. I don't know if this is only a thing here or in most academic ambiences regarding music, but this actually made me feel quite worried. I had the chance to hear the entitled kid studying a quite simple etude. My teacher told me so much information on the correct performing and phasing about that etude, and I felt so informed about it. So as soon as the entitled kid finished playing and asked me if I heard how good his playing was, I just submerged him with a harsh and frustrated critique. First of all, there was no phrasing. Dynamics were completely ignored, he barely used any pedal when it was asked, there were no accents, no crescendos, no final diminuendo, no legato. Second of all, I told him how there was a huge lack of decent interpretation and too quick of a tempo to be satisfying to the ear. He was shocked. He surely wasn't expecting that, and he probably didn't know half of these words. Obviously, the entitled kid told everything to the entitled mum, which reported everything to my mum, saying that I insulted the entitled kid's playing and that I should have to apologize. The entitled mum said that I wasn't nice and polite enough to have private lessons with a teacher at the conservatory, and with my aggressive attitude, I wouldn't have lasted long. She once again boasted about her contacts and walked away. I quickly forgot about him and the entitled mum and continued studying, until 1 week ago, and the exam results were sent to us via email. This year's exam was based on a video with specific requirements that I had to send to examiners in order to pass. So I think it was a little bit easier to pass, although examiners would probably have been more fussy and would give more weight to the errors that they find. I thankfully managed to pass. I did it, and I cannot describe my joy and relief in knowing that I passed. And then the entitled kid came to mind. We spent some time searching through my conservatory website in order to see a full list of the students who passed. And I felt so good, so avenged, knowing that the entitled kid had failed. Yes, he failed. I watched the list for 10 more times not believing it, but despite the money and all of the contacts, he still managed to fail. I've never felt so good in my life, and I doubt that I ever will. So, the moral of the story. At least wait for the results to boast about something, or please don't boast about anything at all. You know, the OP's probably summed this up better in a few words that I can sum up in a few sentences. If you're going to be so entitled as to think that your precious little son is the best pianist in the world and just a blessing to this earth, well, maybe you should be able to back it up before talking smack. I can only imagine the look on the entitled mum's face when she found out that her amazing little son had failed the test, and honestly, it's something that I wish I was there to see. But we both just know that at the end of the day, the entitled mum's thrown a fit and gone and spoken to the manager and probably got exactly what she wanted. I mean, that's usually how these things go, right? My grandma is an interesting individual. One may place her in the Karen category. She's from a small town where you're either very well off and waspy, or you smoke and live in an old school made into an apartment building. She is on the waspy side, knows everything and everyone, and always will find something about you to nitpick at. Fun times. The best time of all was in 8th grade. She was a math teacher in my school for junior year, and oh boy, was that a dandy time. Because I was her granddaughter, that made a huge target on my back. Every day she would watch me like a hawk and wait for the split second that I would look away and then shout, "Granddaughter, pay attention and don't make me tell your mother that you're goofing off in my class." And as you can imagine, the whole class would giggle. She would grin and her ego would inflate like swim shorts when you first walk into the water. One time I accidentally wore slippers to school, and for the rest of the year she would bring it up like, "Can you not remember the equation like you couldn't remember your shoes?" Cue malicious grins and even more laughter. But the straw that broke the camel's back was when I got a boyfriend. So, for a bit of backstory here, I was held back in kindergarten, so I'm a year older than everyone in my 8th grade class. I was dating a boy in 10th grade, but he skipped ahead a grade, so he's actually a year younger than his 10th grade class. That made our age difference to be only about a year apart. However, from an outside perspective, when you first hear a 10th grade boy is dating an 8th grade girl, I'm sure your first reaction would be an ew. And boy, did my grandma eat that up like it was her very last meal. Anytime we would visit, she would make side comments like, "We know that granddaughter prefers older men, right granddaughter?" Or, "If it was my child, I certainly wouldn't approve, but I guess times are a little different." It was annoying, but it wasn't interfering with my life. That is, until she started to gossip about me to other teachers. She would tell them that I was sneaking around with an older boy. I was probably experimenting with things not meant for my age. That I was going into teachers' lounges and bathrooms with him, and she also heavily implied that my parents were against all this. For context, my parents know how old we both were and actually aren't crazy. My boyfriend was the quietest and nerdiest kid in his grade. It took us both 2 weeks of holding hands before we even kissed. So none of this was true, but that didn't stop the rumors. During lunch, I'd get asked by girls if it was true that I'd done certain things, and if I was in class and I would ask my teacher to use the restroom, they would refuse. And if they did let me go, they would interrogate me for several minutes first to make sure I wasn't sneaking off to be with my older boyfriend. Before any of this, I was literally a fly on the wall and I was completely fine with that. Now I was miserable and felt completely helpless. After coming home crying for who knows how many days in a row, my mum got fed up. I remember her screaming, "That's it," grabbing her keys and storming out the door. When she returned, she said that grandma wouldn't be bothering me anymore, and once I got older, she told me a brief summary of what happened. Basically, my mum arrived and approached her calmly, explaining to her that I was a child and she has control of the situation. She even explained the age difference, and after asking her to back off and stop telling lies to her co-workers, being my teachers, grandma scoffed and said, "You don't know what she could be doing behind closed doors. I'm just keeping an eye out for her." And this set my mum off. She told me that she started yelling at my grandma about shaming her own granddaughter and how miserable I was. She said that she has no right to say or do any of this, and what she was doing was cruel and inappropriate. And my grandma's response? "How dare you enter my home and accuse me of this? Get out of my house." So, my mum left. And the next day, my grandma completely avoided eye contact with me. She didn't even try and call on me for answers or point out what kind of clothes I was wearing. She just averted her gaze and did her job. Finally. Rumours continued just for a little bit, but then people caught on that it really wasn't as scandalous as the rumours portrayed, and we were left alone. How did all of this end? Well, like you'd expect. Grandma acts like it never happened, never brings it up, and avoids the conversation if it's about the time that she taught me. It's irritating, but at the same time, it's expected. Now that I'm an adult and we're all aware of her silly ways, we can just smile and nod until we go home, where we can then rant about how mean she was during dinner. You know, I just cannot imagine a scenario where a grandma would go out of their way to completely tarnish the reputation of their granddaughter at the school that they not only work at, but the school that the kid goes to. Like, as a teacher, you have this position where you can make it go one of two ways. You can either try and make sure that she has the best schooling experience possible, or you can do what this entitled grandma did, and 1, try and take parental decisions away from the mother of the child, and 2, give her a horrible reputation and make everyone think that she's an awful person. I know which one I do, and the one that the majority of people would do, but I guess we don't all have the mindset of an awful entitled parent. So, I work for a small production company and we do a ton of charitable work. That day, a few of our crew members, myself included, were lent out for a Make-A-Wish type thing for a girl whose wish was to have her original song made into a music video. She was battling cancer, so, of course, every precaution had to be taken. The director reserved a scenic section of the park and got all set up there so we could be outdoors with plenty of distance. Apparently this was also the only section of the park with a picnic area. We weren't aware of this, and occasionally some people would come over pretty miffed asking why we'd reserved the whole picnic area. But before they could get the whole complaint out, they'd realise the situation and leave us be, embarrassed to even have asked. This young lady was around 14 or 15 and was having a great time shooting these scenes for her music video. Until, cue the Karen. A mess of cheap Botox and overpriced athleisure gear started crossing over our clearly marked barricades with her daughter, who was around 6 or 7. Our production assistant rushed over, figuring that she was just too dumb to notice all of our signage and physical blockades, and explained in a hushed tone that she was intruding on a private film set. Karen replied, intentionally loudly by the way, that it was a public park and she had every right to use any part of it as she pleased. Now, was it a tad bit inconvenient that we'd commandeered a large strip of public land that happened to be the only area with seating? Absolutely. But the handful of people who'd wander over to complain immediately processed the nature of this project and gladly made other plans for themselves. Karen wasn't budging, but we had a permit from the city to be there, so we let her know she could quiet down or shove off. Little did she know, we actually had a right to have her ejected if she was being disruptive to our filming. We didn't really want to though, and we didn't exactly have the manpower to do it without calling authorities, and we didn't want to put a damper on this fun event or even make a scene in front of her daughter. So, the director paused filming to try and de-escalate things. There was supposed to be a liaison from the Make-A-Wish style program, but the catering guy had gotten lost on the way to the park and she'd gone to look for him. So, the director showed Karen the permit that we had and warned her a final time that she either needed to watch calmly or get out of there. She pulls her younger daughter off to the side and started trying to goad her into singing. The kid was better able to read the room than the mum was because she was too embarrassed to start singing and tried saying that she wanted to wait until she got home, but Karen kept pointing her phone camera at the kid and shrieking that she wanted her to sing there and then so that she could film it. Eventually she started playing some Disney songs on her phone and the kid began hissing along, interrupting our footage, which was much to the Karen's satisfaction. Finally, the director had had enough and informed her that even though she technically moved off the land that we'd physically reserved, that the noise that she and her daughter were generating was disruptive, so he could still have her removed. But the Karen's pride wouldn't allow her to simply walk away from the situation, so once her daughter had ceased this loud off-key singing, she continued lingering even as her child begged her to go play by a pond almost a quarter of a mile over. Karen continually tried to force her daughter into the shot with hopes that it would make us move, cruelly getting her kids' hopes up and dashing them repeatedly. So I guess the kid wasn't especially bright either. She'd keep saying, "Look baby, they're making a movie. Quick, go be in the movie so you can get famous. Hurry up." So the girl would run onto our set, or at least try to, and a PA or the key grip would return her to her mum before she was able to run across our shot. But her daughter's anguishing cries of disappointment at not becoming famous each time we returned her to her mum were enough to render most of the footage, if not useless, at least a lot less fun than it was intended to be. I guess Karen didn't think that we'd heard her goading her child into disrupting us with fake promises of superstardom, because when the director came over for her final warning, she tried to play dumb saying, "Oh, I think she's just set on using the picnic space since this is the only picnic space in the entire park. I guess it would probably just be easier for you to move now, huh?" She said this with a combination of faux sweetness and imagined authority. Clearly, she had no idea what it takes to set up for a film if she thought that we could just move locations on a whim. The director turned out to be bluffing on calling the cops because he didn't want to create a scene until the liaison returned. So he just had a couple of big crew guys keep her and her daughter at bay. Eventually the liaison did come back, but honestly, she wasn't particularly helpful. Karen deduced that she was the one in charge and who everyone was waiting for in order to take action, so magically shaped up the minute she appeared and stood quietly to the side. So when every crew member descended on the liaison at once, she just meekly said, "Well, it's fine if she watches, right? People are just curious what's going on." Thankfully, the girl in the video had been having her makeup done for most of this while we filmed a backup dancer scene, so she didn't really notice most of the debacle and didn't care one way or another.
Because Karen had a little kid with her, the girl didn't say she could watch, even though she was visibly uncomfortable at the strange audience. She kept waving to and winking at the little girl though, who thought she was some kind of celebrity. It was actually pretty cute and a perfect compliment to her music video. Karen hated that and kept muttering to passerbyers, trying to surmount insurrection, but unbeknownst to her, just about everyone in the general area was affiliated with our shoot. She did manage to find 1 or 2 people who were irritated about the picnic area being closed, thinking that we were just some greedy private party who sectioned it off from other guests. But then they realized that it was some kind of film production and started milling around out of idle curiosity. Again, we were mostly filming backup dancers at this point, who were a couple of the girls' friends, so I give credit to Karen that if she wasn't paying a lot of close attention to the filming itself, it may not have been immediately obvious what exactly we were doing at that point. That still doesn't make what she did next okay. She'd make the occasional comment to some of the other picnic people and was winning some of them over. She'd say something like, "But do they need the entire space?" and get an affirmative nod. Whatever. I don't think the other people were really listening that closely, as they were watching too intently, waiting for someone famous to pop out in the music video. Our tech people had determined that it wasn't interfering with the audio, so we'd begun to ignore her as long as she stayed out of the way. Then, the star girl comes out for her big emotional dance scene, and she's really giving it her all. So Karen decides to throw in another blow by turning to the woman nearest to her and saying, again, loud enough for everyone to hear, "Oh look, it's one of those girls who thinks it's cool to pretend to be a boy." You'd think that Karen would have stopped for a second to consider that maybe the girl was not cultivating a new look and in fact had cancer. Or better yet, that maybe a stranger's hairstyle wasn't her business in any case. And maybe that her not having eyebrows or arm hair either was a clue. But no, this was too much for Karen to think of. So, our poor starring girl hears this and crumples up into tears, now assuming that the crowds who had been gathering throughout the day were not doing so because they thought she was some kind of famous pop star, but instead to gawk her because she was strange looking. She rushed away, and those standing anywhere near Karen hurried off to make it clear that they weren't associated with her. That's when the liaison realized what we'd been trying to warn her about with Karen's behavior and tore into her along with several members of the girl's extended family. Like a true coward, Karen didn't even try to apologize. She just bolted away as quickly as she could, saying, "You know, maybe we'll find a different spot since you're clearly busy," as though she were doing us a special favor. Luckily, our lead girl's entire extended family was there and cheered her up very quickly. And some supportive civilians had showed up with genuine curiosity about the film set, then loved watching her dance for no other reason than that they loved watching her dance. So she was quite happy and having fun again very quickly after Karen skulked off. But still, this was really quite a hurtful and inappropriate spectacle. If she gets this worked up over a picnic table, I can only imagine when her daughter starts to face life's real challenges. So, there's not a lot that I can say about this because a story like this actually makes me physically angry. Like, what this entitled mum did is absolutely not okay in any circumstance, and for the life of me, I can't work out what goes through your head before you say or do something like this. What annoys me more than anything is the fact that this person is a mother and is allowed to raise a child despite the fact that her child is most likely going to turn out exactly like she is. I have no doubt that she is not only an atrocious person, but an atrocious parent as well, and I hate to think about how her daughter's going to grow up having a mum like this. This story has really topped the entitled parents chart for me, and I can guarantee it has for most of you as well. Alright everyone, that is that for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed the video. If you did enjoy the video as much as I enjoyed making it, don't forget to smash that like button, and just a reminder that if we can hit 3,000 likes on this video within the next 24 hours, the next episode of Entitled Parents I upload will be extra long. Today's episode was a bit of a taste of a long Entitled Parents video, but I'm happy to make them even longer. So, if you're keen for an extra long episode of Entitled Parents, you know what to do, smash that like button down below. What you are going to see on your screen right now are 2 of my awesome videos, one of which I would highly suggest you click on and go down that rabbit hole of Entitled Parents. Otherwise though, I just want to say again, thank you so much for watching. I hope you're all having a fantastic day, and I hope to see you guys tomorrow for another episode of Entitled Parents. Bye.
As some background, my family has a weird opinion on birthday parties. They feel like they're a waste of money, and throwing one means that you got money to spare and flaunt. So, being that I grew up in a family that was all about appearances when me and my siblings weren't, we went to a lot of birthday parties and never had one of our own. Anyway, one year, I'd been really sick leading up to my birthday, so I begged my parents for a birthday party so I could see all my friends that I hadn't been able to see for the past few weeks, and after days of begging, I was going to get my Rugrats party. I have a cousin who is a complete spoiled brat, and the entitled one here. They're a few days older than me, and because of how our birthdays fell that year, she celebrated hers one weekend and mine's would be the next weekend. For her birthday, she had a laser tag party with some of her friends and a few of our cousins. There was no cake, just pizza, laser tag, and candy bars. It was a fun party, and I don't remember anybody complaining. So, cue my party. A couple of my friends are there and pretty much my entire family. The entitled cousin and her mother show up pretty early and tell me happy birthday and put their gift under the table. No more than 5 minutes later, I hear the entitled cousin starting to say how much she loves Rugrats, how beautiful the decorations are, and how this is a great looking party. She then turns to her mum and says, "Tell Tio thank you for throwing me a great birthday party." I turned to her and said this was my birthday, not hers, as she'd had hers the week before, and her response was, "So, that was last week. This is my party this week." I again told her no and even showed her the cake which said my name on it. She immediately started crying and her and the entitled mum went over to my dad. The entitled mum starts calling my father inconsiderate that we wouldn't include the entitled cousin in the birthday celebrations because we were only a few days apart and it was like throwing a party for one twin and excluding the other. Me and the entitled cousin weren't even close. I could never even stand her. She went on to say how the entitled cousin didn't get a cake for her birthday because they couldn't afford it, which is rubbish because cake is way less expensive than laser tag, and not all of the family got to go because once again, they were poor and couldn't pay for everyone. We were so much more well off to be able to afford all of this, and we should share the day with the entitled cousin so that she can have a proper party with her family. My dad gave in and said she can be up there with me when we sing happy birthday. So we went about the party until it was time to sing, and the crap really hits the fan. They take the top off the cake, and the entitled cousin and entitled mum remember that my name is the one on the cake. The entitled mum grabs a knife and literally scrapes my name off the cake. When they were singing, people said my name first, and the entitled mum stopped them and said the names should be changed in age order, meaning the entitled cousin's name comes first, and had them redo the song. The entitled cousin got to cut the first slice of my cake because of the age thing again, and then when it came to opening the presents, something I usually do after the party, the entitled mum insisted that we do it now and give the entitled cousin some of the gifts so she didn't feel left out. Most of the gifts were clothes, and me and the entitled cousin weren't the same size, so she couldn't take those, but one gift from my parents was this turquoise and white Furby that I'd been bugging them for since Christmas. I was so excited when I opened it up, but so was the entitled cousin. She said that the one she got for Christmas broke and was excited to get a new one and tried to take it from me. I held tight and said it was mine. The entitled mum said I needed to share my gifts with her daughter because it was our birthday. I told her no, and she tried to take it from me, and I threw it behind the table where all the other gifts were. We both got up to run for it, and I got to the table first and took the remaining amount of cake and threw it in her face. The entitled mum went off. She called me a spoilt brat who needed to learn some manners and went to slap me, but one of my older brothers got in the way and grabbed her, telling her that she needed to leave. After some arguing, she took entitled cousin like 6 favor bags and the gift she brought for me and left. And while I've been seeing them at family gatherings over the years, that was the last time either of them actually talked to me. I didn't win that day, but never having to interact with them again was definitely a win. Damn, this is one of the most brutal ways that we've ever had to start an episode. Quite frankly, if I had somebody like this in my family, I would absolutely lose it. I think everyone's had their fair share of tiffs or arguments with their families, but this really just tops the lot for me. I really just couldn't imagine having a family member completely derail my birthday party because they couldn't plan a birthday party for their own kid that actually made them happy. Or even worse, having a family member who raises their child to think they're entitled to ruining and stealing my birthday party. I just don't know how I would survive with this. Back in the day, this quiet kid and Garfield used to be good friends. They were neighbours, living close to each other, so during summers they'd meet up with other kids and play in the streets. The entitled mum used to talk about her kid as if he was superior to the rest, with comments like, "Oh please, even Garfield could manage that," and she was generally talking bad about other parents as well. Eventually, Garfield was invited to the quiet kid's house for a group project. They were both in the same class, around 10 years old, and projects like these generally require teamwork, so it's easier to meet up in one person's place and do the work there. At first, everything was fine. There was a lot of work, but they were both working their way through it. Eventually, the quiet kid proclaimed that he'd be right back and that he needed to do something, so Garfield should just wait in the room. Garfield complied, although she needed to use the restroom and 20 minutes pass, and quiet kid is still not back in the room. Garfield couldn't hold herself for much longer, so she went to the bathroom and opened the door. Voila! The entitled mum is wiping her son's ass, whose face now has become red in embarrassment. Garfield immediately closes the door and apologizes. In complete disbelief of what she just saw, she packed her things and used the other restroom. Once Quiet Kid left the restroom, she excused herself and went home, since she didn't want to make things any more awkward than they already were. After that, Quiet Kid and Garfield stopped talking, since Quiet Kid was glaring at her for embarrassing him. The parents cut ties shortly after, which resulted in the entitled mum being left out of the group the parents made that weren't related to the school. We're still left to wonder why he couldn't wipe himself. I mean, even Garfield could do that. Honestly, this one's just sad. You preach as if your son is the greatest person in the world and you can't even teach him basics of going to the toilet. Like literally nothing against this kid at all. This has nothing to do with him because this is like basics 101 of how to be a human being, and this mum has clearly failed in her duties as a mother. There are plenty of embarrassing things that people do that are well out of their control. Like there are people who are in their 20s, 30s, 40s, whatever that still wet the bed, right? But like I said, for the most part, these are out of their control. The difference with this is something you should have taught your kid instead of babying him for his whole life. So summer of 2017, I worked as a lifeguard at the local water park. At the time I was 17 and I thought it would be fun to work there. There are lots of crappy things that have happened and lots of stupid people, but this one has stuck with me the most. We had several water slides and a hot tub, which was particularly popular due to the weather averaging in the 70s. We had several safety rules and signs posted around the hot tub stating things like, no children under the age of 6 in the tub, etc. The last one was often the cause of parents getting upset because their child was freezing and just wanted to warm up. We would allow children 6 and under to sit on the edge and put their feet in the hot tub, but due to the county health department rules, we weren't allowed to let them in the tub completely. Enter the entitled parent, and it was early on a Friday morning, just after open, so about 10 AM. And there were maybe 6 families in the park, no wait times, and no small children in the kiddie pool. This lady walks up to the hot tub and starts getting in. Babe in arms, and I'm guessing by the side of this child, it was about 2. I remind the lady of the rules, but she could place her child on the edge with her feet in the water if she liked. Shortly after, I look back over to the lady, and not only was her child not on the side of the tub, her child was completely submerged in the water, which was another rule you couldn't put your head under. So I rushed over to her and her child to check on the child, and she quickly scooped the child out of the water and placed her on the side of the pool, all well within sight. I said to her, "Ma'am, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to leave the hot tub if I see you place your child in the water again." She snapped back at me and said, "Don't call me ma'am. I'm probably the same age as you. Anyway, what is it to you? It's my child, and if I say it's okay, then it's okay." I responded with, "I'm sorry, but since I don't know your name, that's what I thought would be appropriate to call you. As much as I would like to let you decide what temperature water is okay for your child, it's part of my job to enforce the rules. And that particular isn't even created by my employer, but rather the county health department." She scoffed at me and said, "Sure it is." She rolled her eyes and walked towards the other side of the hot tub, and shortly after, she got out of the hot tub, walked up to one of my co-workers, asked something, and then went to the office to speak with my boss. A few minutes later, my boss came out to me and said, "A lady just complained to me that you were rude to her. Want to tell me about what happened?" So I explained that I noticed she wasn't following our rules and had brought her toddler in the hot tub regardless of my warnings. My boss was totally understanding and said, "Yeah, that's what I thought. She tried to tell me that you called her kid a little crap and you called her fat. She said she wanted you fired and free tickets to the park. I told her that I'd reprimand you and we'd look into what happened. I just came over here to make it look like I was giving you a talking to." Like, this kind of stuff is actually so common. I worked in a call center as a manager for quite a while, and the amount of rubbish that customers would make up thinking that they could get away with whatever they wanted to say was crazy. Seriously, have you not heard the message that happens every single time you call a call center that says a call is being recorded? Like, do you really think we're not going to listen to that if you say that somebody's abused the crap out of you over the phone? Like, I just don't get it. I'd taken music in my last year of school, and in Scotland it's called 6th year, and at that point I'd been playing guitar for a little under 2 years. And the level of guitar for the qualification I was made to take by the school because I hadn't picked music as a subject before wasn't all too challenging for me. The school provided free lessons as part of the course, and the guitar teacher would take all of the guitarists together in a group for us to practice and learn the pieces we had been given to play for the final exam. There were 3 guitar players in my class. Me, the entitled kid, and another guy that we'll call Dave. I used to bring my guitars into school because I was most comfortable playing my own instruments. The entitled kid liked my guitars and wouldn't stop asking if he could play them. Near Christmas time, the school put on a Christmas concert and our class was up to play Merry Christmas Everybody by Slade. And I'd been asked to play lead guitar, which had a little improvised solo that me and my guitar teacher had made up, and the entitled kid was put on rhythm. Dave was originally supposed to be rhythm, but the entitled kid whined and moaned until Dave gave up and switched places with the entitled kid and played bass. It got to a week until the concert and everyone was staying after school to do on-stage rehearsals, and the entitled kid's mum was watching. She worked in the school office and was waiting for rehearsals to be over so she could take the entitled kid home. Anyway, I was practicing my solo in the corner and the entitled parent approaches me. She asks if the entitled kid can play the guitar that I'm using and that I could use the blue one for a bit. The blue guitar was a beat up Yamaha Pacifica. I say no and explain to her that the guitar I play is my own guitar and I don't like giving it over to other people. She gave a huffed fine and walks off. I go back to practice thinking that nothing more would come of this. At the end of the rehearsal, my music teacher pulls me into her class where the guitar teacher is sitting and she asks if I would mind if the entitled kid played lead and I took his rhythm place. I wasn't happy about this and I told them that the entitled kid wouldn't learn the solo on time and that wouldn't be a good idea. The guitar teacher agreed with me, but it was made clear that I wasn't being asked but rather told, because the entitled kid had told his mummy what he wanted and the entitled parent pestered the teachers to make sure he got what he wants. The day before the concert, the guitar teacher was going over our stuff, and go course, the entitled kid was struggling with the solo, so I asked if he was sure about playing the lead. He replied that he still wanted to play, and that he knew what he was playing. Near the end of the lesson, I told the guitar teacher that I'd be using my other guitar, because I thought it would be better for rhythm, and that I'd be in early to set up with it. Later that night, I receive a message from the entitled kid telling me to bring my SG in for him because it's a lead guitar, and he needed it because he was the lead guitarist. I obviously tell him no because 1, I only had 1 gig bag at the time, and 2, I don't loan my guitars out and end the conversation there. The morning of the concert, I'm helping the guitar teacher set up amps and mics for the percussion instruments, as well as getting my guitar set up for the show, when the entitled parent comes up to the stage and asks if my other guitar is in the instrument storeroom. I tell her no, and that I told the entitled kid that he wasn't getting to use my guitar, and she looked at me like I'm an idiot and said something along the lines of, "The entitled kid told you to bring it. What is he supposed to play at the concert?" I told her that it wasn't my problem and that he'd have to play the Pacifica that we had set up. She didn't like that, and neither did the entitled kid, but there was nothing that they could do about it. The guitar was my property and the school had no power on that. The concert came, and as to be expected, the entitled kid totally messed up the solo and didn't add any of the little fancy licks that I had anywhere during the performance. Solid rhythm and bass guitars though. You know, it's good to see an entitled parent story where their pathetic attitude actually backfires on them. We see stories where the poster will sometimes give a little clap back to the entitled parent or things will just go a little bit wrong, but we don't see enough stories where the entitled parent's horrible attitude is actually what completely stuffs them up. The worst thing is, this entitled parent is going to learn absolutely nothing from this situation and she's going to stay exactly the same. Alright everyone, that is that for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for watching and I hope you enjoyed the video. I'm just going to take a second to plug a couple of my social medias, including our Discord server. I do have a Twitter and an Instagram if you want to follow me on both of those. They are both at Bumfries, and feel free to send me a message and I'll do my best to respond. I also just want to take a second to say thank you so much for all the love lately. All of the comments, the likes, the subscribers, just the fact that you guys tune in and watch my videos every day, it really does make my day. Every single one of you is the backbone of this channel and I really cannot express how much I appreciate that. Without you guys, this channel would be nothing, and I love making these videos for you guys and I love the fact that you enjoy them. So on that note, I will wrap things up for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to take a second again to say thank you so much for watching. I hope you're all having a fantastic day, and I'll see you all in the next episode of Entitled Parents. Bye.
My mum is mad because she didn't go to my kid's soccer game. My kiddo, who's 6, started soccer about a month ago. Practice is on Tuesdays and then games are every Saturday. I group chatted my family and my husband's family a picture of the layout of the fields and the game schedule. I told them in advance that if something would change, we would let them know, but anyone is welcome to come. I'm pretty close to my mum as my dad died when I was a baby. She's very hands-on with my 3 kiddos, but favors my oldest as he's the first grandkid to her. This past Saturday, my brother decided to come to the game. I spoke to him the previous day and he was the one who brought up going. When I spoke to my mum about her weekend plans, she said that she wanted to tend to her garden and it was her weekend off. No mention of the game, and I didn't mention it as I was busy trying to manage all of the kids after work and getting dinner started. Well, apparently, when I was feeding the kids lunch before the game, I missed her call. I just didn't check my phone. I lose it frequently as I have ADHD and 3 kids who constantly need help with things. I get to the game a few minutes late and meet up with my brother. He's helping my kids with something when my phone starts ringing and he answers it. It's my mum screaming at him to put me on. I ask her what's up and she accuses me of not inviting her or letting her know the schedule. She said that it's my fault that she didn't come because I didn't answer the phone call in which she was going to ask the time of the game. I apologized about missing the call, but go into detail on how we were running behind, but she didn't care and just started screaming at me. Then she goes, "You can tell your child that it's your fault that I didn't go," and hung up on me. A few hours later, I tried texting her to explain that I was sorry that I missed her call and that there are plenty of other games on in the future. I said that I did send the schedule out to everyone else, but I got no response. She told my brother that I did it on purpose because I didn't want her going. Honestly, I don't even know how to proceed. We haven't talked since the call and I've already apologized for missing her call, but really, I don't feel like I did anything wrong. She tends to get mad at us frequently and it's very stressful for me as I have a newborn, a 2-year-old and a 6-year-old. Life is hard right now and I'm struggling with everything. My parents are demanding that I let them stay with me on their next trip. I'm in my mid-20s and live in a different state to my parents. Boundaries are a foreign concept for both of them, and they've always viewed me as an extension of them rather than my own person. My parents plan on visiting the state I live in next month and are demanding to stay with me. They didn't even ask if they could stay, they told me that they're staying with me and refused to accept otherwise. I'm a medical student currently living in a tiny studio apartment. I don't have room for anyone to stay with me, nor do I want anyone staying here. My course load is overwhelming and I need a quiet place to study. I work part-time and pay for everything myself. Despite them being self-made multi-millionaires, they have refused to help me financially since I moved out at 18. That in itself was a nightmare ordeal filled with years of guilt trips, emotional blackmail, the works. I live in one of the most expensive cities in the world, in a country where the cost of living is at a crisis point. I struggle to pay for essentials every week. Nonetheless, my parents feel entitled to stay with me for free because they raised me. I put that in quotation marks because they were neglectful and largely absent throughout my childhood. I had to essentially raise myself from the age of 12 onwards, while also being heavily parentified and forced to fulfill the role of a spouse to my father. I had to grow up very fast and my relationship with my parents is damaged as a result of not only this, but also the extensive abuse they inflicted upon my siblings and me. I've told them that I can't have them stay with me, but they won't have it. I'm worried that they're going to turn up with their luggage and force themselves into my home. I don't want to have to call the police on them if they do turn up, but I can't have them stay here. I'm kind of lost, so what should I do? An entitled mum keeps telling her kid to take my things. Today was my first time visiting Crumbl Cookies. I bought 4 huge cookies to try and share with my friends. On my way home, I decided to enjoy the cookie that I'd gotten for myself. I was sitting at one of the little picnic tables where my condo is, and who would show up? But of course, my neighbor's friend who is an entitled parent. Just a little side note, this is not the first time that I've encountered her. The last time I encountered this woman, I had 2 candy canes because my blood sugar was low, and I was on my way to a doctor's appointment. I'm a type 1 diabetic, and I obviously did not give the child one of my candy canes. At the time, I needed it as life-saving medication. So I'm looking at my phone and eating my cookie, basically doing as many errands on my phone as I can, when suddenly, I hear this entitled parent open her mouth. She says to her daughter, "Look at that, Olivia, there's 3 giant cookies in there," while the entitled mum is pointing to my box of cookies. She goes on to say, "Why don't you go ahead and pick out a cookie you like? As we all know, it's very important to learn how to share with others. And this lady didn't share with you the last time we saw her, and maybe she's learned her lesson." As I look up, this entitled mother is folding her arms and giving me the most smug look ever. Her kid comes running up to grab a cookie out of my box, but I'm faster. I immediately close the cookie box and the little girl seems shocked. The entitled mother lets out the most obnoxious grunt and says, "Oh, come on, you don't need all of those cookies, and you didn't even share with her last time you saw her." I'm trying to teach her manners and sharing. We share when we have more than we need. I look at the little girl, ignoring the mother, and say to her, "Today I'm going to teach you another very important lesson. Can you listen carefully?" The little girl nods, and I told her, "You should never take food from a stranger. You should only take food from people you know. Because for all I know, there could be something that you're allergic to in these cookies that might make you very sick. I don't want to accidentally give you something that might make you sick. You don't want that either, right?" The little girl nods, and I smile at her. I say, "Also, another thing to learn in life is sometimes we can't always get what we want. So you might want one of my cookies, but for all you know, I have other people that I'm going to share them with. And then they'll be sad that they didn't get a cookie. We should always ask before taking things from someone else." I tell her that I'd be happy to share a piece of my candy with her if she asked me nicely the next time I see her, as long as her mother can confirm that there's nothing in it that might make her have an allergic reaction. The little girl smiles at me, says okay, and thanks me. The look on the entitled mum's face was priceless. I think she probably would have slapped me upside the head, but I was using my wheelchair at the time because my dysautonomia is really acting up today. I don't know why, but it looks especially bad if you hit somebody using a wheelchair. Even more so if you do it in front of a large group of people, which on this day, there were plenty of people out enjoying the nice weather. I got enough satisfaction in not only teaching that kid a lesson that she needed to learn, but then just by watching the entitled mother storm off and drag her daughter back into one of the surrounding buildings. And honestly, I wasn't even lying. I did get the cookies to share with my brother and friends. Perhaps if they had asked me nicely, I wouldn't have minded sharing the one giant cookie that I had bought for myself. But both of the times that I've encountered this entitled mother, she has just told her kid to take something from me without asking. That poor kid is going to grow up on the wrong path if she thinks that she can get away with that. However, if this kid does happen to ask me nicely the next time I see her, I will follow through with my promise. I usually do have low blood sugar candy to spare on me, and if she does ask nicely, I'll give her one of my little bags of Skittles. Seriously, these entitled parents are crazy. I'm glad this woman doesn't live here, as I don't want to have to encounter her more than every once in a while. She is the opposite of Mary Poppins, practically unpleasant in every possible way. My mum wants my location. I'm 21 and still live with my parents because they're Muslim and don't allow girls to move out until they get married. Don't worry, I plan on moving out whether they like it or not. My mum insisted on having my location. I told her no, and she got incredibly mad and started gaslighting me, accusing me of things, yelling at me, and storming off. To be completely honest, I am lying about my location about 80% of the time, but she doesn't need to know that. I would just prefer that she doesn't have my location. She is a control freak and she's just annoyed that she can't have my location and that she no longer has access to my bank account transactions. She gaslit me so hard that I ended up crying and yelling, and despite all this, I still won't let her have my location. I just want to add that she's not a bad parent. She does care about me a lot and is always there for me. She just has some really bad qualities and I'm conflicted. Despite everything, she still hasn't let what I said slide. She threatened to take away my car keys, knowing that the car isn't in my name, so I can't really do anything about it. We kind of came to a compromise and I apologized just to alleviate the situation, but my brother told her that I wanted to move out after I graduate. Now she's even more upset, hitting things and yelling at me. She keeps saying things to me like, girls don't move out alone in our culture, they stay with the family. Honestly, I'm thinking of just grabbing some things and going to my boyfriend's house. Am I in the wrong here for speaking up for myself? My mother is mad at me for saying that my uncle has to take care of his son and I don't know what to do. It's been the topic of the past few months. My uncle from my mother's side of the family is having to take care of his son because the boy's mother is selling things that aren't approved by the law, if you know what I mean. My mother and her sister have been talking about it all the time. And honestly, I can't see the absurdity of my uncle taking care of his own son. Today I was playing games with my mother and she started talking about it once again. And I told her that I didn't want to keep hearing about it. Everything was okay after that, but when we were done playing, I realized that what I said sounded rude, especially in my native language, and I went to apologize. I explained to her that I was just fed up with the topic because I don't see anything shocking in my cousin living with my uncle. It's simply a father living with and taking care of his son. I added that I've been getting a little irritated with the way my uncle's business is always a reason for stress in all of the family members' houses. Like for example, when my mother and aunt were desperate to find a way to get my uncle's medicine without a prescription because he didn't want to go to the doctor to get a new prescription. Then it became their responsibility to get his medicine that he knew he needed because he didn't care enough to go and get a new prescription one way or another. My uncle is 40 years old. I don't get why there's always such a fuss over anything that he needs to be responsible for. It's almost like he's an 11-year-old boy who doesn't have any adults to look after him. He is a man who's been married before, has a job, drinks and smokes, travels alone, buys his own things, and I don't see why talking about that makes her so angry. After all of that, she got angry and started acting cold towards me. I went to try and chat normally with her a few times along the day, and she wouldn't even look me in the face, so I gave up. Honestly, I don't know what to do now. After the last time I stood up to my mother when she threatened to spank me, she seemed to get more wary that if she did try, it'd end very badly for her. So she mostly just yelled at me and didn't lay a finger on me again until the events of wanting my house some years later. I thought nothing of it and just continued with my usual routine of school and odd jobs. My 15th birthday was right around the corner and my dad presented me with an engine kit for my bike to help me get around town in. He said that I would be better off saving for a car than a scooter and that this would do in the meantime. I ended up agreeing with his logic and kept saving for a car. A few days later though, I found a pamphlet for a military school while sweeping grass off the back patio and mowing the lawn. It was on the ground and under a chair near where my mum liked to sit and drink wine. I had a bad feeling that she was cooking up some kind of crazy scheme, so I waited until my dad got home to show him what I'd found. He was pretty mad but didn't jump to conclusions. So, he went to see my mum with a pamphlet and asked her about it, and said, "Honey, what is this?" And my mum goes white at the sight of the pamphlet and says, "It's nothing. I've never seen it before." My dad says, "Really? Because if you were planning on trying to send Craggle to military school, you know I wouldn't allow it." That's when my mum broke her facade and yelled, "He needs to learn some discipline. He locks his door all the time and I can't even spank him anymore because he's too big. This is the only way I have left to punish him for being a disobedient brat." My dad responds by saying, "Craggle did nothing wrong when he stood up to you because of your favoritism. If anything, our daughter is the brat because of you and the way you spoil her and let her get away with stealing things from her brother. As far as I'm concerned, this discussion about sending Craggle to military school is over. And if you try to send him, then so help me, I'll bring the hammer down in any way I can." My mum responded saying, "Well, I guess this whole family is just going to take away what little power I have left in this house then. If I have nothing, I may as well be nothing." So my dad says, "Stop being so dramatic that Craggle is growing up to be his own man now with his own money." My mum then just stormed out of the room. The next morning before school, I saw her furiously trying to stuff something into the kitchen trash bin. I waited for her to leave for work and dug out what she was trying to hide. It was an application for military school entirely filled out in her handwriting. It required the signatures of both parents or legal guardians on it. And there were 2 signatures on the paper. I recognized my mum's, but the other looked like a pitiful attempt at trying to replicate my dad's. He prided himself on his smooth and complex signature, and there's no way that my mum could copy it without looking like a fraud. I guess she realized that after she was confronted and gave up on trying to send me away. I kept the papers and showed them to my dad later. He was mad, but figured she'd done that already and let it go. But he filed the papers in his office just in case. A few months later, it got out that my mum was having an affair with an old ex-boyfriend of hers from high school. This was the last straw for my dad and he filed for divorce. I went to live with him months later after he bought another house. He sped up the divorce pretty quickly by pulling out the military school papers that my mum had forged his signature on, and it wasn't just that. He also had evidence that she forged his signature on at least 1 credit card application and one other thing that I don't recall. That made my mum fear being arrested for fraud, and they went through court pretty fast because she agreed to most of his terms. Mum got the house though because dad didn't want it, but she also demanded alimony and child support because my sister unsurprisingly chose to stay living with her. The judge awarded my mum the child support and a minimum amount of alimony for a decade of monthly payments. The alimony just basically covered my sister's allowance anyway. Mum was pretty mad about that and threatened to take him back to court, but he held all those forged signatures over her head for years to make her back down. On the day I left to live in my dad's new house, my sister stuck her tongue out at me and smugly said, "Mummy told her that she was a princess and the more deserving sibling, and that she was the reason why I was leaving the house." I just shook my head and told her to think what she wants because I didn't care anymore. then walked out the front door, finally feeling as free as a bird. My relationship with my sister when she came to visit Dad's house once a week only got worse after that, until finally we stopped talking altogether for years. I didn't really care to visit my mum's house after I moved out, and she'd pretty much gutted my old room for a home office anyway. So this story requires a lot of background to be understood, so please bear with me. Recently, my mother-in-law passed away. My wife's sister Lucy, who's in her 40s, has a mental handicap where she has the mentality and maturity of about a 9-year-old. She's lived with her mother her entire life and was understandably devastated by the loss. Because of her handicap, Lucy receives a social security disability check every month from the government in the amount of about $800. She and my mother-in-law had been renting an apartment using both of their incomes. However, with the loss of my mother-in-law's income, Lucy could no longer afford the apartment on her own. My mother-in-law and Lucy have a small dog, a Chihuahua named Maria that they have had since it was born. Maria is now 12 years old and Lucy loves this little dog, and it really is the only thing she has left of her mother. My mother-in-law had taken care of Lucy for her whole life, to the point where Lucy never had to cook, clean, go grocery shopping, pay bills, make a budget, or do anything for herself. My mother-in-law's passing was not a surprise. She'd been sick for a while, so therefore, for the past year or so, Lucy had been receiving services from a state-sponsored program to help her learn life skills such as cooking and cleaning. This program also offers housing assistance, but it wasn't needed before this time. How the housing assistance works is that the GP buys or rents housing and then places clients in the house, charging the client significantly reduced rent, with the state welfare program making up the difference. After my mother-in-law's death, my wife became Lucy's power of attorney, allowing her to make financial and medical decisions for Lucy. My wife was able to get Lucy set up in GP housing at a cost to Lucy of $500 per month. This included all utilities, leaving Lucy $300 per month for internet, food, and anything else she needed. It's not ideal, but it's doable. However, she would be unable to keep the dog. The reason for this is the entitled mum who we'll call Karen, because of course. Also living in the same GP housing as Lucy is Dottie. She's a female in her 20s. Dottie is also handicapped and she's non-verbal and walks with a walker. However, she seems very sweet, unlike her mother Karen. Dottie requires 24/7 support from caregivers, and Lucy also has caregivers coming on weekdays during the day to help her out. Maria ended up staying with one of her caregivers, Sophie, until a situation could be arranged where she and Lucy could live together. Okay, that's enough background, let's get to the entitlement. When my wife met with the GP representative and Karen to discuss Lucy moving into the house, Karen told everyone that dogs were not allowed because the landlord forbid it. The landlord she was referring to was not the GP, but the owner of the house that the GP was renting from. My wife asked if she could discuss this with the landlord directly, and Karen said, "No, I'm representing the landlord, so you'll just have to trust me." And yet, it gets worse. Even though Lucy is technically renting from the GP, Karen insisted that my wife sign a sublease stating that we were renting from Karen. The representative from the GP said to go ahead and sign it and that it would be fine. My guess is that since Karen is paying the GP, the document would be unenforceable and the GP rep just didn't want to deal with fighting Karen. And so, my wife signed it. Karen also wanted Lucy to pay the $500 monthly to her and she would give it to the GP. My wife, however, stood her ground on that one. There was no way that we were trusting this person with Lucy's money, and after much arguing, Karen finally agreed to let us pay the rent directly to the GP. Then the discussion went back to the dog. My wife asked if there was any way that Maria could live with Lucy. Karen said, "Of course not. My husband is allergic to dogs." So my wife said, "So that means if your husband came to see Dottie, he'd have a problem, right?" Karen replied, "No, my husband never comes to the house, but I do all the time, and I can't be bringing dog dander back home." Later, when my wife and I were at the house to sign the sublease, Karen mentioned that she just had to leave to pick up her other daughter's dog. What? Karen also tried to get security cameras installed in the house. They would cover the living room, the kitchen, and the dining room, basically all of the common areas. Because Dottie was non-verbal and couldn't tell Karen what was happening with her, she wanted to be able to observe what was going on in the house at any time. Nobody was okay with this, not Lucy, not my wife, not the caregivers, and not the GP representative. Some of Dottie's caregivers told us that Karen had asked for this on multiple occasions and she didn't like being told no. So, Lucy moved in without the dog. Sophie would drive her over to her house nearly every day to spend time with Maria. Every time Karen came to the house when Lucy was there, she told Lucy that she should just forget about the dog because she is never going to have Maria with her again. Everything having to do with Karen was starting to look a little fishy. So using the public records search, I was able to determine that the owner of the house was an 80-year-old woman who inherited the house from her parents when they died. Using the same search, I was able to learn that Karen owned 3 different properties that she rented out. I kind of got the impression that Karen was somehow trying to get the house from the owner, but we never figured out what the dynamic was all about. After living there for 3 months, my wife received a letter from the owner of the house. It was an eviction notice. Apparently, the owner had decided to sell the house and Lucy had 30 days to move out. The letter also stated that Karen has decided not to renew the lease. My wife called Karen and as it turns out, Karen got a similar letter from the owner stating that Lucy had decided not to renew the lease. I couldn't help but laugh. It seems that whatever Karen was trying to pull over the owner got the last laugh. A few weeks later, Lucy moved into another GP house. This one was a bit more expensive, $600 per month, but it included internet which Lucy no longer has to pay for, so it's pretty much a wash. Also, another resident in the house has a dog, so after making sure that Maria and the other dog got along, Lucy has her dog back.
Yo, what is up guys? It is Bumfries, back with a little bit more entitled parents. This one is an absolute banger and I have a feeling you're gonna love this one. This will be one of at least 3 videos that I post in the next week, so make sure to keep an eye out for those. If you do want to see more, don't forget to smash the like button and I will give you 17,805 Bumfries points. Otherwise though, just sit back, relax, and get annoyed at some entitled parents. So I'll start with a little backstory. I work as a technician at a cinema. It's really fun and I enjoy every day, but I do meet my fair share of entitled parents. I've been kicked, yelled at, and thrown popcorn at on several occasions. As you all know, Frozen 2 is currently on the program. It attracts a lot of people and so it sets up in our biggest auditorium. This specific show was packed. That means a little over 400 people. The cast for this one is me and the entitled mother. In the first 15 minutes, I have to check that everything is going fine in the auditorium. For example, the temperature, sound, and so forth. I stand to the side and see a mother coming over to me with her kids and doing so rather loudly. She spoke really loudly during our entire conversation and said, "Excuse me, hello?" I ask her if everything's alright and she says, "My daughter needs to use the bathroom." I just say, "Okay, it's out the door and to the right." And she says, "No, you have to pause the movie." Kind of confused, I just say, "What? I can't pause the movie unless it's something very serious." And she says, "My daughter needs to go to the bathroom." And I just say, "Sorry, but I can't pause for that." She tells me that there was a line before the movie and that they don't want to miss any part of the movie. They paid a lot of money to see this movie and that I am required to do this. I tell her I'm sorry, but there is a packed auditorium and I can't just pause it for one person. She then tells me that she has 2 kids. And I just say, if you need to use the bathroom, you can do that during the movie. But I can't pause it while you do. If you'll excuse me, I have to go on to the next auditorium now. I turn and start to exit the auditorium and suddenly I feel something thrown at my head. Yeah, our biggest, I don't know what the exact word is and Google Translate says goblet, so popcorn goblet. This was a bad choice, lady. I got out of the auditorium and the manager called security and she was taken out of the cinema. She surprisingly didn't make much noise, but one of her kids spit on our security guy. We didn't press any charges because it was sort of minor and no one got hurt on our part. I did have a bump on my head the next day though. You know, I've read a lot of Entitled Parents stories. I was having a look at it before and this is the 62nd episode of Entitled Parents that I've done since the start of last year, I think. And let's be honest, we've come across some pretty messed up stories where some people have got seriously hurt and there's been some pretty serious consequences. But not once in these 62 episodes have I come across somebody who was so stupid as to ask somebody to pause a movie at a cinema. I truly am not sure how important you must think that you and your children are that every single person in that cinema should have to pause the movie. But if this person truly thought that that was an acceptable thing to do, well, they really need to look at themselves in the mirror. What did I tell you at the start of the episode? This one's going to be a banger, and 2.5 minutes in, you're already seeing it. So a while ago, my mum, aunt, cousin and I all went on vacation to Disney World. We live pretty dang north of Florida, so of course, we took a plane.
My mum and I both already knew that my aunt was kind of an ass, so we knew the next weekish was going to be at least a little headache inducing. We got off the plane, and as soon as we got to our hotel, my aunt started complaining. There wasn't enough room, the beds didn't feel good, we were too far of a walk from the entrance, anything and everything was an annoyance to her. We wanted to get out of the room, so we got in a convertible we rented, and my aunt was jumping to drive it, so we let her. At the theme park, we like to just chill out in the shops, and because we were already in shops, we would do some shopping. It started pretty tame. My mum and I broke off from my aunt and cousin to just get away from them for a while. But we noticed something very specific every time we found something we liked. If we said anything along the lines of, "Ooh, this looks cute," my aunt and cousin would be there in seconds and buy it for themselves. No hesitation, no second thoughts. We'd say it and they would buy it. And they had to have it first. We were kind of like about it at first, but it got pretty amusing over time. So we tried doing it with things that we didn't even like. Stupid gimmicky t-shirts, they'd buy them. Crappy plastic toys, they'd buy them. Normal ass jeans, they'd buy them. It did start getting a little difficult though. Some items we liked were just about to be sold out, so we had to be quiet about them if we liked them or not, so they wouldn't swoop in and take them before we could. The same thing happened with the rides too. All they did was cut us off to be on the rides first. There was a point where I was feeling super nauseous and all I wanted to do was go back to the hotel to cool off for a bit. But my cousin wanted to ride more roller coasters. My mum was gone doing something else, so my aunt told my cousin that I would go on rides with her. I told her that I was feeling too sick to ride anything else, but my cousin started fake crying. My aunt then started getting mad at me for not going on rides with her daughter, and I was getting angry that they wouldn't let me go back to the hotel. We argued about it for a bit, but I ended up getting on the rides with my cousin. We got off the ride, my cousin said that she didn't even enjoy the ride, and I ended up throwing up. My aunt got mad at me for throwing up. I told her that I didn't even want to ride it in the first place, and we ended up saying barely 2 words to each other for the rest of the day. A day or two after, we went to a store that was selling Lilo and Stitch merch. My mum and I saw a massive stuffed animal of Stitch. It was the last one we had, and we said something like, "Oh whoa, look at that Stitch, that's cool." Now guess who bought it? My aunt. We weren't upset that they got it, we weren't going to buy a massive stuffed animal anyway, and I don't even know where we could put it in our house. So, the day continued like normal. They lugged that massive thing around all day, scuffed it up from dragging it around the ground, and they almost lost it once. We went back to the hotel room and my aunt drove again. As every day passed, the same thing would happen. There's no point in going into the nitty gritty about it, as I think you guys get it. It was the last day of our vacation. My mum and I didn't get to drive the convertible once because my aunt was always bouncing off the walls to get in it first. We packed up our stuff and went to the airport to leave Florida. But before we could actually go home, my aunt realized that some of the clothes and the massive Stitch stuffed animal she brought were too big to fit in her suitcase, and too big to be carried on. So they had to leave them in Florida. My cousin was pretty upset that she couldn't bring it with her, and she cried and cried and cried. But I felt nothing but the meanest happiness. They spent all that time trying to be first, and it was always me. But it backfired because they couldn't even bring all the crap they brought back home with them. And honestly, that's all I heard about for nearly the entire plane ride home. Man, do you guys know just how much I love a story where everything goes bad for the entitled parents? Because this one is like the absolute epitome of an entitled parent having everything go wrong. Seriously, I can't imagine having to travel with somebody like this in the first place. Like, why did they ever think it was going to be a good idea? And why did they then decide that they were going to follow through with those plans to travel with them? I guess we'll never know. But hey, at least they got a little satisfaction at the end of the trip when all that happened was the entitled kid complaining and the entitled mum eating her own words. Honestly, to me, sounds like a win for everybody involved.
So my entitled aunt is a hoarder and a cheapskate, amongst other things. So she is constantly at my grandma's house to take care of her. It's obviously not because she doesn't want to have to pay her own heating and water bills in her 2 houses that she had to buy to accommodate all the stuff that she's hoarding. In other posts, I've mentioned that my grandmother has 14 kids. So I get buying a present for everyone is hard, but this was insane. The preface is my uncle giving out little magnet calendars every year that has everyone's birthday on it. There's about 80 people in my family because all of my cousins, so it's really hard to keep track of. This year, my entitled aunt printed out 13 pieces of paper that had this message on it, for the original 14. In an effort to revive snail mail, use uncle's calendar to send out birthday cards to any one of us in our generation. including their spouses, anytime in the month of their birthdays. Then let me know when you've done it, and I will set aside $5 to get Mum a Kroger/JC gift card in your name. Gotta love win-wins. I'm sure I'll be eating the food she buys anyway. Lol. Happy New Year. So her gift to the family is us buying her food. Thanks, Aunt Karen. You know, your lovely Aunt Karen sounds like a real piece of work. I mean, the fact that she was able to afford 2 houses just to store all of the stuff that she was hoarding, but she still feels the need to be a cheapskate and scrounge off everyone else in her family is pretty pathetic. Like for real, if you have one house and you're struggling for money a little bit and your family help out, you know what? I'm absolutely all for that. But when you've got 2 houses, you clearly have enough money to be able to support 2 entire homes. If you're then looking to other people for money, should you really have 2 houses? Probably not, right? You know what? Each Karen and each entitled parent to their own, because I will never ever understand what goes through their minds.
I work for a rental car company in the airport. As any rental company does, we have a number of requirements in order to rent a car. You have to be a certain age, pay with a credit card in your name, and put down a deposit. One of the requirements I think is pretty self-explanatory is that you need a valid driver's license. Anyway, the entitled mum walks up carrying a 2 or 3-year-old child and doesn't have a reservation. Not a big deal. I grab her some keys, get her a quote. She says everything sounds good. I ask for her license and start entering her information. Now, the license expired in March of 2018, which is like a year and a half ago. I told her that I needed her new license, and she said that that was the only one she had. I told her that because it was expired, I couldn't rent to her. She immediately got angry. She insisted that she was a safe driver. She said that she didn't know that she needed to renew her license. She asked if I would make an exception, and I told her that there was absolutely no way I could make an exception on not having a valid license. She then literally shrieked, "But I have a baby," and asked what I expected her to do. I told her that I'd recommend taking an Uber and renewing her license. She, still shouting, went, "You expect me to Uber with my baby?" And I just told her yes. She guaranteed me that some other rental company in the building would give her a car. I let her on her way and wished her the best of luck. I heard the same scream about her baby 6 additional times as she tried every additional counter in the building. You know, I seriously would have thought that it was common sense that you needed a license to be able to not only rent a car, but to then drive said car, but I guess common sense just doesn't apply to entitled parents. I think when we talk about some of the less smart people in society, this lady definitely falls into that category. Not only is she then going to be driving around unlicensed and uninsured, she's putting her baby at risk and herself at risk as well. I mean, seriously, how hard is it to just hire an Uber and jump online and pay for your new license? I mean, I don't know where this is based, but in Australia, it's like literally the easiest thing ever to just jump online and pay for a new license. I don't even know how to explain it. Oh well, as I always say, each entitled parent to their own. They're just never gonna learn. So this happened a few months ago during a party where some of my cousins came around. There is one cousin in particular who was 7 and was bratty and spoiled, and so was his mum. So I was just hanging around having some food, but decided to go upstairs and get my phone when I see my cousin was near my room with the entitled mum. I politely tell them that my room is off limits, but I have toys downstairs in the playroom. I go downstairs to have some food, and I don't think much about them until I notice the entitled mum and her child still haven't come down to have food, so I go upstairs to find them. To my surprise, the parent has let her child into my room and he's now playing on my 3DS. So I politely ask the entitled mum why they've come into my room after I said not to, and she says, "It's fine. It's not like he's going to break anything." But I still ask the son to put my 3DS back, and I ask them to leave my room. And the entitled mum just shouts back at me and says, "It's fine." I go downstairs to play soccer with my other cousins, but decided to go inside and have a quick shower. And what I saw in my room was horrifying. The entitled mum had let her child break my Lego. The entitled mum's child had gotten my Lego Star Destroyer, which I got for my birthday, and rammed it into a bunch of my Legos. For example, my Lego police truck was in pieces, and my Lego police station, which was destroyed along with the Star Destroyer. I was now really mad, as she had said that he wouldn't break anything and lied. So I ran downstairs and got my mum, who yelled at the entitled mum and her bratty child and told them to leave. The entitled mum was still yelling insults as she got into her car and drove away. My poor Legos that I spent ages on were destroyed. You know, I assume this person's a young child, and honestly as a young child, I can't think of anything that would be more heartbreaking than someone coming into your room and destroying your Legos that you worked so hard to put together. I mean, if there really was some kind of bright side, and there's not, but hey, if you want to try and look at something that's a little bit positive, at least you get to have the fun of putting them together again, right?
No, I take that back. There's literally no one that has ever said, hey, let's just destroy my Legos and I'll put them together again. I can't think of anything worse for a kid. This entitled mum should literally never be allowed to step foot back in this house again. Alright everyone, that is that for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for watching and I hope you enjoyed the video. I don't know what you guys think, but I thought this was a pretty good episode. We got quite a few stories in here. I think there were, 4 or 5, which is pretty good. It's better than the 2 or 3 that we sometimes get in, and I thought they were pretty good stories. Make sure to do me a favor. Don't forget to smash like on the video, and that will let me know if you guys like it. And please, engage with me in the comments. I'll try and respond to as many comments as I can, and I'll continue to do that while I've got a little bit more time off work, just so that you guys know that I am here. I do appreciate you guys, and I am still around for you guys. But for real, if I can get this video to 2,000 likes, I can promise you I will do a New Year's video tomorrow. First thing, you guys will absolutely love it, and I'm going to try and make it at least 20 minutes long. So 2,000 likes in the next 24 hours would be amazing. Otherwise though, real quick guys, I do just want to say a massive thank you to everyone who stuck around. A quick Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays and a Happy New Year. I didn't really get to chat with you guys over the Christmas period, so I'm sorry about that, but hey, here I am. Good opportunity to chat coming into the new year, and we're going to talk a little bit about what I want to achieve YouTube wise in the new year, probably in tomorrow's video. I won't get into that today, but most likely tomorrow or the next day I'll talk about that, so you guys know where we're at with video schedule and how often I think I can realistically upload. Otherwise though guys, I do want to wrap things up there. I don't want this to drag on forever. So again, I just want to say thank you so much for watching. I love each and every single one of you. You are literally all the best people in the world. So again, thanks for tuning in as often as you guys do. I will see you guys very shortly. And again, I hope you all have a safe and happy new year. And otherwise, I will see you guys in the next video. Bye.
Yo, what is up guys? It is Bumfries, back with another episode of Entitled Parents. Today's episode is gonna be a banger, and I know you're gonna love this one. I'm finally back after a good break. I'm feeling refreshed and ready to go again. So if we can hit 3,000 likes on this video, not only will we have a video tomorrow, but it'll be 20 minutes long. So once you've liked the video, sit back, relax, and get annoyed at some Entitled Parents. So this is a story about my sister-in-law's mother that happened just over a year ago. My sister-in-law brought this up during a family Zoom call, to which one of my nieces immediately asked for me to write it up here. It's taken a few days since the call to get it all typed out. I've ended up with a monster wall of text, but I've tried to cut a lot of it out too. The cast for this one will be myself, Alice, who is my sister-in-law, Helen, who is Alice's mother or our entitled mum, Ron, who is Alice's husband and my brother, and Fred and George, who are 2 of my older brothers. To set the scene, the wedding was set to happen on a farm run by my Aunt Rose. The farm is set up to be photo ready for weddings and events that people wish to have there. It comes with a hefty price tag for a rental, and for her gift to Ron and Alice, Aunt Rose donated the venue and the on-site lodge for all of the guests. Her children donated their time to clean and set the venue up, and her husband donated his cooking ability. Other family members provided the ingredients, and there wasn't a whole lot for the bride and groom to actually pay for. The wedding dress was made by Alice, her sisters, and 2 of our cousins. The most expensive thing that the pair purchased were the rings. Most people would be happy to spend so little for a wedding, but the mother of the bride was a problem from day one. She had to have her say in everything. It was just that no one listened. It wasn't her day, it was Alice's day. She got progressively more angry as the family went with Alice's choices and not her ideas. Alice got to design everything, including the wedding cake. Due to her own allergies, she didn't want coconut on the cake. Pretty straightforward request, right? She had plans for a beautiful naked cake decorated with berries and a very nature-based look. The family adored Alice, but it was very clear that without needing to say anything, we all turned out Helen and her terrible demands. Alice had ordered sunflowers and an array of orange and yellow roses and other flowers. They arrived before the rehearsal dinner, and we put it in the walk-in fridge to keep them looking good for the following day. Helen got very emotional when she saw the flowers that night. Fred said he had a bad feeling in his gut at the same time that Helen went off just before the rehearsal had started. He didn't get to stop her or catch her, but she'd gone into the kitchen and snapped the heads off of the sunflowers. Helen didn't want sunflowers in her daughter's wedding photos. To not stress out the bride or groom, Fred put a text out to the family that had supplied the flowers. He explained that he'd left the rehearsal about 6 minutes after Helen had and found the flowers had been beheaded. The family member agreed to replace all of them and come over extra early before the wedding with the needed flowers. She also requested that he save the sunflower heads and that they could do something with the beheaded ones on the dining table for the reception. Crisis 1 averted. However, while Fred was dealing with the sunflowers, I was dealing with another crisis altogether. Helen was standing off to the side of the event after finishing the meal, and she was on the phone, and like my brother, I found a feeling of wrongness in my gut, so I wanted to listen in. She was talking to her husband, Alice's stepfather, on the phone. She was saying what a great surprise this would be for Alice and how excited Alice would be to see her stepfather. I stepped into Helen's space and told her point blank that if that man showed up, he would be leaving with more holes than God intended. Helen scoffed at the threat until she saw the look in my eyes. She told her husband that she would call him back before hanging up. She told me that she could invite her husband. After all, it was thanks to him that Alice even met her future husband. She would be so thrilled to have him walk her down the aisle instead of Alice's own father. It was only right after all. Who wouldn't want someone who treated them so badly that they ran away and got rescued by a stranger at their wedding? I looked over my shoulder and made eye contact with George. He sensed the brewing trouble and responded in the only way that George ever responds with. He brought her a fruity sweet drink and asked if there was a problem. She drank down the drink as she told him of her woes and how I was so cruel to her. He patted her arm and took her off to the side, where he proceeded to keep her glass very full. I went and warned my uncle to shut the gate prior to the wedding, and when he found out what was going on, he insisted that he would keep one of his sons by the front gate just in case. The party was winding down as the bride and groom separated for the evening. George kept filling up the woman's glass, talking to her as if he was the most sympathetic person to her woes. The drunker Helen got, the more she spilled. She admitted about the sunflowers because they were such an ugly flower and her daughter didn't know better. However, around drink 4, she admitted that she'd fixed the stupid cake that she'd seen in the fridge. George acted like he hated the cake as well to get out what he could from her, as he found out this woman had wanted coconut cake, the thing that her daughter was allergic to. Badly allergic to. Turns out, she had bought a few tubs of coconut frosting from the store and spread it all over the base cake layer. It was around 3 AM when this revelation came out. George kept piling her with drinks as he led her towards the room that she was staying in. He told the family via text to check the cake out immediately. Once he got her into bed, with the plan to just let her sleep through the morning wedding, she blabbed about how bad the food all looked and how she made it all better. Then she passed out without further explanation. All of the food was being inspected by the family as Aunt Rose, her husband and kids set to work with the siblings to fix everything. The cake needed to be remade as the poorly spreaded coconut frosting had completely ruined the cake. Family members were woken up while the bride, groom and wedding party were left alone to sleep. George said he would keep an eye on Helen and fix things with her husband. He was going to send the man somewhere completely different from the wedding venue. The family came together with 12 cars leaving the ranch to go home for various replacements. There was a berry hunt at 4 in the morning, new fish, new bread being made, a new order of steaks being tenderized and marinated, along with a dozen other things. One of my cousins was digging up new sweet potatoes while his wife and son gathered fresh eggs. Cars came and went all night. I told Alice her mother was sleeping off a hangover while she was getting dressed for the day, and she accepted it rather quickly. After all, she'd been told by some of her family that she had to invite her, not that she wanted to. As she tugged her stockings up, she told me that she couldn't believe that her wedding was here. She was getting to marry her Prince Charming in Ron, and she was trying not to cry before getting her makeup done. Helen misses the wedding despite her sister and her other daughter trying to wake her up for it. I'm glad to say that Alice was in the dark about what happened on her wedding day until she came back from her honeymoon. And guess who told her what Helen had done? Why? It was Helen herself. Helen screamed at her daughter the first day they returned from the honeymoon and told her how disappointed she was with the wedding that she slept through. She wanted Alice to dress in her wedding dress and take photos with her mother and her stepfather. Ron put a stop to that real fast. No way was her stepfather ever coming near her again. Helen was blocked, and Alice tried to figure out what had happened at the event in those wee morning hours. We told her, with everyone coming forward with what they'd done, while the couple slept and rested for their wedding day. Alice thanked us all, and Ron told everyone at the next family get-together that she couldn't understand how we'd all been so calm about it. Aunt Rose told her that in a crisis, you can't lose focus. Make a plan, follow through, and things will work out alright. Alice took that advice to heart. She's a wedding planner now, and she is a stonewall for brides against their mothers or any influence beside the husband. It is their day, and that's it. Everyone else can shut up and listen to the bride and groom. Reading through this story made my stress levels rise more than they should have. The amount of rubbish that this entitled mum put her own daughter through is absolutely astounding. I've read some pretty crappy stories when it comes to weddings and mothers and other people trying to sabotage them, but this one is probably the worst. If I was Alice, I'd be cutting my entitled mum out of my life for good, and I would make sure that she never sees me again. If she wants to try and hijack her own daughter's wedding day, well, as far as I'm concerned, she doesn't deserve to have anything to do with her. On the bright side at least, it sounds like Alice has some really great family members outside of her mum, and more than anything, I'm just glad that things worked out well in the end. This happened back in 2006, so some of the details are a little fuzzy, and I'm dyslexic, so I apologise if there are any spelling errors. For some background, my aunt tends to go through cars like you wouldn't believe, and at this point had just ruined her 30th car. Yes, that's 30. My grandmother, being her mother, had offered to give her my late grandfather's car since my grandmother no longer needed 2 cars. But that wasn't good enough for my aunt. She had her eye on an overpriced 7-year-old red SUV with a ridiculous amount of miles, and because of her financial situation, she needed someone to co-sign to get a loan for the car. My grandmother, who had lost her husband not even 2 years prior, had no interest in signing for a new car that would probably die before it was paid off. So, at Sunday dinner one week, my aunt asked my father, being her younger brother, if he would co-sign for her car loan. My father basically told her, "No way in heck. If I co-sign for a car for anyone, it would be for my 16-year-old daughter, not you." And then he told her to take Dad's old car. This triggered a major fight between my father and his sister, which ended in my aunt screaming, "If you won't co-sign for my car loan, I'll call Child Protective Services because your daughter is sleeping on a mattress on the floor." Now, my bed frame had broken not even a week before, so I was sleeping on a box spring and mattress on the floor until we could get me a new bed frame. This is important. None of us thought anything about this threat since my aunt had a habit of making empty threats when she didn't get her way, at least until a few days later. So a few days later, I got a call down to the guidance office in the middle of a chemistry test for an urgent matter. When I got to the office, I was led into a small room with a school social worker and another woman. The other woman then asked me, "Hello, I have a few questions about your living arrangements." She asked me questions like, what's your home life like? How do your parents treat you? Are you happy at home? Do you have your own room? Etc. It wasn't until she asked, how do you sleep at night? Did I start to mentally piece things together. And I asked her, what is this about? The woman hesitated, but eventually told me, we received an anonymous tip that your father is forcing you to sleep on the floor. We want to know what that's about. And that is when everything clicked, and I was livid. So I told the woman, I'm not being forced to sleep on the floor. My bed frame broke about a week ago, so I'm currently sleeping on a box spring and mattress until my new bed gets delivered. I'll bet you any amount of money that my aunt was the person who made that anonymous tip because my father refused to co-sign for her to get a new car. The woman from CPS looked stunned and turned towards the school social worker and asked if they had a way of reaching my father to confirm things. Since the number they had was outdated, I took my dinky little Nokia prepaid cell phone out of my bag and gave them my father's work cell phone number. Unfortunately, I have no idea what was said during that conversation since I was sent out of the room during the call, but it's safe to assume that my father confirmed what I had said. Once they got off the phone with my father, the woman came out and the woman from CPS apologized to me, and I told her that I understand and she was just doing her job and went back to class. My aunt admitted to making the call to CPS and my grandmother was furious. She made sure that my aunt didn't end up getting that red SUV she wanted, and she was forced to take my late grandfather's 1998 Chevy Cavalier. Unfortunately, my aunt didn't get any legal trouble for the false CPS report due to it being an anonymous tip, but my father gave her a harsh warning about what would happen to her if she pulled another stunt like that again. My aunt is still super entitled and has sadly only gotten worse. I swear the theme of today's episode is people screwing over their own family members for some of the pettiest reasons I have ever heard. I'm sorry, but if you've been through 30 cars in your lifetime, regardless of how long that might be, there is absolutely no way that you would ever get me to co-sign on another car ever again. To be fair, the aunt doesn't sound like a fantastic person anyway, so more than anything, I'm disappointed that she still ended up with a free car when that car could have gone towards the 16-year-old OP. Okay, buckle up, cause this is a doozy. I work for a pet/house sitting company and had a new client on my schedule for 3 visits a day for 2 weeks to take care of a dog. When I go into the house, I go in and I see a kid. I thought they must have been running late leaving and didn't let us know. So I said hi to the kid and said it's okay, don't be scared, then called out for the parents. The kid says they're gone. And I ask, what do you mean? The kid said I needed to hurry up and make her breakfast and take her to school. I asked again, what do you mean? Where are your parents? She said they're gone on their trip and again told me to hurry up because she's hungry. I asked her how old she is and she said 7. I asked if they'd left her here alone and she said yeah. Her mum told her that we'd be by in the morning to make her breakfast and take her to school. In the afternoon to pick her up from school and make her a snack, and at night again to make her supper. I asked her where Macy the dog was, which turned out to be a made-up name. She said they don't have a dog. I said when the owner came for the client meeting and to get the house keys, she met a dog. And the kid said that her mum borrowed the neighbor's dog. OMG. I called the company owner and told her what was going on, and of course, she was flabbergasted and came over immediately. She tried to get a hold of these kids' parents, but they weren't answering their phone, so she called CPS and explained everything when they got there. CPS took the kid, the parents' info, and left. The next day, the kid's mum called the owner and left a rambling message screaming about how could we turn her kid into CPS and how we broke the contract, so they were going to sue her for that and also the cost of their ruined vacation. The owner called them back and told them that our agreement was to take care of a dog, not a kid, and that was illegal anyway. And also, borrowing a dog for her to meet for the client meeting was a deliberate misrepresentation, so good luck with a lawsuit. She hasn't heard from them since. I guess our pet sitting service was cheaper than hiring someone to watch the child properly. We still can't understand how this woman thought this would actually work. Sometimes you have to wonder what goes through these entitled parents' heads, like, what OP said just rings so true. I don't know how they possibly thought they could get away with something like this. Like, did they just think that the dog sitting service would rock up to the house and think, this is a completely normal situation, I'll just look after this kid despite the fact that I'm getting paid to look after a dog 3 times a day. Honestly, if nothing else, this mother probably should have CPS step in and take a little bit more action. Alright everyone, that is that for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for watching and I hope you enjoyed the video. If you did enjoy the video, don't forget to smash that like button down below. If you're new here, don't forget to subscribe as well, and I'll try and respond to as many comments as I possibly can. Thank you so much to everyone for sticking around. I've been super busy lately and I just really needed the break. I'm feeling pretty refreshed and ready to go again. For everyone that's asking where I've been, I am okay, it's just work's been pretty overwhelming and I've needed that break. I mean it when I say I appreciate and love each and every single one of you, and I cannot thank all of you enough for caring enough just to ask how I am. It means so much to me. If there's anything I can do to give a little bit back to you guys, please let me know in the comments below and I'll do my best. But I am going to wrap things up there for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to say again, thank you so much for watching. I hope you're all having a fantastic day, and hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow for another episode of Entitled Parents. Bye. Yo, what is up guys? It is Bumfries, back with another episode of Entitled Parents. Today's episode is gonna be a banger, and I know you're gonna love this one. This is one of many daily videos to come, and I know it might be extreme, but let's try and hit 4 likes on this video. I know it's a lot, but I think we can do it. If you're new, make sure to subscribe, and once you've liked the video, all you need to do is sit back, relax, and get annoyed at some entitled parents. So, I work at a supermarket, and one of our regular customers is a woman who comes in with her 2 kids and buys an absolutely obscene amount of cereal whenever it's on sale. Now, when I say an obscene amount, I don't mean 10 or 20 boxes at a time. No, she's not here for Mathwell problem level amounts of cereal. She comes in and buys anywhere from 50 to 300 boxes at a time. Her and her kids usually come to the back room door with 3 shopping carts and ask for 19 to 15 cases of cereal depending on how much we have left in stock. She's gotten denied service a few times, like the time she tried to buy an entire pallet of cereal, 5 boxes per transaction, the day before Thanksgiving. Management cut her off after 18 transactions, 90 boxes, because her order was holding up the lines for 3 of our 7 operational registers, with 3 of our registers being broken at the time. The stock department manager absolutely despises this and has told the woman on multiple occasions that if she's going to purchase more than 3 cases of cereal, she has to call a few days before she comes in so that he can order extra cereal. but she always claims that she won't know what she'll need until she comes in and refuses to. This happened to me on a Sunday when I was the only person working in my department. I had just finished emptying the baller when Cereal Lady poked her head into the storeroom and said, "Hey, could you get me some cereal?" I scanned our sale pallets and she said, "It's on the second level of the scaffolding." The scaffolding she was talking about is the same kind of scaffolding you would see at a wholesale club like Costco, Sam's Club, or BJ's Wholesale. So I told her, "Unfortunately, I can't get that down for you. I'm not authorized to use the equipment that's needed to get that down." She then asked, "Is there anyone on who can get it down for me?" And I responded, "Unfortunately, I'm the only one on at the moment. The full-timer who normally works alongside me on a Sundays has the day off." She sighed and asked, "Could you do it for me just this one time?" And I responded with, "No, I'm not authorized to use the machine needed to get that down." And she says, "Seriously? You can't just do it this one time?" So I told her, "No, I can't do it this one time. I'm not allowed to use the machinery, nor do I know how to use it. If I get caught using that equipment, I won't only lose my job, but I could potentially face legal trouble and steep fines should I damage something or injure myself." She huffed at me and goes, "Fine, I'll just get the front end manager. He'll do it for me." A few minutes later, the front end manager walked into the storeroom with the woman in tow and says, "Hey OP, are you authorized to use the power lift?" To which I responded, "Nope." So he asked, "Is your full-time co-worker here yet?" And I replied, "He's off today and my brother already left for the day. My brother works in the same department as me and is authorized to use the power pallet jacks." The front-end manager turns to the cereal lady and says, "I'm sorry, but that product is unavailable today. There's no one who can get that down." The cereal lady then shrieked and said, "You're a manager and you can't even get that down for me?" And the front-end manager responded with, "I wasn't trained on that equipment because this isn't my department, and therefore I'm not allowed to operate it. You're gonna have to come back tomorrow if you want the cereal." The cereal lady then stormed back to the cereal aisle without another word, and my department manager has since started storing the cereal pallets on the same side as the storage room door so she can't poke her head in and demand 15 cases of cereal without calling a few days in advance. You know, for the life of me, I really cannot think of a good solid reason why this lady would be buying upwards of 300 boxes of cereal at a time. I mean, it's fair enough if you see a good sale and you're like, I wouldn't mind buying a couple of boxes just so I've got them hanging around for a little while, but to buy potentially 300 boxes at a time, there has to be something more sinister going on. But I mean, hey, each to their own. If you want to buy 300 boxes of cereal at a time, that's fine. But don't try and force people to do things that they're not physically capable of doing for your own selfish reasons. This happened years ago when my son was a toddler at a trampoline park. My son was in the toddler playing area in the foam pit, which is only for ages 3 and under. I was sitting on the edge watching him, and he was the only kid in the pit at the time. Suddenly, this 6-year-old girl approaches us and starts to jump in the foam pit. I pointed out that my son was playing where she was trying to jump and asked her to jump somewhere else. It's a huge space and she had plenty of options. She says no and jumps right on top of my son. Her feet landed on his head and he starts screaming. So I jump in to grab him and pull him out. I took him to a bench and I'm checking him for damage and trying to calm him down. The girl and her mum approached and I'm thinking that she's going to check to see if my son is okay. Well, I was wrong. She starts ripping into me, saying how dare I frighten her daughter. I say to her, "Excuse me? What?" She said that her daughter is upset because I scared her when I jumped in to attend to my crying child. Just note that I didn't say anything to her daughter. I didn't touch her at all. I just jumped in, grabbed my son, and left. I was too worried about him to bother with her at all. I told her, "You have got to be kidding me. Your daughter jumped on my toddler's head and you want an apology from me?" She said, "She's a kid. She wasn't paying attention. It was an accident, but you hurt her feelings and you need to apologize." I told her, "No, the heck it wasn't. I asked her not to jump on him and she told me no one jumped on him before I could stop her. And you can see that my son is hurt and hysterical. And you think now is a good time to stomp over here and demand an apology? I need to attend to my toddler. I don't give a damn about your daughter's feelings. F off." She went to get an employee and he comes over and asks my side of the story. I told him what happened and he can see that my son has a huge footprint forming on his head. He goes back to her and tells her, "Ma'am, you need to leave as you're violating the rules." It clearly stated on the phone pit that it is only for kids under 3. It also states in our form that you had to sign that children need to be supervised by their parent in the kids area. You clearly were not paying attention to your child. So she finally takes her daughter and leaves. The level of entitlement that someone has to show for their kid to have to injure somebody else's child and then demand that the parent of the injured child apologizes to them is unbelievable. I mean, even her child's attitude in the first place, getting asked to jump somewhere else and just saying no, and then proceeding to jump on a toddler's head, that is a level of entitlement that is learned from the parent. How does that saying go? Like mother, like daughter? Seems like it fits perfectly into this story. So I, a 32-year-old female, have recently begun communicating with my biological father after 14 years of no contact. I have spent years in therapy working on developing healthy boundaries and fiercely protecting them. My biological father's father recently passed and he reached out to me via Messenger as he doesn't have my phone number. We started speaking, but I was clear from the start that my sister wanted no contact or to be spoken about. I made it clear that my mum, sister, and dad, technically stepdad, but he raised me and I love him dearly, were off limits. I was also clear that I wasn't looking for him to be my dad and that if he was interested in it, I was open to being adult acquaintances or possibly friends. Fast forward and my sister is pregnant. I didn't tell him as again, it was off limits. That side of the family is very toxic and no one talks directly with one another, but instead, there's this weird telephone game where they all talk about each other. My brother-in-law finally told my grandmother and the telephone chain began. So one night, my phone starts blowing up at 10 PM. He starts going on about my mum being crazy and that he didn't abandon us, that the annulment that he got was only so he could marry his second wife. Keep in mind, he's now on number 4. The final text was, "What is your sister's new baby's name?" I didn't respond and just let the messages roll in and didn't knee-jerk respond as he was hoping. That is his way he flips out and dumps on people emotionally about his victimhood so you give in. Mind you, he cheated on my mother, physically disciplined all of us, verbally and mentally abused us with mind games and withholding love, or screaming until he got his way was my entire childhood. He also didn't pay his support most months, and if my mum asked, he'd demand a visit and not be kind towards us. We'd come back so upset that it took weeks to calm us down. So, I sat there for a while thinking about what my response would be and decided to call my sister to let her know that he was now aware of her pregnancy and his request. Her and I both agreed that it wasn't any of his business. So I responded and told him that everything he said was a lot to unpack and that I would respond at some point, but not at 10 PM on a Sunday night as I was getting ready for work. I then advised him that my relationship with my sister is held separate from him and would not be telling him the baby names. He went radio silent and I have not heard from him since, and I know that he saw the messages. I am about 90% certain that we are back to no contact as a form of punishment for me. Basically, I wouldn't let him violate my boundaries and he decided that if he couldn't get away with that, then I wasn't worth the effort to speak with. I haven't lost anything in my eyes as his absence brings peace. I see now that trying to end a toxic cycle with someone who is still hell-bent on remaining there isn't ready to have a mature relationship. I can't say that there's a lot of entitled parent stories that result in a good ending, but as far as endings go, this one is pretty reasonable. It almost seems like there's no love lost between the parties and that the OP is better off without her dad. She seems to have come to peace with the fact that the dad left early on in their lives, and despite the hardship that would have come with that, seems to be in a good place now. While this story itself is about an entitled dad, I definitely think there's a little bit more to it, and I'm glad to hear that the absence of her biological father brings the OP peace. This happened a while back and I'm on my phone, so this story won't be long. When I was a little kid, about 4 or 5 years old, my biological father wanted to try and take several loans out in my name to buy himself a house in his name only. He reasoned that no one would take care of the house better than himself, so as the main caretaker, his name should only be on it. But he expected my mother, and eventually me, to maintain the whole thing. Mowing, fixing the roof, chores around the place, etc. Obviously, my mum said no to this and found ways to keep him from committing fraud under my name. Unfortunately though, He took out several loans in my mother's name for a death metal band that went nowhere, and now my mother is thousands of dollars in debt thanks to him. Move forward about 13 to 14 years later when I'm graduating high school, I catch my biological father talking to his friend on the phone in the kitchen. He's talking about how he's planning to take out a loan in my name to pay for a house in just his name again. I interrupted his call saying something along the lines of, "No, you are not. Take a loan out in your own name." My biological father hangs up with his friend, turns to me, and then tries to paint the conversation like he would be doing the family a favor by taking money out in my name. Then acted like I was stupid and called me as such for not seeing things as plain and easy as him. He then goes on to tell me that I was the only person in the house with good credit and I would be selfish if I didn't help him out. I told him that he is not ruining my credit like he did with Mum's. This annoyed him and he yelled about 5 inches from my face, "I wish you were never born." It hurt hearing this, but I don't regret what I said or my choice of giving him nothing. It just really sucks growing up with a parent that thinks they are entitled money from you. So just to get this straight, on not one occasion, but 2 occasions, this person's entitled dad decided that they were going to try and take a loan out in their name, essentially stealing either money or trying to steal a house from their own child. I mean, for me, that is just something that I cannot fathom. What kind of parent does that to anyone, let alone their own child? Seriously, what a role model this entitled dad must be. Alright everyone, that is that for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for watching and I hope you enjoyed the video. If you did enjoy, don't forget to smash the like button down below. It really helps me out and helps with the algorithm so that more people can see these videos. Super quick outro today, but you did hear correctly, there will be daily videos coming from today, so you've absolutely got something to look forward to every single day. Tomorrow's episode is going to be choosing beggars, so make sure to keep an eye out for that. That's going to be it for today's video though guys. You will see 2 videos on your screen right now, one of which I would highly suggest you click on if you want to cure a bit of boredom. Anyway, thank you all again for watching. I hope you're having a fantastic day and I'll see you guys tomorrow for that brand new episode of Choosing Beggars. Bye. Yo, what is up guys? It is Bumfries, back with another episode of Entitled Parents. Today's episode is gonna be a banger and I know you're gonna love this one. I've got something special in store for you guys today, so if we can hit 5,000 likes on this video in the next 24 hours, I will make a video every single day for the next week. Once you've liked the video, all you've got to do is sit back, relax, and get annoyed at some entitled parents. I'm a 19-year-old female and I'm my parents' second child. I have 3 brothers, they're 21, 13, and 7, and I have a sister who is 16 years old. We grew up poor, and our parents were often dependent on financial help from relatives and friends for raising us. This is because even though my dad had a mediocre job and my mum doesn't work, they just kept on popping out one kid after another. My parents are very religious and believe that children are a gift from God. Personally, I think that's total BS. My parents' reproductive choices wouldn't bother me if it hadn't caused mine and my siblings' lives to turn to crap. While growing up, we never had new clothes or toys. We had to accept handouts from family members who were better off. We never went out and did anything fun, and to top it off, we were well aware that the rest of the family looked down on us for constantly asking for handouts. Now, my brother and I have managed to get into good colleges and are looking forward to a future that would be better than our parents' lives. He and I were staying at our parents' place for a while due to the lockdown. One morning, my parents called all 5 of us into the living room. Mum said that she had great news. The smile that was forming on my face died a quick death when she said, "We're pregnant." I lost my temper. I asked them how they could be so stupid and irresponsible. Do they not have enough financial troubles already that they have to bring in another mouth to feed? My older brother tried to calm me down, but I was livid. After a lifetime of scarcity because my parents' stupidity, they still hadn't learned their lesson. I asked them how they planned to provide for the kid, and my dad told me that I would have to give up the money that our great uncle had left for me. He had left all 5 of us some money which only we could access when we turned 18, and I said to him, hell no. That money would help me pay for my college expenses. He called me selfish for not being there for the family, and I told them that if they couldn't provide for the kid, then they shouldn't have it. My mum started crying and called me a heartless monster. Dad told me that he was disgusted with me, and I told them that there was no way I was going to pay for their stupidity. What I was really worried about was my siblings' lives getting even worse. My older brother and I have escaped our parents' clutches, but the others, especially my younger sister, will be expected to help take care of this baby. No teenager deserves to have their adolescence ruined by diapers and a screaming baby. I know what it's like, as I had to go through all of that. It was expected of me to be an unpaid nanny to my youngest brother and sister. My older brother could go out with his friends and have fun, but I had to stay home and help give baths and feed the toddlers. I decided to get some family members involved so they could talk some sense into my parents. So I called my mum's maternal cousin. She's one of my favourite people, and when I told her that my mum and dad were having another kid, she reacted with, "What? Again?" I told her everything and how my parents expected me to hand over my inheritance. She said she was going to speak to my parents and told me not to sign over anything. I promised her I wouldn't, but of course I wouldn't have done so anyway. I also called two of my first cousins, one of whom is an accountant, so she could explain to my parents how much of a financial liability this baby is going to be and try to convince them to give it up for adoption. I moved out of my parents' home a few days ago, as I was only staying there till the lockdown was relaxed, but I just can't bear to listen to my mum's nagging about how this baby is a blessing and that I wanted it gone. I've moved into a friend's basement for a minimal rent. My mum's cousin paid them a visit about a week ago and tried to tell them that they weren't doing this child any favors by bringing it into a life of poverty. My mum was very rude to my aunt and told her that a woman who chooses to remain barren will never understand a mother's love. My aunt never wanted children, nor did she have any, which is one of the reasons why she's my favorite. My dad told her to get out. My aunt told me that there was nothing that she could do, but she did try. I didn't blame her. The cousin tried to explain the economic impact that this kid would have, and my mum cried about how everyone was trying to take away her baby. The intervention didn't do a thing, so now I've decided to cut contact with my parents. I just can't watch my family slide further and further into a hellhole. I'll be maintaining contact with my sister, the 16-year-old, just to make sure my parents can't brainwash her. My oldest brother is going to stay in touch with all of them, which is a good thing, as he can act as a link between me and the other siblings if my parents ever forbid them from talking to me. Otherwise, I'm done with these people. You know, a story like this it's kind of a really tricky one, right? Because I guess at the end of the day, they are entitled to have a child if they want to have a child. The problem is there are so many people that bring children into this world when they simply cannot afford them. And not that it's always going to be the case, but a lot of the time those children don't have the best upbringing. Like I said, that's not always the case. But in a case like this, where they're saying that they literally have to take their daughter's inheritance money, just goes to show that they can't afford to have the child in the first place, and really shouldn't actively be trying to have children. For me personally, I'm not going to judge on this one, but what I will be judgmental about is them trying to take their daughter's money away to have a child that they can't afford to have. So, a few years ago, a bunch of my friends and I went to see Anastasia on Broadway. It was amazing and a ton of fun, but also led to this encounter. During intermission, a bunch of us went to get in line for the bathrooms. One of my friends, who we'll call M, had osteosarcoma in her leg when she was younger, and as a result, has a metal rod instead of her bone and walks with a noticeable limp. There was a line for disabled people and families, and Em and her mum got in line. A few people behind them, an older lady was pushing like a full body wheelchair. I don't know the technical name of it, sorry, but she was with what I'm assuming is her severely disabled daughter. She was in the process of yelling at everyone in front of her because her daughter deserved to be at the front of the line. Em's mum is not the kind to be pushed around, and she told the woman that Em was disabled too and that she could wait her turn. The woman went ballistic and yelled, "Your daughter is not disabled. Stop effing lying." This went on for a bit, where the woman would yell at Em for not being disabled, and Em's mum would stand her ground and tell the woman that she was not moving and that her and her daughter could wait just like everybody else. Eventually they came out of the bathroom and Em was in tears at that point. Em is one of the sweetest people I know, and there is no way that she deserved to be yelled at for not being disabled when she doesn't even have a bone in one of her legs because they removed it because of cancer. As sad as this is gonna sound, these kind of stories bring me back to the good old days of entitled parent stories. Like yeah, obviously the premise of this story is pretty messed up, but this entitled parent is one of those OG true entitled parents who genuinely just for no reason whatsoever think that they and their children are entitled to everything that the world has to offer. This type of entitled parent I genuinely think would be better off just staying inside where they can never come into contact with anyone, because all they're gonna do is hurt people's feelings and show the world just how entitled they really are. A little over 2 years ago, I won a raffle at my job for an all expenses paid family vacation. It wasn't some super fancy prize to Disneyland or anything crazy like that. It was just a nice 3-day stay at this little beach house in place. It was for 4 people, and I asked around and found out that the package deal cost just under $400. Pricey for me, but not so much for the older, more experienced co-workers that I have. I of course asked my boyfriend at the time to go, but he couldn't take the time off school. I'd wanted to take my single friends and make it a girls trip type deal, but they either couldn't because of work or other IRL responsibilities at the time, which I was sad about but understood. Since that plan was a bust, I decided to see if my sister and her 2 little kids wanted to come. I figured they'd enjoy it, and so would my sister. And after all, I didn't want to waste the tickets. Well, I went down to visit my family that weekend, intent on asking my sister if they'd want to come, but the longer I was there, the more I hated the idea. By the time I was packing up to go home, I knew that I wasn't inviting them. I love my niece and nephew, but they were super bratty back then. They're doing much better these days, but it was because my sister never disciplined them. Ever. I love them, but she lets them get into everything and never watches them unless someone, being either me or our mum, yells at her to get off her butt and watch them. Visiting is always a chore because I end up watching them to give my mum a break. It is pathetic, and every time I visit, my sis dumped them on me the entire time. Just like usual, and by that point, I knew if they came, it would turn into me babysitting them while she had a vacation. So I didn't mention the trip and just said goodbye before leaving. The next day, I called my good friend Megan because she has 2 kids who are older than my sister's kids and very well behaved. And she's a single working mum who I figured could use the vacay. I asked her if she'd be free for XYZ days and she was like, yeah. So I offered to invite her along with me on this vacation if she would pay for the gas to get us all to and from there, while I would pay for the food for us to and from there, and she happily agreed. We went and had a blast. I got a pretty good tan, we ate lots of buffet food, swam at the beach, and did fun family kid-friendly activities all weekend before coming back. Her kids are super sweet, and it didn't feel like I was babysitting at all, even when I was helping Megan with the kids. After I got home, I posted some pictures that I took. Nothing in your face, just a couple cute ones of me and us on the beach. And before lunch even rolled around on my first day back at work, my sister was blowing up my phone. I knew that ignoring her calls would just prolong the inevitable, so I answered. I barely got past my hey before she was asking me how the hell I could afford a vacation. I told her that it was a raffle prize and she asked who won, me or my friend. And so I told her me, as I don't enjoy lying because it stresses me out. She proceeded to flip her crap, demanding to know why I hadn't invited her. I was honest and said it was because I didn't want to end up babysitting her kids for my entire vacation. She got mad and called me an a-hole, then said that I knew that she needed a vacation, then hung up on me before I could reply. I just sighed and continued working. Later on, while I was leaving work, our mum called me asking why I'd promised my niece and nephew that I'd take them on a vacation. I said that I'd never even told them that I would, and I hadn't even spoken to them since the last time I visited. It turns out my sister had told them that we were all supposed to go on a beach vacation together, but I ruined it, and now they didn't get to go. So my niece and nephew sobbed all day, and it took our mum ages to get them to stop crying long enough to explain what was wrong. I told my mum my side of the story, and she said that I was mean to not invite my sister, but she dropped it after I said that I told her that I didn't invite them because I didn't feel like babysitting my whole vacation. Mum also tore into my sister for lying to her and also hurting her kids' feelings like that, getting their hopes up about a vacation, then dashing them by saying that I ruined it and they couldn't go. I wasn't there, but Mum said that my sister threw a huge fit and basically trash talked me all afternoon. The only thing I really felt bad about was my sister getting my niece and nephew's hopes up the way she did. That's the exact reason that I never said anything to them. But to cheer them up, I took them the next weekend to a kids' play place. They're always on their best behavior with me because they know that I don't play like their mum, and I will turn my car around and take them home if they're bratty when they're with me. So they got to eat pizza, play games, climb this huge indoor jungle gym thing, and even ride a couple of kiddie rides. I also sat down with them while they ate and explained that the trip I went on was for me and my friend, and they wouldn't have liked it because it got so hot and sweaty. They handled it very well with no tears or anything. You know, thinking about this story, it's kind of sad that this is how you have to feel about your own sister. Like, don't get me wrong, I fully understand that not every sibling gets along, and that's fine. But the fact that the sister's attitude directly impacts the relationship that the OP is able to have with her sister's kids, and therefore the kid's ability to have an aunt that they can rely in and go and see whenever they want, is what makes a story like this really sad. OP really does sound like she cares for her sister's kids, and I just hope that some of that influence from the OP can rub off on the kids, because if not, they may just grow up as entitled as their mother. So this one happened a couple of days ago, and I just got my friend's consent to post this story. My friend has a small YouTube channel, and she posts vlogs and videos where she talks about her life and all kinds of stuff. One of the videos was tips for dealing with mental health problems and anxiety. It had a very clear title and wasn't misleading or advertised for children. Yet, the most ridiculous thing happened. A distant relative of hers gave her a call, i.e. the entitled mum, and told her that her kid watched the video and she didn't want him watching it because it's disturbing content, so my friend should stop posting these kinds of things and not include content of this kind. It was more like she demanded that she stop posting videos like this because she didn't want her kid to watch it, instead of just not letting her kid, who is 13 by the way, watch YouTube unattended if she's so worried. My friend just told her that she is not responsible to what her kid is watching and it's her job to watch over him, so she's going to continue to upload these videos, which can actually help some people. My friend and I are still shocked that she even called and asked her to do that. Bro, imagine not wanting to parent your kid, so instead of doing that, you go to a YouTuber who is a distant relative of yours and telling them to stop making their own type of videos because they don't want their son watching them. Like, not only do you have to be an awfully entitled parent, you just have to be a genuinely awful parent to be like this in the first place. Good on this person for sticking their ground against the entitled parent, but honestly, I don't see this or anything else being able to change an entitled parent that's this far gone. Alright everyone, that is that for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for watching and I hope you enjoyed the video. If you did enjoy the video as much as I enjoyed making it, don't forget to smash that like button, and just a reminder that if we hit 5,000 likes in the next 24 hours, I'll be uploading a video every day this week. I'm gonna keep this outro nice and short. I do just want to say though, if you are new around here, don't forget to smash that subscribe button. I love each and every single one of you, and I'll be doing something very special for you guys very soon. What you are going to see on your screen right now are two of my awesome videos, one of which I would highly suggest you click on and go down that rabbit hole of entitled parents. Otherwise though, I just want to say again, thank you so much for watching. I hope you're all having a fantastic day, and I hope to see you guys tomorrow for another episode of Entitled Parents. Bye.
Yo, what's up guys? It is Bumfries, back with episode 28 of our Reddit series. This one's going to be some more entitled parents, and I know you're going to love this one. I've tried my best to weed out the fake ones yet again, so I hope that makes the video a little bit more enjoyable. Otherwise, we're around that 40,000 subscriber mark. Let's aim for 42,000 in the next couple of days. So if you haven't already, don't forget to smash that subscribe button. Now sit back, relax, and laugh at some entitled parents. So I'm a college student in the upper Midwest, and as you all probably know, we got hit pretty bad by the polar vortex recently. This led to us missing an entire week of classes and falling behind pretty far on course content. Luckily, a couple of my professors were smart enough to post some recorded lectures up on our college's network, so we could listen to them in our own time. This is important because I decided to knock a few hours of this out at my local cafe, as classes were going to resume in 2 days and just listening to them at home sounded really dull. May as well chow down on a chocolate croissant while you're being forced to listen to your professor ramble on about Western literature, you know? So I'm listening to these boring ass lectures on my phone and typing up an essay on my laptop. Then all of a sudden, a boy from the table to my left starts shaking his table. Now I'm a drama loving bitch, so I take out one of my headphones to hear this conversation. "Mom, the battery is dead." The mother sighs almost exaggeratedly loud and grabs a phone. I'm assuming hers from this little kid's hand. She says something lowly to her kid that I can't quite hear, but whatever it was, her kid was having precisely none of it. He starts to throw a full-scale tantrum and is crying quite loudly. Instead of doing the responsible thing and taking her kid outside for a talking to, she scans the cafe briefly before her eyes land on me. I get embarrassed for a moment as I assume she'd caught on to my eavesdropping on her mummy drama. I turn my eyes and desperately hope she's not going to call me on it. She looks at me and says, "Excuse me?" Well damn, I'm trying to think of an apology that I can give her without revealing that I really don't care. She interrupts me before I can. "Would you mind letting my son play on your phone while I finish up my lunch?" That wasn't what I was expecting, and it took me aback. I shake my head. "No, sorry." I say, "I'm really busy right now." And then she decides to pull out one of the most bitchy of all mum phrases. Sweetheart, you've never been busy until you've had a kid. She sneers this with passive aggression leaking from her tone. It'll only take a few minutes. And I still say, sorry, no. I was not about to put myself behind for any amount of time for someone else's hell child. She glares at me but doesn't say anything else. She grabs her still screaming child and leaves the cafe in a huff. I know this isn't as bad as some of the other stories on this sub, but it really surprises me that parents like this are an actual thing. I'm just hoping that I never run into her again. I think what's changed so much in recent times is that people are using a device or an iPhone or whatever it is to parent their kid instead of just learning to parent them themselves. To make a comment about how busy it is to be a parent while you're simultaneously parenting your kid with a phone is just pathetic. I get that sometimes it's a good way to keep your kid distracted, but to be completely reliant on it like this lady is just doesn't make any sense. If you learn to parent your kid personally, you wouldn't have this problem. So just for some background, I worked at a AAA gaming company and we had a booth at a convention for a first look at the game. The line was about 4 hours long and you got to play the game for 10 minutes. Personally, I don't think it was worth the wait. We did let press cut in line if you had an appointment with us or if you worked for a notable company like Kotaku or IGN. Lots of people had press passes for ridiculous things like mymumsbasementgamereview.com. It was ridiculously easy to get a press pass at this convention, so we had to be diligent. Anyway, there is a break in our line and this guy and his son try to sneakily stand in the break. Luckily, the people at the convention are line snobs because they've been waiting forever and grab my attention. I walk up to him and say, "The line ends back there," while pointing to a long line. And he responds by saying, "We don't have time to wait all the way back there. Besides, my son is a reviewer." He shows me his press pass and I take a look at it and his son is a YouTuber. So I look up his channel and he has like 500 subscribers. I respond by saying, "I'm sorry, but we can't make any exceptions for you. Please go to the back of the line." And he says to me, "Listen, I'm very good friends with the CEO of this company. I can just make one call and get you fired." So I say, "Sure, go ahead," while I watch him fumble with his phone and make a fake call. When he realizes that he's not faking it very well, he says to me, "He didn't pick up. Let me speak with your manager." And I just say, "Sure." We do have a lot of entitled people during the convention, so it was decided that when people asked for a manager, we would just bring out my 6'4" intimidating looking coworker. My coworker comes out while the dad continues to explain how his son is a famous YouTuber and he would be reviewing the game, and we weren't making a good first impression. And the kid chimes in and says he could make or break this game. My coworker laughs in their face and says, "Yeah, I'm sure you could ruin us. Now get to the back of the line before I call security and kick you out of this convention." Before they leave, the kid takes out his camera and points it at me and my manager, and his dad looks at our name tags and says, "Good luck ever working in this industry again after we make a video about how terribly we were treated here." 3 years later, I'm still working in games. I have no idea if the son has any more subscribers though. I mean, last episode I said that they were all entitled mums. I at least had to throw one example of an entitled dad in there, right? I could never imagine either of my parents acting like this over something so petty. I guess that's the difference between normal parents and entitled parents. My baby brother was a victim of a horrible medical malpractice when he was 6 months old. This left him with progressive encephalopathy, aka progressive brain death, extreme and uncontrollable epilepsy, and to top it all off, when he was 5, they discovered that he had cystic fibrosis. Obviously, a kid that sick wasn't projected to live long. Like many small children with terminal diagnosis, when he was 5, his doctor referred him to Make-A-Wish, a charity that grants wishes to terminally ill children. Since my brother loved the local amusement park, my parents asked to take him to Disney World. Let me just say, Make-A-Wish treats you right. We had a limo to the airport, a 2-bedroom condo in the Give Kids the World village, a resort solely for kids with Make-A-Wish, and passes to not only Disney World, but also to SeaWorld and Universal Studios. Random important tidbit, when you're with Make-A-Wish, they give the Wish Kit a huge button to wear to make it easier for staff places to spot families. My brother thought buttons were idiotic, so my mum wore it the whole trip. One of the activities they send families to while at Universal is a free dinner at Hard Rock Cafe. We arrive at the cafe to find it packed to the brim. My older brother and I were super excited about eating there. We were about 7 and 10 years old, so mum reluctantly waited in line at the hostess stand to see how long the wait was. When the woman in front of us put her name in, also for a family of 5, she was told the wait was 90 minutes. She huffed a bit but gave in to waiting. Having overheard the 90-minute wait time, mum had begun telling us we couldn't wait that long and she was sorry. We'd have to eat somewhere else. Spotting the huge button on my mum's shirt, the hostess immediately waved us over and grabbed 5 menus. The hostess asks, "You're with the Make-A-Wish, right?" And my mum says, "Yeah, we are, but we can't wait that long." So the hostess says, "No worries, we keep a table reserved for Make-A-Wish families. We can seat you immediately." My mum breathes a huge sigh of relief and turns to follow the hostess. It was at this point that the woman in front of us, aka the entitled mum, overheard what was happening. The entitled mum says, "That's not fair." She stomps her foot and says, "Why don't they have to wait?" The hostess says, "They're with Make-A-Wish. We keep tables reserved for our Make-A-Wish families so they can get maximum enjoyment from their trips." And she responds and says, "If my kids have to wait, so do they." And the hostess responds again, "No, they don't. I say who sits when. They sit now, you have to wait." End of story. The entitled mum says, "It should be the opposite of that. They already get a free vacation and now they get to skip lines too? That's not fair. Someone needs to give my sons a free vacation." And the hostess, who at this point is clearly fed up with her crap, says, "I'll tell you what, when one of your kids is dying, I'll let them skip the line. Until then, be grateful you'll get to see your kids live to adulthood." And with that, the hostess promptly sat us down and apologized for the woman's horrid behavior. Considering it was normally my mum apologizing for my brother's goofy behavior, she was completely stunned to have someone stand up for us like that. In fact, we were treated so well on our trip that my parents found a way to save every single spare penny and find the cheapest possible options so we could go to Disney each fall for 1 week. I got to go a total of 4 times with my brother before he passed away at the age of 10, and I'm more grateful than words could say for the kindness and compassion we were repeatedly shown on our trips. The memories have and will last a lifetime. Honestly, I really don't have a lot to say about this one. All I know is it makes me sad and angry at the same time. The fact that you would feel entitled over a child who is literally dying really breaks my heart. If someone was to just push in line and be allowed to do that, fair enough if you get annoyed. But this is completely different, and the fact that you would even think about complaining really gets to me. I don't know, I'm not going to harp on about this, but I'm sure it's going to annoy you guys just as much, so let me know. Alright everyone, that is that for today's video. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed the video. So, given that there were only 3 posts in this episode, I wanted to get your opinion on something for the next Entitled Parents episode. I usually like to make my videos somewhere between the 10 and 11 minute mark, which is why it can sometimes limit how many Entitled Parents posts I can get into one episode. So what I want to know in the comments, and I don't usually ask you guys for anything specific in the comments, but what I want to know is if you'd be happy to see an episode that went for maybe 15-16 minutes that had an extra couple of posts. It really is up to you guys. At the end of the day, I'm trying to push out the content that you guys want to see, and I don't want to make a video that long if you guys aren't going to want to watch it. So yeah, let me know, but otherwise, that is that for today's video. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you're all having a fantastic day, and I'll see you all tomorrow for some more Nice Girls. Bye.
When I was 23, my parents, mum and stepdad, were good friends with this couple who were the entitled mum and a nice dad that had 3 older kids around my brother's ages and 1 younger who was the baby. After they moved away, there was an annual friends barbecue and few birthdays and holidays were spent together. There has been some drama around the entitled mum, like one day, a super good friend stopped coming to their kids' birthday parties and the entitled mum began to insult her every time we would ask why she wasn't invited anymore, saying things like, "Oh, that slur isn't welcome anymore because she is just another slur." It happened again another time and my mum could never and still could not give us a valid reason. Em was always mama's baby and she would make drama of every flu or tantrum he would ever throw. The kid would have nightmares and cry and she would freak out and film him to show us afterwards just how scary and stressful her life was. They even once gave the kid his brother's room and furnished it from zero because he didn't sleep well in the other room and he needed some change. Now onto the story. Em is 10 at the time, his brother Q is 20, and my stepdad has kids aged 7, 12, and my brothers are 20 and 13. The 2 families decided to rent a cabin for 10 days around Christmas. Everyone arrives at the house and days 1 and 2 are going okay. The entitled mum complains that there is too much walking and her precious baby is tired. My mum and her boyfriend are understanding that not every kid is trained for long walks. But after a few days, we notice that everything is about Em. The entitled mum is cleaning after him and everyone has to be on his meal and sleeping schedule. She is all over him and over us because of the noises or any disturbances. As the kids start to eat snacks outside of the mealtime, my parents ask them all to put dishes in the washer after it as we are all used to. Everyone agrees, but Em never does it. The kids remind him gently and it works for a time, but every time the entitled mum is around, she starts yelling at the kid whom dare criticized her baby and do it herself. At that stage, the house became tense and my parents felt the entitled mum was getting weird about it. The entitled mum starts to lock herself in the bedroom and be even more controlling of them and berate everyone who dare say anything negative to the kid, even if it's the 7-year-old who asked him for his toy back. When finally, the entitled mum lost her mind on day 3 before dinner. My older brother, who was 20 at the time, says, "Kiddos, who's the dummy who still forgot his bowl full of milk in the sink?" And my mum says, "It's okay, P, but kids, please think about it and do it as you do at home." The entitled mum then chimes in and says, "How dare you speak about my baby like that? He is my kid and he doesn't have to do anything. I'm doing it for him." My mum just says, "It's okay, we're trying to teach them to clean up after themselves." The entitled mum then screams, "No, I don't know what you're trying to do, but my baby isn't doing any of it. Your kids aren't your slaves. I'm treating mine good." The nice dad just says, "Okay, honey, maybe we'll figure things out later and you should calm down." The entitled mum, still screaming, says, "No, they are trying to force my baby to clean for everyone. He doesn't have to do anything. He is my baby." The entitled mum's 20-year-old son tries to calm her down too, when the entitled mum freaks out saying, "You know what? I hate you and I never wanted you to be here. I want you to leave." She locked herself in her room, and as her husband tried to make her calm down, she yelled, "I'm taking my baby home and I'm asking for a divorce." She then left alone with the kid and then came back and forced her other kids and husband to leave too, saying a few times to my parents how they were terrible parents and so on. That's the last time we saw her, and I know from the kids that 5 years later, she is still very much with her husband and her mental state isn't great, but mostly she is telling anyone she can that Em is doing terrible at school, while apparently the kid is actually doing fine according to his brothers, and that life as a mother is so stressful and terrible for her.
So, I work at a supermarket, and one of our regular customers is a woman who comes in with her 2 kids and buys an absolutely obscene amount of cereal whenever it's on sale. Now, when I say an obscene amount, I don't mean 10 or 20 boxes at a time. No, she's not here for Mathwell problem level amounts of cereal. She comes in and buys anywhere from 50 to 300 boxes at a time. Her and her kids usually come to the back room door with 3 shopping carts and ask for 19 to 15 cases of cereal depending on how much we have left in stock. She's gotten denied service a few times, like the time she tried to buy an entire pallet of cereal, 5 boxes per transaction, the day before Thanksgiving. Management cut her off after 18 transactions, 90 boxes, because her order was holding up the lines for 3 of our 7 operational registers, with 3 of our registers being broken at the time. The stock department manager absolutely despises this and has told the woman on multiple occasions that if she's going to purchase more than 3 cases of cereal, she has to call a few days before she comes in so that he can order extra cereal. But she always claims that she won't know what she'll need until she comes in and refuses to. This happened to me on a Sunday when I was the only person working in my department. I had just finished emptying the bawler when Cereal Lady poked her head into the storeroom and said, "Hey, could you get me some cereal?" I scanned our sale pallets and she said, "It's on the 2nd level of the scaffolding." The scaffolding she was talking about is the same kind of scaffolding you would see at a wholesale club like Costco, Sam's Club, or BJ's Wholesale. So I told her, "Unfortunately, I can't get that down for you. I'm not authorized to use the equipment that's needed to get that down." She then asked, "Is there anyone on who can get it down for me?" And I responded, "Unfortunately, I'm the only one on at the moment. The full-timer who normally works alongside me on a Sundays has the day off." She sighed and asked, "Could you do it for me just this one time?" And I responded with, "No, I'm not authorized to use the machine needed to get that down." And she says, "Seriously? You can't just do it this one time?" So I told her, "No, I can't do it this one time. I'm not allowed to use the machinery, nor do I know how to use it. If I get caught using that equipment, I won't only lose my job, but I could potentially face legal trouble and steep fines should I damage something or injure myself." She huffed at me and goes, "Fine, I'll just get the front end manager. He'll do it for me." A few minutes later, the front end manager walked into the storeroom with the woman in tow and says, "Hey OP, are you authorized to use the power lift?" To which I responded,
nope. So he asked, is your full-time co-worker here yet? And I replied, he's off today and my brother already left for the day. My brother works in the same department as me and is authorized to use the power pallet jacks. The front-end manager turns to the cereal lady and says, I'm sorry, but that product is unavailable today. There's no one who can get that down. The cereal lady then shrieked and said, you're a manager and you can't even get that down for me? And the front-end manager responded with, I wasn't trained on that equipment because this isn't my department, and therefore I'm not allowed to operate it. You're gonna have to come back tomorrow if you want the cereal. The cereal lady then stormed back to the cereal aisle without another word. And my department manager has since started storing the cereal pallets on the same side as the storage room door so she can't poke her head in and demand 15 cases of cereal without calling a few days in advance. This happened not long after I turned 15 and my mama tried to send me to military school behind my father's back. We didn't know this yet, but during this time, my mother was having an affair with an old high school ex-boyfriend of hers that she'd somehow reconnected with. She'd claim she was going out to drink with friends, but she didn't really have any friends, save for a few co-workers that she occasionally went out with. But they didn't really like her at all that much. My dad and I figured maybe she'd finally made some real friends because she actually got a bit nicer and was leaving me alone more. Whenever my mum went out drinking with her co-workers, she always took a cab to head out and then came back in one later so she wouldn't drink and drive. The cab service even knew her by name since she called every week. None of her co-workers really tolerated her enough to be her designated driver, so no one really got suspicious when she was using this routine more frequently to go meet her lover. One night, however, my mum came home absolutely wasted and hobbled her way up to my room. I awoke to her pounding on my locked door at like 4 AM. It honestly sounded like she was punching and kicking it. I opened the door to see her standing there looking disheveled, swaying back and forth and slurring her words. She called me a bad child for not doing what she said anymore and that she wishes that she'd only had girls. I was understandably freaked out and told her to go away. It was about that time that my dad showed up and this happened. The following is again paraphrased as this happened a long time ago. My dad said, "What the hell is going on here in the middle of the night?" My mum replied saying, I was telling this little turd exactly what I think of him for disrespecting me. He's totally out of control. My dad then asked my mum, how much have you had to drink tonight? And she said, none of your effing business. You. And she looked like she was thinking really hard for a second and goes on to say, you limp piece of fermented waste. I should have married the other guy. He's so much better than you. He treats me like a real woman. My dad, confused, just said, what other guy? Mum just then looked like she was gonna hurl and turned to go down the hall and headed towards the upstairs bathroom. But she only managed to make it about halfway before projectile vomiting all over the upstairs hallway. She then fell over face first and passed out. My dad was visibly disgusted. Then he asked me to help get her to the bathroom so he could clean her up. But as we went to lift her, we noticed a smell quickly forming around us. My mother had actually soiled herself while laying in her own vomit. The smell was horrendous, but we still had to carry her to the bathroom. My dad had me get a whole roll of paper towels and a garbage bag, then spent the next 45 minutes cleaning my mother up in the bathtub. He threw her clothes into the washing machine and then my mum to bed. She woke up with a bad hangover the next morning, all the while not remembering anything that she said or did, and was more embarrassed than I'd ever seen her when she found out. It wasn't me or my dad who told her. Nope, it was my sister. We were gonna try and spare her the finer details on what happened, but my sister blabbed the whole thing in front of her while she was nursing a coffee at the kitchen table. My dad took some time off work to call in a carpet service the same day. He had the hallway carpet ripped up and had the floor steam cleaned before new carpet was put down. My mother hid in her room the entire time because she didn't want to be seen, and she stayed clear of me a while, but soon fell back into her usual habits. My dad got suspicious after my mum mentioned the other guy and got the call logs from the phone company for both the house phone and my mum's cell phone. And what he found was enough for him to call a private investigator. My mum was outed as a cheater soon after because she really didn't cover her tracks well at all. And that's when my dad finally said that he wanted a divorce. I wasn't there to see the argument when he called her out, but I was told that it was next level. She went crazy and threw stuff all over the kitchen. Broken dishes were everywhere. And yet, guess who got to clean that up? Also, if anyone is wondering what happened to the guy that my mum was having an affair with, my dad told me that he actually applied for a transfer at his job and skipped town pretty fast. I have no idea where he went or where he is now, and from what I've heard, he didn't ever contact my mum again. So yeah, She threw away her marriage for a short fling that meant nothing. Not that I care, because I'm one of the few people who are actually happy that their parents divorced. So I, a 32-year-old female, have recently begun communicating with my biological father after 14 years of no contact. I've spent years in therapy working on developing healthy boundaries and fiercely protecting them. My biological father's father recently passed, and he reached out to me via Messenger as he doesn't have my phone number. We started speaking, but I was clear from the start that my sister wanted no contact or to be spoken about. I made it clear that my mum, sister, and dad, technically stepdad but he raised me and I love him dearly, were off limits. I was also clear that I wasn't looking for him to be my dad, and that if he was interested in it, I was open to being adult acquaintances or possibly friends. Fast forward and my sister is pregnant. I didn't tell him, as again, it was off limits. That side of the family is very toxic and no one talks directly with one another, but instead, there's this weird telephone game where they all talk about each other. My brother-in-law finally told my grandmother and the telephone chain began. So one night, my phone starts blowing up at 10 PM. He starts going on about my mum being crazy and that he didn't abandon us, that the annulment that he got was only so he could marry his second wife. Keep in mind, he's now on number 4. The final text was, "What is your sister's new baby's name?" I didn't respond and just let the messages roll in and didn't knee-jerk respond as he was hoping. That is his way he flips out and dumps on people emotionally about his victimhood, so you give in. Mind you, he cheated on my mother, physically disciplined all of us, verbally and mentally abused us with mind games and withholding love, or screaming until he got his way was my entire childhood. He also didn't pay his support most months, and if my mum asked, he'd demand a visit and not be kind towards us. We'd come back so upset that it took weeks to calm us down. So, I sat there for a while thinking about what my response would be and decided to call my sister to let her know that he was now aware of her pregnancy and his request. Her and I both agreed that it wasn't any of his business. So I responded and told him that everything he said was a lot to unpack and that I would respond at some point, but not at 10 PM on a Sunday night as I was getting ready for work. I then advised him that my relationship with my sister is held separate from him and would not be telling him the baby names. He went radio silent and I have not heard from him since, and I know that he saw the messages. I am about 90% certain that we are back to no contact as a form of punishment for me. Basically, I wouldn't let him violate my boundaries, and he decided that if he couldn't get away with that, then I wasn't worth the effort to speak with. I haven't lost anything in my eyes, as his absence brings peace. I see now that trying to end a toxic cycle with someone who is still hell-bent on remaining there isn't ready to have a mature relationship.
I honestly didn't believe that there are these kinds of incredibly entitled people who think that stealing a phone from someone to entertain their kid is acceptable behavior. Guess you never believe insane things until they happen to you. For a little context, I work as a security consultant for a fairly paranoid company, which is kinda understandable considering the sensitive nature of our work and the kind of clients that we usually have, but it leads to a zero crap taken policy. Yesterday, I took a day off to deal with some of that lovely government bureaucracy. I'm sitting in an office, a government office no less, and waiting for an appointment. It's hot, it's kinda humid, and the kids forced to wait there with their parents are cranky, and I'm reading and answering emails on my phone since there ain't much else to do anyway. The entitled kid comes up to me and says, "What you playing?" I say to him that I'm not playing and I'm doing my emails. I admit, it may look like playing a game since I'm not the young kind of person who is super fast at typing on a phone keyboard, a skill I really envy the youth of today for. I'm more hunt and peck style. I prefer using a desktop by far. I do need to concentrate to actually hit the right letters, so I don't notice that the entitled kid returns to his mother. The entitled mother appears shortly afterwards, just as I finish my mail. The entitled mum then says, "Come on, let my son play on your phone for a while so he doesn't nag me." I respond to the entitled mum, "Sorry ma'am, this is my work phone and there ain't no games on it. And there really is nothing on it that could remotely be considered fun, as these things are stripped down to the bare bones stuff with zero leeway when it comes to what you put on them." The entitled mum says, "Bollocks, I saw you play. Let him play for a while as we'll be in before you so you'll get your precious phone back soon enough." I reply, "Sorry ma'am, I'm not allowed to give my work phone to anyone." And that is no lie.
On my phone, some rather sensitive information is potentially accessible. It does take a few extra steps and you need to jump through a few additional access hoops, but as said before, my company is a bit paranoid when it comes to this, and we're only allowed to use our phone to access corporate information in what is considered a controlled environment. I'm, as said above, in a government building with an additional feature that will become apparent soon. It doesn't get any more controlled than that. Most of all, I'm not allowed to give my phone to anyone outside the company, and even only a select few people inside of it, and most certainly not in an unlocked and hence usable state. Fortunately, at this point, I'd already closed down the mail container, which needs additional unlocks to access the mail portion, and the entitled mum simply snatches the phone from my hands. I was actually flabbergasted for a moment before I realized what she just did. She has my work phone in her hands, unlocked. In short, I am very close to not having a quiet weekend, and she is very close to having a few very uncomfortable weeks, months or years, depending on how creative our legal department gets. I say to the entitled mum, "Ma'am, please give me back my phone this very moment. My company is very strict with phones, and unless you hand it back to me this very moment, I have to report this to the authorities and report a theft of my phone to my company. They will press charges. Please, ma'am, please give me that phone back." She waves it off and tells me not to be a baby as she hands my phone to her son, telling me that I'll get it back as soon as it's their turn to go in, and says, "It's not like we're leaving with your precious phone." I say to her, "Ma'am, for the last time." But actually, him pushing a button on the phone would have already required me to report it as stolen and tampered with, but I'm at this point willing to assume that a child about 7 or 8 years old is not trying to steal trade secrets or steal or tamper with security reports, and continue by saying, "I'll have to call the police if you do not hand the phone back to me right now." The entitled mum glowers at me and then asks in an incredibly sassy tone, "Yeah? How you gonna call the police without your phone?" I sigh, pull out my private phone, which actually does contain a few games, and frankly, if she'd asked any nicer, I would have let her son play with it, even if he breaks it, no big deal, and dial the not quite an emergency police number and report what's going on. All while the entitled mum is glowering at me, very obviously not believing that I really called the cops for something as trivial as that. Frankly, if I didn't have to, I probably wouldn't have. If that was my private phone in her son's hand, I wouldn't have bothered. Now, since this is a government building and a police station is right inside the same building, it doesn't even take a minute until 2 policemen enter the room, which causes the entitled mum to go pale for just a moment before acting as if it isn't her business at all. I explain it to them and they ask the entitled mum, and she has the audacity to claim that it's her phone and that I want to steal it from her. I say, "That's easy to prove. Lock the phone and let's see who can unlock it." She claims that she forgot the code, but by then, the policemen have a pretty clear idea of what's going on. I unlock the phone to show it's mine, and they ask if I want to press charges. I tell them that I don't want to, but I have to. No later than now I do because there's a police report about it, so I have no choice anymore. And knowing our legal department, they usually get very creative as to what they try and slap on this, which I'm currently not really regretting because as of this writing, I'm on the phone with our internal security who is just as happy as I am to deal with this on a weekend. So this one is a Karen story, an ultra Karen. This happened about 5 minutes ago on the bus going into the city. There's a mum with 4 kids. One of them a toddler, the rest under 10. None of them are wearing masks because, of course they aren't. It's way too warm, 35 degrees, so clearly they're exempt. I was sat a few seats further down in the bus with my Switch playing Animal Crossing because it's an hour-long ride and I needed a distraction. It's worth noting that this is the second Switch in my bag because I'm on my way to get my partner. One of the kids, around 7 years old, comes over and looks at my screen. He asks very politely if he can play, and I explain that unfortunately, I can't let him play due to distancing, and he can't sit next to me to do so. He doesn't seem to mind and goes back to his mum. Then, I hear this. The kid says to his mum, "Mummy, she has a Switch. I'd like a Switch." The entitled mum then says, "I'll ask if you can play." The entitled mum comes over to me and I explain again that he can't sit next to me to play because of distancing, so he can't have a go. She clearly doesn't like this and starts berating me about how I'm too old, I'm 25 by the way, and how I shouldn't be playing in public transport if I'm not willing to let kids have a go. She then spots the second Switch in my bag and offers to buy it off me for £50. I politely explain to her that it's my partner's and that it isn't for sale. Even if it was, it wouldn't be for £50. She goes completely silent, then attempts to reach into my bag to grab it. I have somewhat quick reflexes, so I pushed her hand away and she's now fuming that I hit her. While this was going on, the nice kid and his awful siblings are all watching the exchange, some with delight, him with horror. The toddler during this interaction has been playing loud music, but clearly attempting to take my Switch is my importance. I asked her to leave me alone and attend to her kids instead. She told me that she would tell the bus driver that I stole her Switch if I didn't give her one, and I just shrugged and went back to my game. She's now glaring at me from her seat, and I've pulled up the receipts just in case. I've befriended with a grandma across the aisle, and we're communicating with eyebrow and shoulder expressions.
Yo, what is up guys? It is Bumfreeze, back with episode 72 of our Reddit series. This one's going to be some more entitled parents, and I know you're going to love this one. So I thought I'd try something different for this episode. We've got a mix of stories with lots of upvotes, and a mix of stories that have less than kind of 100 or 200. This was a suggestion I got, so I hope it brings fresher content to the channel. So sit back, relax, and get annoyed at some entitled parents. So, my back garden has a large fence with a hedge along it. This is mirrored with a house on the opposite side. The neighbours who live on the other side of the hedge are alright, but weird and quirky, but for the most part, they're fine. They have two young girls, I'd say 3 and 4 years old. Very friendly, always shouting through the fence making conversation, they're really great. Also in the story is my Fluffball, who's now a big Fluffball German Shepherd. She's good with kids, but quite defensive of her area, so you can kinda see where this story is going. Now, the Fluffball likes to bark at these girls through the fence. It's dense and about 15 feet high, so she's purely barking at them while playing. When this happens, I go out and call after her as she is fairly loud. This brings me to yesterday. It was nice out, so I had the back door open. The Fluffball was running inside and out, playing with her toys. I hear the barking start again as per usual when the girls are outside playing. I go out, walk her back inside, speak to the kids as normal, and go back to my movie. A few minutes go by and the barking starts again. I finish the scene I was watching and mooch outside to collect her again. This time her head is kinda in the hedge. There is small gaps in the fence, so I suppose she's getting a better look. I go out and pull Fluffball out of the hedge, and these two girls are sitting in the hedge, on our side of the fence, and God knows how they got over it. They are in there, poking Fluffball with a stick in the face. Of course, the dog is going completely mental and in kill mode. Small snack-sized children, strangers in her properties, being poked in her face is a bad recipe. I actually felt sick. If the Fluffball could have gotten into that hedge, she could have mauled them. I take the dog back inside and close the door so she can't go out. I help the two girls out of the hedge and ask what the hell they're doing. They say they wanted to play with the doggy, and I let them off as they're only two young kids. They probably have no idea what potential dangers they could have been in. In comes the entitled mum and the entitled dad. The top parents who threw out all of this were sitting in their garden having a smoke. I call to them and they come over to the edge of the fence that has no hedge by it. The first thing they blurt out is, "What the F are you doing with my kids? You're abducting them." Okay then. I explained the situation. The parents blamed me for allowing them to climb the fence. Interesting point of view, right? I go on with how my dog could have seriously injured them and that they need to keep a better eye on their kids. Obviously, me questioning their perfect parenting was crossing the line. I passed the girls back over the fence to the entitled dad who is staring at me with a devil's eyes and nothing more was said. So today, I get a knock on the door. The animal control officer and a police officer are at the door. They claim I've been reported for owning a dangerous dog and that it's bitten the young neighbor. Slightly confused, I invite them in and the Fluffball charges past me and jumps up at them trying to lick their faces. She likes people once she sees them. I explain my side of the story and tell them one of the girls have a cut on her arm, which is strange because I was the one who took them out of the hedge and checked them over. There was no cut. After talking again for a while longer, they leave and will get back to me after they've spoken to the family, which hasn't happened yet. If you want an update, let me know and I'll post one once I hear anything. The best part about this one is we already have an update, so let's get right into that. So I've now heard back on the report from the family. The younger girl has a few welts on her arm, likely from the sharp branches in the bush. Officer's words, not mine, no obvious bite marks, and the child didn't even say she's been bitten. They were out playing again this evening, the Fluffball still barking at the hedge, so everything seems back to normal. The 2-year-old called through the fence if she can come play with the puppy on another day because she is grounded. Little bit harsh grounding a 2-year-old, but parents will be parents. Thank you for all the kind words on Fluffball. She's eaten one of my trainers this evening to celebrate. Does this not sound like weirdly illegal or some kind of harassment or something like that? Like making false reports? Is that not against the law? I don't know. If I was OP, I'd be filing some kind of charges against this person because trying to get their animal taken away from them is just a horrible thing to do, and if they have broken a law, they deserve to be punished. Not to mention, who's to say they couldn't throw some poison or something over the back fence just to get back at her? This is a horrible situation and there really needs to be some justice done. At least so far, the kids don't seem half bad. Hopefully their parents decide to change their ways and the kids don't grow up to be entitled parents as well, but given the track record of entitled parents, I don't see that as likely. So, a little backstory, I've been struggling with depression, suicidal thoughts, anxiety, and PTSD for years. I used to live in a very toxic home with a very entitled, abusive, and controlling mother. I was extremely depressed and I hated life. I'd finally had enough, and so I tried to kill myself. It did not work, obviously, but I nearly died and was rushed to hospital. When we got there, my mum was extremely worried about me, as any mother would be, or at least I thought so. But once I was admitted into the psych ward, that's when her entitlement came out. When I was there, I was allowed an hour of visiting time every other day. My mum used this time to tell me how my suicide attempt made her look bad and what will my co-workers say when they find out my daughter tried to kill herself. And you doing this has made me look like a bad mother, and other things like that. My entire hospital stay, my mother kept telling me that if I said anything bad about her, in other words, tell the truth, I could get her fired and ruin her career more than I already had. So being a scared 15-year-old, I lied and protected her when I was supposed to be healing. After I left the ward, I was put into therapy and my mother talked to my therapist and said that her main concern were the lies I had said about her. Not the fact that her kid had tried to kill herself. No. She was more concerned about me telling people about the abuse and making her look bad other than her own kid. She was more concerned about me telling people about the abuse and making her look bad than her own kid trying to end her life. Also, she insisted on being there in the therapy sessions with me and would often hijack the sessions and try and use them for herself, or at least try to. I had an amazing therapist that would not take her BS, and they fought a fair few times. Not the classic entitlement story, but the fact that she thought her reputation was more important than my life and my mental health has really pissed me off even to this day. This was 4 years ago and I'm in a much better place now. I've moved out the next year and I'm now thriving. We are still in contact and things are getting a lot better now. I've set boundaries with her and she has respected them. Her life hasn't been the greatest and me moving out kinda was a brutal wake-up call for her. At first she fought and tried to manipulate me and others to get me to come home, but slowly she let go and stopped. Now we see each other on my terms. This story really pulled a heartstring for me. I mean, I'm lucky enough to have parents that have always supported me with whatever I've done. If I've ever gone through troubles, they've always been there to talk to. So I'm lucky enough to be able to say that I haven't had to go through troubles like this in the past, but I really do feel for this person and everything she's had to go through. Quite frankly, if I was going through this situation and I had a mother that treated me like that, I probably would have cut her out completely. It doesn't really seem like she's bringing anything positive to her life, and if anything, seems like she's probably trying to drag her down. At least she's managed to find a middle ground and sees the mum on her own terms now, so at least things are a little bit better. So my girlfriend and I try to do dinner dates at least once a week. We're busy a lot, so it's nice to take some time to just enjoy each other's company. We went to one of our favorite noodle spots and had just ordered when a family came and sat next to us. There were 2 kids, their parents, and one who I assumed was their grandma. The younger woman had called her mum. Now, for context, my girlfriend is trans and is currently on HRT, but she doesn't yet pass, which is a term that I don't really like, and is still often mistaken for a man. We were holding hands, grinning, and just being generally adorable. In comes EG, who had been watching us since she sat down. "Oh, I just love seeing young couples," she said, first to her daughter and then again to us. Asked us how long we've been together, and this is a question we get quite a bit. So I answered and said it would be our 3 years in June. And she says, "Oh my, 3 years? That's a long time. Surprised not to see a ring on that finger. You should while you can, young man." My girlfriend didn't correct her because safety, you just never know how people will respond, and given her recent experience, which I posted about, she's pretty wary. I didn't say anything because that's her decision to make, not mine. She did say that she was planning to, but not until after we graduate and have stable jobs and salaries. She then says, "Oh, you two are students? Well, you should still get on it. Can't wait too long or you won't be having any babies." I instantly cringe because children are not something that I've ever wanted, and my girlfriend feels the exact same way. My girlfriend deflected and said she would focus on us getting through school and finding a place to live before anything else. Thankfully our food arrived and we started eating, but the entitled grandma wasn't done with us yet. "My daughter had her first son after only 2 years with her husband," she said to us. Her daughter looked mortified and whispered for her mum to cut it out. The entitled grandma ignored her and said, "It's always better to start sooner. The more you can make, the better." At this point, I was just about done, and I told the entitled grandma as kindly as I could that kids weren't in the cards for us, and that we were just trying to enjoy our date night. My girlfriend was inhaling her noodles as fast as she could, giving me the "eat them and let's go" look. The entitled grandma, however, was aghast. "What do you mean you don't want to have babies?" she asked, much louder than I was comfortable with. "Just look at how sweet my little ones are here. You have to give your future husband some babies." At this point, my girlfriend chimed in that she didn't want any either, and could the entitled grandma please leave us alone. We aren't really comfortable discussing our reproductive plans or lack thereof with a stranger. The entitled grandma's daughter was trying to keep her calm and silence her mum, while her husband just sat there, head in his hands, and clearly this was not their first circus.
She continued, "What would your parents say? Surely it would be wrong of you to deny them their grandbabies." I had had it at this point, but managed to keep it until the entitled grandmother turned to her daughter, who was by now telling her to shut up, and said, "What, dear? I just think it's selfish." I snapped that the only selfish thing was that I was being expected to provide my parents with a grandchild by a stranger who didn't know me but saw it fit to insert herself into my personal life and into my date night. My girlfriend had inhaled the rest of her noodles in record time. I was only about halfway through mine, but I didn't care. We flagged down a waitress, got the check, and slapped down some cash plus some extra for the tip, and I felt really bad about leaving half my food there unfinished. And then we got up to leave. The entitled grandma was still grumbling about how I was denying my husband and parents and his parents too. And before we left, my girlfriend leaned in and said, "By the way, I'm not her husband, I'm her wife," before whisking me out the door. Cue a lovely glimpse of her very sour face from the entitled grandma as we left. My girlfriend stopped by the pizza place and brought me a slice because I didn't finish my dinner, and we wanted to talk about what had just happened. She was pissed and upset about being called a guy, hence why she threw that little bit in at the end, and I was just shaken up because I hate when strangers accost me about my family plans. This is not the first time this has happened to me. It's a sensitive subject for me, namely because of the reasons why I don't want kids. Luckily, my girlfriend and I went home and had a movie night, so all wasn't lost. So far, this episode is just out of control with entitled parents who think they can get away with whatever they want. We've got parents who think they can tell other people what to do with their lives. We've got parents who think that they can try and get people's dogs taken away. We've just got some of the worst people I've seen on this episode. Let me see if I can find one worse for the last story, but I'm hoping that I can't. So this one has lesser upvotes, but it's still a really good story, and it's from that same person who had the entitled mum try and convince the class that they needed to be in special ed because they had autism, if anyone remembers. So let's get right into the story. So a bit of background information, my dad and mum have been divorced since I was 4. And as I've made clear, he wasn't always the best father growing up. For one, he treated Asperger's as an illness that he could cure. Instead, he was pushy as hell. He remarried when I was about 10, and this woman and I never got along. She was as stubborn as my dad and as pushy and disrespectful about my issues too. She also had a 2-year-old daughter that she treated as perfect, while I was damaged and weird. Her words actually, not mine. Well, she had a lot of animals, including horses, and she pressed my dad into moving to a farm with me in tow. I'm a city boy at heart, and the silence of the countryside makes me paranoid. For a long time, I made the best of a bad situation. I even called a suicide hotline at 13 once. Yeah, this was around the time of the former entitled mum too. My dad actually does well on a farm, and the countryside really suits him. So for him, it ended up being a good thing, but with me being split between 2 parents, with one of them not being very good with teens nor autistics, married to a woman just as bad as him, and me not doing well in a countryside environment and progressively getting worse, I was just in a horrible situation. My dad usually took my stepmom's side in situations where she had to deal with me, such as when she threw a Lego figurine out of a car window because I didn't want my stepsister to play with it in a moving car, and she kept screaming about seeing it. I was apparently the bad guy in that situation at 11. This time, we were doing the weekend routine of feeding the animals, checking to see if their hay needed changing, putting out the chickens, etc. I'm getting water for the pigs and my stepsister is helping, but I see she's dousing the pigs in water and they're squealing. I tell her that that might not be a good idea. She says it's fine and I move on. She heads back in and I finish up outside. Not 5 minutes later, my stepmother comes out screaming at me, gathering a bucket of cold water and dousing me in it, yelling, "How the F do you like that?" and is basically chewing me out for pouring water on the pigs. My stepsister had played it off as like giving the pigs a bath and said that I said it was okay. Had I actually done that, chewing me out, understandable. Dousing me in cold water in mid-September, not okay. My dad comes out and calms her down. I'm in tears and trying to tell the story, but my stepmom is shouting me down, and this is one of the few times that my dad didn't stand by her. Even after she heard the story from me, and it was confirmed by her daughter who didn't think she'd done anything bad. After confirming I had pneumonia, she never apologized and still hasn't to this day, and vehemently held on that I was still somehow in the wrong because I let it happen. This was one of the events that led to me calling the suicide hotline and for my dad to realize that I didn't want to live with him, which ended up with him actually giving up his shared custody for a while. The way that happened was through putting me in mental torment, and him not realizing until my mum pointed it out to him had me calling the helpline in tears. Damn digressing. Short story became long. Either way, I got out from under her grasp and my dad's during the most vulnerable time in my life to live with my mum and my stepfather, who was similar to my dad but in general was a better version of him. I mean, this seems completely normal, right? Just give a kid pneumonia because you feel like it? I mean, that's normal behavior, I guess. On a more serious note, I think this is the 3rd or 4th story I've read from this person, so I actually kind of feel for you on quite a deep level and I'm quite invested in what's been going on with all of this.
I don't know if you'll watch this, but if you do, I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I hope things are getting better now. I hope that you don't have to deal with parents who treat you like this anymore, and I hope you don't have to deal with people like you did in the previous stories. I've grown up around people with mental illnesses, and being discriminated or judged based on that is just disgusting, and honestly, I just wish you all the best. Also, I'm adding this in later, but if you or anybody else ever needs to chat about anything about how you're feeling or whatever it may be, you all know where to find me, and I'm sure there's so many people in my Discord server or even in the comments that would be willing to chat as well. Alright everyone, that is that for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed the video. I'm just going to take a second to plug a couple of my social medias, including our Discord server. I do have a Twitter and an Instagram if you want to follow me on both of those. They are both at Bumfries, and feel free to send me a message and I'll do my best to respond. I also just want to take a second to say thank you so much for all the love lately, all of the comments, the likes, the subscribers, just the fact that you guys tune in and watch my videos every day. It really does make my day. Every single one of you is the backbone of this channel, and I really cannot express how much I appreciate that. Without you guys, this channel would be nothing, and I love making these videos for you guys, and I love the fact that you enjoy them. So on that note, I will wrap things up for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to take a second again to say thank you so much for watching. I hope you're all having a fantastic day, and I'll see you all in the next episode of Entitled Parents. Bye.
I got out of my car, and when she saw me, she laughed and took out her phone and started taking pics and a video. Because I heard her say, "Look at this freak, everyone." No, you're kidding me. There's no way she actually said that to a disabled person. Yo, what is up guys? It is Bumfries, back with another episode of Entitled Parents. Today's episode is gonna be a banger, and I know you're gonna love this one. We've been getting plenty of love lately, and I want to try something out, a bit of an experiment if you will, and I want to see how it impacts the YouTube algorithm if nearly every single one of you press the like button for me today. So please do me a huge favor and like the video, then sit back, relax, and get annoyed at some Entitled Parents. When I was 23, my parents, mum and stepdad, were good friends with this couple who were the entitled mum and a nice dad that had 3 older kids around my brother's ages and 1 younger who was the baby. After they moved away, there was an annual friends barbecue and few birthdays and holidays were spent together. There has been some drama around the entitled mum, like one day, a super good friend stopped coming to their kids' birthday parties and the entitled mum began to insult her every time we would ask why she wasn't invited anymore, saying things like, "Oh, that slur isn't welcome anymore because she is just another slur." It happened again another time, and my mum could never and still could not give us a valid reason. Em was always mama's baby, and she would make drama of every flu or tantrum he would ever throw. The kid would have nightmares and cry, and she would freak out and film him to show us afterwards just how scary and stressful her life was. They even once gave the kid his brother's room and furnished it from zero because he didn't sleep well in the other room and he needed some change. Now, onto the story. Em is 10 at the time, his brother Q is 20, and my stepdad has kids aged 7, 12, and my brothers are 20 and 13. The two families decided to rent a cabin for 10 days around Christmas. Everyone arrives at their house, and days 1 and 2 are going okay. The entitled mum complains that there is too much walking and her precious baby is tired. My mum and her boyfriend are understanding that not every kid is trained for long walks. But after a few days, we notice that everything is about Em. The entitled mum is cleaning after him, and everyone has to be on his meal and sleeping schedule. She is all over him and over us because of the noises or any disturbances. As the kids start to eat snacks outside of the mealtime, my parents ask them all to put dishes in the washer after it, as we are all used to. Everyone agrees, but Em never does it. The kids remind him gently and it works for a time, but every time the entitled mum is around, she starts yelling at the kid whom dare criticized her baby and do it herself. At that stage, the house became tense and my parents felt the entitled mum was getting weird about it. The entitled mum starts to lock herself in the bedroom and be even more controlling of Em and berate everyone who dares say anything negative to the kid, even if it's the 7-year-old who asked him for his toy back. When finally, the entitled mum lost her mind on day 3 before dinner. My older brother, who was 20 at the time, says, "Kiddos, who's the dummy who still forgot his bowl full of milk in the sink?" And my mum says, "It's okay, P, but kids, please think about it and do it as you do at home." The entitled mum then chimes in and says, "How dare you speak about my baby like that? He is my kid and he doesn't have to do anything. I'm doing it for him." My mum just says, "It's okay, we're trying to teach them to clean up after themselves." The entitled mum then screams, "No, I don't know what you're trying to do, but my baby isn't doing any of it. Your kids aren't your slaves. I'm treating mine good." The nice dad just says, "Okay honey, maybe we'll figure things out later and you should calm down." The entitled mum, still screaming, says, "No, they are trying to force my baby to clean for everyone. He doesn't have to do anything. He is my baby." The entitled mum's 20-year-old son tries to calm her down too, when the entitled mum freaks out saying, "You know what? I hate you and I never wanted you to be here. I want you to leave." She locked herself in her room, and as her husband tried to make her calm down, she yelled, "I'm taking my baby home and I'm asking for a divorce." She then left alone with the kid and then came back and forced her other kids and husband to leave too, saying a few times to my parents how they were terrible parents and so on. That's the last time we saw her, and I know from the kids that 5 years later, she is still very much with her husband and her mental state isn't great, but mostly she is telling anyone she can that Em is doing terrible at school, while apparently the kid is actually doing fine according to his brothers, and that life as a mother is so stressful and terrible for her. You know, as a general rule, I don't like to judge parents on their decisions that they make when it comes to their parenting. But when it comes to something as simple as basic life skills like doing the dishes and just doing basic things for yourself, I think it's completely reasonable when another parent asks your kid to put their own dishes away. They're not asking for a lot, and while you might think your child is this precious little princess, to everyone else they're just another person with responsibilities like everyone else. Some entitled parents need to learn that if they wrap their kids in cotton wool for their entire lives, they're never going to experience anything, and they'll never have the confidence to go out and do things on their own when they get older. This happened not long after I turned 15, and my mum had tried to send me to military school behind my father's back. We didn't know this yet, but during this time, my mother was having an affair with an old high school ex-boyfriend of hers that she had somehow reconnected with. She'd claimed she was going out to drink with friends, but she didn't really have any friends, save for a few co-workers that she occasionally went out with. But they didn't really like her at all that much. My dad and I figured maybe she'd finally made some real friends because she actually got a bit nicer and was leaving me alone more. Whenever my mum went out drinking with her co-workers, she always took a cab to head out and then came back in one later so she wouldn't drink and drive. The cab service even knew her by name since she called every week. None of her co-workers really tolerated her enough to be her designated driver, so no one really got suspicious when she was using this routine more frequently to go meet her lover. One night, however, my mum came home absolutely wasted and hobbled her way up to my room. I awoke to her pounding on my locked door at like 4 AM. It honestly sounded like she was punching and kicking it. I opened the door to see her standing there looking disheveled, swaying back and forth and slurring her words. She called me a bad child for not doing what she said anymore, and that she wishes that she'd only had girls. I was understandably freaked out and told her to go away. It was about that time that my dad showed up and this happened. The following is again paraphrased as this happened a long time ago. My dad said, "What the hell is going on here in the middle of the night?" My mum replied saying, I was telling this little turd exactly what I think of him for disrespecting me. He's totally out of control." My dad then asked my mum, "How much have you had to drink tonight?" And she said, "None of your effing business. You. And she looked like she was thinking really hard for a second and goes on to say, "You limp piece of fermented waste. I should have married the other guy. He's so much better than you. He treats me like a real woman." My dad, confused, just said, "What other guy?" Mum just then looked like she was gonna hurl and turned to go down the hall and headed towards the upstairs bathroom. But she only managed to make it about halfway before projectile vomiting all over the upstairs hallway. She then fell over face first and passed out. My dad was visibly disgusted. Then he asked me to help get her to the bathroom so he could clean her up. But as we went to lift her, we noticed a smell quickly forming around us. My mother had actually soiled herself while laying in her own vomit. The smell was horrendous, but we still had to carry her to the bathroom. My dad had me get a whole roll of paper towels and a garbage bag, then spent the next 45 minutes cleaning my mother up in the bathtub. He threw her clothes into the washing machine and then my mum to bed. She woke up with a bad hangover the next morning, all the while not remembering anything that she said or did, and was more embarrassed than I'd ever seen her when she found out. It wasn't me or my dad who told her. Nope, it was my sister. We were gonna try and spare her the finer details on what happened, but my sister blabbed the whole thing in front of her while she was nursing a coffee at the kitchen table. My dad took some time off work to call in a carpet service the same day. He had the hallway carpet ripped up and had the floor steam cleaned before new carpet was put down. My mother hid in her room the entire time because she didn't want to be seen, and she stayed clear of me a while, but soon fell back into her usual habits. My dad got suspicious after my mum mentioned the other guy and got the call logs from the phone company for both the house phone and my mum's cell phone. And what he found was enough for him to call a private investigator. My mum was outed as a cheater soon after because she really didn't cover her tracks well at all. And that's when my dad finally said that he wanted a divorce. I wasn't there to see the argument when he called her out, but I was told that it was next level. She went crazy and threw stuff all over the kitchen. Broken dishes were everywhere. And yeah, guess who got to clean that up? Also, if anyone is wondering what happened to the guy that my mum was having an affair with, my dad told me that he actually applied for a transfer at his job and skipped town pretty fast. I have no idea where he went or where he is now, and from what I've heard, he didn't ever contact my mum again. So yeah, she threw away her marriage for a short fling that meant nothing. Not that I care, because I'm one of the few people who are actually happy that their parents divorced. For those of you that haven't seen it, this is a follow-on story from one that I read out in my last Entitled Parents video. If you want to watch that, the link will be in the description below. And I think it reiterates what I said about these entitled parents being so much more than entitled parents, and so much of the time just being downright bad parents as well. I mean, what kind of person holds themselves in such a high regard that they think that it's okay to go out and cheat on their husband and then feel that they're entitled to come back home and berate their family members and put them down? Honestly, to be anything like this mother, you have to be a special kind of entitled. I went to put gas in my car, and I have trouble reaching the card slots and keypads on the gas pumps that have it on top because of my disability. I always use the ones with the lower card slots and a keypad that is accessible for people with disabilities. I understand that anyone can use it, just like anyone can use the handicap bathroom, and it's not solely for people with disabilities. But anyway, I pulled into the gas station and drive up to the pump. Barely any cars are there at the moment, and there are 3 other pumps on that side of the station that are free. There were 2 people filling up their car at the pump on the other side of the gas station, and the entitled mum pulls up right behind me and starts blaring her horn. I got confused for a moment, not sure why she's blaring her horn, and she gets out, walks up to my window and taps on it. I wind it down a bit and she starts yelling at me that she needs that pump. I told her that I need that pump because it's lower and I cannot use the regular gas pumps, and there are others, including the one on the other side, that are free. She gets mad and said that her kid cannot reach those and needs to use the one with the lower keypad. I explained to her that I do as well, and I don't have anyone with me to help me with the pumps that have a higher keypad. I asked her why she couldn't do it herself, and then she started complaining how it's too hot for her to be out and that she could have a heat stroke. At this point, we've been going back and forth for enough time that we could have both filled up our cars and been on our way. I got out of my car, and when she saw me, she laughed and took out her phone and started taking pictures and a video because I heard her say, "Look at this freak, everyone. People are just the worst sometimes." You know, it's one thing to go up to a random person and just start screaming at them because you're too lazy to fill up your own tank of gas. And then it's another thing entirely to do exactly that, and then when you find out they have a disability, to laugh at them, record them, and then mock them just for being who they are. I feel so sorry for anyone who has to deal with someone who is so rude, so closed-minded, and so obnoxious that they think it's okay to laugh at somebody just because they have a disability. So, this happened yesterday. I was sitting on an empty bench on the playground side of a park. Till then, everything was fine. The entitled mother was kind of staring at me, but nothing weird. Then, I took out my Monster Energy can from my backpack, and of course, I began to drink it. Also a little note, I wear a lot of chains and necklaces, but my clothes this day had nothing special. Her 2-year-old daughter looked at me while playing, I smiled at her, and she does the same thing before going back to her business. There were at least 3 kids on the playground when the entitled mum walks up to me and says, "Could you please leave? It's making my daughter distracted and uncomfortable." I was shocked, but tried to remain polite and said, "Why?" She smiled at me and I didn't do anything wrong. She then proceeds to literally grab the can out of my hand saying, "You cannot drink this in front of a literal child. You have to know that it will influence them." I snapped and took my can away from her and really pushed myself not to raise my voice and said, "It's not alcohol and your kid doesn't know what it is. Plus, I'm 16 and I'm allowed to drink this." The entitled mum finally leaves while saying that I was a bad influence and dragged her crying child away from the playground. At least I finally enjoyed my drink in peace. You know what I find so hypocritical about people who think that energy drinks are the most awful thing in the world? Is that 9 out of 10 people who will badmouth energy drinks will drink like 6 cups of coffee a day. The average cup of coffee has anywhere between 80 and 100 milligrams of caffeine in it, and the average energy drink of the same size would typically have anywhere between say 40 and 80 milligrams of caffeine. So in other words, it's okay for you to be a bad influence on your kid and them see you drinking like 600 milligrams of caffeine a day, but it's not okay for a random kid who you have nothing to do with to drink a can of energy drink. I guess in the entitled parent world though, it's just completely normal for you to steal somebody else's belongings because you don't agree with their life choices. And that is that for today's episode of Entitled Parents. If you did enjoy, don't forget to hit the like button down below, and if you're new, don't forget to subscribe. There are 2 hand-selected videos on your screen right now which I suggest you watch if you want to see a bit more Bumfries. Make sure to hit that subscribe link as well. I hope you all have a fantastic day, and I'll see you tomorrow for some Choosing Beggars. Bye.
Yo, what is up guys? It is Bumfries, back with episode 102 of our Reddit series. This one's going to be a little bit of pro revenge, and I have a feeling you're gonna love this one. We haven't really delved into the realm of pro revenge recently, so here it is. I know you guys love pro revenge, and I know you guys love the revenge subreddits in general, so if you want to see more of them, don't forget to smash the like button on the video, then sit back, relax, and enjoy some pro revenge. Before I get started, a little bit about my field. It's the infamous IT or information technology. Yes, you could say I'm a modern day slave. I'm not a techie, but a professional who manages other techies. I assign projects, coordinate, administer projects, and do what is known as talent management at a junior level. Since I didn't earn direct revenue, I was not considered as valuable as a real technology guy. At the same time, I needed to work well over 50 hours a week without additional pay, and sometimes work weekends too. In the situation I was in, you could say this was a reasonably well-paying but stressful job. My solace were people who knew what value I was bringing to the table and became friends. Learning was great, so far, so good. Since I was a cheerful soul, I didn't mind extra work and was generally considered a maintenance-free resource. Because of this, my boss had high expectations of me. I was from a humble university and a small city, and I was hesitant to trumpet my achievements. I was under the impression that my work would speak for itself. At the time, I was far away from my hometown and freshly heartbroken in love, and thus was devoting all of my free time to work, like 100% devoted. The company was growing, and so my department was as well, and I got 2 university freshers as trainees to support my work. I was given a hint that if everything goes well, I may get promoted as an assistant manager. At the time, I was happy. The fresh grads, let's call them Jane and Joe, were really cool, and we became sort of buddies. I did my best to teach them the work and acted as an informal mentor. As time flew by, we started sharing our stories, started going out for weekend drinks, etc. One evening, when I was finishing tons of paperwork for recruitment drives as I was in HR, we were discussing our salaries. Jane pointed out that I was really naive and possibly a fool not knowing my worth. She said she noticed just how hardworking and genuine I was, and because of my nature, she is letting the secret out. Turned out, despite me leading the team and having 3 years of experience in the field, I wasn't even making half of what she was offered. I was surprised and felt really insulted, not because of her, but my boss, and I started planning my exit. I really wanted to make it grand, however, I didn't know how to go about it, and then it dawned upon me. I was an asset for this firm because I could do multitasking in 2 or 3 different fields. I started saying yes to almost any project that came my way, started working on weekends to execute it perfectly, just to refresh my knowledge. And of course, I started attending interviews. I ended up with the job, and I negotiated my salary that was 3 times of what I was making. I outperformed competition thanks to the extra work that I'd taken up, and because of the extra work. In case you wish to know, there were talent engagement programs, HR insights, and business analytics. I can't pinpoint exactly who the a-hole in chief was in my management team, but my immediate superior was a spineless guy and a yes man to his boss. His boss, let's call him Peter, was a truly unique piece of crap that I've ever seen. They gracefully told me that they are still reconsidering my promotion.
It was 6 months since I successfully managed 2 projects and overachieved the targets that they gave me.
So, I requested some vacation as I needed a break, and they obliged.
I went to my hometown and spent 2 memorable weeks with my mum and dad, and I told them that I was moving forward to another job. I finished my vacation and reached my office looking my best. I brought some gifts for everyone in the department and gave a small treat and then put my resignation on the table. I did see the piece of cake that was literally getting stuck in the throat of the boss. They immediately sprang into action to know what was wrong, but then I figured they needed at least 2, if not 3 people to do my job. I enjoyed during my notice period and very politely said thank you for everything to my boss, who was playing nice in front of me all along. After a couple of months, I got a confidential call from the Vice President of HR requesting some inputs. I shared my first-hand experience, consistent top-notch performance, and their treatment. She apologized profusely and said that I had an offer on the table if I wished to join. I left the city as it was planned, went on to a new fresh start, and grew well in my new organization. The bomb for this one, I recruited those 2 buddies who I had to train, in a different branch of my new company. After a year, I heard that my department didn't exist anymore. Top management couldn't justify the cost of 4 senior people that they had to hire to replace a team of 3.
I feel like I can't exactly pinpoint the exact type of pro-revenge that was in this, because I feel like it was some kind of multi-layered revenge, if that makes any sense whatsoever. Because when you look at it, you've got the first bit of revenge with him quitting because they were underpaying him and treating him obviously not fantastically by the sounds of it. Then you've got the second layer of it in that he took the grads over to the other company, so there were out 2 more staff members. And the third layer being that as a result of this, his old team completely shut down. So in summary of the absolute gibberish that I just spoke, I feel like individually the revenge isn't fantastic, but the overall and what happens at the end of it just makes for some perfect revenge. Okay, so there's this lady in my neighborhood's homeowners association who gets extremely pissed off when people feed the ducks at our neighborhood pond because the ducks crap where they aren't supposed to or something like that. So an old lady that is like 60 goes down to the pond and is feeding the ducks some grapes, and the lady, who we're gonna call Karen, sees her and walks down and starts screaming and cussing at this old lady for feeding the ducks. At the next homeowners association meeting, the old lady's daughter, who we'll call Diane, goes and starts cussing out Karen for screaming at her 60-year-old mum. The meeting was taking place at a pizza parlor, by the way, and Diane is kicked off the HOA and Karen gets off scot-free. Well, a man, who we'll call Dave, goes and asks what that was all about, and Diane tells him the whole story. And when he hears it, Dave is not happy. So Dave goes and buys about £60 worth of bird feed, finds out where Karen's house is at, and makes a trail of bird feed leading from the pond to Karen's house. Once the trail gets to Karen's house, he covers her entire yard with bird feed. Karen lives about 2 houses down from me, so I could hear the scream when she woke up to see about every duck in our neighborhood, which was about 50 ducks, converging on her lawn. Her lawn is trashed with duck crap and smells like it too. Long story short, Karen was kicked off the HOA and Diane was allowed back in and got some sweet revenge. Man, this revenge is some good revenge. It's like petty and pro revenge mixed into one, and honestly the result was perfect. Honestly, there's just no other way to put this than it's just straight up ducking fantastic. And yes, that was incredibly lame, and I'm so embarrassed that I actually said that, and yes, I also stole that from the comments, but sue me. This happened very recently, and I feel pretty good about it, to be honest. So I took a job working in a popular restaurant as I needed money to achieve a lifelong dream. I've previously worked at other restaurants and have a culinary degree as well. Those who's got hired in the kitchen, however, are not. To give a bit of background, they leave meat, fish, pasta and sauces out in the open in uncovered containers with the back door fully open, allowing bugs and other things to enter and do as they please with the food. They also do not keep vegetables cooled down and have them set out close by to the stove, which is obviously very unsanitary. I did what any sensible person would do, despite being new, and told them how wrong it is and that it could kill someone. Their reply was that I should shut up and respect the elders. The owner sadly protected these practices. When it came to teaching me the dishes, I spent my first day just observing how they made the dishes that were ordered, and the following day I was actually starting to help cook the food. Now, I did exactly how they did it after my day of observation, and yet it was somehow wrong. And despite me doing it the way they showed me and how to do it after the first time they claimed it was wrong, it was still wrong and they shoved me out of the kitchen. They even went to the owner and complained that I'm useless and they don't believe in me, that I'm just dumb and fat who belongs on a couch eating myself to death, among other much worse words. The owner came to me and told me what they had told him, but he did say that he believed in me, so that was reassuring at least. I know there can be a very harsh tone in a kitchen and I'm used to that, but not that harsh. I continued to take the abuse for another week, and I should note that I deal with anxiety issues, so not breaking down in front of them took a lot of energy, and I decided that enough is enough. So I sneakingly took pictures of the kitchen with the unsanitary methods and sent an anonymous letter to the food safety department with the pictures. After 2 days, they show up unannounced and declare the place a health hazard, forcing the owner to throw all food away as they weren't sure how much had been tainted and they didn't want to take any risks. He also had to pay a very hefty fine. I must admit, I did feel bad at first because I liked the owner, but I had to do something about the other cooks as well as teach the owner a lesson about the unsanitary things. The cooks got sacked, and as they were immigrants and no longer had a job, it meant they could not stay in the country and they would most likely be deported back to where they came from. I had to leave shortly thereafter too, as the owner couldn't afford to pay wages after that fine, and at least those cooks got what they deserved. I am positive about finding a new job soon, at least I hope so, as there is kind of a deadline for earning enough money for that dream I have. Now this is not it's not an attack at this post or anything, but I feel like the quality in Pro Revenge is really just lacking lately. Like, I remember we could make such good episodes of Pro Revenge going back a few months ago, and if you look at the subreddit now, and you look at posts in like the last week or two, there's just nothing there. Like, you can literally see all the posts that have been done on the same page. I don't know, I just feel like Pro Revenge was such a good subreddit and it has so many members, so it really just surprises me to see a lack of content, but at least we've got some kind of decent stories like this one still. So for some reason, my 8th grade science teacher hated me. He was one of the 2 science teachers for our grade, so he could basically do whatever he wanted in our class and get away with it since the school didn't have a replacement. He would do all sorts of petty stuff to me, like grading tests and practical assignments wrong. The thing was, you had to do practical assignments with a partner, so he got bad grades because of me too. He would accuse me of breaking tools, even though I saw him break them beforehand and then give them to me. So one day I was homesick from school, and on that day we had a major science test. So at like 3 PM in the afternoon, I sent him a message saying, "Hey, OP here. Since I was sick today, can I maybe take the test on Monday?" He sent me a response 2 days later at 1 AM, and I think, let's see where this goes. The message read as follows. Monday, 8:15, classroom 320, no calculator. He always acts passive aggressive with me, but what he didn't know is that I had conspired with 2 of my classmates and they had recorded him in the lesson saying, "You can use a calculator for the whole test." We recorded everything when this man made an announcement, and he only did it once every 2 lessons, so our phones didn't get filled up. I've also been filming him breaking stuff and then giving it to me at the practical, and then recording him accusing me of breaking it. While the lessons were going on, almost everyone was messing around on their phones, so it wasn't out of the ordinary for me to have my phone out. So, when I showed up to make the test, he was 10 minutes late and he said, "I hope you remember, no calculator." I just said got it and made the test. Now, this test was almost impossible without a calculator. I saw him laughing to himself the entire time. So 2 weeks go by and I get my grade. I got a 3 out of 10 and I think that's like an F, so I did what anyone would do. I gathered my 2 friends who had the evidence on their phones and I went to the principal. I explained the entire situation and shown them all of the footage that we had gathered. He called the science teacher in and asked us to leave the room. 5 minutes later, he calls us back in. He informs us that we will all be suspended for 5 days for filming a teacher, but that the teacher will be fired and never allowed to work at that school again. Oh, and if you're wondering, I was allowed to retake the test and got a 9 out of 10. Needless to say, I felt pretty good afterwards. I mean, it could just be me, but it seems a little bit rough them getting suspended when all they were trying to do was gather some evidence against a teacher who was clearly treating them very unfairly, but like I said, could just be me. But I mean, at the end of the day, the teacher was doing the wrong thing, and even though they did get suspended, the teacher got what he deserves, so at the end of the day, all is well. Alright everyone, that is going to be that for today's episode of Pro Revenge. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for watching and I hope you enjoyed the video. Just quickly, thank you to everyone who's still stuck around. I was gone for about a week or so, just a nice little getaway to get into some warmer weather. Those of you that are from Melbourne or even Sydney, Tasmania know how crappy the weather is right now, so it was really nice to get away to some warmer weather. But back now, back at work and, you know, having a great time. Anyway, enough gibberish. I don't want to ramble on, like I said. What we're going to do is probably some entitled parents tomorrow, but I do want to get back into doing different subreddits. I'm kind of sick of doing the same ones over and over, so let me know in the comments below what you would like to see in terms of subreddit. Even if it's not Reddit, heck, I don't mind, you know, if you guys want to see like funny Facebook things or mix it up with Facecam or just something different, let me know, because seriously, like it would do me the world of good to be able to mix things up and, you know, you guys to actually want a little mix up rather than me just doing it because I get bored with what I'm doing. But yeah, let me know. I would love you guys so much. If there was something else that you guys wanted to see, just let me know. Otherwise, we'll stick with what we're doing because you guys still enjoy it, right? But otherwise, that is going to wrap things up for today's episode of Pro Revenge. I just want to say again, thank you so much for watching. I hope you're all having a fantastic day, and I'll see you all tomorrow for another episode of Entitled Parents. Bye. Yo, what is up guys? It is Bumfreeze, back with episode 98 of our Reddit series. This one's gonna be a bit more entitled parents, and I know you're gonna love this one. 2 more episodes after this one, and we are at episode 100. You guys gave me some awesome suggestions last time, and I'm definitely looking at taking those on board. But for now, let's focus on this video, so leave a like, then sit back, relax, and get annoyed at some entitled parents. So I'm a lifeguard at my local pool, and this happened while I wasn't working. But I got a very detailed recount the next day from another traumatized lifeguard. So, I thought I'd share. A swimmer came up to one of the lifeguards, who we'll call Lifeguard 1, saying, I think there's been an accident in one of your toilets. Now, we aren't allowed to leave poolside while on duty, so he radioed for another lifeguard, who we'll call Lifeguard 2, to come and check it out, and oh my god. Someone had obviously had an awful case of diarrhea. The cubicle was covered in crap, all up the walls, the floor, on the toilet paper dispenser, and in every crevice available. Lifeguard 2 quickly closes the toilet and ran for the manager because they had no idea how to even start cleaning this up. This is where the entitled parent comes in. Lifeguard 1 was watching the pool as he noticed a lady and her kid, who was maybe 6, walking on the poolside. The most important detail to note here is that the kid had crap dripping down his legs, and the conversation went as follows. The lifeguard says to the entitled mum, "Excuse me, your son can't come in the pool like that." And she just responds saying, "Oh no, don't worry, I just need to wash him off, then we'll be leaving." And the lifeguard's like, "What?" The entitled mum responds saying, "I'm just gonna dunk him in, you know, just to get the worst off before he changes." And the lifeguard says, "No, you are not. You can use the showers for that." And the entitled mum comes back saying, "Oh, but this will be so much quicker, and we're here. Plus, the showers are gross," which, by the way, they are not. They get cleaned at least twice a day. And the lifeguard says, "The pool rules say that if you have diarrhea, you aren't allowed to swim, and have you got any idea just how unsanitary that is?" The entitled mum obviously doesn't care and says, "He'd only be in there for a few seconds. What's the big deal? My son isn't going to get anyone sick." At this point, they argued back and forth. All the while, the kid was dripping crap on the floor and looking like death. After a while, the manager had noticed what was happening and came over. The situation was explained, and the entitled mum tried to plead her case to him. She says, "So you see, I should be allowed to wash him here. It's communal water." The manager, in a voice that sounded like he was completely over stupid people today, says, "No, leave the pool or I will be forced to ban you." At this point, the lady finally got the message and left. I guess it just sounded more important coming from a grown man rather than a teenage lifeguard. However, in the end, it wasn't really a win for the lifeguards because they had to clean it all up. One of them threw up because the smell was that bad. And by the time she'd left, another toilet mysteriously had another crap on the floor. But whatever, they haven't come back yet. Well, I mean, starting off a video with probably one of the most disgusting stories we've ever had on the entire Reddit series is probably always a good way to start. I mean, what kind of... I actually don't know. I mean, I don't even know what to say about this. We've got probably one of the weirdest, most disgusting entitled mums that I've come across, but also it's kind of mild compared to some things. Like, sometimes I really just don't get these entitled parents, you know, where their head's at and why they think that it's okay to do the things they can do, but you know what? Each to their own. This was recent, and I was heading home still wearing my cat ears and tail. I was aware that most normal people are weirded out by a grown woman wearing this, but I was super tired and had just finished helping a friend who is disabled and staying at a hotel near the convention. I was taking the bus home because I only came for a day. So, I decided at a stop to remove my ears and tail, which I should have done at my hotel, but my bad. I was aware of this small child and her mum. I put the ears and tail into my grab bag that my friend brought me, and I was sitting down to wait for the bus. Here comes the trouble no sooner as I sit down. The little child, who is a girl, reached her hand into my bag and says, "Mummy, it's soft." I look over and I politely close the bag. She wanders back to her mum, who asks me about the convention, which I answered yes, I just went to it. She then says, "Then you won't mind if my daughter tries on the ears and tail?" She seemed to think this is okay, but it was not. The ears and tails were made for adults, not kids. I politely said no, and the mother's friend walked up looking offended and said, "Why not? You're not wearing it, and besides, you're an adult. You should just give it to her." The mother of the child just looked at her friend. Now, the mother was no entitled mum at all. She accepted the answer and just asked me where she could buy the set. I happily gave the unentitled mum the webpage and warned her of the prices. Her friend, who was a total entitled mum, demanded that I just give my set to the child and says, "Look, we know you're just a freak. Just give it to my friend's daughter." She then prompts the unentitled mum to just take it from her because clearly you have a right to, and then the unentitled mum shut it down right then and there. She said to the entitled mum, she said no. And besides, red is not my daughter's color. They have a pink one on the site, and I'm gonna order that one for her when we get home. I also informed the unentitled mum that she can pick the size more suited to her child, which she then thanked me for. The entitled mum, on the other hand, was left to stew for a minute and then spouted, "I hate Comic-Con freaks. They are all the same. A bunch of babies who clearly never grew up. I'm so glad that I will never let my kids be into that." I then whispered to the unentitled mum, I hope her kids do become nerds just to spite her. We had a good laugh as I waved to her daughter and said, "I bet you'll be so cool as a pink kitty." You know, I feel like lately we haven't had a lot of these kind of stories where people are just trying to take other people's stuff for no reason. A lot of them have been a lot more in-depth, so it's nice to go back to our roots of the original, we'll call it, entitled parent stories where some stupid person just decides that somebody else's property belongs to them. I mean, in this case, it's probably a little bit worse. It wasn't even for them, it was for their friend's kid, and they for no reason decided to jump in and try and take somebody else's stuff. Like, I know I said this before, but I just don't get what runs through entitled parents' heads. So for a bit of backstory, my grandmother, on my mum's side, divorced when my mother and her two siblings were in high school. They both ended up remarrying happily a few years later. She had a fourth child with her new husband, which was a son. Unfortunately, her husband died in a car accident and she was left alone to raise her son, who was called Mark. My parents regularly helped with babysitting while she worked and supported her when she accidentally dropped a pot of boiling water on Mark and he had to get skin grafts on his back at age 5. She blew a lot of the life insurance money on things like belly dancing classes and things for her home. Mark grew up fine and moved out despite having an extremely controlling and overly attached mother. The main characters in our fantastical tale are going to be my mother, who we'll call Denise, my aunt, who we'll call Rachel, my uncle, who we'll call John, my half-uncle, who we'll call Mark, and the Wicked Witch, grandmother, or entitled parent. Almost 2 years ago, my Aunt Rachel is visiting from the UK to our quaintly screwed up home in South Africa. Rachel and John both live in the UK, by the way. It has been over a year since Aunt Rachel had spoken to her beloved little half-brother, Uncle Mark. A lot had happened to Uncle Mark since then, and he was now in a serious relationship and planning to propose. My Aunt Rachel was staying with us for the duration of her trip and brings up the idea of a family lunch. Thinking this is a splendid idea, my mother offered to drive and invited our dearest grandmother along. It wasn't a pleasant affair and not much of significance happened. Unfortunately, my grandmother has a habit of assuming that she knows the inner workings of people's lives, so not many answers came from Mark himself. Unsatisfied with not being able to discuss his desire to propose to his girlfriend, Aunt Rachel decided to plan another meeting with just Mark. My mother drove once again and joined them. Later that evening, after they'd returned home, my mother made the mistake of mentioning this to the Wicked Witch. The abyssal planes of hell beacon to the spirit of darkness within her. Firstly, she began insisting that Mark is her son and it was an utter betrayal and a plot to usurp her position in his life by not including and inviting her. She then contacted Uncle John and insisted that he cut contact with Denise and Rachel, to absolutely no avail. After which, she insisted that she would ensure that they never had contact with Mark again. She failed to, and according to her, saw that the world was against her and that those horrible children of hers had succeeded. Months went by and no contact was had. Myself and my brother were not even wished a happy birthday. Then came the letter. Each family member received a handwritten and stamped letter in the mail, and the contents of which left my mother and Aunt Rachel in tears. It was shaming, degrading, and spiteful contents. It read, "I am willing to consider forgiving you if you all apologize. Uncle Mark didn't like this. The hero of a man stepped up and told her that he wasn't going to speak to her again if she didn't grow up, and he broke the news of his engagement. He told her that she would only be invited if she apologized, and he kept his word. She has not spoken to any members of the family since, and my mother, aunt and uncles plan to enjoy the wedding in peace." Honestly, it could just be me, and sorry for using a bit of hip lingo, but this just seems a little bit extra over something as petty as not being invited to a general family talk between siblings. I don't know. Like, this was super well written and I love that, but I just don't know how entitled this person really was. I mean, they just seem a little bit pissed off that they weren't invited. I mean, people do weird things all the time. Is it really that far-fetched for someone to try and break up a family over it? Who knows with entitled parents, because we've seen a lot worse. This happened somewhere in the middle of my first year at college. I was in the dining hall closest to my dorms for dinner, and I heard a lot of shouting and saw a bunch of people watching something. What I saw was a woman yelling at a guy with an embarrassed girl next to her. I assumed that the girl was the woman's daughter and that the guy might have been her boyfriend. I didn't really pay much attention to what the mum was saying and just thought that maybe she was angry because the girl was dating in secret or something like that. I was walking by with my plate of food and I heard the entitled mum scream, "My daughter should not even be near you. You'll just spread your autism to her." Now, usually, I don't care about other people's business. However, it always pisses me off when people are too ignorant to just look up info and assume stuff like cancer or HIV and AIDS are contagious through casual physical touch. I especially hate it when that stupidity leads to the suffering of others. I also have a bad habit of just exploding when I'm angry enough, and it did cause me to lash out a lot when I was younger. I also know that autism is a spectrum. Although there are common symptoms, it affects everybody differently. I don't believe that autistic people are stupid or rude, they just communicate and express themselves uniquely. I'm mentioning this because the wording of my insult to the entitled mum might make it seem like I have something against autistic people. I shouted at her, "Well, if she does have autism, she obviously got it from you since you have no idea how to be civil." That got everyone's attention, and that effing cow literally charged me. I sidestep her and I end up accidentally tripping her, although it was pretty satisfying. She fell flat on her face and this lady struggled to get up. I looked at the daughter, who was just shaking her head in embarrassment, and hurried away. Luckily, the dining hall was pretty big and there were a lot of other people, so I wasn't too worried about being found. I never found out what the aftermath was, but it wasn't my business anyway. I'm starting to notice a bit of a theme with this episode, whereas every single entitled parent just has some kind of weird ideas in their head that just simply don't translate to a normal functioning society. Like, lady, let's be real. Catching autism is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard. There cannot possibly be a way that you genuinely believe that your daughter hanging out with somebody else that has autism is going to result in her getting autism as well. But hey, we've come across some pretty dumb entitled parents in the past and they've done much worse things, so what the hell do I know? Alright everyone, that is that for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for watching and I hope you enjoyed the video. I'm just going to take a second to plug a couple of my social medias, including our Discord server. I do have a Twitter and an Instagram if you want to follow me on both of those. They are both at Bumfries, and feel free to send me a message and I'll do my best to respond. I also just want to take a second to say thank you so much for all the love lately, all of the comments, the likes, the subscribers, just the fact that you guys tune in and watch my videos every day. It really does make my day. Every single one of you is the backbone of this channel and I really cannot express how much I appreciate that. Without you guys, this channel would be nothing, and I love making these videos for you guys and I love the fact that you enjoy them. So on that note, I will wrap things up for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to take a second again to say thank you so much for watching. I hope you're all having a fantastic day, and I'll see you all in the next episode of Entitled Parents. Bye. Yo, what is up guys? It is Bumfries, back with another episode of Entitled Parents. Today's episode is gonna be a banger and I know you're gonna love this one. I know you guys have been waiting for another episode for a while, so if we can get this video to 3,000 likes in the next 24 hours, I'll do another video tomorrow of choosing beggars. So once you've hit the like button, all you need to do is sit back, relax, and get annoyed at some entitled parents.
So this story requires a lot of background to be understood, so please bear with me. Recently, my mother-in-law passed away. My wife's sister Lucy, who's in her 40s, has a mental handicap where she has the mentality and maturity of about a 9-year-old. She's lived with her mother her entire life and was understandably devastated by the loss. Because of her handicap, Lucy receives a social security disability check every month from the government in the amount of about $800. She and my mother-in-law had been renting an apartment using both of their incomes. However, with the loss of my mother-in-law's income, Lucy could no longer afford the apartment on her own. My mother-in-law and Lucy have a small dog, a Chihuahua named Maria that they have had since it was born. Maria is now 12 years old and Lucy loves this little dog, and it really is the only thing she has left of her mother. My mother-in-law had taken care of Lucy for her whole life, to the point where Lucy never had to cook, clean, go grocery shopping, pay bills, make a budget, or do anything for herself. My mother-in-law's passing was not a surprise. She'd been sick for a while, so therefore, for the past year or so, Lucy had been receiving services from a state-sponsored program to help her learn life skills such as cooking and cleaning. This program also offers housing assistance, but it wasn't needed before this time. How the housing assistance works is that the GP buys or rents housing and then places clients in the house, charging the client significantly reduced rent, with the state welfare program making up the difference. After my mother-in-law's death, my wife became Lucy's power of attorney, allowing her to make financial and medical decisions for Lucy. My wife was able to get Lucy set up in GP housing at a cost to Lucy of $500 per month. This included all utilities, leaving Lucy $300 per month for internet, food, and anything else she needed. It's not ideal, but it's doable. However, she would be unable to keep the dog. The reason for this is the entitled mum who we'll call Karen, because of course. Also living in the same GP housing as Lucy is Dottie. She's a female in her 20s. Dottie is also handicapped and she's non-verbal and walks with a walker. However, she seems very sweet, unlike her mother Karen. Dottie requires 24/7 support from caregivers, and Lucy also has caregivers coming on weekdays during the day to help her out. Maria ended up staying with one of her caregivers, Sophie, until a situation could be arranged where she and Lucy could live together. Okay, that's enough background, let's get to the entitlement. When my wife met with the GP representative and Karen to discuss Lucy moving into the house, Karen told everyone that dogs were not allowed because the landlord forbid it. The landlord she was referring to was not the GP, but the owner of the house that the GP was renting from. My wife asked if she could discuss this with the landlord directly, and Karen said, "No, I'm representing the landlord, so you'll just have to trust me." And yet, it gets worse. Even though Lucy is technically renting from the GP, Karen insisted that my wife sign a sublease stating that we were renting from Karen. The representative from the GP said to go ahead and sign it and that it would be fine. My guess is that since Karen is paying the GP, the document would be unenforceable and the GP rep just didn't want to deal with fighting Karen. And so, my wife signed it. Karen also wanted Lucy to pay the $500 monthly to her and she would give it to the GP. My wife, however, stood her ground on that one. There was no way that we were trusting this person with Lucy's money, and after much arguing, Karen finally agreed to let us pay the rent directly to the GP. Then the discussion went back to the dog. My wife asked if there was any way that Maria could live with Lucy. Karen said, "Of course not. My husband is allergic to dogs." So my wife said, "So that means if your husband came to see Dottie, he'd have a problem, right?" Karen replied, "No, my husband never comes to the house, but I do all the time, and I can't be bringing dog dander back home." Later, when my wife and I were at the house to sign the sublease, Karen mentioned that she just had to leave to pick up her other daughter's dog. What? Karen also tried to get security cameras installed in the house. They would cover the living room, the kitchen, and the dining room, basically all of the common areas. Because Dottie was non-verbal and couldn't tell Karen what was happening with her, she wanted to be able to observe what was going on in the house at any time. Nobody was okay with this, not Lucy, not my wife, not the caregivers, and not the GP representative. Some of Dottie's caregivers told us that Karen had asked for this on multiple occasions and she didn't like being told no. So, Lucy moved in without the dog. Sophie would drive her over to her house nearly every day to spend time with Maria. Every time Karen came to the house when Lucy was there, she told Lucy that she should just forget about the dog because she is never going to have Maria with her again. Everything having to do with Karen was starting to look a little fishy. So using the public records search, I was able to determine that the owner of the house was an 80-year-old woman who inherited the house from her parents when they died. Using the same search, I was able to learn that Karen owned 3 different properties that she rented out. I kind of got the impression that Karen was somehow trying to get the house from the owner, but we never figured out what the dynamic was all about. After living there for 3 months, my wife received a letter from the owner of the house. It was an eviction notice. Apparently, the owner had decided to sell the house, and Lucy had 30 days to move out. The letter also stated that Karen has decided not to renew the lease. My wife called Karen, and as it turns out, Karen got a similar letter from the owner stating that Lucy had decided not to renew the lease. I couldn't help but laugh. It seems that whatever Karen was trying to pull over the owner got the last laugh. A few weeks later, Lucy moved into another GP house. This one was a bit more expensive, $600 per month, but it included internet which Lucy no longer has to pay for, so it's pretty much a wash. Also, another resident in the house has a dog, so after making sure that Maria and the other dog got along, Lucy has her dog back. A story like this one, more than anything, just strikes me as extremely bizarre. I don't know what the entitled mum in this story was truly up to, and I don't know if anyone ever will, but what I can say for certain is it sounds like she was up to no good. I mean, the subleasing thing in itself strikes me as very unusual and very suspicious, but for the rent to be exchanged to some kind of middleman being the Karen and then onto GP, it doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't know where this took place, but I know in the US they have some pretty interesting laws around squatting and house ownership, and I wonder if the entitled mum found some really obscure outdated law that was trying to show that she had ownership of the house. Who knows, we may never know what it is, but she was definitely up to something. My mum wants to be a hairdresser. I have a place that I go to get my hair cut, and I've gone there so many times that they know what I normally get done, and I barely have to tell them because they know. Today my mum kept nagging me, and I only needed a trim. So against my better judgment, I agreed to let her trim my hair. As she was finishing up, my stepdad came out and started snickering. My mum then burst into laughter. I stood up and pulled off the cape and went to the mirror, and she has effed up my hair. It was bad. Long in some places, short in others. It was just really bad. I went back out there and they were laughing at me and mocking me. I knew what I had to do. I put on a hoodie and put my hood up and went to my normal hairdresser. I got in a chair and told him what happened and asked if he could make me look at least semi-decent. He fixed my hair as best he could and told me to come back when my hair grew out a little bit more and then he could fix it properly. I thanked him and paid him and went home. I got home and my mum yelled at me for ruining her work. I told her that she ruined my hair and I fixed it. She started yelling that I'm your mother, I should be allowed to cut my son's hair. I snapped and said to her, "Mum, you purposely screwed up my hair," and then laughed in my face about it. Why did you do it in the first place? Were you trying to sabotage my look so I won't be able to play in the band? I know you hate that I'm in my band, but I'm not quitting, so you can either support me in this or shut up about it. And I admittedly stormed to my room. She talked to my stepdad about it and probably blew the story out of proportion. So my stepdad came into my room and started to lecture me about respecting my mum. I was pissed off, so I told him, why should I respect her? She's done nothing to earn my respect. She treats me like garbage and I'm supposed to bow down? That's not gonna happen. My mum pushed past him and started to scream about how I'm such a problem child, and I answered with 5 simple words that shut her up. I said to her, "You decided to keep me." She opened her mouth a couple of times as if trying to figure out what to say, then silently walked out. My stepdad asked why I said that and I replied to him, "I'm tired of this. She complains and screams that I'm such a problem when she's the one that decided to keep me. If she wasn't ready for a baby, even after dad left, she had options, but she still decided to keep me. She's my mum. She's supposed to be supportive, but she can't even do that for me. I'm tired of her screaming at me for existing." My stepdad didn't have a good answer, so he just left. I went to the band's practice spot by myself and played my brains out to calm myself down. Then I came home and wrote this post. I have no idea where all of that came from, but I think it's just bottled up anger for her screaming at me.
This just started as your average entitled parent story, and the longer the story went on, the darker and darker it got. Like in the first couple of paragraphs of this story, there is no way that you could tell me that you thought this was going to go down the path it did, but here we are 2 minutes later. To be completely honest with you though, this must have been a very difficult thing for the OP to go through, and don't get me wrong, it doesn't detract away from the fact that this mum is an entitled mum, but hearing those words come out of your son's mouth must have been some of the most hard-hitting words she's ever heard. Maybe this will be the point that the entitled mum realizes that she needs to change her ways, but from the track record of entitled parents, I don't like our chances. I live in an area with a lot of water. There's tons of places to kayak, canoe, jet ski, etc. So most people who live here own their own recreational boats or toys. My boyfriend and I recently got a barely used 2-person kayak at a garage sale for a steal, and we're eager to try it out. My friend doesn't really get out on the water too much, so she doesn't have her own boat, but she did want to tag along, so we went to a spot where you can rent or bring your own. Unbeknownst to us, her mother and youngest brother wanted to tag along. This wouldn't have bothered me if they weren't the most insufferable people on the planet. The rental spot has a bar, so by the time we got there, they were already pretty lit at 9 AM. We decided to forego drinking until after we ride and started to get our boat out on the water. I hop into the front seat and wait for my boyfriend to park the car and come back. My friend Kay, the entitled mum and her son come over to the boat launch, and the entitled mum is disappointed to see that they didn't have any 2-person kayaks left and that her son and her will have to use the singles or share a canoe. Seeing me floating a few feet away in a 2-person kayak set her off, and she yelled for me to get out and get this damn canoe. By that time, my boyfriend was wading through the water to get to me and politely offered that maybe if at the halfway mark to the lake, if she was too tired, that we could switch. But we wanted to use our own kayak. She demanded that because she was the adult in the group, we had to do what she says. We're 28 and she's in her 50s. My boyfriend laughed awkwardly and just hopped onto the back of the boat while the rental attendants looked annoyed as hell. Because we were only in like 2 feet of water at this point, she drunkenly charged through the water and grabbed my arms, trying to grab me out of the boat. Kay was already behind her, pulling her back and yelling at her to stop, while her son stood on the shore chugging the last of his beer. The attendants yelled for her to knock it off and waved over security while my boyfriend was already dragging her out of the water. He tossed her off to them with Kay apologizing over and over. As pissed off as I was fine seeing that crazy woman get thrown out of the park with her son. Kay had to leave with them since they couldn't drive home, or at least so we thought. We took off on the boat and came back a few hours later. The attendants told us that she started another fight in the parking lot, tried to come back inside the park to drink some more, and eventually was carted away in a police car after she started throwing rocks at people. You know, I really miss these old school entitled parent stories where the entitled parents think that they're entitled to somebody else's belongings just because they want it. I mean, you can't help but to laugh when you hear that the entitled mum decided that it was her right to take that kayak out because she was the adult of the group, despite every single person that was present being over the age of 25. It's one thing if they were 12 years old and you consider yourself to be the adult around a bunch of preteens, but as far as I see it, the day you turn 18, you're an adult. Anyway, that completely aside, from the story, it sounds like the entitled mum has a few bigger issues that she needs to deal with rather than focusing on a little kayak. A few years ago, my girlfriend and I were moving, and her mother helped with cleaning down the apartment we were moving from as the last thing we did before returning the keys. Having been at this for a long time, we decided to take a lunch break at a local pizza restaurant. We treated her mother for this, of course, since she was helping us. We were all exhausted from the work and were looking forward to a nice little time eating pizza and relaxing out on the patio of the restaurant. There were a couple of other families there, including a large American family. We're Norwegian and this happened in Norway. Their kids were absolutely mental, and their parents gave zero craps about them running around on the patio and screaming. We were not really up to this, as Norwegians are usually very polite to each other and try not to disturb anyone, and we really just wanted a relaxing time. Now, kids are kids, so I wouldn't blame them, but I turned around and spoke directly to them, not to be mean or anything, and said, "Hey kids, we're at a restaurant, shh." Yes, shushing them. They actually responded excellently to this and became quiet instantly. Parenting apparently works. This obviously infuriated their American mother, who went, "How dare you speak to my children?" I put on the thickest Norwegian English accent that I could and replied, "Well, you weren't speaking to them at all, so I had to do the job for you."
The mother huffed and puffed something or other, but I didn't really care. They left in a fit after that, and everything became normal and relaxed again. Now, I can already see a story like this causing so much debate between people when it comes to parenting someone else's kid or trying to tell someone else's kid what to do, but I think you cross a line when you start to make direct orders at somebody else's children. In any case, I think telling someone else to just quieten down a little bit is polite and respectful. Whether it's a child or whether it was the parents directly who are being too loud. If you're being a disturbance to other people, they're well within their rights just to let you know that you're being a little bit too loud and that they would appreciate it if you quieten down a little bit. I mean, look, like I said, in any case, this is going to split opinions, but as far as I see it, the OP didn't do anything wrong and they just wanted the kids to be quiet. That in my book is completely fine, and yeah, I think she's an entitled parent because she thinks she's entitled to have her kids do whatever they want at the expense of everyone else's experience. Alright everyone, that is going to be that for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for watching and I hope you enjoyed the video. If you did enjoy the video, don't forget to smash that like button down below, and remember, if we can get this video to 3,000 likes in the next 24 hours, there'll be another episode of Choosing Beggars coming tomorrow. I'm not going to drag this outro out, but I just want to say thank you to everyone who's stuck around, everyone who's asking questions when the next video will be. As you guys know, it's been very difficult for me to post videos consistently lately, but I do have a few weeks off work coming up soon, and I can guarantee during those 3 weeks I'll be posting videos nearly every day. Anyway, enough of that. The gist is I appreciate all of you guys and I love you guys so much. But that is going to wrap up today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to say again, thank you so much for watching, and here's hoping I see you guys tomorrow for an incredible episode of Choosing Beggars. Bye.
Yo, what is up guys? It is Bumfreeze, back with episode 46 of our Reddit series. This one's going to be some more Entitled Parents, and I know you're going to love this one. We hit 175,000 subscribers today, and that is an incredible feat, and I cannot thank you all enough. If you are new around here and you like my stuff, don't forget to smash the subscribe button, and then sit back, relax, and laugh at some Entitled Parents. I work IT for a small company. I support about 25 people in total, and anything tech related owned by the company, and I'm involved in it. I like my job. Most of the folks working here are good people, even though some of them are very difficult to train on computers. The entitled parent is a middle-aged woman who, as far as I can tell, gets paid more than I do to do about 45 minutes of work a day that she stretches into a full 8-hour shift. She can't really even do that 45 minutes of work correctly most of the time, and I've had to come and retrain her on the software we use several times a month. The entitled parent also refuses to listen when I'm helping her with tech issues and has something new to complain about every week. I'm told she only got the job because her dad and the owner of the company are drinking buddies. Well, as annoying as she is, I was able to mostly ignore her until this incident last week. I'm in my office working on something when the entitled mum comes in with a laptop, some cables, and an iPad. She sets them down on my desk and just looks at me without saying a word. So I say, what's all this? And then the mum goes, my son's laptop and iPad are having troubles. Can you fix them? Sorry, but I don't work on personal devices. If it isn't owned by the company, I won't work on it. You'll have to go to a shop or something. And the entitled mum goes, oh, come on. You fix this kind of stuff all the time. I bet it takes you 5 to 10 minutes tops to get them running. Then you can get back to whatever else you want to fix. So I push the items back towards her and say, sorry, it's not happening. And the entitled mum, who's turning several shades of purple and red at this point, says, what the hell is wrong with you? You sit around all day doing nothing, and when you finally come out of your office, it's to fix things that you obviously screwed up because you're incompetent. Just fix the effing thing so I can take them home and use them again. I don't know why the owner even keeps you around. You are so useless. I just say to her, yeah, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave my office so I can get back to work. I go back to working on things, and the entitled mum grabs her stuff and storms out, slamming my door behind her. I get a call about 20 minutes later from the owner asking why the entitled parent was demanding that I be fired. She had told him that I had laughed in her face and refused to help her. She even said that I threatened to never help her with IT problems at work again because I was mad that she'd called me out for being lazy. I explained what actually happened and offered to send the owner a copy of the camera footage of the entire incident since there was a camera overlooking my entire office. Owner requested the footage, so I sent it to him. I get in the next day and realize the entitled mum isn't there. I ask around, and apparently the owner called her into his office and spoke with her about the incident. She tried to double down on her lies when the owner showed her the footage, including audio, and caught her in her lie. He then offered to let her take some time off to cool her head before coming back to work, but that he'd expect her to make an apology to me for her behaviour. This enraged the entitled mum, who everyone could hear even through closed doors, and after screaming about how awful a person I was, she stormed out of the owner's office, grabbed her things and shouted, "I effing quit," before leaving. So she's gone for good. This lady was so unwilling to own up to her own poor behaviour and apologise to me that she threw away a cushy job making way more money than she is likely to make anywhere else around here. What an effing idiot. On the plus side, without the entitled mum here constantly complaining, I'm getting a bit more work done each day. Isn't it nice just to not see the entitled parent win for a change? We get so used to people in these stories just taking it from the entitled parents and not pushing back, but at least this person could produce some hard evidence and get the person to quit. I can't imagine that was his original goal, but he definitely seems pretty happy about it. First of all, the entitled parent here is my aunt, and we'll call her EP. Marco is a photographer we hired. Okay, so in Finland, we have this thing called Rippikoulu, which is basically just a week-long summer camp for 14 to 15-year-old kids where they read the Bible and have some fun. After the camp, you have your confirmation, which is where you go to church and sing songs and stuff. When you've had your confirmation, you can legally get married in a church. It's a big thing for many, and people usually celebrate it and have parties. My party was a big one. We had over 80 guests. Because we invited all of my relatives there, entitled parent was one of the guests. When she came in, she handed me €5. People usually give gifts to the recently confirmed, and the most common gifts are money and a cross necklace. All of my other relatives had given me €50 or more, and I was quite shocked. Even my old kindergarten teacher gave me €20. I didn't complain though, at least I got some money, right? At one point, we were all outside and Marco was taking pictures of me and my brother. When my aunt came up to us and asked if he could take pictures of her daughter, which was my cousin, Marco told her that he couldn't do that just yet because he was in the middle of taking pictures of me, the thing that he was hired to do and was paid for, and would take pictures of her daughter later. That wasn't good enough for her though. She needed the pictures right now. She told us how her daughter, who was 17 at the time, was bored and wanted to leave and we shouldn't make her wait any longer. When Marco told her that he would be done in 15 minutes, my auntie started yelling how she worked hard on her daughter's makeup and hair and it would be a huge waste to not take pictures of her. She even said that she didn't care if it was my party, her daughter looked better than me, so she should be the one in the photos. At that point, everyone was looking at us, and I saw my dad walking towards us. I think my aunt saw it as well, because she just ran away with her daughter. They went back inside and we thought that was the end of it. Later, when all of the guests had left and I was counting how much money I had, I realized I only had €550, which was weird I thought. Shouldn't it be at least £555 because I got that £5 from my aunt? My dad called her husband and asked if he knew about the money, and a few days later, we got an answer. My aunt had taken the €5 back and also an extra €50 because her daughter was so disappointed and she wanted to cheer her up. I'm so glad my mum doesn't have any more siblings, so we only have 2 entitled a-holes in my family. I was thinking about this one, and my first thought was, isn't this stealing? But then I realized we were dealing with an entitled parent. And I forgot that if your daughter deserves something more, it's not actually stealing, it's perfectly legal. But that's completely my fault. At least I'll know if I come across an entitled parent, they can take my stuff and just get away with it. This happened to me when I was a kid, maybe 8 years old, and taking swimming classes during summer break at the local community centre. This is a bit of a long one since there were some things that the entitled mum did leading up to the big finale. My class mostly consisted of pretty energetic kids, so we were always overtaking each other at one point or another doing laps, all except for one kid. This kid could not swim very fast, so he'd eventually be the last swimmer in all of our laps. He was also older than the rest of us, which I remember being odd because his entitled mum would always have him change in the women's changing rooms. This includes showering in the communal shower room. She was always there right beside him, which also included walking him to where we gathered for class every day, even though the instructors asked her not to do that. This didn't stop her, and eventually the instructors just gave up on asking her. The other mums asked the entitled mum why he wasn't showering and changing in the men's change rooms since he was old enough to be left to his own devices. The entitled mum said that her son was too young to be left alone and continued to helicopter parent him everywhere. The entitled mum also constantly berated her son. This also made the other mums uneasy enough to pipe up about it, but this didn't stop her from continuing to do it. In fact, she yelled back at them saying that they were hindering her disciplining her son. This continued for about half of the classes until one day she decided to discipline us after we'd finished our laps. Now, parents aren't normally allowed out in the swim area, and we didn't realize the entitled mum had gotten out to the swim area until we'd all finished our laps except for her son. I finished first, so as soon as I bobbed up, I looked up and entitled mum was there screaming in her native language. It took me a good moment to realize that she was screaming at me. As the other kids arrived at the end of the lane, she started screaming at them too. She looked like she was having a stroke. None of the other kids spoke her native language, so we were blinking up at her confused why she was losing her crap, and we didn't want to exit the pool because we were scared about what she might do. Our instructor came over to tell her to stop and leave. The entitled mum refuses to leave, continues screaming at us, and eventually a bunch of instructors forcibly removed her and her son from the swimming area, and we went on with our lesson. My mum told me later that the entitled mum was screaming at us for daring to overtake her son. She was calling us names, calling her son weak, yelling at the instructor for not teaching her son better. She was also screaming that all of us should be disciplined for how dare we swim faster than her son, for cutting in the line, and that we were rotten kids for doing it. She also screamed that she was going to sue us all for treating her son like this and for daring to treat her like this. She almost came to blows with the instructors who got her to leave. We think she got banned from coming to the swim pool anymore since I didn't see her for the rest of the summer and any of the other summers after that. Good riddance. However, now and then, I do think about her son and I hope that things eventually got better for him. Imagine being so entitled that it was everybody else's fault that your kid wasn't a very strong swimmer. More than anything, I just kind of feel sorry for that kid having to deal with this person as a mum. I think a lot of the times with the entitled parent stories, we forget that that person actually has to suffer through having a parent like this, and it must be horrible. On this one, I definitely side with OP. Hopefully things eventually did get better for him. Alright everyone, that is that for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for watching and I hope you enjoyed the video. I'll keep this one nice and short, but again, a massive thank you to everyone who's joined us lately. I cannot thank you enough for all the support and I'm so grateful. Quick shout out to a few things. We still have a Discord server that you can submit your stories on. I also have a Twitter and Instagram. They are both at Bumfries. If you want to join any of those or follow me, feel free to do so. All of them are in the description. But otherwise, that is that for today's video. I just want to say again, thank you so much for watching. I hope you're all having a fantastic day and I'll see you all tomorrow for another Reddit video. Bye. Yo, what is up guys? It is Bumfries, back with episode 36 of our Reddit series. This one's going to be some more entitled parents and I've got some really good posts, so I know you're going to love this one. Just a quick thank you for 70k. That is amazing because we've gone from 50 to 70 in about 3 or 4 days and I cannot thank you all enough. And if you're new, don't forget to smash the subscribe button. Now all you need to do is sit back, relax, and get annoyed at some entitled parents. Okay, so here's a story from when I was about 11 or 12. It was that time of the day when we got picked up from school. I'd been taking the bus since I was 11 as my parents deemed me old enough and said it would help me grow my individuality. Plus, it was a school bus reserved for the kids only, so I was in no danger. But anyway, it was a Friday afternoon and I was looking forward to going home and spending the weekend playing Persona 3, when there was some sort of commotion at the front of the bus. I looked ahead and saw some mother trying to get on the bus with her child. Now, this bus was strictly for children only, for what should be obvious reasons. We had no way to clarify if this woman was actually someone's mother, and it was better safe than sorry, as they say. What I heard next though was absolutely mind-boggling. The conversation between the driver and this lady was frankly hilarious, and keep in mind I was living in the UK at the time, so prepare for some British slang phrases. The bus driver says, "I'm sorry ma'am, you can't get on. The bus is reserved for children. You'll have to find another way home." The entitled mum then goes, "What the floop?" Keeping in mind this is a bus with 8 to 12-year-olds on it. I come all the way here, I walk to collect my damn daughter, only to find some minimum wage a-hole won't let me get this bus home? Do you know what I've gone through? And the bus driver responds, "Sorry ma'am, but children only. We can't risk letting a random adult on." Then she goes, "So you're calling me an effing nonce? How do I know you aren't one?" At this point, everyone on the bus was staring at the woman and the poor driver looked like he wanted to just get on with his job. But of course, the woman would not relent. The entitled mum then says, "I have a right to be on this bus. My children are part of this school. Then by all means, your children can get on, just not you. It's policy." By then, the daughter who was around my age tried to slip on the bus, blushing and clearly embarrassed at the attention, but her mother sharply tugged her back. And she says, "No, you are not getting on this bus until this a-hole lets me on with you." After 10 minutes of back and forth, the mother eventually left, taking her child with her, and the driver sighed with relief, as we finally head off home. The ironic part is, the woman's daughter I ended up dating and I still do to this day. And she said once, and I quote, "Sometimes I wish I had your parents, or even anybody else's." Man, that was a plot twist and a half. This was the first time I read this story, and I'll tell you, there is no way in hell that I saw that coming. All I can say to this dude is, good luck in the future, because it sounds like this is not going to be a once-off thing. I'm a full-time student at a state university. To make extra money, I take classes in the afternoon and work mornings in a donut shop near my house. A few days ago, my manager and I were getting ready to open the shop. I get there around 5 AM and the store opens to the public at 5:30, so there's a solid 30 minutes of prep work, e.g. brewing coffee, organising displays, etc. However, we typically don't have customers until about 6 AM, which gives us a bit of a window to finish up the less important of our opening tasks, such as hint hint, preparing and setting out samples. For our samples, we usually take our flavour of the day donuts, i.e. a special flavour that we only have on that particular day of the week, cut it into bite-sized chunks, and put them on a sample tray on the counter for customers to try. I'm getting ready to do just that when a woman, late 20s, maybe early 30s, and her child 5 to 6 walk in the store at about 5:35 AM. Me and my manager share a quick look of mild surprise, as it is a bit unusual to see someone in here so early, especially with a child. To put it into perspective, typically, the only people in here this early are the occasional firemen, police officers, teachers, etc. Still, no biggie. Since I was already in the middle of something, my manager goes to greet them and take their order, and I get back to getting the samples ready. I take out a donut and set it on the display plate, only to realize I forgot a knife. The entitled parent, who has been texting since she walked in and shows no signs of looking up even to place her order, proceeds to get 9 dozen donuts, an order that by all means should have been called in ahead of time, and requires 3 of our largest boxes. Hearing this, I move the display tray to the side of the counter and behind the boxes of tissue paper that we use to grab the donuts, as I don't want it to get in the way of my manager while she's boxing up the orders. I then go back and grab my knife from the kitchen, a trip that took 15 seconds max, only to return to see the sample plate is empty. Confused, I look at the open boxes to see if perhaps my manager grabbed it while filling the order. Considering that the flavour of the day was red velvet, it was very easy to tell that it wasn't there. I then turned to look over the counter, wondering if it had somehow been knocked onto the floor. That's when I noticed the entitled parent's child sitting in one of the armchairs in the corner of the eating area with what is undoubtedly the missing sample donut. Now, this probably pissed me off more than it should have. Hell, it still does. Since I've worked there a while, I've seen more than my fair share of entitled parents or large groups take more than one or even all of the samples for themselves, pretending they're being sneaky or just not caring. It really grinds my gears, but this was a level of blatant jackassery that I couldn't even fathom. My manager, who is now taping up the boxes, must have noticed that I stopped moving. She glanced at me, notices my now empty sample plate, then follows my gaze to the child in the corner. She blinks a couple of times, clearly just as baffled as I was, and then turns to the entitled parent. She says to her, "Excuse me, ma'am, did you take the donut that was sitting on this plate?" The entitled mum, who is still taking a second before finally bothering to look up from her phone, says, "Yeah, why?" My manager then says, "Ma'am, that was an entire donut." The entitled parent, while blinking at us with the worst expression of fake ignorance I've ever seen, says, "What? It was on a sample tray. I thought it was a free sample." So my manager was clearly annoyed, and then she goes, "Ma'am, taking that sample required you to reach over the counter, take an entire donut from an unlabeled tray, and give it to your child while our backs were turned. I hardly think that situation implies typical sample rules." The mum was annoyed and obviously unapologetic, and then she says, "Well, it's your own fault for leaving it there unattended. If you don't want people thinking it's a free sample, you shouldn't have left it on that tray." At this point, it's pretty clear that we aren't going to get anywhere productive with this, and frankly, one donut isn't worth starting a ruckus over. I ring her up while my manager brings the boxes over, and the total is pretty hefty. Well over $100 since she got some drinks as well. Now, on our cash registers, you have to press a subtotal button before it will display the amount owed on the customer's side of the counter. Additionally, the credit card receipts aren't itemized, and only display the total amount paid. We typically only print itemized receipts on request for card purchases. Wouldn't you know it, this lady didn't ask for an itemized receipt, so it would have been very easy for the price of, say, one measly donut to have found its way onto the total without anyone ever knowing. Very easy indeed. Damn, isn't it nice to actually see one of the entitled parents get a taste of their own medicine for a change? I know the subreddit we're doing today is entitled parents, but this absolutely could have been on petty revenge as well. Honestly, I'm just glad the entitled parent didn't get away with it this time. So, when you turn 14, you can go and work at an arcade, and that's where I work. I got the job and everything was fine. We had a rule that if a little kid, 5 years or under, was around 250 to 1 tickets away, we would make an exception to give the child the prize. So it was a slow day and we start like usual. Most people are at the beach and then our rush comes in. This is where our entitled mum comes into the story. so I finish a little kid's prize and give it to him as he was 5 tickets away. The entitled mum comes on the counter and slaps a 2,000 ticket roll onto the counter. The entitled mum then turns to her kid and says, "Alright, let's call him little Jimmy. What do you want?" Now, I expect something small, like a Slinky or some Pokemon cards, and the entitled kid says, "I want the TV," and points at it. I say to them, "I'm sorry, but you don't have enough tickets to get that. May I recommend that game? You can actually get a lot of tickets from that game." So the entitled mum goes, "Well, why can't you just take the tickets and give us the TV? It isn't like they matter to you." So I respond, "Sorry, I'm not allowed to do that." Then she goes on a rant and says how it's my fault that her autistic PTSD kid mattered most. The entitled kid starts to cry, and she says, "Look at what you've done. I want your manager." Now, the manager was out to lunch, and surprise, he put me in charge for the time being. And I say, "I am the manager. That must have been what done it," as she left by flipping me off. What a nice woman. To be completely honest, these are the kind of entitled parents that really annoy me. You come across a lot of parents in these series, in particular mothers, who are just straight horrible people. While they do fill the entitled parents category, a lot of the time they're just straight up criminals and they get away with so many horrible things. Now that's not to say that someone like this woman is better than any of those people. What I'm trying to say is that people like this, who are entitled over some of the most ridiculous things, just don't make any sense to me. Really, I don't know which one of these people I would rather run into. I just hope that for my own sake and for everyone around me's sake, I don't ever run into an entitled parent. Alright everyone, that is that for today's episode. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed the video. I just want to take a second to talk about how incredible all of you have been lately. Like I said at the start of the video, we're over 70,000 subscribers already, and quite a few of you have noticed that about 4 days ago, I only had 50,000. Now, I wish I could tell you that I had the secret to that happening, but I don't, so all I want to do is say thank you so much to every single person who has subscribed in the last few days. It really does mean a lot to me that so many of you have decided to stick around lately, and I really do hope that every single one of you are enjoying the videos that I put out. So again, thank you so much, you're all fantastic, and I love every single one of you. Also, for those of you that haven't already joined or those of you that don't know about it, I'm going to put the Discord server link in the description below. The biggest reason being that there is a submit your stories section within the Discord server, and in the next few days, possibly the next week, I'm going to be doing an episode where it's just stories from the Discord server. I do notice that I see quite a few of you posting stories in the comments section on the videos, and while I absolutely love that, it can be sometimes easy to miss. So if you do have a story you want me to potentially read out, join the Discord server, pop it in, and I'll be doing it like I said in the next week or so. But otherwise, that just about wraps things up from me. I just want to say again, thank you so much for watching. I hope you're all having a fantastic day, and I'll see you all tomorrow for another Reddit video. Bye. Yo, what is up guys? It is Bumfries, back with a little bit more entitled parents. This is going to be another one from our top post series, and I have a feeling you're gonna love this one. Just FYI, I'm thinking of the next episode we do potentially being a pro revenge or a nuclear revenge, something like that, so quickly let me know what you think in the comments below. But for now, sit back, relax, and get annoyed at some entitled parents. So I've definitely lived a crazy life with some crazy friends and enemies, and I've had my fair share of idiots. I live in a medium-sized city, which is about 40,000 people, and much of the area is rural. I was about 9 at the time of the Great Shove. Now, there's a bridge that connects two very popular hiking trails that runs over a wide river. Despite its length and width, the river is only about 15 feet deep at its deepest point. Anyway, the trail is always packed in early summer to late fall, since the bridge is the only way to access the other trail without taking a swim in the river. My dad, my brother and I were crossing the bridge to get to the other trail when my dad requested that we stop and take some photos of the mountain view that we had. My brother, who was about 7 at the time, small and skinny, was doing that kid thing where they hoist themselves above a railing with their hands, but stay in that position. He was enjoying the views when this absolute whale of a woman, and I mean absolute hunk of lard, maybe 380 to 430 pounds, came waddling up to us. She didn't have a see your manager haircut, but her head was shaved and the stubble of her hair was dyed red. She had one of those baby carriers that you strap to your chest with an infant in it. The entitled mum stopped right behind my brother, uttered, "You're not setting a good example for my daughter," and promptly yoked him off the bridge. I'm sorry for losing my composure for a second, let's continue. In retrospect, she probably just kind of eased him off, but my memory was a bit hazy from that part. Naturally, my dad, me, and everyone else crossing the bridge were in shock. I saw someone immediately dial 911 and my dad began yelling at her. I was just bawling and looking over the edge where I saw my brother had surfaced. The drop was about 25 feet, but there's no way he landed on his feet after he tumbled off. A bunch of people started yelling at him to swim to the shore, but I could see that he was too busy screaming and crying to listen to what they were saying. I turned back to my dad and saw that the lady was matching his level of anger and shouting as loud as he was. All I could hear from the entitled mum were things like, "I didn't want your son to be a bad influence for my daughter. What if she tried to do something like that? I don't care about your effing daughter. Why the hell did you just push my son off a bridge?" my dad said. A squad car pulled up after about 10 minutes and my dad had dashed off to try and find my brother, and a bunch of hikers were yelling at the entitled mum to try and prevent her from running, or I should probably say waddling, away from the scene. The baby was somehow completely calm this whole time. The cops hop out of the car and stride over to the entitled mum. They must have had Karen senses. One of them opens their mouth to say something and the entitled mum turns around and tackles the officer, scratching at his face and screaming like a banshee. The other cop and several other hikers immediately try to pull her off. Not because she was attacking the cop, but because she practically belly flopped on top of him with an effing baby on her chest. As soon as they get her off, she starts running at the cop again. The strap that held the baby must have been broken because someone has scooped her up so that the cops could take action. The second cop immediately draws her gun and puts a bullet through her shoulder. After shrieking so loudly that I thought I was going to go deaf, the whale passed out and the cops took her to an ambulance that was waiting by the squad car. The baby was crying and a paramedic took her from him and carried her away. I was still crying and kept on sobbing until my dad appeared with my soaking wet brother about 25 minutes later. The cops asked us a crap ton of questions and I had to answer most of them since my dad had left to find my brother and I was only 9. That slowed things down a bit, but my brother was fine, just totally shaken. He got diagnosed with PTSD 6 months later. We went home and slowly began to recover. 2 weeks later, we get a letter from the police department saying that the lady had serious undiagnosed mental health issues and most likely saw my brother as a threat to her child rather than her story of him being a bad influence. Despite the surprising results, I still hate her for what she did to my sweet little brother and will never forgive her. This was back in early 2013 and she's still serving a 7-year prison sentence for attempted manslaughter, child endangerment and assault. I also heard she was in rehabilitation sessions, so I hope that she can come to her senses. Thanks for sticking by me for the whole story, folks. I know this is probably horrible, but this entire story, I could not stop myself from laughing. Like there was some real proper laughs in here that I had to cut out because they would have just been straight embarrassing. But seriously, this lady is something else. I know obviously they mentioned the mental health issues at the end and I get that, but seriously, what was going on in my mind throughout this story, it was just astounding. I guess the main thing is, here's hoping she gets the help that she needs and she comes out of prison a better person. So, a pregnant woman tried to take my taxi despite having seen me waiting outside and having heard me make the call. She even said, "Waiting for a cab?" To which I replied, "Yeah," before I got back to my phone app game to pass the time. About 10 minutes pass and my taxi arrives and I head over, but the woman says, "Sorry, but this is my taxi." The driver asks for me by name and the woman says, "That's me." I'm like, there is no way you have my name and call the same cab company. I always call an unpopular taxi company because I'm friends with a few of the drivers and this was one of them. I say, "But I called it and she's already opening the door." The driver literally says, "Hey, so this is her taxi," while pointing to me. The woman looked upset and says, "But I'm pregnant. I really did call this taxi too. And that is really my name. She is trying to steal my taxi." I don't even know this woman and I'm getting really upset because I've worked a long day and I don't need this. The driver and I exchange frustrated looks since he knows me and he knows that I called, and then he says, "Alright, I'll use my phone to see whoever called my cab." He uses call recognition and dials the number. My phone goes off and the pregnant woman now tries a new tactic: racism. She screams, "All of you Pakis, even though he's from East India, are all the same. You'll believe anyone who gives you $1. Anyway, I scooted around the other side to get in behind the driver while he kept all of the other doors locked so she couldn't get in. She was furious and yelling the whole time, and my driver starts pulling out and says to me, "I would have happily taken her where she wanted to go with you, but at this point, I'm just going to tell everyone to avoid her." He took a picture to warn his fellow drivers about her racism and potentially threatening behavior, since by the end, she was threatening to break the windows, and I went the hell home. This one's just such a typical entitled parent move, and I guess with this person, they're a to-be entitled parent, I suppose, but you can't get your way, so you just resort to racism or assault or, anything that's illegal. I mean, it's sad to say, but her kid's not even born, and I already feel sorry for it, knowing that it's going to have to grow up with an entitled mum who's probably going to turn them just as entitled. One winter, I was taking the train home after a day of doing nothing at uni, mostly just gaming with my friends. I owned a pretty neat Allview X2 Soulstyle Plus for some time, and the thing held on for a long time. It was pattern locked, as I'm bad with words and numbers, but good with shapes. I was on my phone browsing Pinterest next to Entitled Mum and Entitled Kid, which was my first bad move, when the Entitled Kid comes and asks, more like demands, to let him play on my phone. Feeling like a smartass, I locked my phone and gave it to the Entitled Kid, which was bad move number 2. After about 2 minutes, the Entitled Kid tells the Entitled Mum that he can't unlock the phone, and being like any other Entitled Mum, she demands to unlock her child's phone. I say no and ask for my phone back, and she proceeds to smash it on the ground, being all smug about it. Now, it was an old phone. I wanted to replace it either way and backed up everything on an SD card and left it at home. Mostly, I just used it for the internet. I was quiet and just shrugged, because I wanted revenge. So I didn't scream or anything. I just picked up the phone and removed the SIM card while the Entitled Mum and the Entitled Kid moved further away. At my stop, the train began to get crowded. I made my way to the exit, making sure that I passed the Entitled Mum and snatched her purse while she wasn't looking. The purse wasn't on her arm and it was on the seat beside her. She was still telling her kid about how much of an a-hole I was, making it easy for me to pick it up without her noticing. The original plan was to smack her head and move out quickly. It might sound stupid, but I've done it before and got away with it. I am easy to miss after all. I had my jacket on and many people had their hoods up, so it was easy to blend in. Before the train left, I knocked on the window next to Entitled Mum and held up her purse. The look she gave me was the most satisfying thing that I've ever seen. She tried to stop the train, but the emergency stop was either broken or non-existent. It was an old train, and the crowd made it impossible for her to move around. I moved to a place with no cameras around and searched through her purse and got close to 400 euros. I also found a Samsung phone. I tossed the purse in a trash bin outside and went to McDonald's and got a Happy Meal, even though I have a full beard. You guys know I love a good, clean revenge story where, things aren't taken too far, but in my opinion at least, this story probably did take things just a little bit too far. I guess at the end of the day, anytime entitled parents get some revenge is nice, but there's definitely a right way and a wrong way, and I don't think this one quite fits into the right way. So for reference, I work at a parkour gym and oftentimes I work birthday parties. The parties are usually easy, watch the trampoline, make sure no one dies. That's about it. This birthday party though was the exception. For the birthday party, a customer can choose what they want to have at the party. For example, if they want bouncy castles or a parkour setup. Or, specifically for this one, a trampoline demo. So the party is going around, nothing bad, no one hurt, no flip fails, and everyone's having a good time. The mother of the kid was happy, but throughout the whole thing, she was a bit rude. She wanted specific songs and had us move equipment and stuff like that. Setups are usually cut and paste, but we're all teenagers who really didn't care to do a little extra work. End of the party comes around and we moved the kids over by the trampoline. It was me, co-worker who is CW1, and CW2 who were doing the demo for the end. We start off basic, do a front flip, maybe a front half. Then after a while, we amp it up. CW2 goes off doing back fulls and whatnot, touching the ceiling and doing well. Personally, I'm not the best at flipping. I put all my efforts into rail tech, vaults, and stuff like that instead. I also have a commitment issue. So basically, I know my limits and they are 3 flips. A front flip, a front full, which is a front flip with 360-degree turn, and a double front. However, CW1 and CW2 could do a back flip. I'd also broken my leg a while back and just never relearnt it. Midway through the demo, I do a flip and I'm walking off the mat, then the entitled mum comes up to me and says, "Why are you inexperienced?" And confused I said, "What do you mean?" She then goes on to say, "Everyone else was doing backflips and you didn't do one. I just want to know why you are staffed here and still inexperienced." I was in complete shock by this statement and replied with, "Well miss, I had," and then she cuts me off, looks me dead in the eyes and says, "I swear, if you don't do this flip, I will have you fired." I, however, did not do the flip as I was not confident that I could do it. I wasn't going to risk my safety for this woman. Nothing ever came of this afterwards, and really, this was just a woman who thought that she was in charge because she paid. I swear these entitled parents just get worse and worse. Like, it's one thing to be, entitled and act like you're better than somebody else who's around your own age. But picking on a worker who is a teenager at a kid's birthday party, trying to make him put his safety at risk just for your entertainment, that's a different kind of stupid. Alright everyone, that is that for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for watching and I hope you enjoyed the video. I'm just going to take a second to plug a couple of my social medias, including our Discord server. I do have a Twitter and an Instagram if you want to follow me on both of those. They are both at Bumfries, and feel free to send me a message and I'll do my best to respond. I also just want to take a second to say thank you so much for all the love lately, all of the comments, the likes, the subscribers, just the fact that you guys tune in and watch my videos every day. It really does make my day. Every single one of you is the backbone of this channel and I really cannot express how much I appreciate that. Without you guys, this channel would be nothing, and I love making these videos for you guys and I love the fact that you enjoy them. So on that note, I will wrap things up for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to take a second again to say thank you so much for watching. I hope you're all having a fantastic day, and I'll see you all in the next episode of Entitled Parents. Bye. Yo, what is up guys? It is Bumfries, back with episode 34 of our Reddit series. This one, as you all know, is some more entitled parents, and I know you're gonna love this one. So a massive shout out to everyone who subscribed lately. We've gone from about 48,000 subscribers to nearly 57 in the space of 2 days, and that is incredible. Thank you again, and if you haven't already, don't forget to subscribe. Now sit back, relax, and get annoyed at some entitled parents. So before I get into this one, just a quick shout out to Whole Music. I don't think I've ever seen my name in a Reddit post before, so I'm like a little kid in a candy store right now. But that aside, let's get into the post. Hi Fresh, Bumfries, Miserybox, and Geofilms. I'm still new to posting onto this, so here we go. So this happened yesterday and I wanted to share the story today. I was on my way to a date, surprisingly she accepted, and I took the bus. I sat next to a kid who seemed around 8 or 9 years old who was filthy. I had no choice but, so I go sit next to him. I pull out my Nintendo Switch to kill time while I arrive at my bus stop. The kid was watching me play Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and I didn't mind him watching me play until he attempted to grab my Switch with his filthy hands. So I turned the other way and I heard him whisper to his dad, "Dad, may I play that man's Nintendo Switch?" The dad replied with, "Sure son, you can play whatever you want." And the kid faced me with a grin on his face as he proceeded to grab my Switch. I saw his hand about to touch my Switch and I moved it away from him. He started to complain saying, "My dad said I was allowed to, so give it to me now." At this point I was annoyed and decided to pack it away. The kid got upset and said, "Dad, this man won't let me play his Nintendo Switch." The dad looked at me and said, "Dude, just let my son play your Nintendo Switch or you'll be facing some serious problems." Meanwhile, the kid was smiling, thinking I was going to hand it to him. I just laughed at him and simply said, "No." The kid began to cry and said, "Give me the game. Give me the game. Give me the game." He was getting angry and started raising his voice. "Give my son your Nintendo Switch now or else." So I just told him, "I'm in no mood for arguing and fighting. I'm on my way to a date." He was laughing and responded, "With your ugly looking ass, I really doubt you're on your way to a date, bud. Just give my son your Nintendo Switch now." The bus was near my stop, so I told him, "Dude, just buy your son the console. It isn't even that much. If I had to risk this date, I would love to wrestle you. Considering I've wrestled since I was 6 years old and I was varsity in all 4 years in high school, so this guy doesn't scare me." I saw my stop coming near and said to the kid, "Do you want to play with my Switch?" And he said, "Yes," while wiping tears off his face. I said, "Go buy yourself one." I quickly went to exit the bus and I turned to look at him and he was crying even more. And then his dad stood up and started to chase after me. The bus door closed and I saw the man at the door. I waved at him as he was filled with rage. For those who want to know how my date went, she wanted to go on another date with me. So I hope you all enjoyed this. You know, after all the horrible endings we had in our last episode, I'm really glad we can start this episode with something a little bit more wholesome. Yes, the entitled parent and the entitled kid were both pretty horrible people, but at the end of the day, at least this guy didn't give in. What I love about this one though, is that the entitled parent was left frustrated all the way until the end. You tend to see them get their way to a degree from time to time, but at least this time, they got a taste of their own medicine. So my friend and I, let's call him Berry, loved Nerf. We'd gotten 3 guns and darts for us and a friend who was walking. We were at the park at the time and an entitled parent and kid were on the swings. We got ready and were just shooting each other until the little kid came over to our box and pulled out the gun we'd prepared for our friend. We don't really mind until the boy starts bawling his eyes out. Apparently, he shot himself and cried. Then the mum comes up and yells, "Hey, What is your problem? We had no clue what she was talking about at the time because we were busy fighting. And then she goes, my son just hurt himself because of your gun. And I replied, well, sorry. This is kinda your fault for letting him play with it though. I didn't know it was loaded at the time. And then she says, well, I think that you should apologize and let him keep it. Yeah. This entitled parent wanted to take my gun because her son had shot himself, which is not my problem. And why was he playing with my stuff in the first place? I was probably 11 at the time, so this was scary. She started cussing and yelling while her child kept crying. The yelling probably didn't help. My friend went and grabbed all the guns while we were arguing and took the one from the kid, and she noticed and got livid. She decided, what shall I do? I know, slap this child that did nothing wrong. The perfect plan. She slapped me. At this point, it would be considered assault, and we decided probably the funniest idea was just shoot the lady. So we did. We shot her with some auto Nerf guns, and she got her child in a hail of darts and stormed off all pissed off with a screaming banshee. Of course, she kept screaming and threatening to call the cops and just rubbish before she gave up to the hail of darts. Well, on the bright side, I learned something positive today. If you want to try and get something for free, all you have to do is walk into a store, hurt yourself with it, claim that it's their fault for leaving it lying around, and then tell them that you want it for free. On another note, I have about 500 PS4s just lying around, and I definitely didn't use this method to get them, so if anyone wants one cheap, let me know. But for real, in future, I'm going to carry a Nerf gun around just in case I run into an entitled parent. Sorry for the bad writing, I'm on mobile. Me and my mum were going grocery shopping looking for some peppers. We found the peppers and began our way over to the checkout. My mum was in a wheelchair since she broke her leg and could not walk. The entitled mum walks over to us and asks, can my daughter have your wheelchair? And my mum says, no, I'm sorry, it's mine. And then the entitled mum goes, my daughter needs it though. She broke her leg. I look over at her daughter and her leg is perfectly fine. So my mum says, no ma'am, you cannot have my wheelchair. I broke my leg and I cannot walk. The entitled mum then goes, no you did not. You're perfectly fine. She then tries to steal my mum's wheelchair from her. At this point, I couldn't do anything since I was only 8 at the time. I could see the daughter trying to get her entitled mum away from my mum. She was trying to tell her mum that she did not need it and was perfectly fine, but she didn't care. One of the employees saw entitled mum and came over to help. The cops came and arrested the entitled mum and I never saw her again. Moral of the story, don't be an entitled parent. I don't know what it is about people trying to steal wheelchairs from other people, but this is probably the 5th story I've seen in the last couple of weeks where an entitled parent has tried to steal someone's wheelchair. At least if you're trying to look for positives to take away from this story, it's nowhere near as bad as the wheelchair story from last week. This mum at least had the kindness to ask for the chair instead of just stealing it. I mean, that's kinda clutching at straws, but at least it's something, I guess? You know I'm just kidding. I hate these entitled parents just as much as you. So, as a bit of backstory, me and Entitled Kid were together for about 6 months or so, a decent time. Suddenly, Entitled Kid starts blanking me at school and runs away from me. Then a few weeks later, Entitled Kid breaks up with me as I wasn't talking to her, although she purposely didn't give me a chance to do so. I was a bit annoyed, but luckily moved on quickly and got on with it. Christmas rolls around and this happens. The entitled mum goes, hey, would it be okay if my daughter and your son meet up? It would be a good icebreaker. And my mum said, no, sorry, I think it's best to give some space. She responds, no, please. My daughter is still very fond of your son. It would be a good plan to meet up. So my mum says, no, they broke up about 1 or 2 weeks ago. It's best to just have a bit of space for a while. My son would prefer that. And she says, that's not fair. This is now very hurtful to me and my daughter. I then respond myself and write, I feel uncomfortable meeting up with your daughter as she did just break up with me. I was attempting to communicate with her, but she just kept running away and ignoring me. Merry Christmas. And surprisingly, she just responds, oh, okay. Best wishes. Now in February, I receive a Valentine's card from a top secret admirer. It was obviously Entitled Kid. Eventually she admits that yes, she got a friend to write a card so I couldn't recognize the handwriting. Later on, she comes up to me in private and explains that she likes somebody else, so tried to end our relationship to ask him out. Hilariously, he rejected, so now she comes crying back to me wanting me back, and it's a firm no. She then demanded me to consider it. You know, I'm glad to say that at least today's episode has been a lot more wholesome. We always know the entitled parents and the entitled kids are going to be horrible, but it's nice to see people sticking up for themselves and not being just a pushover. We all know this girl was probably going to do the exact same thing again in the future, and quite frankly, probably belongs in the nice girl subreddit, but good on this guy for standing his ground and not taking her back. Me and my mum just went out of the hospital because I was having really severe allergies that day. My mum suggested that we go to a nearby Starbucks and she'll get us both hot drinks to ease our minds. While my mum was ordering our drinks, entitled parent with her 2 daughters approached me as I was scrolling through my phone. The entitled mum says, "Hi, is this seat taken?" And I say, "Yeah." And then she cuts me off to say, "Who are you with? Your mum? Your dad? Your friends? Then where are they?" I tried to speak, but she said all of those things rapidly and I couldn't respond because I was just in shock. And the daughter chimes in and says, "Mum, can we go? He obviously has his companion with him." The mum ignores the daughter and proceeds to question me. The other daughter in a louder tone then says, "Mum, can we go now? This guy has his companion and you're making a scene." I'm just in shock and couldn't move as they left the store with the entitled mum looking at me with an angry look. At this point, I was just feeling really bad and couldn't say a word as my mum approached me with our drinks and asked me if I knew the lady that approached me. I told her the situation and we just laughed it off. I made a comment the other day that entitlement breeds entitlement, but I guess I was wrong. Either that or these people have one really bad influence and one really positive influence in their lives. Here's hoping that they continue to take that positive influence and can actually spread some positivity into the world. Oh, also, who on earth asks if a seat's free and then proceeds to interrogate the person about who's sitting there? If you're going to be an entitled parent, do it right. Don't ask the question in the first place, jeez. Alright everyone, that is that for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for watching and I hope you enjoyed the video. I'm going to keep this short. I don't have a lot to say today, which I know is super unlike me, but what I will say is thank you again for all the recent support. It's been amazing and I really cannot thank you all enough. Also, thank you to everyone who's joined the Discord server. We've hit 500 members, which has doubled in the last couple of days, so that is amazing as well. And if you haven't already, I would definitely suggest joining. But that is that from me. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to smash that subscribe button. I do obviously hope you all enjoyed the video, and I hope you're all having a fantastic day, and I'll see you all tomorrow for another Reddit video. Bye. Yo, what is up guys? It is Bumfreeze, back with episode 70 of our Reddit series. This one's going to be a bit more entitled parents, and I know you're going to love this one. I just want to say thank you for all the love and support on yesterday's video. It was a lot of fun to make and I think it was probably my funniest video. Unfortunately, didn't get a lot of views because YouTube decided to demonetize it, but that's the way it goes. Anyway, all that aside, as always, sit back, relax, and get annoyed at some entitled parents. This happened quite a while ago when I was about 3 or 4 years old, thus I don't remember all the details. As a kid, I didn't realize what was happening and most of what I know about this is what my mother told me later on, so there may be some bias from her, but I know from my dad and granddad that almost all of this actually happened. So for some backstory, my grandfather, who at the time was about 75, got divorced a few years before the story happened and at that time remarried my step-grandma. She was about 55, so she was quite a bit younger than him. At first, she seemed quite nice, as we were literally living next door to my grandpa's place. We had a very close relationship. We share a garden with my grandfather and basically saw each other every day. My grandpa was developing dementia at the time, so he didn't realize that she only wanted him for his money. He had an old quarry in which we were also living and the land got quite valuable as the small town we live in just began building houses all around the quarry. Apart from that, he just had a lot of life savings which he then proceeded to waste. She already has a son who is about 35 and who himself was divorced and a useless fat piece of trash without a job but a severe drinking and aggression problem. His son sometimes stayed at my granddad's place and was about my age and he was a slow learner, but a really nice kid and we got along quite well, especially because playing in the old quarry was a lot of fun for the both of us. My mum and dad taught me reading and writing at a very early age, and I was quite interested in it as well. So I was somewhat far ahead of his son in that regard, which the entitled parent didn't like at all, so from this point on she realized that she hated me. This went as far as trying to poison me by pouring fertilizer in my drink, which luckily my mother noticed and stopped me from drinking it. The entitled parent just denied everything and acted like nothing happened. She also gave me fish with fish bones in it, which I didn't know of, and as I was still young, I didn't know how to check for, which resulted in me choking on them, but again, my mother realized and helped me get it out. She also placed lime close to where I was usually playing at multiple occasions for no reason, and you'll get blind when you get this crap in your eyes, and it looks similar to the sand which I often play with. Then, she even planted really poisonous flowers right next to our door and poured oil and cleaning chemicals into a small pond, and our 2 dogs were drinking from it, which she knew of, especially as they had a dog themselves, which she wouldn't let drink from the pond anymore, which resulted in one of them dying and the other one having to be put down due to suffering severe pain. When I was about 5, my mother forbid me from any contact with the entitled parent, which means I also lost contact with the kid. Years later, the entitled mum's son moved into my granddad's basement and continued living there drinking all day, harassing me and my parents, and on top of that, he as well collected all kinds of garbage, turning the once beautiful house of my granddad's into a landfill. My granddad didn't really intervene and was kind of on the side of the entitled parent. It took about 10 years for my dad to finally convince him what a horrible lady the entitled parent was, and they, together with my uncle, even managed to get her out of his heritage contract, which means she is neither getting any of the land, which at this point is worth multiple millions, nor any of the house of my granddad. She moved out just a few months ago with her son, and me and my dad are now busy renovating the house. This crazy lady just kept any junk she found. For example, the entire basement is filled with cheap $1 vases, and she also never cleaned anything, so there is mold and dust all over the place. I don't know if this is a good way or a bad way to start an episode. I mean, in a way, it's a good way because it's one of the craziest stories I've ever read out, but at the same time, what kind of lady tries to poison a kid just because she's better than your daughter or your granddaughter? I don't know, this just doesn't sit right with me at all. I don't know why these people didn't contact the police, do something a hell of a lot more serious than they did, but I mean, each to their own, I suppose. Here's a short and sweet entitled parent story. This happened while I was in kindergarten, before I stopped being such a damn pushover. When I was in kindergarten, I was the weird kid. I liked to hide away and read books. Sometimes reading my animal books to other kids. Some kids liked this, others didn't. The entitled brat was one of them. He liked to harass other kids, me included. One thing he liked to do is crawl beneath my desk and tug on my legs when I was sitting there. I told my mum one day and she essentially told me that I could fight back if he did that to me again. I took that to mind for the next day. That day rolled around and once again, after school, I was around waiting for my mum to stop talking to the teacher as I read a book. The entitled brat crawled beneath my desk, started giggling like crazy and pulled on my ankles. So of course, I kicked him right in his nose. He started crying and ran towards the entitled mum, who was right near my mum. The entitled brat cried to the entitled mum about how I kicked him, and entitled mum started ranting at my mum. She started saying stuff about how, your daughter shouldn't be kicking other kids, something like that. I can't remember the exact wording though. My mum, a higher ranking army officer on base and someone who's very much used to getting yelled at by worse people, stood her ground with a quiet countenance and said something along the lines of, then he shouldn't have harassed my daughter. Again, it's just something like that. She then took my hand and we left for the day. The entitled brat didn't bother me after that, and I learned to stand up for myself from then on. That would come into play when I dealt with my entitled father from hell, but that's a story for another day. Well, at least it's good to follow up the story, which was probably a little bit more serious, to this story here, which is, you know, a little bit more on the lighter side. It's still an entitled parent, but at least no one got hurt, right? Oh, unless you're counting the entitled brat, but entitled brats and entitled parents don't count as people, right? This one's a long one, so strap yourselves in. I really hope none of my cousins have Reddit accounts, but here we go. Couldn't really figure out if this would be a better place at entitled people or here, but since it involves my aunt and her kids, I decided on here. This one happened a while back. I can't give an exact time frame, but I was relatively young, maybe 9 or 10. My aunt's life wasn't the picture of stability back then, and her house had burned down recently. Another good story that I have about her. So being the good sister my mother was, she offered to let my aunt and 2 of her 4 kids, the 2 that are not living at their dad's, stay at her house over the summer while we traveled to the other side of the state to visit my father, which we don't go and do that often. All my aunt had to do was keep the place clean, take out the trash, change the cat litter, etc., feed our pets, dogs and 2 cats, and generally don't destroy the place. An additional rule me and my sister set in place was that the boys, 5 and 6 year olds at the time, weren't allowed in either of our rooms, as they would have no need to, as they were to sleep on the couch that converts into a bed in the living room, and my aunt was to sleep in the spare bed we had at the bottom of the stairs. She failed all of those requests multiple times. When we arrived back at our house, the place was a wreck. Let's go over all the things that she did. She and her boyfriend got tired of the smoke detectors going off whenever they smoked in the house. Yes, near the animals. So they started leaving the back door wide open so that the smoke could flow out. That clearly didn't work as the whole house still smelled like smoke. And it only allowed our house to be invaded by flies, gnats, and fleas. They stopped cleaning the cat litter and taking out the trash about halfway through the summer. They just filled all the bowls of food with tons of food and let the animals eat as much as they wanted, and they just poured out more when it finally ran out. I'm surprised none of our pets were overweight when we got back. The money we left them to buy more pet food, they spent it on cheap kibble and used the leftover money to buy smokes. Did I mention that her boyfriend was wearing a police issued ankle monitor the whole time he was there? I don't think I did. Anytime over the summer that they were required to put an address for something, which they had to do more than you would expect, they put our address. We're still getting court summons and parking tickets for them to this day. But the one thing that pissed me off the most at the time as a 9-year-old boy is that whenever the kids got bored or she just didn't want to deal with them, she just told them to go and find something to play with. So of course, they invaded my room and she did nothing to stop them. I came home to find my room covered in piles of mismatched Legos from dozens of different sets, never to be able to be sorted and reassembled again. They even decided to use a wooden model airplane I built with my grandfather as a glider, slamming it into the ground and breaking off the landing gear and wings. And worst of all, 2 of my battery-powered Nerf guns were completely missing. We later figured out that they'd jammed them and angrily threw them to the bottom of the pool in our backyard that was covered in moss and we hadn't cleaned it in years. When we finally came back, we had to cover the cost of bug bombing the house to get rid of the flies, deep cleaning to get rid of the smoke smell, vet prescribed ointments for the fleas, and replaced all of the toys and other stuff that her kids broke. We asked her for the money from her directly and she just blamed the kids and said that her boyfriend was the one in charge of watching them while they did all that stuff. Eventually we figured out that the apartment she found was a loft above my grandpa's garage and she was paying my grandma rent to live up there. Rent that the first year of had an additional fee which went directly to my mum without her knowing. She just thought that the rent dropped after the first year, so she ended up paying for everything in the end anyway. Thanks, Grandma. A bit anticlimactic, but that's what happened. My house was never quite the same after that, but I've tried to put the memories behind me and start recollecting some of the stuff that they broke. I've got much nicer Nerf blasters now. Other stories about my crazy aunt include the time our family ended up adopting her boyfriend's kitten because they weren't allowed in the apartment. RIP Delilah, you were a good little kitty. And the time she screamed in my face for saving her dumb dog's life. My family is weird. Just an edit as well. I was telling my family about this post and they reminded me of a few other good ones. There was this time that her boyfriend removed our cat's gravestone and the time that a building caught on fire while they were watching me and my sister. Let me know if anyone wants to hear those stories or any suggestions as to what subs those stories would go on. Like OP said, it might have been a little bit anticlimactic, but it was a really good story nonetheless. I think some of my favorite entitled parent stories are the more story ones rather than just, oh, an entitled parent tried to steal my stuff. Like they just have a little bit more depth to them and I don't know, they're just more entertaining in my opinion. I don't know what it is, but maybe these stories just don't piss me off as much as the other ones do. Firstly, my workplace is zero tolerance for children on calls. Working from home is a privilege and not a substitute for childcare. Regardless, children being heard on calls happens way too often. I asked several times on this call if whomever had a child crying could please put their line on mute. It was really disruptive. After an unsuccessful plea, via Skype, I silently had the admin go through and find the line with a noise and force it onto mute. Blissful silence. Fast forward 30 minutes or so, and we started getting furious pings in the meeting chat where one woman says apparently no one can hear her speaking. In the chat box, I stated that the only line that was muted was the one that had the crying baby. If I had muted the wrong line, please let me know and I'll unmute it. No response from her yet again. After the meeting, I get a call from my boss that says the woman is virtually stomping around, wanting my head to roll, saying that I embarrassed her publicly and that everyone knows that if you hear someone like that, it's just basic courtesy to ignore it. My boss told me to ensure I ignored such notes and that the woman will be getting a stern talking to from her boss about having children on the phone line. The funny thing is, I would have just let it go and ignored it. She dug her own grave by trying to get me in trouble for embarrassing her. As always, you know I love to see a little bit of justice done to the entitled parent. You mind your own business, this kind of stuff doesn't happen. You're not an entitled parent, this kind of stuff doesn't happen. It's all starting to kind of match up now, right? Alright everyone, that is that for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for watching and I hope you enjoyed the video. So a couple of episodes ago I mentioned the IRL Entitled Parents story I'm going to do. That is still coming probably in the next 2, maybe 3 days at worst. But I also wanted to get some other ideas from you guys. Let me know what kind of videos you want to see. As you can probably tell, the views on the channel have dropped quite significantly. I don't know if that's due to YouTube or if it's due to people maybe not wanting to see these videos anymore. I'm not so sure, but whatever it is, it doesn't really matter. It's an opportunity for me to put out some content that you guys want to see, so make sure to let me know in the comments. Again, and I know you guys know this, but I feel like I have to say it, these Reddit videos aren't going anywhere. I really do love making them, and I know that the most of you guys do love them, but that doesn't mean we can't try different things as long as it aligns with what you guys want to see. I'm not all of a sudden going to start doing some weird ass videos that don't align in any way with what I'm doing now. It's just an opportunity for me to mix things up and have a little bit of fun with things. But yeah, that is pretty much it. I just wanted to ask for some advice or some opinions on what you guys want to see, so make sure to let me know in the comments below. But otherwise, I am going to let that wrap things up for today's video. I just want to say again, thank you so much for watching. I hope you're all having a fantastic day, and I'll see you all tomorrow for another Reddit video. Bye.
Yo, what is up guys? It is Bumfreeze, back with episode 94 of our Reddit series. This one's going to be a little bit more entitled parents, and I know you're going to love this one. You guys tell me you love the long stories, and this one is crazy long. It goes for over 10 minutes, so I know you guys are going to love it. So make sure to leave a quick like on the video to show me you enjoy these ones. Once you've done that, sit back, relax, and get annoyed at some entitled parents.
My aunt, who I'll be referring to as SB, is one of the worst people I've ever met. She doesn't just believe that the whole world revolves around her. She basically believes that she is the whole world. She has this super toxic my word is law attitude just because she's the only religious person left in the family. From what I heard, the rest of the family would often cave into her endless whining and demands just to get her to shut up. That was until the newest generation came along. As in me, my two siblings, my twin cousins who are both girls, and my one male cousin who is the same age as me. SB also has a daughter, but I don't recognize her as a family member because she is also a piece of crap. We were all born around the same time, that being somewhere between 2000 and 2003. My guess is the moment we came into the picture, the whole family went into defense mode and raised us not to make the same mistakes that they did with SB, and they taught us differently. That being, don't take any crap from this crazy lady and her kids. SB didn't like any of us from the start, solely because we weren't religious, or in her words, godly children. This is where the first encounter comes into play. My parents had cut contact with SB a few months before I was born because she wouldn't leave my mum alone. She kept hounding her over the importance of teaching your children about God and whatnot. So when my parents revealed to SB that they were atheists and would be raising me agnostic, they might as well have set off a nuclear bomb. SB had a meltdown over the news and demanded that my parents teach me to be religious. They laughed in her face and then of course cut her off. A month before I was born, SB's husband divorced her. He was a perfectly sane individual and just couldn't put up with her crap anymore. Everything he did had to revolve around making her happy. This sent SB over the edge. The rest of the family had not yet cut her off, but they were distant regardless. With nobody to direct her anger at or boss around anymore, she decided to lash out at my parents once again. I was only 3 the day that she pulled into our driveway and started pounding on the door demanding to see her nephew, which was me. She didn't get her wish and my dad told SB through the locked front door that he would call the police if she didn't leave. SB went into an effing frenzy while her own daughter watched her from the car. I mean, this grown-ass lady was jumping up and down, throwing herself against the door, all while screaming crying. SB exhausted herself and stumbles back to the car while cursing my parents out. Apparently she said that she hopes that I die before I reach the age of 4. My own effing aunt wished death on me. My parents filed a restraining order and that was the last time they ever saw SB and her crappy kid for 7 years. While growing up during that time period, me and my siblings who were 2 years younger than me were always told that if a woman named SB ever came to the house and they weren't home, we were not to answer her and to call the police. Fast forward to 2010, and at this point, I'm 10 years old. I was born in 2000, and my siblings are both 8 years old. It was Christmas Eve, and the majority of my family was at my aunt and uncle's house. Not SB, but the aunt on my mum's side, who I actually respect. My mum was one of 4 children, SB being the youngest. SB was going to be at the Christmas party this year, and my parents were very hesitant to take us because SB's comments were still fresh in their mind. I had no idea who SB and her entitled kid were at the time. The moment my aunt laid eyes on me, she gave me this disgusted look that sent me running the other way. She did the same thing with my siblings. The whole damn party, all SB did was talk about how amazing entitled kid was, and she got angry whenever somebody else tried to talk about something else. She had this awful, how dare you not pay attention to me attitude, and she still does to this day. Along with this, she would bitch and moan about my aunt and uncle not accommodating to entitled kids' desires. She single-handedly ruined the whole mood of the party and made everybody miserable. Entitled kid didn't bother me until later that night at dinner. Remember when I said that SB was crazy religious? Well, she spread the same poison into her daughter's mind. I'm glad that SB's husband is free from her, but at the same time, entitled kid has nobody around to teach her right from wrong. There was no grace at dinner, which SB was furious about. So who did SB and entitled kid decide to take this out on? That's right, the kids. Right before I was about to eat, entitled kid asks, "Aren't you gonna pray?" And not knowing how to respond, I just shoved mashed potato into my mouth. The entitled kid gasps as if I've just murdered somebody. SB opens her mouth to say something, but instead, she just glares at me. She stared daggers at me and my siblings the whole damn dinner.
She throws the whole plate out afterwards, and when my uncle asks her why, she says, "I think I lost my appetite," in this really accusatory tone. After dinner, me and my siblings went to play on the Wii with our cousins upstairs. SB, an entitled kid, watched us from afar, and being an oblivious kid, I think nothing of it. I see SB whisper something to entitled kid, and she gets this big grin on her face. I keep playing until I feel the entitled kid shove me from behind. I fall over, and the entitled kid goes into a long tirade of name calling and other hurtful crap. She's calling me fat and stupid and telling me that my mum must have done a crappy job raising me if I turned out like this. I looked over to SB for help, and this woman is recording while laughing. I couldn't believe my effing eyes. My own aunt, who up until now I thought of as family, was laughing as her daughter bullied me and my siblings. The entitled kid was 4 years older than me, so there really wasn't much that I could do. However, my mum wasn't having any of it. She heard the crap that entitled kid was saying and stormed upstairs. My mum flings open the door, sees my aunt recording the whole thing, and screams, "What the F are you doing?" Just as a side note, SB is terrified of my mum. She's a foot shorter and not athletic at all. I guess SB was intoxicated and her normal fear of my mum didn't really apply in this situation, because when my mum asked SB if she was going to punish entitled kid for picking on us, SB smirked and said, "Why would I punish my daughter for telling the truth?" With that, my mum gripped SB by the hair and dragged her downstairs. I heard a loud crash and then sobbing from SB. Her and entitled kid then left immediately. I heard from my older cousin years later that my mum had dragged SB into the kitchen and smashed her mouth down on the counter, knocking out 4 of her teeth. A lot of you might consider this as an extreme overreaction, and maybe it was, but to be honest, I'm very glad that my mum did that. She defended her children, and entitled kid never tried that crap again for years after witnessing what happened to her own mum. After this incident, SB despised me, my siblings, and my 3 cousins and made it her personal mission to come after us at any family gathering. From this incident all the way through to 2015, I only ever had small run-ins with SB and her daughter, almost always at family events. Entitled kid learned quickly that I wouldn't just sit back and let her pick on me after I punched her in the face at a summer party for calling one of my cousins retarded. Another incident occurred when my aunt followed my sister around and called her a slut for wearing a normal tank top. My sister said, "I might be a slut, but at least I'm not a stuck-up C-word like you." SB ran to my dad and complained about my sister's behavior, screaming how she wasn't ladylike. My dad laughed and told her to cry about it to somebody who cared. During this time, my aunt was basically losing her mind. Before me and my siblings came along, she got whatever she wanted and everyone listened to her. But now that there's a bunch of rowdy teens in the family, she's finding that her previously unchallenged entitlement means absolutely nothing, and she now hates us all for it. There were a bunch of small incidents that occurred between 2013 and 2015. The big one happened in January 2015 when a big family reunion was hosted at our house. The reunion included SB and entitled kid. My parents only invited them because they assumed that my aunt and her demon daughter had learned from their past mistakes that they were not to be taken lightly and wouldn't hesitate to retaliate against their behavior. Unfortunately, we all thought wrong. SB and entitled kid arrived very early. I greeted them at the door and they didn't even acknowledge me. This didn't surprise me though, because they've done this before. At this point, I was 15 and my siblings were 13, making entitled kid 19. She still hadn't moved out and her mother completely coddled her. She was spoiled as hell and got everything that she wanted. My parents made it very clear that neither of them were allowed in our rooms. SB scoffs at this and says that the rule is stupid. My parents didn't care and told SB that if she has a problem, she can leave. The rest of the family arrives and SB spends the whole time pouting in the corner. Me and my brother notice that entitled kid is gone and start to panic. That's when our sister whispers to us that she saw entitled kid sneak upstairs. We go up and lo and behold, entitled kid is in my brother's room trying to steal his computer. She unplugs the wires and tugs it free from the wall. We stay quiet and plan to jump on her when she's walking out until we hear, "Did you get that stupid computer yet?" from down the hall. This crap was effing planned. The only reason they even came to the reunion was so that they could steal crap from us. My brother loses his cool and starts screaming at entitled kid to put it back and get the F out. SB waffles over and screams right back at us, saying that they deserve a computer and I crap you not, it's the least you can do for being godless children. My sister starts shouting to my parents and receives a hard slap from SB. When this happens, all effing hell breaks loose. I kick SB hard in the gut. She then screams and rams into me, knocking me to the floor. My mum and dad and two of my eldest cousins, who are both huge guys, come barreling up the stairs and tackle SB, who was on top of me. My mum starts beating the ever-living crap out of SB right on the carpet while my dad and cousins restrain entitled kid and have to pry the computer console out of her hands. My mum stops wailing on SB, who now has a black eye and a bloody nose. She gets up and starts shrieking about how she's gonna sue. My mum tells her to go ahead and try, and also that if she ever comes back, my mum will kill her. SB flees the house while dragging her 19-year-old daughter, who is in the middle of a tantrum. Night goes on as usual after that point. That just about wraps it up. I haven't seen SB and entitled kid in nearly 4 years, and hopefully I never have to see them again. If I do have another run-in with them, I hope it ends with me slamming the front door in SB's face while she's begging me for money. You know, at the start of the video, I mentioned this was going to be a long one, but I didn't quite realize what I was getting myself into prior to reading this. While this probably isn't one of the worst cases of entitlement I've seen, it's definitely one of the most prolonged one, and just goes to show how much of an effect an entitled parent can really have on a kid. I know it's well and truly too far gone for this entitled kid to probably ever come back from the trauma that the parents put them through, but I really do gotta feel sorry for people like this, where they really just didn't have a choice in who their parent was in the first place. It's not their fault they turn out entitled, but unfortunately, they're just gonna follow in the footsteps of their parents and create more entitlement in this world. In high school, I was in a pretty big class, 32 children, and for some reason, the school administrator dumped a bunch of people with the same name in my class. We had 3 Marys, 2 Daves, and 4 Marks. The guys were all joking around, saying stuff like, "Hey Mark, how was your day?" "It was great, Mark. How about you, Mark?" "Yeah, Mark, it was good. Probably better than Mark's day." And that kind of thing just went on and on and on. The Marys, on the other hand, kept fighting about who should just be called Mary and who should be referred to by their surname. After a few weeks of fighting, one of them called their mum to the school to persuade the other girls to back down. I don't remember the exact conversation, but the mother was talking to the 2 14-year-old girls about legally changing their names, how easy it was, what awesome names they could choose, etc. The fighting finally stopped when the teacher decided that for our class, when checking attendance, they would call out everybody's complete name. Why they didn't do that sooner is beyond me. You know, this was a pretty short story, and some of you might even go as far to say that it was just a filler. And for those of you that say that, I can tell you that you are absolutely correct. It was a filler, but I'll tell you one thing, it was a damn good filler at that. No, but like being completely serious, it's got to take a next level of entitlement to try and convince some primary school kids that they need to change their name just because they have the same name as your daughter. I would say I really hope these people don't breed, but unfortunately, it's already too late. Alright everyone, that is that for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed the video. I'm just going to take a second to plug a couple of my social medias, including our Discord server. I do have a Twitter and an Instagram if you want to follow me on both of those. They are both at Bumfries, and feel free to send me a message and I'll do my best to respond. I also just want to take a second to say thank you so much for all the love lately, all of the comments, the likes, the subscribers, just the fact that you guys tune in and watch my videos every day. It really does make my day. Every single one of you is the backbone of this channel, and I really cannot express how much I appreciate that. Without you guys, this channel would be nothing, and I love making these videos for you guys, and I love the fact that you enjoy them. So on that note, I will wrap things up for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to take a second again to say thank you so much for watching. I hope you're all having a fantastic day, and I'll see you all in the next episode of Entitled Parents. Bye. Yo, what is up guys? It is Bumfries, back with episode 48 of our Reddit series. This one's going to be some more Entitled Parents, and I know you're going to love this one. We are edging so close to 200,000 subscribers, and I just want to give a massive thank you to every single person who's subscribed. And if you are new around here and you like my stuff, don't forget to smash the subscribe button. Now sit back, relax, and get annoyed at some Entitled Parents. I was 10 years old, and I was at Disney World for my birthday. It was going to rain, so my dad agreed to let me see one more character before we could go into a shop to wait out the storm. Florida has loads of 10-minute storms. I chose Marie from Aristocats. I have never seen the movie, but I had a Marie stuffed animal. The line is quite long, but hey, it was my 10th birthday. So me and my dad are in line behind a woman and her daughter. LG, who is little girl, was about 7. Now, LG was whining and tugging on her mother's sleeve.
"Mummy, why is it taking so long? I want to see the kitty." And the entitled mum responds, "I know, honey, you will see the kitty soon." I look over my shoulder and I see a young girl in a wheelchair that allowed her to lie down. I consider myself a friendly person and I love making new friends. So I wave at the girl, she smiles at me, and I notice that she's wearing a Make-A-Wish shirt, and so is the rest of the family. I quickly understand the situation and I'm glad as I see her make her way to the front of the line, when suddenly the entitled mum turns around and looks at my dad, rolling her eyes. Sometimes I wish that my daughter was like that so we can skip the lines. And then my dad says, "Excuse me? You know, it would be so nice to have an excuse just to go to the front." My dad was extremely offended because his uncle had cerebral palsy and my uncle's wife had spina bifida, and my dad's favorite cousin died young of cystic fibrosis. He turned away from her and starts to have a conversation with me to change the subject, but the entitled mum was not done. "Sir, you are being very rude ignoring us." And my dad just ignores her still. "Maybe if your daughter was like that, then you would understand that it's a blessing in disguise." Absolutely not. My dad was furious. He continues to ignore her and she eventually gave up on finishing the conversation. All I have to say is that I hope the sick little girl is in peace and that the little girl has learned to act from someone other than her mother. Imagine caring more about getting to the front of the line than your own kid's health. What gets me about this is if that you cared about your kids so little to the point where you didn't care if they were dying, why are you even taking them to Disneyland? I think this one deserves some F's in the chat for the little girl who has to have her as a mother. I'm 16 and from time to time I work at a federal parliament in Germany. I live a bit outside the city, so I have to take a 30-minute train ride to work. By the way, please excuse my spelling or grammar mistakes. This happens as English isn't my first language. I sat in a train this morning and started to work on my laptop because I messed some things up yesterday and I had to correct it. From time to time, I looked on my phone to check if there's something important going on. On a station, a whole preschool class steps in, but so far, no problems. Suddenly, this entitled teacher comes up to me and tells me to pack away my stuff or she'll take it away. So I'm like, "Sorry, what do you mean?" And she tells me that the children are not allowed to bring their mobile phones to class, and to make it fair, I shouldn't be allowed to use my mobile or laptop either. I tell her that I'm not in her preschool class, but she overhears it and goes on telling me how technology spoils children and how everything was better without technology, and that God didn't want us to have such things as computers. By this time, I was upset because I hadn't discovered the error by now and I hate this kind of work. The entitled teacher takes my phone, which sits on the table charging, so I stand up and tell her to give it back. She gives me my phone, but then turns my laptop to read what's on it. I lock the laptop quickly because I work with some data that isn't meant for everyone. Nothing too important, but it's secret. The entitled teacher tells me to unlock it because she wanted to see what's so important to ignore her. So I tell her that I can't because I'm working with secret data. The entitled teacher looks at me with disgust and tells me not to look like I was important because I'm still a kid. Without saying a word, I take my bag, my phone, and my laptop and get out. I know this story isn't as bad as some others, but man, that pissed me off. To clarify, I wasn't doing anything top secret. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs informed us that we had a mistake on our website but didn't specify where, so I had to search for the fault. But there is still secure information on my laptop nonetheless. I think this is the first time in this series that I've come across a story involving an entitled teacher. Having said that, unlike other stories similar to this, at least there were no police involved and at least he got his phone back at the end of the day. One thing's for sure though, I'm glad as hell I never had to deal with this teacher as a child. Okay, so some background. I was adopted when I was 5 months old. I have 2 very loving mums and 5 amazing sisters also adopted. As far as I knew, my birth mother was some businesswoman who didn't want to raise me. This story takes place when I was 12, so the facts may be a bit fuzzy, but here we go. One day in January, my older mum received a phone call from a woman claiming to be my birth mother asking if she could visit me. My younger mum figured why not, thinking she might just want to be a good person, so they set up a date to meet at a local park. We go there early to wait for them to show up, and she is very pregnant and the guy next to her was in a suit. We meet, everything is fine, if a bit awkward, until she says, "So, would you like to come live with us?" And I say, no, I don't want to. But at this point I was just impatient and wanted to play. And I ran off to play with my sister until I hear the young mum yelling at my birth mum, "You are not taking my daughter." And she says, "I'm her real mum. I'm taking her home." So my young mum says, "You most certainly are not. She is our daughter." And my birth mother screaming says, "I don't give 2 craps what you think. I am taking her." That's when she gets up and starts running to me, grabbing my hand and yanking it. And that's when my older mum tackles her. She was former military and very muscled, pinning her to the ground easily. The husband called the police on my mum, yelling to let her go. And a few minutes later, 2 officers showed up, and after giving our statements, my birth mother claimed they had kidnapped me and she was taking me home. They arrested both my older mum and my birth mother for 2 days, and it wasn't until after showing them my birth certificate and proof of adoption that they let my older mum go, and since she was defending me, they arrested my birth mother for attempted kidnapping and child endangerment. I heard from her a couple months afterwards in letters that she sent, and after that, nothing. Never heard or saw her again. Not that I want to. I find out later that she moved to the US, and that is the last I heard of her, and that was 3 years ago. I hope I got all the facts right, and I guess thanks for reading. As sad as it is, this kind of thing's not uncommon. I've read articles about where this type of thing happens, and it really is quite sad. It must be horrible for a kid to go through something like this, but the mother would be feeling pretty crappy as well. By no way defending the actions of the mother, and there was definitely a better way to go about it, but I know if I was in that situation, I would feel pretty crappy regretting having given away my child too. So I work as an X-ray tech, and this cute little story unfolded about a year ago. The job definitely comes with a lot of interesting situations and quite a lot of rude patients. This, however, thankfully doesn't happen often. So the layout of our examination rooms for conventional X-raying is so that the generator, and thus the power button, is placed in the corner of the room it's supplying. This is usually not a problem, as most people respect the fact that those buttons are not theirs to push. Enter entitled mum with 2 bratty children, ages 5 and 7. The 5-year-old is the one who's supposed to have his wrist x-rayed, while the 7-year-old is just tagging along, because where else is she gonna go? Entitled mum is on her phone, texting, or doing whatever as both her children run into the examination room. As to not expose the 7-year-old to radiation, she is invited to sit at the maneuver station outside the room with my co-worker. The 5-year-old continues to run around the room and touches exactly everything. All the while, entitled mum still has her eyes glued to her phone. I try getting the kid to come and sit at the examination table, but he's not in the least interested. I look to the mother for help, but she isn't paying any attention. When I refocus my attention to the 5-year-old, he's found the generator and there's no doubt he's gonna push the power button. So I say to him, "Don't push that, come over here. We're gonna take a nice picture of your hand." And the 5-year-old turns around, pushes the button, shutting down the X-ray tube, and I say to his mum, "Your kid just shut our machine down. We're going to have to reboot." The entitled mum just goes, "Ugh, he's so annoying." She continues texting without even looking up from her phone. Unfortunately, I'm not a lover of confrontation, so even though at this point I so want to kick all of them out, I realize that I can't take it out on a child who still needs his x-rays done. So we just reboot the system, which takes approximately 10 minutes, and get on with the imaging and the rest of the night. If you ever wondered why you have to wait so long in the emergency room, keep this story in mind, and don't be like the entitled mum. Also, be kind to your x-ray tech. Given the amount of rude people that healthcare workers have to deal with on a daily basis, I'm really proud of this person for being able to just stick by their guns and not let this get to them. I definitely know I couldn't have done that, so good on them for not losing it with this lady and her kids. So this happened last year when I was 14 and was on summer vacation with my dad in Florida. We're from another state, so we stayed with his best friend's family. So we'd been there before a lot, but one evening the mum, which is the wife of my dad's friend, came into the guest room where I was in my boxers. Said I was indecent and trying to seduce her daughter, who was like 2 years older than me. So then, she ripped out a hard-ass leather belt and whipped me from my back down to my ass. She was then caught by my father when I was in the locker room getting ready to hit the pool later that day. We never talked to that family again. Although, I did end up sleeping with the daughter later that night because our plane back home would arrive the next morning and she felt bad and actually had a crush on me. I'm sorry, but what? That took a huge turn that I was not expecting at all. So obviously this lady was onto the fact that there was something between these two, but for her to get out a belt and whip the dude with it, what's wrong with her? I don't know, some of these entitled parents are crazy, but this was definitely something that could have been sorted out with just a normal conversation. Alright everyone, that is that for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for watching and I hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, don't forget to leave a like on the video to show you enjoyed, and I just want to say very quickly thank you so much for all the support lately. We're so close to 200,000 subscribers and I cannot thank you all enough. I am going to keep this short though, so I'll wrap things up there. I just want to say I do have a Twitter and Instagram if you want to follow those. They're both at Bumfries and both in the description. But otherwise, that is that for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to say again, thank you so much for watching. I hope you're all having a fantastic day, and I'll see you all tomorrow for another Reddit video. Bye.
Yo, what is up guys? It is Bumfries, back with another episode of Entitled Parents. Today's episode is gonna be a banger and I know you're gonna love this one. I finally got some time to make a bunch of videos for you guys, so if you want to see an episode of Choosing Beggars or Entitled Parents tomorrow, let's get this video to 3,000 likes and there'll be another video waiting for you tomorrow. Once you've liked the video, all you have to do is sit back, relax, and get annoyed at some Entitled Parents. For some background, I live in a rather quiet apartment building, but as soon as this crazy lady moved here, I knew that my situation was going to go belly up. I always try my best to be kind to my neighbours, and it wasn't any different for the entitled mum. I enjoy having small get-togethers in my apartment with a couple of my neighbours, so when the entitled mum and her annoying as hell kid moved into the building, I decided to invite them to a weekly Friday adults only game night. The party was set to begin at 7, but the entitled mum came a good hour late. Our parties are adult only because we have a lot of alcoholic beverages and some other things set out. The entitled mum, however, decides to ignore the clear as day rule that kids aren't allowed, and she decides to bring her little brat to my house. As soon as I see the kid, I tell her no kids allowed, but then she goes and says, it's okay. He has my permission. I sighed and asked her to come back in 10 minutes. Now, me and all of the neighbours have to clear all of the alcohol and pack them in the cupboards. She and her little brat come back in 30 minutes and immediately start eating all of my food. I'm a really non-confrontational person, so telling them to stop was a big no-no. This isn't even the real story yet. It's just some background to explain the crap show that is about to happen. This is where the story really begins. My girlfriend was staying at my place because she didn't want to risk getting her parents, who both had pre-existing conditions, sick. So one day, I was out of the house getting groceries when my girlfriend called me crying and saying that she didn't feel safe in our apartment. Apparently my girlfriend was taking a shower when she heard some moaning. She thought it was me and she opened the curtain to see the entitled kid. Yeah, that same little kid doing his thing and standing outside the open bathroom door. My girlfriend screamed, slapped him, and then kicked him out. Hearing this, I immediately rushed home to comfort her, having absolutely no clue how that little bastard got into my home. As soon as I get home, I see the entitled mum standing outside my apartment, banging on the door. I tap her on the shoulder and start to explain to her that she really needs to control her kid. I tried to be as nice as possible, even though I was seething with anger. I tried to tell her that I understand his body is going through changes and that he has urges, but breaking into people's houses and doing stuff like this wasn't okay at all. Before I can finish, the entitled mum goes off at me. She starts screaming that her son didn't break into anyone's house and that my girlfriend had no right to hit him. She said she was going to call the cops and tell them that we assaulted her little brat. Even though at this point I'm literally seeing red, I try my best to remain calm and ask her how her mistake of a son got into my house. The entitled mother starts screaming at me, and in her anger she lets it slip that during my neighbourly meeting in the background section, she took one of my apartment keys, and my brain just shuts off. My girlfriend comes out after hearing the commotion and apparently heard that the entitled mum stole my keys, and my girlfriend goes off. She says that she's calling the cops for stealing, breaking and entering, and invasion of privacy. At this point, my brain is still processing what the entitled mum had just said. The entitled mum screams back that in her rental agreement, she was given access to all of the amenities of the apartment, and she somehow believed that my house belonged to them too. Keep in mind, I'm not renting and I own my apartment. My girlfriend and I kept strong on her promise and called the cops right then and there. The entitled mum got arrested, but I don't know what happened from that point onwards. All I know is that I changed my locks, got only 2 new house keys, gave one to my girlfriend and kept the other one. And just to be safe, I bought one of those camera doorbell things as well. If this isn't one of the craziest ways that I've started off an Entitled Parents episode, I could not tell you what is. I mean, not only is this absolutely disgusting on the kid's part, but the fact that this absolutely awful entitled mum even tries to justify it in the slightest, as opposed to actually going out and disciplining her kid for literally breaking into someone's house and then massively invading someone's privacy, just shows how terrible some of these entitled parents can be. And unfortunately, by the sounds of it, with this entitled mum and her little brat of a son, doesn't sound like the apple falls very far from the tree. It was my day off, so I brought my pup to the park. There was nobody else there, so I was kicking a soccer ball around for her and doing some little shuttle runs since I needed to work out too. After we had been there for about 30 minutes, I noticed a family. A dad, a mum, 2 kids, and a small dog standing near the fence looking like they were waiting to go in. I didn't really think much of it and kept playing for about 10 more minutes. When we were leaving, the dad stopped me at the gate and said, "You shouldn't be here. No aggressive dogs are allowed." I was confused because my dog was the only dog in the park, so how could he have been considered aggressive? I was also a little offended because when I first adopted my dog, she was reactive, specifically to bigger dogs that ran up to her very quickly or tried to mount her. But I'd been working with a professional trainer as well as my dog sitter who owned big dogs, and she no longer growls or shows teeth when a big dog approaches her. Just note that I wasn't taking her to the dog park during her training, and even now I stay close by when a big dog approaches her just in case. So I said to him, "How is my dog being aggressive? She didn't even notice your dog there." So he responds, "That's a pit bull, right? Pit bulls are an aggressive breed. I'm sick of constantly seeing pit bull owners who think they own the park." Now, there are a lot of pit bull mixes at the park, especially during busy times like after work, but I've never seen anyone acting like they own the park as he describes it. So I said to him, "The sign doesn't say no aggressive breeds. It says dogs demonstrating aggressive behavior must be leashed and removed immediately. My dog wasn't acting aggressive, so there isn't a problem." He threatens to call the city and have me banned permanently from the dog park. I said, "You don't know my name. What are you gonna say? There was a pit bull and an owner alone at the dog park? Good luck with that." He kept trying to talk to me, but I just ignored him and walked home. I hope he and his family enjoyed the dog park. You know, when it comes to something like this, I actually understand that there are people out there who are genuinely scared of pit bulls. I'm sure they've seen videos where pit bulls have been aggressive and a magnitude of other things to justify their fear of pit bulls, right? And that's absolutely fine. But here's the thing. You have the ability to just keep your dog on the leash. Don't go near the pit bull if you're so scared of it. Just because you're scared of a pit bull because you think it's an aggressive breed, it doesn't mean other people do as well, and it doesn't mean that you have the right to try and control not only what other people do, but how other people should feel as well. I mean, seriously, if you don't like chocolate, you just don't eat chocolate. You don't go around telling other people that they shouldn't eat chocolate either just because you don't like it. I guess the simple concept of mind your own business just goes way over the head of an entitled parent. So, I was at Dave & Buster's with my husband for a date night. I'm playing one of those games where you shoot a coin down a slot and hope it results in pushing multiple other coins off the edge to get tickets. However, Dave & Buster's no longer gives tickets, and you have to insert your game card when you're done playing to receive your ticket credits. I'm the only one playing on one of the machines, and there are 5 other empty machines that others could sit and play at. All of a sudden, a woman is standing behind me and she says, "Excuse me, but you've been playing this game a while, and my son, who is probably about 6 years old, deserves a turn." Of course, I pointed out that there are 5 other identical games available, but that is not good enough for her. She says, "I see you have well over 400 points on this game, and it is clearly the lucky one." I try to stick it out, but she is breathing like a dragon behind me, so I decide to leave it. It simply is not worth it. I'm not even halfway out of my chair before this little kid is in my chair. No kidding, we touch butts as I'm sliding over. The entitled mum pushes me out of the way and I say, "Excuse me, but I need to put my card in to get my tickets." The friggin' entitled mum takes her son's card and shoves it in, looks at me and says, "Sorry. He is playing now and they are his tickets. You are clearly too old to be here anyway, and my child deserves them more." I was 24 at the time, and this is Dave & Buster's, who cater to adults. It's not some frickin' Chuck E. Cheese. Now, I'm not one to cause a scene, but I had spent a lot of my credits on that game. Of course I went to security and threw a fit. They went over to the woman and told her that she needs to let others take their tickets before playing, but of course she played dumb. In the end, they gave me twice as many tickets as I was supposed to get, but also let her keep the ones she stole, most likely to avoid a huge blow up. I can't believe how arrogant people are.
I guess this is just another one of those entitled parent stories where these entitled parents literally think it's okay just to steal other people's things. I mean, the entitled parent in the first story just stole someone's key. The entitled parents in so many other stories have taken people's Nintendo Switches and various other items. It seems to be a trend with entitled parents to think that they're entitled to literally everything that everybody else owns, but I suppose that's what makes them entitled. I guess at the end of the day, the big takeaway is, it's not the entitled parent's responsibility to raise their own kid and get them things that they want. It's everybody else's responsibility, and everyone else should suffer as a result.
I'm a 23-year-old female with 2 young nephews. I enjoy reading. I have a home office / library that has half the room as bookshelves filled with books of all kinds. From school textbooks and research books to fantasy and children's books. I'll admit, I am a bookworm. Anyway, my nephews have started reading a lot more, so I decided to buy them some of my favorite books to read as a child. Books like The Magic Treehouse, Geronimo Stilton, and The Enchanted Castle, etc. When I went over to give them the books, my nephews looked at them for a few minutes, then threw them on the ground. We were outside on the back porch at the time. My nephew started asking what else I bought for them and why I gave them smelly, boring old books. Mind you, the books were brand new and still had the stickers on them and everything. I thought maybe they were just being kids because, you know, they are kids. But when I explained to them that I just bought the books for them, they threw a huge tantrum. They were screaming and crying about why I didn't buy them video games and toys and instead just gave them stupid books. They started stomping all over the books on the ground. Their mother / my sister did not stop them. In fact, she scolded me for not getting them something that they really wanted, like video games. I started arguing with her that she told me that they loved books and they wanted to read more, so that's why I got them the books. I thought they would enjoy these books just as I did as a child. My sister screamed at me about how self-absorbed and how not everyone loved books like I did. But she was the one who told me that my nephews really loved books like I did, repeatedly. I knew I was getting nowhere with this argument and my nephews were screaming in the background, so I picked up all of the books off the ground and left to go back home. Within the next few days, my sister repeatedly called to berate me and yell at me for not getting them something else. Then after a week, my sister called to ask me if I was getting my nephews anything better because they were so disappointed and upset. I told her no, and she yelled at me some more. Before she hung up, she asked me when I was going to bring over the books again or if she needed to come and get them. I told her no and that I was keeping them because she and my nephews were being ungrateful and entitled. I told her that she should teach her kids better, not to be spoiled brats, and to be appreciative of any gift that someone gives them regardless of whether or not they like it. Like I said, I enjoy these books as a child and would love to reread them as much as I can, so I decided to keep them for myself because my nephews didn't want them to begin with and were being entitled brats. Just some side notes, my sister has raised my nephews to be spoiled rotten. If they didn't get their way, they would be little monsters to you or others, and my sister encourages their selfishness and bad behavior. This is one of the reasons that I'm low on contact with her right now. For the people that are asking for my nephew's ages, one is 7 years old and the other is 2 years old. I mostly got the books for the 7-year-old, but thought that he or my sister could read them to the 2-year-old, kinda like bonding time or something. And yes, both of my nephews play video games. My sister has bought each of them a handheld iPad or whatever it's called, I'm not entirely sure. I didn't even know that such a thing existed until my nephews were a little over 1 year old. They were both taught how to use them as well as YouTube, kids TV channels, and Game Boys. I've ranted about young kids using technology in another sub before. When I was a kid, we played outside. My 7-year-old nephew knew how to use basic internet and computer at the age of 2. Now, my 2-year-old nephew does as well. I believe that today's parents rely way too heavily on technology to entertain and keep their kids busy. But that's just my opinion based on my experiences with my nephews. You know, while I don't entirely agree with the last part because I think the world is going towards such a technology-based society, I can agree with the fact that this entitled mum has not raised her kids very well at all. I just think more than anything, it's kind of common courtesy to be nice, and if somebody does give you a gift, at least show some kind of appreciation even if you don't like it. Like at the end of the day, you're not going to enjoy every gift you receive. That's just the reality of receiving gifts. Not everyone knows what you want, and they're not going to get it right 100% of the time. If they don't get it right, just say thank you, show some appreciation, and move on with your day. It's as simple as that. Unfortunately, when it comes to entitled parents and the way they raise entitled kids, they tend to take the general manual on how to be a decent person and just do everything the exact opposite. So, I'm a grocery store worker, and I was in the middle of serving a man, a woman, and their bratty kid. This is going to be our entitled mum and our entitled dad. Suddenly, our customer service worker made an announcement that she needed a first aider to attend the front of the store as soon as possible. This was my job, as I was the only first aider in the store at that time as far as I knew. Luckily, it turned out there was someone else who was trained. I called over my supervisor and she gave me the go-ahead to leave and attend the call, and that she would take over my till and continue scanning the shopping. As I attempt to leave, the entitled dad decided to block me in behind my till with his trolley saying, "We've been waiting here for ages in this queue and our son is exhausted. You are going to finish this shop before you go on your break or whatever you're going to do." I explained to him that I was needed at a first aid call, but he wouldn't budge and I wasn't allowed to touch him to budge past. My supervisor was demanding that I get let out, and every time they continued to refuse to let me go, saying that we could have finished it by now if we weren't messing around. Eventually I gave up and just scanned through all of their stuff as fast as I could with little care and then ran to the front of the store. Luckily my colleague had attended the call and it was nothing serious, but man, imagine if it was something more serious. You know, at this point, I'm not even surprised that an entitled parent is willing to put somebody else in danger for their own selfish needs. But over something so simple, where the manager literally could have just taken over, a story like this is absolutely absurd. Like, it would have been literally no inconvenience to the entitled parent for this person to just walk out of the till, let the manager walk in, and continue along with their shopping. But I guess when you're an entitled parent, you don't see the world in the same way as everyone else, and you've got this delusional thought that the world revolves around you. I honestly just don't know what else to say. Entitled parents are just a different breed.
Alright everyone, that is that for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for watching and I hope you enjoyed the video. If you did enjoy the video, like I said at the start, don't forget to smash that like button down below and another video will be coming tomorrow if we can hit 3,000 likes. I just want to thank everyone for their patience with me as well. More videos are absolutely coming in the very near future, but I've just had a lot going on between work and home life and everything in between. I'm not going to drag this outro out though, but what I will say is on the screen right now you'll see 2 of my previous videos, both of which I would highly suggest you watching. If you enjoyed this video, I can guarantee you're going to love those as well. But that is going to wrap things up for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to say again, thank you so much for watching. If you're new around here, don't forget to subscribe and I'll see you guys tomorrow for another video. Bye. I haven't spoken to anyone on my mother's side in 1 year over this, and I'm questioning if I ever will again despite loving them and wanting a relationship with them. I am married and my husband and I share the exact same background story. We both grew up poor in bad environments and we both left home at 18 for college and never looked back. I didn't meet my husband until I was 31 and by then, we both managed to overcome our upbringings and create different lives for ourselves. We are dinks with a very modest home and we keep our expenses minimal because we prefer regular travel over nicer things. We both work remote as well, so from the outside looking in, we appear to always be on vacation. At one point I decided to start posting travel content to see if I could generate a following and monetize it, which ended up working out and I was able to earn small amounts and a few free things here and there. I was more than happy with this outcome, so I continued to post in hopes of what this might become. I live across the country from my family, so no one had any idea that I was doing well before I started posting because I usually only saw them on holidays. My increased posting of our travels led to my family members start asking me for money. I was initially happy to help because the requests made sense and it didn't hurt the budget. Over time, it started going from a couple of hundred here and there to increasingly ridiculous requests as well as more people asking. For example, my brother's fiance asked me to pay for their wedding, not help to cover it, but to cover it completely. My husband became fed up and together we created an agreement with each other that any requests over a certain amount needed to be approved by the other person. He also said that my mother is the only person I need to worry about and to let everyone else take care of themselves. Now, my husband is a lot more bootstrap mentality than I am, so his response is usually no, whereas I used to have a harder time with that. With him supporting me, it became much easier to say no. I even gained confidence after a while, and eventually, everything except someone being homeless or hungry became an easy no for me. My family definitely noticed the shift and commented on it, but it didn't seem like a big deal. Fast forward, my mum slips up while talking on the phone and I find out that she was lying to me about why she needed the money. After I cut everyone off but her, they began asking her to ask me and she would do it and pretend that it was for her. This hurt my feelings and my response was to stop helping her financially as well. She started asking other people in the family instead, and one day I get a phone call from a cousin of mine. This cousin makes good money, but he has a whole family to support and he also regularly asks for money. He asked me why my mum is asking him for money instead of me and tells me that I need to step it up and share the load. He goes on this tangent about how we need to stick together and take care of the people who took care of us. I don't bother explaining how we got here, just keep it civil and let it go.
After this, a younger relative of mine who also posts content makes a video about people who don't help family and forget where they came from. Imagine my hurt and surprise to open the comments and see my aunt comment, "I won't say names, but rhymes with Clara. My name is Sarah." Even worse is that comment had a lot of likes, replies, and laughing emojis from other family members. That was more than enough for me. I haven't talked to anyone since then, and I have removed and blocked all of my relatives from social media. I don't know if this is permanent, and I do miss them, but I'm just not ready to deal with the entitlement and ungratefulness again. I am 24, and I have a restraining order against my fiance's stepfather. The question is, should I renew it? This is just a summary, because the full story would take 24 hours to tell. I have changed names for legal reasons. Back in April, I was 6 months pregnant. My fiance James and I were couch surfing, just trying to stay afloat. That was when his stepfather Kevin and Kevin's wife Jennifer offered to let us live with them. They said we could stay rent-free, have a private room, and just cover our own food. It sounded like a lifeline, so we said yes. We drove 2 hours to get there. In the house were Kevin, Jennifer, Jennifer's daughter from a previous marriage, Chloe, and James's half-brother, Travis. There were 3 bedrooms, so I asked where our room would be. They took us to the screened-in back porch. I was 6 months pregnant. It was 32 degrees outside, there was no insulation, no air conditioning, no ventilation, just a mattress on the porch floor. Even worse, Travis did not use his bedroom. He preferred to sleep on the couch, so there was a perfectly good room available. But we were not allowed to use it just in case Travis might want it. He never did. Also important, Travis is mentally delayed. That will matter later. 2 months passed and I was miserable. It was hot. Suddenly we were paying $500 a month and buying all of our own food. That was never the agreement. On top of that, Jennifer constantly made comments about how fat I was and how much I ate to her 17-year-old daughter. Meanwhile, Chloe would bring home university-aged guys to sleep with, and Jennifer and Kevin were providing them with cannabis and alcohol. I was pregnant, exhausted, and surrounded by loud, drunken chaos nearly every night. Eventually, I snapped. We got into a full-blown screaming match. Me, Jennifer, Kevin, and Chloe. I told them I was done. Their response? They kicked me out. James was allowed to stay. So, there I was, 8 months pregnant, homeless, and alone in the middle of summer. I found a spot in a shelter while James stayed at the house so he could save up money for us. One night, he called me and said he could not take it anymore. Every single day, Kevin was telling him to leave me, saying the baby was not his, calling me abusive, doing everything he could to convince James to stay and abandon me. So, my grandfather and I drove out and picked James up in the middle of the night. That was when Kevin completely lost it. He started by sending us threatening messages. Then, he began harassing my family. He called James's new job. He even reported us to Child Protection Services trying to get my baby taken from me before he was even born. Then came the worst part. He began threatening to kill my son. Kevin is a veteran. He owns multiple guns and he knows how to use them. I was terrified. I collected evidence and got a court date. When we showed up, Kevin brought Travis as a witness. He claimed Travis had seen me hitting James. The judge asked Travis a few questions to assess his competency. He could not say his own name. He did not know where he lived. He did not know what state we were in or even what court was. But he did say, "My dad told me to say she hit James." The judge knew right away that he had been coached. I presented a mountain of evidence, screenshots of Kevin's social media posts, call logs, and statements from family members. The judge was horrified. She even made Kevin read his own posts out loud, word for word. By the end, she ruled in my favor. I was granted the restraining order and Kevin's guns were confiscated. Since then, he has not contacted me directly, but he still posts passive-aggressive things online. He has toned it down, but I have screenshots of everything. The restraining order expires in 5 months. He has not reached out, but the tone of his posts still shows a lot of anger. So the question is, should I renew it? So, I escaped from my old life almost 2 years ago. And honestly, life has been so much better since. Difficult, yes, but much better in other aspects. At the start, my family did everything they could to guilt trip me into staying, shaming, manipulation, even stalking. I then decided to go full no contact for a while. After almost a year, they reached out saying they didn't want to lose me and promised to respect my space as long as I at least visited occasionally. I agreed, and I visited a couple of times, but when I'm there, I don't even try to interact much anymore. I did try in the beginning, but all I got was indifference or coldness. That killed any motivation to put in more effort. The most shocking part is realizing just how hard my own family made the process of leaving. It's still surreal at times. Like, my own family? Really? Just because I wanted freedom? Those who have read my story know that it was not easy. Now, one of my siblings says I'm not putting in the effort and that it hurts our mum to see me come and go and know nothing about my life once I leave. And I'm left wondering, do I need to explain where I go, what I do, or how I live? Like I owe updates, and why? It feels like they want things to go back to how they used to be, and that version of me is long gone. My parents, even at this stage, still blame me and say that this new dynamic is my fault. They've now invited me on a road trip to bond, and while part of me feels like maybe I should give it a shot, the other part is screaming caution. I've already been roped into going to an event I didn't even want to attend, so boundaries are already being nudged and I was promised my decisions would be respected. I told a friend about this and she said I'm being difficult and now I don't know. Am I being difficult? Is it just in my head? Should I go on this trip or just stay away? So, my husband's the youngest of 5 and he was really close to his mum, but she passed away suddenly when he was in his 20s before either of us had kids, and out of all the siblings, he's the only one whose children never got to meet her. When I was pregnant with our daughter 2 years ago, he told me he was excited, but also really sad. He said it just felt wrong that she'd never get to meet his mum, and I got it. It's a heavy thing. So I suggested we name her after his mum in some way. I'd never met her, but I liked her middle name, and thought it would be a nice way to honor her. We agreed to use it as our daughter's middle name. When we told people, friends, his family, even my extended family, everyone thought it was sweet, but my mum? Oh, she absolutely lost her mind. Every single conversation after that turned into a rant. She said it was unfair, that I was slighting her, that I was favoring my husband's mum over her, even though, again, I never met the woman. It was like a personal betrayal in her eyes. At the time, I hadn't figured out how to set boundaries, so I tried to meet her halfway. We were still looking for a first name, so I told her to send us some suggestions. She did, and I wish I was joking, but the list had names like Priscilla and Blossom, and not only were they not our style, but they sounded awful with my husband's surname. Just no flow at all, so I told her we wouldn't be using any of them, and she flipped. Full meltdown. Said we were being disrespectful, that my husband was making the baby all about him, and that we were ruining her experience of being a first-time grandmother. She even went as far as saying my husband had his pick twice, because the baby was getting his mum's middle name and his last name. Like, what? And again, still deep in my doormat phase, I tried so hard to please her. I even sent her the list of first names we liked and told her she could choose one from there. But she refused, said none of them were as good as her picks and none were worthy of her granddaughter. Eventually, we just went with a name we loved from our list, paired with my husband's mum's middle name. And that was that. Except, it wasn't. Because every conversation with my mum after that somehow circled back to my daughter's name. She kept saying she was willing to compromise and would send over names that were kind of similar to the one we chose, but in her words, prettier. And every time I said no, she'd blow up all over again. Told me I was naming my daughter after one grandmother, but not the other, and acted like I was playing favorites. I was hormonal, pregnant, and fully over it. So one day, I just snapped and told her straight up. It was ridiculous for her to be jealous of a dead woman, and if she kept pushing, she wasn't going to see my daughter at all. Apparently, she still makes comments behind my back. My dad tells me things sometimes, but we're low contact with my side now. And I've learned how to hold boundaries properly, which honestly has brought a lot of peace. I thought of this story again recently because we brought our daughter to visit my husband's mum's grave. And yeah, it still annoys me, but now there's enough distance that I can laugh about it.
Yo, what is up guys? It is Bumfries, back with another episode of Entitled Parents. Today's episode is gonna be a banger and I know you're gonna love this one. Just like in yesterday's video, if we can hit 3,000 likes in the next 24 hours, the next episode of Entitled Parents I do will be at least 25 minutes long. So if you're excited for that, you've just got to smash the like button, then sit back, relax, and get annoyed at some entitled parents. Right off the bat, I just want to say that I love my mum. I really do. Ultimately though, she's human and isn't a perfect person. Neither am I, it's just,
I don't have kids to project my imperfections and insecurities onto. I love my mum, but I also hope to be nothing like her when I have my own kids. This situation in particular really made me start to see her in a different light. The whole thing took place right after I'd just been broken up with. My ex left my house with a box of his things, and I was busy crying in my room. Eventually, I picked myself up off the floor and got right to work in de-relationshipping my room. I was tossing anything and everything that I got from him. Stuffed animals, letters, shirts, Polaroid pictures, everything went. I left my room with a black trash bag full of stuff that I was going to toss into our big trash bin outside. This is where my mum stops me and asks me if she can look through the bag to see if there was anything she wanted. And it was a no from me. That bag held memories of a guy that I wanted nothing to do with, and I didn't want to see any memorabilia from him around the house. It was important to me and to me being able to move on to get rid of anything that reminded me of him. Also, my mum is your typical nosy mum, so I figured that she also just wanted to snoop through everything. I didn't just tell her no though. I made her promise not to go through the bag once I've thrown it away. I thought maybe making her promise would be good as she's looked through my trash on multiple occasions. So she promises not to, and that's the end of that. Fast forward a couple of months and I'm at her workplace helping her clean up the office. I bend down to reach under her desk where I find papers, cans, and a pair of fuzzy slippers that I knew I threw away in that bag. I grab them and hold them up to her, and she knows what she's done because she just laughs. She laughs and says they're comfortable. I laugh too because I'm at her workplace, but I was honestly so upset. It's not that the slippers were anything super important to me. It's that she promised not to go through the bag, but did anyway. It was a complete invasion of my privacy, and for what? She didn't know I had those slippers to begin with, so she was likely just snooping through the bag and looking at everything. It's like she put her personal gain and need to snoop over my feelings. And I don't know, it was and still is a very upsetting memory for me. Boring and long story, I know, I just wanted to get this off my chest because I've held it in long enough. A story like this for me is actually really upsetting because it's not just somebody who's sharing a story about an entitled parent, it's someone who has a seriously entitled parent and has been affected by said entitled parent in obviously a pretty major way. It sounds like this entitled parent knows absolutely no boundaries and doesn't care about her own child's privacy, and as a result pulls stunts like this and quite frankly doesn't even seem like she cares. I guess at the end of the day, that's just an entitled parent for you, but a story like this to me just hits a little bit harder. My mother, who's going to be the entitled mum of our tale, grew up in a household that didn't believe in doctors or going to the hospital. This translated to an irrational fear of hospitals for my entitled mum. At the time of this story, I was 14 in high school and about to have a very bad day. I should start by saying that my entitled mum lives exactly 1 mile away from the closest emergency room. Also, my siblings and father were out of town for a competition that weekend, and I didn't feel like going to another cheerleading competition, so I stayed home. I get home from school on Friday around 4 PM. And I call my entitled mum to tell her that I don't feel too well and think that I need to see a doctor. My entitled mum says that she has a 1-hour workout with her personal trainer who happens to train the whole family for our sports teams. My entitled mum tells me that she'll come home right after and take me to the pediatrician. So at 4:40 PM, I call my entitled mum saying that something is seriously wrong with me and I really think that I need to go to the hospital. She tells me that the PT has just had a cancellation and that she's staying for another hour workout and then she'll take me to the doctor. 5:10 PM rolls around and I call my entitled mum and beg her to come home because I'm in a lot of pain and feel terrible. She gives the phone over to her personal trainer who says, and I crap you not, it sounds like a muscle cramp from our workout last week. You'll be fine, buddy. And then she says that she'll call our friendly neighbor across the street to check on me. 10 minutes later, I hear my friendly neighbor walk in through the door and come to my room to check me out. I'm on the floor because I fell after going to the bathroom and couldn't get up. She helps me into bed and immediately calls my entitled mum. And the conversation goes something like this. My friendly neighbor says, "Hey entitled mum, I think you need to get here as soon as possible. Your son is as white as a sheet and sweating bullets. Also, he is in so much pain that he can barely move." My entitled mum just responds, "Oh, I'm sure he's fine, and he's probably just overreacting from a muscle cramp like the PT says." My friendly neighbor says, "This isn't just a muscle cramp. He needs to see a doctor. I can put him in the car and meet you at the hospital that's only 1 mile away." My entitled mum says, "There's no need for that. I'll finish up here and take him to the doctor," and hangs up. Then at 5:45 PM, my friendly neighbor calls my entitled mum again, and my entitled mum says that she's in a changing room and will be home in 10 minutes. After all, the gym is pretty close. 35 minutes pass and it's 6:20 PM and my entitled mum finally gets home. My friendly neighbor tells her what I've been going through and says that I need to go to the ER, and my entitled mum says that she's taking me to see our pediatrician. My entitled mum does take me to see our pediatrician, who also runs a pediatric ER. The problem is that the doctor's office is 25 minutes drive away with zero traffic, and we are at the butt end of rush hour. 7:15ish PM rolls around and we get to the pediatric ER and they immediately take me into the back to see what's wrong. Turns out, I have an acute appendicitis and it's close to bursting, so they need to send me over to the hospital that's 1 mile away from my house to get it removed. The entire time, my entitled mum is murmuring about needing to get ready for a trial the next day, as she is a divorce lawyer, and how I'll probably be fine and just need to sleep it off. Then, there comes a moment when my entitled mum is out of the room, but I have a doctor and a nurse in the room alone with me. I tell them the whole story about how I've been trying to get her to take me to the ER since 4, how we only lived a mile away from the hospital they wanted to send me to, but my entitled mum decided we go here because she hates big hospitals. The doctor didn't really believe me until I told him to MapQuest my address relative to the hospital. I managed to convince them to call for an ambulance so they could transport me to the hospital to make sure I got there. After my surgery, the nurse told me that my appendix burst as they began the surgery, so they had to be quick. To this day, I still tease the personal trainer every time I see him by grabbing my side and saying I think I have a muscle cramp. And I've never heard him use those words together since. You know, as you can imagine doing this series, and I think we're nearly 80 episodes into Entitled Parents, I've seen a lot of entitled parents who do some really entitled things and things that can potentially put other people in harm's way. But it's very, very rare to see an entitled parent who is so stubborn and so entitled that they're willing to put their own child's health at risk for their own ridiculous and selfish reasons. This type of entitled parent is not only the scariest type of entitled parent, but absolutely someone that I would never want to rely on in any kind of situation. This story was told to me by my little sister that was there when this happened. Sorry for any spelling mistakes, English isn't my native language. My aunt, who we're gonna call the entitled mum, who even fits the hairstyle perfectly, which also made us give her the nickname Mushroom, was visiting my grandparents a few years ago. At that time, my little sister, who was 12 at the time, was very sick and couldn't eat properly for months. Don't worry though, as she's all good now. The minute that my poor parents and her finally got out of the hospital, the first thing they did was visit my grandma's house for a good home-cooked meal. After all they had eaten was gross hospital food for so long, as they stayed with my little sister the whole time. My grandma was amazing as always, and she made a ton of burgers and tasty homemade food just for them. After so many months at the hospital without any decent sleep, as they were sleeping on chairs near my little sister, and without any normal meal nor a good bath, they finally could eat at home. They were just about to start eating when the entitled mum comes in and says, "What?" And my grandma says, "I made food for everyone. Sit down and..." The entitled mum cuts my grandma off, ignores her, and pointing at my little sister's burger says, "What is that? Why didn't you give my precious son so much meat like you give to that girl?" My dad just said, "There is so much of it. Here, do you want my piece?" The entitled mum, while looking menacingly at my dad, measured the 2 stupid pieces of meat in her eyes and then came at my grandma, saying, "After all that I've given to you, all I have done for you?" She pointed at my little sister's burger and then her 5 or 6-year-old child's burger and says, "You give my little prince less meat than them? When did they ever help you like me?" You probably know that she's entitled and lying by now. She gets money from the rest of the family to help my grandma and grandpa, and she is still taking things from their house in return. My mum and dad help my grandma and grandpa always and never ask for anything in return. My grandma says to the entitled mum, "Just sit there and eat. There is a lot of food. Do you want me to give your grandson another piece?" The entitled mum says, "No. How dare you give this girl more meat than my son after all that I have done for you?" At this point, she straight up took a fork, stuck it in my little sister's burger, and put it on her 5-year-old son's plate. My grandma got so mad that she started screaming, while my dad and my little sister were dying with laughter inside. We are pretty much used to the entitled mum in the family. In the end, the poor 5-year-old kid, of course, couldn't finish both huge burgers, and my granny gave my little sister another burger, because after all, there were so many left. My dad just laughed all the way home, so in a way, the entitled mum kinda cheered them up after being in the hospital for so long. Her being overly annoying because of a piece of meat that she then proceeded to steal the rest of it after lunch become a running gag in our family. See, this kind of entitled mum is back to your OG classic entitled mums, where they give you the whole "my son is so precious, my son is a prince" spiel, as if that makes them more important than everybody else in the room. Like, in a situation like this, you have to be pretty entitled to literally take food off somebody's plate when they've just spent the last few months of their life in hospital, and it's the first good meal that they've been able to eat in months, and yet somehow in your mind you think that this whole situation is a good idea. Like I've said 1,000 times before, I will never understand entitled parents, and quite frankly, I don't want to. So here's the story. I'm a piano teacher and had a new 16-year-old student who started midsummer. 2 weeks ago, entitled mum emails me from the car outside of the lesson stating that she would like her son to do competitions because her son's school does not offer any music and has very limited extracurricular activities. I let her know via email a little bit about what was out there, and I contacted the local piano guild chairman to make sure that they were even doing events this year. I let the entitled mum know that she needs to come sit in the lesson so we can go over her options. She proceeded to cancel the next 2 lessons, claiming that her son was sick, and then emailed again saying that she had put her entitled kid in a rock band because piano lessons are too much pressure. I reminded her that I did not recommend competition and she is the one who had insisted doing it. I told her that we can still have our private lessons and study any style that she wants, but she tried to lie and say that the time was bad despite having chosen it herself. Now, a flurry of emails later, the entitled mum quits piano altogether, claiming that the entitled kid is too busy with the rock band now. I guess I should count my blessings that I don't have to deal with him anymore. So what I can gather from this one at least, and I could be wrong, but the entitled mum tries to get her son to get into some kind of piano competition, and then in a complete 180 decides that a piano competition is too much pressure and it's all the fault of the person who is teaching the piano lessons and not her fault for trying to push him into something that he wasn't ready to do. I mean, to me, that sounds like some pretty entitled behavior. Trying to deflect and pass the blame onto everyone else, rather than accepting fault for their own poor actions, that to me is your classic entitled parent. My boyfriend just told me this story and I thought it belonged here. When he was 14, he was living with his mum and sister on a housing estate. It was summer and he liked a bit of light in his upstairs bedroom, so he left the curtains open at all times. That included when he was getting dressed and after having a shower. So if you purposefully stared at his window, you could only see him from his waist up. Well, their neighbours did not like that one bit. She went pounding on the door, yelling at my mother-in-law that her son was a disgrace, always hanging around indecently in front of his daughter who was the same age as him. My mother-in-law told her that he had every right to do whatever he wanted in his bedroom and that if they didn't want to see him, all they needed to do was not look. A couple of days went by and lo and behold, the police showed up at their door. Turned out, the neighbour had been filming and taking pictures of my boyfriend to show to their housing people as evidence of his wrongdoing to get them kicked out. Except, the only issue was that the housing office called the police on her for taking pictures and videos of my boyfriend, keeping in mind his age at the time, and as a result, kicked her and her family out. I mean, look, there's really not much that needs to be said about a story like this. It's pretty clear cut who's in the wrong. The entitled mum, going out of her way to cause trouble and make herself seem like the victim, ended up being the one on the crap end of the stick, and quite frankly, got exactly what she deserved. Honestly, I'd say she was just lucky that nobody pressed any charges. So one more story from my days as a youth pastor. So where I lived at the time would often drop below 0 during the winter. This is important to the story. Also, I'm a female and I've been blessed with curly hair, that if I don't put something like mousse in my hair, it will be a frizzy mess later on. My older sister was blessed with gorgeous curly hair that she basically doesn't have to do, but I do. So, one cold morning, I showed up to the church with my hair somewhat wet and it had mousse in it to make it curly. I was sitting at my desk getting ready for my workday, as in ready for the kids to show up to school and then go do my youth ministry duties. In walks entitled mum with her daughter after her to go and check in with her teacher and hang out with her friends. The entitled mum stops at my desk and looks annoyed. The entitled mum is stopped at my desk and is just staring at me. So, I look up and say to her, "Good morning, entitled mum, how are you?" The entitled mum responds, "You know when you come in here with wet hair, you are a bad influence on my daughter," and storms off. I whispered to myself, okay, and you know what I did? I still showed up with wet hair to church. Maybe I'm just not very smart, or perhaps I'm not just tuned into the mind of an entitled parent, but I can't quite see the correlation between somebody having wet hair and them being a bad influence on your daughter. Like, what did wet hair ever do to you? Did it make you grow up to be a horrible person seeing other people with wet hair? Is that what turned you into an entitled parent? Or is this just another way of you deflecting the fact that you're not a very good parent and you're trying to blame other people for the fact that your daughter isn't growing up the way you wanted her to? Either way, it's not going to matter because like with every entitled parent, they're never going to realize they're entitled until it's too late. Alright everyone, that is that for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for watching and I hope you enjoyed the video. If you did enjoy the video as much as I enjoyed making it, don't forget to smash that like button, and just a reminder that if we can hit 3,000 likes on this video in the next 24 hours, the next episode of Entitled Parents I upload will be at least 25 minutes long. I'm gonna keep this outro nice and short. I do just want to say though, if you are new around here, don't forget to smash that subscribe button. I love each and every single one of you, and I'll be doing something very special schedule for you guys very soon. What you are going to see on your screen right now are two of my awesome videos, one of which I would highly suggest you click on and go down that rabbit hole of entitled parents. Otherwise though, I just want to say again, thank you so much for watching. I hope you're all having a fantastic day, and I hope to see you guys tomorrow for another episode of Entitled Parents. Bye.
Yo, what is up guys? It is Bumfries, back with another episode of Entitled Parents. Today's episode is gonna be a banger, and I know you're gonna love this one. Continuing on with this experiment of the YouTube algorithm, can I please make sure every single person watching this video hits the like button down below? It helps me understand the YouTube algorithm more than you know, and helps me deliver better content to you guys every single day. Now sit back, relax, and get annoyed at some Entitled Parents. So today, I, 29-year-old female, am 13 years in remission from cancer. I had a very aggressive type with less than 20% chance of survival for the first 5 years, and chance of the specific type coming back after 5 years was reduced to 0. But that's not the story I'm here to share, it's just relevant information. As I was 16, I qualified for Make-A-Wish. I'd play around with a bunch of potential ideas, destination vacations, meeting my favorite band, getting electronics, etc. Once the idea of traveling somewhere warm came up, my mum was convinced that that was what was happening with my wish. The discussion of Barbados came up, so that is what she set her mind to. However, I was still on the fence, and after discussing it with my correspondent at Make-A-Wish, I wanted to meet my favorite band. We wouldn't have been able to go to the Caribbean for the trip simply because of the costs, but we could have still gone somewhere warm and out of the country. We live in northern Canada where there's -40°C winters. There were talks of Florida, California, or even Hawaii as a destination to meet them at. I wrote a letter directed to said band, explaining how listening to them had helped me through treatment, and one song in particular that the youngest wrote. And my correspondent had mailed it out to their managers, and they were going to begin preparations for the band to get time scheduled for the wish. When I told my mum what I wanted and the plan to meet the band, she went nuts. She went off about how she deserved this trip as much as I do because she was there for me the entire time, and that if I wanted to do anything besides going to Barbados, I could find another adult to supervise the trip because neither her or my stepdad would be joining me since it wasn't what she wanted. She then told me to pack my bags and that I'd be staying at my dad's place until I came to my senses and told Make-A-Wish that we were going to Barbados. I spent over a month at my dad's, and the correspondent tried to convince me to go through with what I really wanted several times during this period before I caved and let my mum have what she wanted. Now, my parents did make a compromise with me at the time and told me that they'd drive me to their concert in Toronto if I had paid for the entire trip. Foolish me thought that this was a great idea as I get to see the band in concert and I make my parents happy in the end. It cost a lot and my parents complained the whole time, but at least I'd seen them in concert. On the occasional time where the conversation of the trip to Barbados comes up, my mum likes to paint herself as the victim after all these years, saying, "Could you imagine if you'd gone through with it and we'd missed out on going to Barbados? You would have gone with Person's mum instead and left us behind. I would have never forgiven you if you'd done that." To this day, I am still a huge fan of that band. They were on a hiatus for a while, but came back, and this whole situation really sticks in my mind, especially when I see them performing on shows and on their 2 tours that they've done post-hiatus. Yes, I saw them in concert, and it was a great time, but I could have physically met them and gone to a concert through Make-A-Wish while traveling to another country without having to pay out of pocket for the experience. All because my mum felt entitled to making my wish about her rather than the actual recipient of it. I understand that she didn't care to meet the band herself, but there could have been many opportunities available aside from doing just that. I nearly died. It shouldn't have been a question of doing whatever I wanted for my wish, especially with the extremely high chance of the cancer coming back. Many people have asked if I'm still in contact with her, and there's too many to answer individually, but yeah, we do still have a relationship. There have been other things that her and my stepdad have done since this major one, but nothing amounted to what she did for that trip. Part of the reason I keep contact is that so my son can have a relationship with them, but I limit personal conversations with them. And for those asking, the band was the Jonas Brothers. The youngest of the three, Nick, has type 1 diabetes, and he wrote a song called A Little Bit Longer, which is about his struggles when he was diagnosed between 12 and 14. It was released a month before I was diagnosed with cancer, and it resonated with me during difficult days. You know, I read a lot of entitled parent stories, not just the ones you guys see on this YouTube channel, but I spend quite a bit of time looking at stories and trying to pick the best ones out before I actually post them. And this mother has to be one of the most selfish entitled
entitled parents that I have come across in the entire subreddit. I mean, Make-A-Wish is an organization that I have a lot of respect for. They make some really incredible things happen for some children that are in some really unfortunate situations, and last time I checked, Make-A-Wish wasn't for the parents of the sick children. I must admit, I'm a little bit surprised the OP still has contact with the mother, because this entitled mum sounds like someone I wouldn't want to be associated with in any way. And just a side question I would like to ask you guys because I'm curious, if you could have one wish similar to that of the Make-A-Wish Foundation, tell me in the comments below what it would be and I'll pin my favorite one and reply to each and every one of you. More years ago than I care to remember, I got my first job. I worked for the catering department of the council-run sports company. I think it was Sporty Town Catering Limited. We had two sites, a cafe and a swimming pool and gym, and a bar in a golf club. Now, it's important to note that while the cafes in theory had a functional kitchen, the reality was that it was a pot room and cold storage with an oven. We ordered all our food from vendors and the bar, so everything was pre-packed and labeled. Now, every so often, the gym would put on a swimming gala, and as you would expect, the cafe would be slammed. This is a story about one of those days. Our line is stretching around the corner and my co-workers and I are working flat out when the guy running the till asks me about what's gluten-free. Now, we weren't required to have an allergen book because everything had the allergens listed on them, but being celiac, I knew what was safe to eat. I started walking the mother through her options and she says that her daughter is a swimmer and she's not going to keep her energy up by eating rice cakes. I apologize and explain that there's nothing that I can do today, but I can talk to our sister site and get a gluten-free sandwich in for tomorrow if they're there for both days. In the meantime, there's a Tesco and a Co-op down the road, which is still not a great selection, but at least her daughter will be able to eat something decent. I also let her know that if they come to a gala again, they can phone this number and pre-order gluten-free. The mother seemed placated by this and wanders off to said shops. She comes back about 15 minutes later with a gluten-free microwave pasta pot and asks if we can heat it up. I explain that I'm really sorry, but we don't have a microwave. I can try putting it in our oven, but I can't guarantee that it would still be edible. She starts screaming that it's disgusting that we don't cater for allergies in any way. I reply that I'm sorry that she feels this is the case, but as I explained to her earlier, we do have ways to cater for allergies with advance notice. She screams at me, "That doesn't help my daughter right now, does it?" I am really holding my tongue here. At this point, I've been a celiac for about 6 years. If I was going somewhere new, I'd scope it out as much as I can and then bring food with me for just in case. That's how it works with allergies or intolerances. Prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Never assume that there'll be food that you can eat. I reiterate that the best I can do is pop the pot in the oven. She storms off and comes back with the building duty manager. He asks why we're refusing to microwave the pot. I tell him that we don't have a microwave and that the only way we have to heat this thing up is the oven. He comes into the back of the kitchen, confirms there is no microwave, and then asks why I didn't offer to use the one in the staff room. I say to him, "We have a staff break room?" And he says, "Yes." Wait, where do you take your breaks? I say to him that if we get a break, we take it in the kitchen because we don't get a whole one and we'll have to jump back on to help. He turns to the mother, apologizes, and then takes the pot to heat it for her. She stares daggers at me and I'm like, "You do you," and jump back into helping with the queue. You know, I find it hilarious when entitled parents act like it's everybody else's fault that they're a crappy parent, especially in a situation like this when they know that their child doesn't eat gluten and that they know there's a possibility that not everybody's going to be able to cater for that type of food, but then proceed to not bring anything for said child in case they don't get catered for. I guess the easiest way to go about life is to just expect everything from everybody else and never take any responsibility for yourself or your children. I think that's basically the definition of an entitled parent. So I just want to say before this begins that my brother and I aren't 100% blood related. We share the same mother yet different fathers. Another thing is that my brother is black and I am white. This comes in later on. 2 years ago on Mother's Day, my father, my brother and I agreed to go to Crown, which is a hotel in Perth. It has loads of things in it, like a casino, many restaurants, a gym, pool, and obviously hotel rooms. We decided to head into one of the restaurants there and have a nice dinner. All went well and we ordered our meals, ate them, ordered dessert, and ate it as well. It was a very lovely and busy day, but then I needed to head to the bathroom. My brother said he needed to go as well, so we walked to them together. Went inside, did our business, and walked out. As we were both chatting, walking away, heading to our family, we hear a woman yell out a slur. We obviously looked around looking for the person who did it, and eventually we saw a middle-aged Karen haircut woman storming towards us with her toddler and husband walking behind her. My brother whispered to me, "Oh crap." I'll say this now, he's a few years older than me, so at the time I was 12 and he was 16, and she says to us, "What are you doing with that boy? He is my brother. Please leave us alone and have a nice Mother's Day." My brother grabbed my hand and started walking away with me in tow. The entitled mum then shrieks, "Don't you leave," and grabbing my brother on the shoulder. She goes on to say, "People like you make up lies all the time." I could see my brother getting agitated and I wanted to do something, but I didn't know what. Finally, her husband intervenes and says, "Honey, let's leave. They're just children." She says fine and goes on to say, "But let me tell you one thing, you slur. You don't belong in an expensive place like this." And with that, she turned around and stormed off. For the rest of the day, my brother was quiet. He only really spoke up and laughed when we played FIFA. He was fine the next day though, but I did feel really bad about it. You know, I would like to think that this type of behavior isn't something that this person experiences all the time and that it was an isolated incident for them, but the reality is, I don't know what it's like to be targeted in this way, and as much as you can sympathize or empathize with another person, you can never quite put yourself in their shoes unless you've experienced something. The one thing that I can say about this situation though with absolute certainty is that this entitled mother is a terrible person and is imparting some of the worst values that you can possibly impart on her children. Let's start with some backstory. My dad has always subscribed to the authoritarian style of parenting. Every chore needed to be done perfectly, grades needed to be perfect, etc. He also had an awful temper and was a bit of a control freak. I found out when I was older that he installed cameras on my windows, a keylogger on my computer, and would regularly read my diary. Anyway, my parents divorced when I was 16 and I moved in with my mum about 5 minutes away. She worked nights as a nurse and trusted me to be home alone. I was a nerdy kid and it's not like there was too much to worry about except staying up too late and watching anime. When I was 18, she came home one morning and found footprints in the snow all around the house. I'd had a stalker before who thought we'd left the country and we both freaked out. She called my dad to let him know because this guy had been threatening my family for ruining our marriage as he thought we were married even though I barely knew him. And my dad admitted to seeing a light on late at night and looking through all her windows. My mum lost it on him. Cut to now, 10 years later, my mum and siblings are all no contact with him for many reasons. I was no contact for a while, but everyone deserves a second chance. I'm having dinner with him and his wife, and he laughs about the story, saying that he didn't stop looking in her windows, he just got better at covering his tracks. What finally made him stop was the fact that I would walk around the house in underwear while my mum was at work, just because it was hot in the summer and I was more comfortable. The only window without blinds was in the kitchen, and you'd have to break into the backyard through the fence because the lock was flimsy and you'd have to stand on the hot tub cover to see it. Well, it only took one time and he never spied on us or my mum again. Today's episode of Entitled Parents has had some absolute doozies. Like when I say that, I mean there has been some seriously messed up behavior in just about every single one of these stories. There's a line between being an entitled parent who just wants their kids to have everything and an entitled parent who downright commits criminal behavior and thinks that it's funny. I'd be very surprised if there was a single person in the comments who could justify or support this type of behavior. And that is that for today's episode of Entitled Parents. If you did enjoy, don't forget to hit the like button down below. And if you're new, don't forget to subscribe. If you've got the time, it would mean the world to me if you would watch one of the videos that are on your screen right now. They've been hand selected for you and I can guarantee it will give you some entertainment and a laugh. Otherwise though, thank you again for watching. I hope you're all having a fantastic day and I'll see you guys tomorrow for another video. Bye.
Yo, what is going on everybody? It is Bumfries, back with another episode of Entitled Parents. This one is an absolute banger and I have a feeling you're gonna love this one. Before we get into the video, don't forget to smash the like button. For every like this video gets, you will get 1,573 Bumfries points to spend at your leisure. Yes, they are worthless, but hey, how cool is it to say that you've got a whole bunch of Bumfries points? Otherwise though, sit back, relax, and get annoyed at some entitled parents. Recently we moved from Missouri to Ohio for my husband's job. We moved during the summer and have 3 children at 3 different schools, but all 3 schools use the intersection kitty corner from our house. My younger 2 go to primary school here, which is kindergarten through to 2nd grade. Since the kids are so young, many parents walk their kids down, but some have recently started driving 2 blocks from their house to the bus stop. Well, there is this one mum in this green Jeep that has made it a habit to park on our grass in the afternoon to wait for her child.
I didn't make a big deal out of it the first few times, but after a week straight of rain during the fall, her Jeep made huge muddy tyre tracks in our grass. I'm talking 4-inch deep huge marks where the Jeep was nearly stuck. She had to back up to get out after 5 minutes of letting the tyres spin. The following day, I walked up to her Jeep and knocked on her window. I kindly asked her not to park on our grass anymore, especially when the ground was so wet, and pointed to the large tyre marks. She gave me this really snotty look and rolled her window up. I don't like confrontation, so I was sort of relieved when the following day, which was a Friday, she parked somewhere else. Monday afternoon rolls around, and I looked out my window as she is pulling up and see her looking to my front porch, which is where I normally sit to wait for my kids. When she didn't see me sitting there, she peels into my grass into the same tyre marks as before and digs them in another 2 to 3 inches with mud flying everywhere. I was beyond livid, but I knew that this wasn't going to go anywhere if I tried talking to her again. So I made a beautiful, professional looking sign and hung it up. The sign said, "Please do not park on our grass, and smile, you're on camera." So we don't have a camera that points that way, but we do have a Ring doorbell that doesn't even point that way either, but she didn't know that. She stopped parking there for 2 whole weeks until the rain and snow destroyed our sign. Today was the first day that she decided to try and park there again, and I'm so happy that she did. Right after she got her kid in the car and went to take off, a police cruiser pulls up and cited her for parking too close to a stop sign. And no, I didn't call them. It was all completely coincidental. You know, I'd love to say the entitled mum didn't get what she deserved, but I'll tell you, she absolutely did. You know, I would have thought a conversation or just one warning would have been enough, but apparently it took 2 warnings plus a cop finding her for her to actually get the message. No updates on the story of yet, but here's hoping the entitled mum finally gets it. So, I haven't been on speaking terms with my adoptive parents for about a decade. My mum was physically and mentally abusive my entire life, and my dad was distant and emotionally unavailable. I tried to repair the relationship with them as an adult, but it became clear very quickly that they were never going to be able to meet me in the middle, and cutting off contact was the only way for me to move on with my life. As the oldest, I got the brunt of the abuse. For context, we're all adopted, all from different families. While I'm glad my siblings didn't get the experience I did, I'm often frustrated with one of my sisters in particular, who flat out refuses to acknowledge that our mum did what she did, despite what I or our other siblings have to say about it. This sister is the favourite, and the blank slate our mum has been able to project all of her dreams onto, so this is not likely to ever change. And hey, she makes it work for her in the form of financial support, so good for her. A few years ago, I was at work, and this sister texted me to tell me that our grandpa had died. It wasn't a surprise, but it was still devastating. I was extremely close to my grandparents, and my grandpa in particular. He and my grandma are probably the sole reason that I'm a functional human being today. Spending time with them as a kid was the only refuge that I had from home. I asked my sister for some details. It was a Wednesday, and the funeral was going to be Friday or Saturday. They were just getting the last details together. I asked her if she was sure, and she said yes. The funeral was going to be one of those days, and she was absolutely sure. She'd been taking care of the planning with our mum. I asked her not to tell our mum that I was going to be coming. I knew it would cause drama, and I wasn't looking to be disruptive. I figured I could stay in the back, say my goodbyes, and slip out. My sister exploded at me. Apparently our grandpa dying didn't warrant a phone call, but asking her to not say anything to our mum did. She screamed at me that I was being ridiculous and that our mum wanted me there and already knew that my sister was talking to me. I was the reason that we couldn't be a family, and I needed to let it go. There was no real point in arguing, and since my mum knew I was coming anyway, I didn't have much choice but to just suck it up. I hoped that since she knew how close my grandpa and I had been, she could maybe be reasonable and civil for one day. I hung up with my sister and got things in place to make the drive down. I lived 10 hours north of where the funeral was going to be, and if I wanted to get there in time, it meant leaving first thing the next day so I could be there before Friday. The drive down goes through some mountains, and I put my phone in airplane mode to use it for music only. Otherwise it will skip songs, hitching when I try to find a connection. Along the way, I stopped for some food about 7 hours in. At this point, I took my phone out of airplane mode and checked my messages. There was a text message from my sister telling me that our mum had changed her mind. The funeral was going to be next Wednesday afternoon. It had been a fight just to get the days off that I'd managed, and my boss wasn't going to give me any more time. I was stuck, and I had no choice but to turn around and go home. I turned around and drove the 7 hours home, and had a few shots in my grandpa's name and passed out. He knew how I felt about him, and our mum can't take that away from me. You know, I don't even think that there are enough words to be able to express how crappy of a situation that this must have been for OP, and all I can say if they ever see this video is that I'm sorry you had to go through that. I mean, I know for myself, if a family member of mine intentionally prevented me from going to a funeral of somebody I was that close with, I would be pretty upset. I don't know, a lot of these entitled parents stories are just annoying or outright stupid, but this one in particular, it's just sad. I'm on a mobile phone, so please forgive the formatting. I live in a group of townhouses. I own while most of the others rent. There has been an ongoing problem of children being extremely loud, committing vandalism, and playing ball games on common property. This is all breaking the housing laws that we have for our complex. I live with chronic migraines, and another person in the complex also has health issues. Despite all of the entitled parents involved knowing this, they allow their kids to start screaming at 6 AM. It has gotten to the point where multiple homes have complained, and the housing laws are going to be enforced. Before this though, I feel like I should rattle off all of the issues that have led to this point. Instances such as children playing at the top of their lungs in front of my window and in my front garden starting at 6:30 AM and ending at 8 PM, children breaking up the rocks in my front garden into shards and leaving them where they can harm people and animals, the same rocks and shards being thrown into my backyard. This is especially dangerous because my dog's health dictates that my lawn is mowed regularly, and the rocks can turn into projectiles when they meet the mower blades. Things go missing from my backyard and then turn up a day or two later at my back door. One 10-year-old urinated in my front garden, damage to the front of my property and surrounding trees, the children turning up and down the water pressure in my house because the tap is located in my front garden, despite taping it up to stop that. I would like to say that if the children had been respectful, no one would have complained, but they did, and a letter went around dictating what laws were being broken and what ones are going to be enforced in the future. One of the entitled parents approaches the other person living in my home today and says, "I'm not going to keep my entitled kid inside all holidays. We need to figure out a time when they can bounce the ball and run around." The thing is though, they have a backyard and don't need to play on common property. They have all been told over and over again how hard it is living with a constant noise. The other entitled parent blames depression and his sick partner not being able to handle the entitled kids inside. The entitled kids though are old enough to know that sick people need peace and quiet. This whole situation is crazy. It's not my job to deal with someone else's kids, and I feel like they are being pushed on me. I want silence in my own home for more than the time that the kids are at school. The temptation to fill my migraine diary with rude kids as a trigger is unbearable. Man, this story speaks to me more than probably any entitled parent story that I've ever come across. A lot of them I probably can't relate to all that much, but this one I can relate to so close to home, it's ridiculous. Back when I was living with my parents, I used to have these kids who, when I would try and reverse out of my driveway, would literally stand behind my car and refuse to move for absolutely no reason. You would try and say anything to their parents and they would literally, like I'm not even kidding, absolutely scream their head off at you. I remember one time when I was quite a bit younger, maybe 13 or 14, and we would play out the front with our friends and just play ball games and whatever, but we would never kind of intrude on other people's property. There was one time that we were playing ball games on the part between where it's somebody's driveway and it's the actual road. And this lady, the same lady by the way that would scream at you if you would say anything about her kids doing the wrong thing, came out and absolutely ripped into us at the age of about 13 for playing on what she considered her property. Like, we all just stood there, confused as hell, a bunch of actual kids being screamed at by this full-blooded adult for literally no reason. I don't know, man. I think that one might be a story for another time, but I'll tell you, thinking about it now, I have some pretty damn good entitled parent stories from when I was a kid. So for some backstory, I was raised by my stepdad who was abusive to me as a child. I have two stepsisters who did not live with us, and I believe my stepdad chose to withhold love and affection from my brother and I because of his guilt over not raising his own daughters. Because of this guilt, his entire family treated my brother and I like dirt. Not having any other family, we sort of became used to it. Specifically my stepdad's mother, who we'll call G, was especially cruel towards us. But being children, we would still draw her pictures and make her Mother's Day cards, etc. When she died a few years back, I was the only kid who helped take care of her. My stepsisters never visited her or came to see her on her deathbed. My mother and I changed her diapers, brushed her hair, and applied chapsticks to her lips as she died. She was very wealthy and left everything to my stepsisters. My brother and I were not in the will, which was to be expected. I have no entitlement towards her money. I'm just trying to make a point that we were not close and she was almost never kind towards me. Her death was very hard on my stepdad. He had changed a lot after I grew up and moved out, and has spent a lot of time and effort towards rebuilding our relationship. My husband and I recently had a daughter. I had an extremely difficult pregnancy, and it's a miracle that we both came out of it alive. My pregnancy was very high risk and absolutely brutal. My labor was no joke either. My daughter happened to be born on my grandmother's birthday. Unfortunately, my stepdad either doesn't remember that his mother treated me like dirt, or he is trying to create a new narrative, but he will not stop bringing up how my grandmother played a huge part in bringing her here. At Thanksgiving dinner, he cried while explaining the significance of our daughter's birthday to my husband's family, and how grandma, which she was never called grandma by us, not ever, helped bring our daughter here safely. He has also implied numerous times that my daughter may even be his mother's incarnate, which to me is even more disturbing. This was a woman who was horribly cruel to two very young children. She punished my brother and I because she was angry that her son divorced his first wife and married my mother. The only person who had a hand in my baby arriving safely was me, my husband, and my doctors. I carried her and I pushed her out. The ghost of my stepdad's mother had zero to do with it. If my daughter stares off into space, my stepdad will imply that she is seeing Grandma G. Not only do I not believe in that nonsense, why in the hell would my daughter have anything to do with her? It's honestly crazy and is starting to really piss me off. I have ignored these comments so far because I don't want to hurt my stepdad's feelings. What is the best way to approach this? I'm not sure if I'm just overreacting here, but this whole thing is just super weird and off-putting. The ghost of my stepdad's mother had nothing to do with my daughter's birth besides the coincidence of sharing a birthday. This one could just be me, but it sounds like this guy's probably still grieving the death of his mother. That doesn't by any stretch of the imagination give him the right to kind of put something like this on OP in the way that he has, but I can definitely understand where he's coming from in trying to feel some kind of connection with his mother. I can't imagine from his perspective what it would be like to lose a family member so close to you, but like I said, at the same time, it definitely does not give him the right to make his own stepdaughter feel like crap. This 100% fits the entitled parent mold, but I do feel a little bit sorry for the guy nonetheless. Alright everyone, that is that for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for watching and I hope you enjoyed the video. Like I said at the start of the video, if you did enjoy, don't forget to smash the like button. You know how much I appreciate it and it means so much to me just to see that you guys are enjoying my stuff. I'll be honest with you guys, making today's video actually felt pretty good. I was feeling pretty refreshed and I actually had a pretty good time making this one for a change. Not to say that I wasn't before, but I feel like I was a little bit rejuvenated. The last kind of 5 weeks, as you guys know, I did start a new job. And more than I thought it would, it's really taken a toll on how tired I've been coming home every single day. Like in my last job, I would literally just sit there and pretty much do nothing between the hours of like 7 and 3 o'clock. And now I'm up on my feet actually doing things. It's a big change. Probably seems stupid to a lot of you guys who are, doing trades work and that kind of thing. But for me, it's a pretty big change and I've just come home tired nearly every single day. Now that I'm starting to get into a rhythm and actually get the hang of that type of work, I'm feeling heaps better and I actually do feel like I'm in the mood to make videos, which is awesome. I definitely reckon I can get out another video pretty soon. Like I said, I'm feeling pretty rejuvenated, so maybe Wednesday, Thursday at the latest. I'll give tomorrow a crack, but don't be disappointed if there's not one. I'll make sure to keep you guys in the loop and we'll do a post the day that I'm planning on making a video for you guys as well. But otherwise, I don't want to drag this out too much. I just want to say again, thank you so much to every single one of you who stick around and do watch and enjoy my videos. I love each and every single one of you, and I would literally be nothing on YouTube without you guys. So thank you so much. Anyway, I hope you're all having a fantastic day. Like I said, I'll see you guys shortly for another video on Wednesday or Thursday. In the meantime, don't forget to check out some of my other videos if you haven't seen them all already. There'll be links on the end cards right now for you guys to check out. So click on another video, check it out. Hope you guys enjoy it. But that is it for today's video. So again, thank you so much for watching and I'll see you guys soon. Bye.
Yo, what is up guys? It is Bumfries, back with another episode of Entitled Parents. Today's episode is gonna be a banger and I know you're gonna love this one. Continuing on with this experiment of the YouTube algorithm, can I please make sure every single person watching this video hits the like button down below? It helps me understand the YouTube algorithm more than you know and helps me deliver better content to you guys every single day. Now sit back, relax and get annoyed at some Entitled Parents. I, a 17-year-old male, have been wanting to get in better shape since last year. I've been going for runs, but since grade 12 started, I wanted to kick it up a notch. So when I'm not at school, at work, or with my band, I'm Ace Freshly in a Kiss tribute band. I've been hitting the gym and I've been hitting it pretty hard. My muscles have been really sore every day, but I still pull my weight around the house. My body being sore probably contributed to my reaction for this situation. Now onto the actual story. I went to bed last night at around 11:30, which is normal for me on a Friday night. I get woken up at 3:30 AM by my mum screaming my name. I was really confused at first because it's dark, I'm still half asleep, and my mum is calling my name. I awkwardly fell out of bed trying to get up quickly because I thought there was a fire or something and raced into the hallway as fast as I could. The screaming woke up my stepdad because he was standing at his door wondering what was going on. I get to my mum's room and she looks at me and rudely says, "Fudge, it took you long enough. Turn my fan to a lower setting now." I was so peed off. She screamed my name at 3:30 in the morning, which made me think there was an emergency, but all she needed was for me to turn her fan down because she was too lazy to get out of bed and do it herself. I was tired and my body hurt and I lost it. I yelled at her, "Is this the only reason you woke me up? To turn your fan down? It's 3:30 in the morning and you woke the whole house up? For this?" She was silent. I was so mad, but I realized that me being mad wasn't gonna do anything, so I just left to go and calm down. My mum has screamed at me for as long as I can remember, and I have never yelled back. I've come close to it recently, but this is the first time that I've physically yelled back, and I think it surprised her. I went to my room and sat on my bed, and I was so mad that I was shaking. My stepdad came in to lecture me, probably about yelling, but I'd had enough. I cut him off before he could start and said, "Are you kidding? You're seriously going to lecture me about this now?" He replied with, "If you don't want this, then you shouldn't have gotten so mad," and yelled. I shot back with, "I'm tired, I'm sore, and I got woken up at 3:30 for no reason. I think I have a reason to be peed off." He scoffed and shook his head, then left my room. I went back to sleep and woke up at 9 o'clock. And I am still really peed off about it. You know, it's one thing for the mother in the first place to be so entitled and so lazy that she thinks it's acceptable to wake her son up at 3:30 in the morning to get him to do something that she can't be bothered doing. But then for the stepdad to walk into the OP's room to try and defend the mother's honor, like, I'm sorry, but you are so irrational if you think that that type of behavior can be defended and that the OP wasn't in the right by getting angry at the mum waking him up for no reason at 3 o'clock in the morning. Honestly, it sounds like these entitled parents are a match made in heaven. Oh, and just a side note, I would love to know what some of your favorite holiday destinations are, especially for those of you that are in the US, because it looks like we're going to be allowed to start traveling again soon, and I'd love to get out and explore some new places. So let me know in the comments your favorite holiday destination anywhere in the world and why, and I'll try and respond to as many of you as I can. I recently went through a breakup. It was amicable and we're still very good friends. I had to move out of the apartment that we shared though, and almost immediately I got a perfect apartment which has 2 bedrooms. I wanted to use the spare room as my gaming/study room, and I recently got a promotion and have the opportunity to live on my own. My mum heard that I was planning to move in on my own and she was not happy. She kept saying how it's dangerous to be alone and that it's too expensive. I told her that the building has CCTV, security, and other features. I also reminded her that I can afford this luxury and I need to be on my own. She said that I could save more money by sharing the apartment and that she knows a girl looking for a room. I didn't feel comfortable to share a room with a random stranger and told her so. She called me selfish for not helping another person. I genuinely thought that she was just looking out for me. But then she said, "How am I supposed to get a loan off you when you're spending so much money on rent? I need money for loads of things and I can't get a loan from the bank." I've decided to have limited contact with her. I'm going through a lot and it made me realize that she wasn't concerned about my well-being, just my money. It must be incredibly hurtful to know that your mother sees you as a source of money as opposed to someone who they genuinely care about. I mean, seriously, I make a lot of backhand, off-the-cuff comments on this channel, but a situation like this where you genuinely believe your mother's saying something to you because she cares about you, and then for her to do a 180-degree flip and be like, "No, I don't actually care about you, it's just about the amount of money that you're making." It's one of the few situations where entitled parent stories I've read have done something that could be genuinely emotionally damaging. I think the OP's made a good call and gone limited contact with her mum, because if nothing else, it sounds like she might be better off without her. So, full disclosure, I'm getting tested for endometriosis, and my mum knows this, and she knows when all of my appointments are, and she also knows where they are. My pelvic ultrasound is scheduled for tomorrow at 1 PM. She knows that very well and has for a while. I wasn't home when the tech called to confirm my appointment, so they left a discreet message as to not breach my medical confidentiality. My mother flipped out and began accusing me of getting some other medical procedure instead. I should also note that I am 20, and so even if I was, which I'm not, it still wouldn't be her business. She begins trying to trace the call, Googling the number and trying to prove that I am somehow lying about my ultrasound appointment. When she finally traced it back to, you guessed it, the exact appointment that she already knew about, she got quiet. I, however, did not. I started screaming and telling her that she had no business to do that and that I'll be changing every single record that I had to my cell phone. Most of my medical records come through our house phone as it's from the family doctor, and it's less of a hassle if the doctor only has one number for the household. This is so frustrating. No matter what the appointment was for, I'm 20 and deserve privacy. I honestly don't think she'll ever stop acting like this. You know, there's very little commentary that I can add to a story like this. It's just so clear cut and so self-explanatory that this entitled mum crossed a massive line just because she felt as if she was entitled to information which she was absolutely not entitled to. It's one thing to have a degree of care and be a little bit curious about what's going on, and you know what, most of the time there's pretty transparent conversation between parents and kids. But don't breach that trust that you've built with your kid and then start accusing them of doing something that they haven't done. Not only is that being an entitled parent, that's just being a bad parent in general. I just overheard my mother on the phone telling one of her friends how lazy and how weak the older kids are these days because in her time, the eldest child took care of the younger siblings while the parents worked to provide for all the children. I'm that child, except I'm not a child anymore and I'm 24 years old. My siblings are 8 and 7. I work full-time and study part-time. I want to be a nurse and I've not moved out because I help my single mother with her children. After all, they are my half-siblings and the dad walked out on her before the second one was even born and he does not pay any support. I help pay for their schooling and their sports. I pay bills in the house and clean after myself and help spring clean the house every weekend between studies. I do not help with her discipline of the kids because they are not my responsibility. I did not have kids at almost 40 with a married man. They are fully her responsibility. I am far from lazy or weak. I work 40 hours a week, study 20 hours a week, give or take a few hours, and I still attend my dance studio once a week with a full-time fitness routine, and I volunteer at the local hospital every second weekend. So what if I do not help anything but financially with my two half-siblings? I still care for them and pay for everything that they want and need when she cannot. I take care of them on weekends and take them out when she needs a break. She has never once offered to take them out if I'm in class and needed the house to be quiet. Not once has she ever given me a break. I've always needed to be the perfect daughter and just suck it all up. They are not my children, they are her children. I am so upset with her now. Calling me lazy and weak just because I did not step up as their mum when she birthed them. I have my own life and my own goals. I don't need to live at home. I can move anytime I want. I only stay to help her cope with everything. Does she really think that I don't want to leave? How many times I have wished that I could meet my friends for a getaway weekend, but I passed because she will not make it if I'm not home for 3 days. She can't even cope without me for 1 day. She begged me to move back the first time I moved out of the house, pleaded with me to stay at home and help her, and this is how she thanks me, by calling me lazy and weak to her friends. I am so peed off at her right now. If you only have more than one kid so that you can have a spare parent for them when you don't feel like it, don't have children at all. It is your kid, your responsibility, not the oldest sibling's responsibility. You know, if I was the OP in this situation, I would be moving out of my mum's house as soon as I possibly could. I get that she feels a sense of responsibility for her siblings, and at the end of the day, that's her family. But like she said during the story, the mum was the one who brought them into the world, and it is solely her responsibility to look after them. Don't get me wrong, I feel like it's always good to help out your family, but there's a line that you do not cross. You can't just expect that somebody else is going to take over parental responsibility of your kids because you're too lazy to do so. It's great to ask someone to help out and babysit them here and there, but you definitely do not do what the OP's mum has done in this story. Honestly, just let the mother fend for herself a bit and then see if her attitude changes. So, for context, I'm from Switzerland, so the gaming industry is not really the best. I went to GameStop to go get myself 2K22, and I wanted it as a disc because I have an Xbox at my dad and my mum's house, and I can play it on any of those consoles if I have it in the disc. GameStop in Switzerland only has about 5 of every new game for Xbox, since the PS4 is the most popular and they don't really care about Xbox very much. So I saw 2K22 and it was the very last one, so I grabbed it and went to the counter with my mum's credit card that she gave me to go get the game as a birthday present. That's when the entitled mum comes in with her 11 or 12-year-old kid. The kid looks at the shelf and doesn't see 2K for Xbox and sees it in my hand. He then comes up to me with the entitled mum after seeing me waiting for the cashier to arrive, and the mum asks me if I can give her the game because she would give me an extra $25. I kindly declined and told her that she could buy an Xbox gift card and buy it online. Then the cashier scanned it and I pulled out the card. Then the entitled mum, who is still standing behind me touching her back pocket, starts screaming, saying that I had stolen her credit card. A security guard came in and started asking me questions and called my mother. My mother had to come all the way to the store to say and prove that it was her credit card, and the entitled mum got arrested. Karma is a bish. I'm no expert on Swiss law, but getting arrested seems pretty far-fetched for this story, and look, I'm not saying it's not true, but it just seems like the kind of thing that you might add to the end of the story to add a little bit of spice to it. Take that aside anyway, it's like a perfect classic example of an entitled parent. They see something they want, they think they're entitled to it, and they'll stop at no means to get it. If that means screaming at a literal child and making up claims that they stole your card when they didn't, I guess for an entitled parent, that's just your average day. For years, I did not have a key to my own house, yet my stepbrother always had one. He lost his first one, but then got another, but when I asked my dad and my entitled stepmom if I could have a key, they would say no. Fast forward to when I'm 18 or 19 and I'm going in and out of the house often, and I want to stop relying on them to be there when I need to come over. I was talking to my mum about how they wouldn't give me a key, and she said that he probably didn't want me to let his mum and sister in. This is because he doesn't talk to them anymore, or he didn't want to have my mum come inside. I thought this idea was crazy and I brushed it off. Eventually though, when I asked if I could get a key, my dad and the entitled stepmom would say sure, we'll have to get you your own though. I would ask repeatedly and they would say that they would get it made, but not right now. Just a side note, they did the same thing with my glasses my freshman year of high school. I couldn't see anything on the board at school because my eyes were so bad, and I kept asking them to get me glasses and they kept saying, we'll get them soon, but they never got them. I go to my mum's and I ask her, and a week later, I've got a pair. One day my entitled stepmom gives me a spare key for me to borrow, so it still wasn't my own key. I decided to do a little test and see if they would get me my own key. A week or so later, I said that I lost the key, whereas I just put it in a pocket in my book bag. When I told my dad that I couldn't find it, my dad came up to me and handed me a key to the house, and he said, while sounding very annoyed mind you, I've had this for a few weeks, but I've been forgetting to give it to you. Like, what? He legit said that he didn't have a key for me less than a week ago. And what happened next astonished me. After he gave me the key, he said, don't be letting my mum, my sister, or your mum into the house. And I couldn't believe it. My mum was right this whole time. He really thought that I was going to let these women, who didn't even want to come into my house, walk inside. I was effing baffled to say the least. I just walked away with my key and put it on my keychain, which included the key to my mum's house that I've had since I was 12. Some of the stories today are just seriously astounding. Like, you've got a full adult that's living in your house, which might I add is your daughter, that you don't want to give a key to because you don't trust her not to bring somebody else into the house. Like, that's a very basic conversation that could have taken place with the OP in their early teens, and then they wouldn't have need to have endured this ridiculous inconvenience of not having a key to their own house. I don't know what the living arrangements are, but it sounds like the OP's either better living with their mum or just going and moving out themselves. And that is that for today's episode of Entitled Parents. If you did enjoy, don't forget to hit the like button down below. And if you're new, don't forget to subscribe. If you've got the time, it would mean the world to me if you would watch one of the videos that are on your screen right now. They've been hand selected for you, and I can guarantee will give you some entertainment and a laugh. Otherwise though, thank you again for watching. I hope you're all having a fantastic day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for another video. Bye.
Yo, what is up guys? It is Bumfries, back with another episode of our Reddit series. This one is going to be a little bit more entitled parents, and I know you're going to love this one. I feel like it's been ages since we've done an episode of Entitled Parents, so I'm going to make sure this is a really good one with some really good stories for you guys. If you enjoy, don't forget to smash the like button, and if you're new around here, don't forget to subscribe, then sit back, relax, and get annoyed at some entitled parents. So I was on a train going to London for a holiday, and I was in a very crammed carriage. The entitled mum and her kid get on and sit across from me. The kid pulls out a Nintendo Switch and starts playing. Nothing out of the ordinary at the time, as it was a long journey and many people had laptops and the sort. The issue started when her kid slowly started turning up the game. Now it was Pokemon, so the noises were squeaky and annoying. He keeps turning it up slightly more and more. The entitled mum is looking at people with a sort of angry look. She looks at me and I look at her confused, and she nods in the direction of her kid. I just nod back and continue looking out the window. The entitled mum starts fake coughing and clearing her throat whenever someone looked at her and nodded towards her kid. So here I am, sat here really confused about the entitled mum's intentions when the kid turns the switch up to full and starts blaring Pokemon. Everyone turns around to look at him and the entitled mum looks happy. Then the ticket dude comes over and politely asks the kid to turn it down. The kid agrees, turns it down and continues playing. The entitled mum looks furious but doesn't say anything. 5 peaceful minutes go on until the entitled kid leans over and asks me if I want to play Mario Kart with him. I politely decline and the kid doesn't make a fuss. However, the entitled mum glares at me and says, "Excuse me?" And I just respond with, "Pardon?" And she says, "Why won't you play with my son?" I respond with, "I'm sorry, I just don't want to and I'm getting off soon." The entitled mum annoyed says, "Well, you should. My son has done well in school and I have brought him that Nintendo as a reward. He should get all the attention that he deserves." I just laugh and continue to stare out the window. The entitled mum gets up, yanks one of the controllers from her kid, and practically throws it at me. I say to her, "Excuse me? What the hell are you doing?" And she says, "The Nintendo was very expensive, and you should acknowledge that and play with him, as he deserves it." I hand the controller back to the kid and just say, "I don't care. I don't want to play with your son. Leave me alone." The entitled mum started fake laughing really loud and says, "Haha, you're just jealous and poor." Then she says, "Who else will play with my son?" looking around the train at random people who all just avoid eye contact. She then says to everyone on the train, "Haha, you're all just poor and can't afford it. That's it. None of you care about your children enough." She looks triumphant and sits back down. She started saying stuff like, "Ooh, what game is that? It looks very fun and cool." And then describing features of the Switch very loud and keeps mentioning how expensive it is and how parents like her can afford it. Then, this absolute legend of a guy sat across from the entitled kid and the entitled mum, reaches into his bag and pulls out a Switch, which was a weird special edition one. The guy says, "Wow, your son's Switch is very cool, but mine is more expensive and better." He was obviously joking, but the entitled mum didn't get it, and he says, "Seems as though you can't afford mine and you aren't a good parent." The entitled mum was gobsmacked, but the kid just looked really excited and asked the entitled mum if he can play with the guy. The entitled mum stutters, "No, you can't. We're getting off now." Then the entitled mum and her kid get up and move to the next carriage. The guy looked very happy with himself and just puts the Switch away. Thankfully, the rest of the journey was fine. Damn, this woman is just... I mean, I don't even know if she's entitled. She's just, like, sounds batshit insane. I don't even know how else you can put this lady. I mean, a logical person would think that what defines being a good parent is actually doing things to help support your kids' growth and setting them up for the future, not buying them a Nintendo Switch. I don't know, maybe my idea of parenting is completely skewed, but this lady, to me, has absolutely no idea what she's talking about. And even more so, the fact that she probably does fall into the entitled parent category is even worse, and I just feel so sorry for this kid from the outset. So back in high school, one of my closest friends got pregnant and gave birth to the sweetest baby boy. She stopped going to school for a while to take care of her kid, but still did online school so she could graduate with her class. One thing we would do is go to one of the local food places near the high school on Fridays, and today we decided to go to this nice Chinese place that I frequent regularly, and this little old Asian lady knows me by name. This Chinese place has a sticker on the front door that says something along the lines of, "Breastfeeding will always be allowed," which is great since that's what my friend is comfortable doing for her baby. After we ordered our food and hang out in this little waiting area, the baby starts to get all fussy. She takes out the little cover and covers her baby and her chest and starts to feed him. We keep talking until this woman and her son, who had to be around 10, comes in. I recognize this kid as one of the kids I looked after when I used to volunteer at a youth center.
He comes up to me and starts talking to me and then asks my friend what she's doing with her baby. Before my friend could even answer, the boy's mother cuts in saying, "A disgusting thing is what she's doing. Don't you know better than to do that in public? And why are you even doing that if you're only a kid?" My friend has an attitude sometimes, so I try to jump in before she would start to throw things and say, "It's not illegal and Mrs. L is fine with it. She has a sticker on the door saying so." Mrs. L, of course, was the little old Asian lady by the counter who was just oogling the baby a second ago. She smiles at us and continues to write some stuff down. The mother wasn't happy about this and continues with her BS. In frustration, she says, "I'm sorry, but I'm just not okay with a baby breastfeeding another baby. Can you please just stop?" Mrs. L finally cuts in and in her broken English says, "Nursing baby is a beautiful thing. You have problem, you leave." She then taps the order on the window that leads to the kitchen and apologizes to my friend for the woman's nasty behavior. She then looks at the boy who is sitting right next to me and says jokingly, "Your mother? She dummy, right?" This makes the boy laugh, and the mother just grumbled in her seat, trying to stay as far away from us as she could. When my friend finished and we grabbed our food, Mrs. L threw in an extra order of egg rolls since they were my friend's favorite. Everything was fine until Monday came and I saw the boy again. He pulls me off to the side and tells me that his mum said she doesn't like me or my friends. I just asked him if he still likes me and he says yes. I mean, look, this is something that will divide opinions until the end of time. Honestly, no one's ever going to win an argument when it comes to this because everyone has their own opinion on it and that's what it is, right? But the thing is, there was a damn sign at the door saying that the place was breastfeeding friendly. If you have a problem with people breastfeeding in public, well, don't walk into a place that literally gives you a warning that there may be people breastfeeding in there. I don't know, man, some of these entitled parents just get to me. Like, how do you honestly grow up to be that stupid and just have absolutely no spatial awareness or self-awareness at all? I guess these entitled parents just literally never learn. So, I was a volunteer youth group leader and we were driving from New England to Florida. One of my campers was a small girl. She was 10 years old and was about to start HG hormone treatment before the trip. Her mum was an attorney and she was very rough to deal with regarding anything. The first thing the entitled mum says to me is, "Megan is starting her hormone treatment while you are en route tomorrow. You need to bring a cooler with HGH shots in them and administer them to her 3 times a day. So yes, you will need a cooler with you for Disney World. She will be tired and have joint pain, so she might need a wheelchair." I tell her that I'm sorry, but this sounds way above my expertise to handle. I have absolutely no medical training, and if anything goes wrong in administering the shots, I don't feel comfortable being liable. Also, Disney in summer is brutal. I can't imagine carrying around a cooler all day and having it stay cool, not to mention where I will store it for the rides and whatnot. She snaps back at me and says, "So you're not willing to accommodate my child's special needs?" And I say, "Yeah. Can she just begin the treatment in 10 days when we return? I mean, she's only going to be away for a week in some." The entitled mum then says, "So what you're telling me is that you don't care that Megan has an inactive pituitary gland and you won't help her to be taller? You don't care about my child? If she turns out to look like a dwarf, it's your fault." I tell her that I do care that I accidentally don't give Megan a disease from a shot by a volunteer who knows nothing about health practices, and that I ruin a very expensive batch of HGH that I'm sure you'll make me reimburse you for if they go bad because I can't keep them cold. You can talk to the head of the regional youth group now, and here's her number. You can tell her I need to be fired from my volunteer position if you like, but there's no one to take over at this late hour. Not having to drive to Florida tomorrow will be a blessing. I hope your daughter will understand why the trip was cancelled." And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how she waited another 10 days to start the shots protocol. She never did get taller, maybe by an inch, but she's okay. Turns out she was genetically a little person the whole time, but her mother was in denial. You know, I'm starting to see a trend in today's episode, like in most episodes, where every single one of the entitled parents is just a really, really, really bad parent. I mean, look, I understand the point where some people have biases towards different people or different genetic disorders or whatever it was in this case, right? But not to say that that's a socially acceptable behavior or anything by any means, but especially when it's your very own daughter, you would think you would have just a little bit of compassion and be willing to actually accept the fact that perhaps she just needs a little bit of extra support. I mean, look, in this case, probably not. As far as I know, it's not something that requires any extra level of support, but I mean, flat out denying that something wasn't quite right there and then trying to put your daughter onto HGH and then also trying to push that onto somebody else is just a little bit too far. I don't know, man. At this point, I just feel like entitled parents will not stop at anything to make the lives of those around them absolute hell.
Okay, so here's some context. I live next door to an elderly couple who are two really sweet people. The husband, let's call him BE for blind elder, is a blind old man of about 70. His wife, who we'll call SG for sweet granny, was sick one day, so I offered to take BE to the store to get some stuff. Entitled Dad is obviously ED. I help him into his car after saying goodbye to SG, and I drive him to the store. BE always tells jokes about his condition, laughing as though he couldn't care less about the fact that he can't see. When we get to the store, I help him out of his car and inside, allowing him to put a hand on my shoulder so I can be his eyes. We manage to buy what we need and get to the lunch meat since they needed some. Each meat I grab as a sample, I hand to BE, letting him feel to see if it's the perfect size. While he's feeling the salami, I heard someone clear his throat in a rude way. I turned around and find myself face to face with Entitled Dad. Entitled Dad is an average looking middle-aged man with barely any hair on his head. His kids are two twin boys who are aged around 7. The Entitled Dad starts asking us to hurry up and asks why BE is touching the meat that way. I quickly explain that my neighbor is blind, causing the dad to shake his head and say something about him and his kids being in a hurry. BE eventually turns around and hands me the meat that he'd been feeling. Then the dad gets impatient and says, he's probably faking it. He seems way too confident. BE just let out a laugh and had the look of, I'm gonna scare him, and then to my amusement, BE took off his sunglasses to show his eyes. This causes the dad to back up as my neighbor stumbles towards him with his hands outstretched, yelling about how someone turned off the lights and how the world has been thrown into eternal darkness. The dad and his kid run away like scared dogs, causing my neighbor to laugh so loud that he has tears in his eyes. He put his sunglasses back on and we continue shopping. When we got back to the house, BE started telling his wife what had happened and how he made a big tough dad pee his pants in fear. Can someone tell me, just a single person, I don't care who it is, but one person please tell me what benefit anyone would ever have of being blind when it comes to being in a supermarket and filling up some presumably packaged salami? Like, how stupid do you have to be to think that somebody is actually going to pretend to be blind just so they can fill up a little bit of salami? Like, please tell me this guy was kidding. Honestly, this episode should just be retitled to Stupid Ignorant Parents or something, because I don't even know how dumb you can get, but these parents have really just completely topped my expectations. Alright everyone, that is that for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for watching and I hope you enjoyed the video. I'm just going to take a second to plug a couple of my social medias, including our Discord server. I do have a Twitter and an Instagram if you want to follow me on both of those. They are both at Bumfries, and feel free to send me a message and I'll do my best to respond. I also just want to take a second to say thank you so much for all the love lately. All of the comments, the likes, the subscribers, just the fact that you guys tune in and watch my videos every day, it really does make my day. Every single one of you is the backbone of this channel and I really cannot express how much I appreciate that. Without you guys, this channel would be nothing, and I love making these videos for you guys and I love the fact that you enjoy them. So on that note, I will wrap things up for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to take a second again to say thank you so much for watching. I hope you're all having a fantastic day, and I'll see you all in the next episode of Entitled Parents. Bye. Yo, what is up guys? It is Bumfries, back with episode 40 of our Reddit series. This one's going to be some more Entitled Parents, and I know you're going to love this one. I just want to show a bit of gratitude for all the recent love. We've got about 50,000 subscribers in 4 days, and I really cannot thank every single one of you enough. If you're new around here and like my stuff, don't forget to smash the subscribe button, then sit back, relax, and get annoyed at some Entitled Parents. So this story happened years ago, but recently there was a bit of an update and I just needed to get it off my chest. When I was 17, our house burnt down. We were actually still inside when the fire started. On a side note, if you have one of those huge old TVs, get rid of it. But anyway, thankfully our passerby woke us up before the fire had spread too far for us to escape. So here we were, outside of our home, watching firefighters trying to save it, when I noticed my next door neighbor filming the whole thing. Now, back when I still lived at home, we lived in a small village where everyone knew their neighbors. So I knew who this was, and I decided to confront him. I walked over to him and asked him why he thought it was okay to film this. He first gave me some rubbish about how this was a one-time occurrence, but then he seriously started telling me how traumatizing the whole thing was to his children. In detail, he told me how they'd probably never feel safe again living next to our house and how terrible it was that they'd had to wake up seeing a house burn down. All the while, he seemed to be completely oblivious as to who he was telling his sad, sad story to. Here I was, watching our family home burn down, my mother in hysterics, my little sister crying, and this man feels the need to tell me how this fire was really bad for his kids. I wish I could say that I let him have it, but I was too taken aback to respond. And just to clarify, we lived in a neighborhood where all of the houses had a huge patch of land. So while he was our next door neighbor, our houses were far apart and there was no risk of the fire jumping to his house. That worry I would have understood at least. So the update. A few months ago, my mum and I were talking about the fire and she mentioned a part of this story that I'd never heard before. After the fire, we had to move into temporary housing while our house was being restored. Now, as I said before, we lived in a village where everyone knew each other, so we were still regularly in our old neighborhood visiting our neighbors. It turns out that this guy had planned on suing my family for inflicting emotional damage. Yes, for having our house burned down next to him, he was going to sue us while we had lost everything for the emotional harm that it caused his family. Now, the backlash from the other neighbors against this idea was apparently enough to get him to reconsider, but I really wish I'd heard about his plan back then because I would have loved to have confronted him again. This has to be one of the most unusual stories that I've heard on this subreddit so far. This is almost the equivalent of somebody falling down a flight of stairs in front of somebody's kids, severely injuring themselves, and then the dad decides that they're going to sue them because their kids just witnessed you fall down the stairs. I swear, some people just do whatever they can for a bit of free money. This encounter happened about 7 months ago. I don't want to insult your intelligence because you most likely already know what EM and ME stands for, but I should say that EK in this story stands for embarrassed kid and OG stands for old gentleman, some 60-year-old guy. The kid was very polite and sorry, so this isn't about him. Also, I'm translating this to English, so bear with me. A little backstory first. About a year ago, I was diagnosed with a cancer of the nasal cavity. The tumor was quite large, but thankfully benign. People have pointed out that I formulated this wrong. By benign, I wanted to shorten the fact that it still did not spread into other tissues, thus it was still contained, which is what I thought the word meant. I apologize for my gaps in knowledge. To get it removed, I first had to undergo aggressive chemotherapy to make it smaller. Thanks to the chemo, I had severe alopecia or hair loss, which made most of my hair and even eyebrows and eyelashes fall out. At some point, I had to go bald, but I wore a wig because I didn't want to look like a skinhead / neo-Nazi. I'm 6'4" and pretty muscular, so I thought people would assume. So once, after a long chemo session in the hospital, I took the bus home. There's only one bus that goes from the hospital to where I live, so I took that one to only see that it was absolutely packed. I felt like crap thanks to the chemo, so I asked a middle-aged dude to let me sit. He was very understanding and gave me a spot without complaining, so if you're reading this, thanks. 2 stops later, enter entitled mum. A lovely woman with an I demand a parley with the CEO haircut and a 12-something-year-old. It took her roughly 5 seconds to see that the bus was packed, start looking for a free spot, spot me, and start marching. Or in her case, trying to fit in the aisle between the seats while shoving others aside to me. When I saw her, I knew I was screwed. She then stood next to me and decided to talk to me. This is the conversation that followed. The entitled mum goes, "Hey, could you let my kid sit down?" And I say, "You mean me?" So she goes, "Who else?" So I respond saying, "Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm on my way back from the hospital," and then the entitled mum cuts me off and says, "So are we," which I knew was nonsense because this stop was a few kilometers away from the hospital. And then she continues, "My boy just broke his leg and we're coming straight from the ER." Meanwhile, her kid was just standing right next to her without any support, clearly embarrassed. Seeing this, I say, "He's standing next to you completely fine." The entitled mum then goes, "Look here, boy. By the way, I'm 21 years old. My kid deserves to sit down." And I say, "Look, madam, I'm sorry, but I just got back from a chemo session in the hospital and I need to rest." I then move my wig a little bit so she can see my bald head. The entitled mum then straight up started yelling in my face, "Stop making excuses and get off the effing seat, you effing skinhead piece of crap." At this point, I was baffled. I didn't know what to say. The kid was trying to make his mother stop and we had the attention of the whole bus. She then grabbed me and tried to yank me from my seat. I held on tight and thankfully didn't fall off. Now enter OG, my savior. "Will you shut the F up, you dumb cow?" And she goes, "Who do you think you are talking to?" And then with the most ice cold voice, he says, "Stop assaulting other passengers or I will be forced to step in. Also, every dumb moron could see that this dude has cancer." Then she says, "No, he's just an effing skinhead." So the old guy goes, "He's got no eyebrows, you twat." It seems like that really offended the entitled mum because she spun around on the spot and threw a falcon punch in the old guy's face. I was shocked and in disbelief.
The whole bus was flabbergasted, and the kid probably wished she'd never been born. The old guy then said something unbelievable and golden. Sweet karma moment follows. Okay, that does it. Harassing passengers on the bus, physical assault against a passenger, and now assaulting an officer? You're in deep trouble, lady. The old guy then pulls out a badge and told her to stay where she was. Then he pulled out his phone, called someone, and told her she was being arrested. I couldn't believe it. The old guy was a bloody cop. At this point, the entitled mum was as white as a wall. The bus had just come to a stop, so she decided she'd make a run for it. But other passengers blocked her way. She then also got charged with resisting arrest thanks to this. 3 stops later, a police car was waiting for the entitled mum and her son. The son told me he was sorry for his mother's behaviour, and I felt really sorry for the kid. He wasn't a bad child, but his mother was a hellspawn. The old guy then talked to me and asked me if I wanted to press charges, to which I gladly said yes. Took a statement, and thankfully was kind enough to let me solve everything on the phone, so I didn't have to come to the police station for questioning. In the end, the entitled mum got some jail time, I think it was for a few months, and some community service. I, in return, got a good story to tell and the sweet taste of instant karma. Right now, I'm riding the same bus home as I just got back from the hospital after a checkup, which reminded me of this story. A friend who's sitting next to me told me I should post it here. He, as much as myself, also couldn't believe that such people existed, but it seemed that I proved it to him. I should note that the surgery went well, I was declared cancer-free in November, and my hair is slowly returning. Also, I don't need to wear a wig anymore. I've come across some pretty bad people in my life, and I can honestly say that none of them are as bad as this. At least there was a positive ending to the story. The mother got what she deserved, OP was cancer-free, everybody wins. Last year, I gave haircuts just like my dad before his accident, and a little fun fact, I'm a boy and my favorite color is pink, so F that parent. Today at the barbershop wasn't very busy. We had only given cuts to 4 people. The other barber went home after nobody had come in for an hour, which was irresponsible, but I can't blame him. Then the 5th person walks in. It's a woman with her son. The son looked about 14 to 15 and the mother looked like the 40s range. They walk in and I give the boy a haircut. At the end of the cut, the boy asks for a little bit of pink dye in the front of his hair, and at this point the mum wasn't watching as she was on her phone, so I did what he asked and then we were finished. I told the woman the total and she looks up at her son and says, "What the hell is that? Why is pink in my son's hair?" The boy tries to talk to his mum, but she cuts him off and says to me, "What the F is your problem? You aren't getting paid for ruining my son's hair." I start to say that I'm sorry ma'am, and then thankfully the boy chimes in and says, "Mum, I asked for it." The entitled mum looks at the boy with evil eyes, and I knew something was going to happen, but I have to say, I really appreciate this boy sticking up for me because I'd expected him to say nothing, and normally I don't know what to say in these situations, so Brownie points to him. The entitled mum says to him, "Why? Pink is for girls, not boys." Entitled mum is shouting now, which is basically what I expected. I mean, what else could she do? Sue him for having pink in his hair? The boy retaliates saying, "You know what? I'm sick of your crap, mum. You literally don't respect anything I do. If I hang out with the disabled at school, you will force me to hang around with the people who pick on them, and when my girlfriend brought me a shirt with a pink heart on it, you threw it in the garbage. And you are so effing lazy. You make me and dad do everything around the house. F you, mum." The boy stormed out of the shop and the mother left to chase him. I didn't earn my money, but I wasn't really pissed. I was shocked and confused, but the boy returned minutes later and came back and yeeted $20 in the shop. He didn't even step inside. He opened the door and threw it in. I think his crazy mum was chasing him. I was still in shock and felt for the kid. I never saw them again, and I don't work at the barbershop no more. I feel like the more of these I read, the more people I'm coming across that are actually sticking up for their awful parents. Not only is this lady an entitled parent, she also sounds like a pretty damn bad one at that. When your own kid's telling you you're lazy and you don't respect them, there's probably a bit of a problem. Alright everyone, that is that for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for watching and I hope you enjoyed the video. I briefly touched on this just before the end of the video yesterday, but just so you all know, I do have a Twitter and I do have an Instagram account. They're both at Bumfries if you want to follow. And that way if you want an avenue to chat with me as well, you can always just shoot me a message. I've already responded to heaps of messages in the last 24 hours, so feel free to shoot me a message. Also, the live stream is going to be this Sunday, Australian Eastern Daylight Time at 8 AM. For a lot of you guys in the US, that's about the middle of the day on the Saturday, so I hope that suits everyone. We'll just chill out, play some games, have a bit of fun. You guys can ask me as many questions you want, including the big one of why the heck my name is actually Bumfries. It'll just be on YouTube, so you guys won't have to worry about going on Twitch or anything like that, so it's super easy and everyone can join. But otherwise, that's just about going to wrap things up for today. I just want to say again, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the video and I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I'll see you all tomorrow for some more pro revenge. Bye.
Yo, what's up guys? It is Bumfreeze, back with episode 32 of our Reddit series. This one's going to be some more entitled parents, and I know you're going to love this one. It feels like just yesterday I was saying we were nearly at 10,000 subscribers, but we're nearly at 50,000, and it would be amazing if we could hit that today. So if you haven't already, don't forget to smash the subscribe button. Now all you need to do is sit back, relax, and get mad at some entitled parents. So a few years ago, as a present for graduating from uni, my parents took me on a holiday to Tenerife. This was a pretty big deal for me. I have severe mental health problems including PTSD and agoraphobia, which makes traveling pretty much impossible. However, I'd been fairly stable in recovery for a while and thought this would be a great opportunity to challenge myself. As most of my triggers are sensory, I popped an eye mask and noise cancelling headphones in my hand luggage thinking that would help me get through the flight. Oh, how was I wrong? Everything was going surprisingly well up until we boarded the flight. In the row behind us was a mother and her two children, aged around 4 to 5 and 8, the younger of which was crying from boarding. I went to pop in my earphones and discovered they'd broken since arriving at the airport. My mum was nice enough to let me borrow hers, which unfortunately weren't noise cancelling, and while my anxiety was skyrocketing, things weren't unbearable. It sucked that my headphones broke, but hey, these things happen. About 10 minutes after takeoff, I felt a jolt in the back of my seat. The crying child had begun to boot the back of my seat as hard as her little legs could. Trying to control my breathing and twitching, I turned around and kindly informed the mum that her child was kicking my seat. She looked up from her tablet, smiled, and nodded at me. I assumed she was going to deal with the situation and put my headphones back in. The kicking continues. I begin to get a nasty flashback, so my mum, who was aware of the situation, let the entitled mum know that her crying child was still kicking my seat and that I had major sensory issues that it was impacting. The entitled mum says there's nothing she can do and suggests that I swap seats with my mum, to the one in front of the entitled mum. At this point, the entitled mum hadn't behaved unreasonably. I know my disability is my problem and some random shouldn't have to accommodate it. So I swapped seats with my mum and focused on trying to stop panicking and dissociating. This is when entitled mum started acting like a colossal bellend. Around 5 minutes after I move, she puts her child on her lap and the child resumes kicking my seat. I swap back to my original seat and she puts the child back behind me. I swap with my dad, who had the seat in front of the older child, as that child had been placid all flight. My mum hears entitled mum whisper something to her older child and they immediately begin kicking my seat, substantially harder than the smaller child. Crying my eyes out, I return to my original seat and proceed to have continuous panic attacks and flashbacks over the next hour as my mum tries her best to help me through them. Eventually, the child begins shoving her hand through the gaps in the seat, grabbing near my neck, which is a major trigger, and I completely break down. My mum again asks the entitled mum to please try and control her children, and the entitled mum responds that her kids were just bored and could do whatever they want, including grabbing people. Who were we to tell her how to raise her kids? Knowing that making a scene would make things worse, my mum just turns around and just helps me get through the flight. Unfortunately, there's no happy epilogue to this story. The whole mess continued until arrival and we never seen them again. Thankfully, our return was a lot easier, but I haven't been on a flight since. While the entitled parent is nowhere near as crappy as some of the others on this sub, and I do have to take some of the blame in this story as I probably wasn't ready to fly, I thought the fact that she seemed to encourage her kids to behave like little wank stains made it appropriate for this sub. I also forgot to mention that mid-flight she ordered tuna melts for her and her brood, but thankfully nasty smells aren't a trigger for me, so she just mildly annoyed everyone around her. It was so petty, but my family got a good laugh out of it later. Well, that's a depressing way to start this episode. I actually didn't read this one in advance. I saw that it had a lot of upvotes, no one was calling it out as fake, and I just trusted that I could have a natural reaction to it at the end of the post. Unfortunately, my reaction to this one's probably quite similar to all of yours. This one just left me hella annoyed, and I don't think I ever want to read an entitled parent story again. I have a condition known as type 1 diabetes. I've had it since I was 1 and become pretty good at controlling it. I just got a new insulin pump because my previous one was old and it kind of looks like an iPhone. I was at a wedding party and I was minding my own business until I feel my pump being pulled on. I look down to see that a little kid, maybe 5 or 6, was pulling on it. I say to him, "What the? You can't have that, it's not a toy." And the kid runs off. I thought he was gone, but he just went to get his mum. The entitled mum says, "Would you please let my son have your phone?" At this, I realized that the kid thought my pump was a phone, and I started to explain, but then this happened. I said to the entitled mum, "I'm sorry, you can't have it, it's not," and then she cut me off saying, "You selfish teenager, you don't deserve to have a phone? Give it to my son right now." I continue to try and explain that it's not a phone, and the entitled brat starts crying and screams, "I want it." He then starts frantically trying to pull it out, but I don't let him, and say, "Get your brat out of here before I call the police." I pull out my real phone as a warning and the entitled mum says, "You have 2 phones? Give him the other one." She grabs my pump and pulls it out of my skin.
my stomach started to bleed at an alarming rate. I started to scream in pain as the entitled mum gives my pump to her kid. She then says, "It's just a phone, stop screaming." But then she noticed that my shirt was covered in blood and takes the insulin pump out of entitled brat's hands and gives it back to me, almost as if she hadn't pulled the pump out of my skin. She then says, "I'm sorry, I thought it was a phone." She grabbed her kid by the hand and ran out of the building quickly. I walked back into the party and told my mum, so she drove me home and put my pump back in. A few weeks later, I'd noticed that the spot the pump was on had gotten an infection, and I saw her at Walmart the next day. This all happened a few years ago and I'm fine. My dad alerted the police, but since we didn't know her, I can't remember what she looked like and I haven't seen her in years, we couldn't get her punished. Well, that's 2 from 2 that don't have a very good ending, so at this point I think I need to learn to read these before I commit to putting them in the video. But honestly, on a more serious note, I don't know what it is about entitled parents and thinking that they literally own other people's property, but it just gets to me so much. I don't ever want to have to imagine myself in a situation like this, but I can only imagine that if I was, it would definitely not go down as well as this. You better believe that if you're going to treat me or anyone I care about like this, you are absolutely going to get it back. This happened maybe a year after I graduated. My mum was headed to throw a little summer party with a few of her friends invited and a few of my sister's friends who were fairly younger than me. I just turned 19. I hadn't yet got a frame for my diploma, and since I was so proud of myself, I kept it displayed on my dresser alongside the few academic accolades that I had. During the party, people were going in and out of my room since that's where the coats were and a few of my sister's toys. I have the biggest closet out of anyone in the house, so that's where the stuff gets stored. I didn't really care that there were children running in and out of my room until I heard a commotion. It turns out that the entitled kid wanted to play with my diploma and my younger sister was trying to stop him. That was a big no-no. He hadn't taken the actual diploma out of its booklet, so it was still fairly safe. So I calmly say to the kid, "Hey, you can't play with that," while I try to grab it from his ravioli-sized fist, causing the kid to wail like a siren. His mum walks in and says, "What's going on?" And I say to her, "He's playing with my diploma." And she says, "So? It's just a piece of paper." So I'm getting frustrated, but whatever. I snatch it from him and put it up on the highest shelf. Me being a rational adult that knows no means no, I walk away and leave my room. I don't go back to check up on things until towards the end of the party when I'm retrieving coats for a few friends. When I enter, my heart absolutely sinks. Entitled kid has my diploma out of its booklet and the entitled mum is watching him flop it around like a toy. At this point, I can't try to grab it from him or else it'll rip it up for sure. So I ask the entitled mum why she's letting him play with my diploma when I put it away already. She just says, "I'm watching him and he hasn't done anything to it." I don't dignify her stupid excuse with a reaction and simply demand that she gives me back my diploma. Of course he refuses, and the entitled mum tells me that I should just let him play with it because he's not doing any harm. However, he already has, as it's already quite crinkled from him gripping it. I once again demand it back and in response get a level 5 tantrum. And of course, the first thing the little brat does is tear my diploma into Reese's Pieces, and the entitled mum has the audacity to laugh. I don't scream at her, I simply go get my mother and demand that she have her house guests and her demon-spawned child leave. My mum comes into my room to see what the issue is and she's just as upset as I am. My mum, furious, says, "What the hell? How did this even happen?" And the entitled mum responds, "It wouldn't have happened if he just let my kid play with it. I was watching him and he hadn't done anything." So I say, "He was crumpling it up." And the entitled mum yelling says, "Who cares? It's just a piece of flooping paper. Order another." After this lovely display, my mum not so nicely asks the entitled mum to leave. However, before the entitled mum leaves, she tries to take the remaining shreds of my diploma as they're no longer of any use to me. My mum tells her to beat it or else and tells her that she'll be paying for my new diploma to be delivered. I'd love to say that she paid for it and that's the last I ever saw of her, but it's not. She didn't pay and refuses to even acknowledge that it happened to this day. So at the start of the video, I mentioned that you're going to get annoyed by some entitled parents. Well, there's 3 from 3. I guess this goes to show how horrible some people out there are, and unfortunately, good doesn't always prevail. At least with this one, the mum realised how horrible a person her friend was and all they had to do was pay for a new diploma. I'd honestly almost say that that's a win. Alright everyone, that is that for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for watching and I hope you enjoyed the video. Sorry that this wasn't a longer episode again, I just tried to find the best possible stories that I could, as well as some stories that were a little bit longer to make a good video. At the end of the day, I do now prefer quality over quantity when it comes to Entitled Parents and making sure we find real posts, but I will commit to doing a longer episode next time we do Entitled Parents. But that will pretty much wrap things up from me. I obviously want to take a moment to say thank you to all of our recent subscribers and thank you to everyone who's pushing us towards that 50k mark. This really is a dream come true and you're making that a possibility for me. Also, don't forget to join the Discord server. I know I mentioned mention this a lot, but it is a lot of fun and I suggest you guys join. We're getting a bit more active with over 250 members, so you'll have a good time. Otherwise, that is that for today's video. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you're all having a fantastic day, and I'll see you all tomorrow for another Reddit video. Bye.
Yo, what is up guys? It is Bumfries, back with episode 82 of our Reddit series. This one's going to be a bit more entitled parents, and I know you're going to love this one. We're getting super close to episode 100 and I'd love some input as to what we could do for that episode, so make sure to leave me some suggestions in the comments below. Also, don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already, then sit back, relax, and get annoyed at some entitled parents. So my sister is a primary school teacher that teaches 4 to 12 year olds, but at this point specifically, she only taught 8 and 9 year olds. Honestly, she has a painfully long list of entitled parent stories as she works in a small school and a very well-off area. It's still a public school, but where she lives, there are no private schools whatsoever within about 20 miles, but her school is very small, out of the rural areas, and has a very high reputation. Most parents are apparently doctors, lawyers, whatever, very well off and highly educated. So she was giving a weekly spelling test, and one very intelligent girl who was the top in almost everything, not a complete brat but definitely entitled, and she would almost always get full marks, but on this day she'd gotten one word wrong. A day later, my sister was called to the principal's office. A formal complaint had been filed by the entitled parents. A letter stating that the misspelled word should have been marked as correct, as it's also Latin for something totally unrelated, and therefore my sister could not actually say she was wrong. The parents, who were apparently both surgeons, had stapled 5 pages of the Oxford English Dictionary to the letter and told her to do some research. My sister and the principal laughed, but it obviously pissed her off royally. She stood her ground, and at the parent-teacher meeting she told them that if they'd stop teaching their kid Latin, it might make spelling easier for her. Their response was just, why would we teach her Latin? My sister went home laughing and had some wine. You know what I've learned over the last however long we've been doing this series, so 3.5 months, is that the best way to be a parent is to make sure that your kids take no accountability for their mistakes and never learn anything so that they grow up to be great people. As far as I'm concerned, the only way to raise a kid is to wrap them in cotton wool and cover them up for every single mistake that they've ever made. And that is not at all how you'd raise entitled people who are going to end up in this subreddit in the future. Around 2.5 months ago, I turned 14, and thus I was able to get my first job at a local Zaxby's. This, however, was around 3 days ago. I work at the cash register, but I was covering one of my friends on my day off working in the drive-thru. I'm 14 years old, but I'm just slightly above average height, so I'm 5'9", and average around where I live is about 5'7". And people say that I have a really deep voice, so to people that aren't from around where I live, they tend to think I'm just a really short adult. Most people think I'm about 19 or 20. My girlfriend surprised me at work on Saturday, so I took my lunch break and ate inside the restaurant because she'd been craving it and I get an employee discount. Now, my girlfriend is extremely short, and though her makeup and choice of clothing makes her look way older than she actually is, she's still obviously somewhere between 13 and 15. So while my girlfriend and I are having a little fun conversation about movies, some woman with a longer version of the "can I speak to the manager" haircut approaches us with her son, who looked about 3. She says to us, "Can you move? I don't want my son catching your eye disease." Now, I have a disorder called heterochromia, which is where in my case, my left eye is a warm brown color and my right eye is emerald green. It's a harmless genetic thing and it's not in any way contagious. So I say to her, "Nah, I'm good. I'm in the middle of a conversation and my eye disease isn't contagious at all." I then look back to my girlfriend and she says, "Look, mister, whatever you and your niece are talking about can't be that important. Now, my son is very tired and it wouldn't be that hard for you to move. I don't want him catching your disease and I'm a paying customer and you have to move." I start to say that she's my girlfriend and not my niece, and then this look of pure horror spreads over her face and she says, "Jesus Christ, you sick bastard." She shrieked as she pulled my girlfriend out of her chair to get her away from me. All the while, I'm calling out that I'm 14 years old, and she says, "She's a kid, you sick bastard. Leave her alone." And at this point, my 4'8" girlfriend is kicking and pulling in an attempt to get out of the entitled mum's grasp and get back to me. Then, my manager came over and asked what in the hell was happening. The entitled mum freaks the F out and tells the whole story about how I was assaulting this poor young girl and being rude and offensive to her and her son. At this point, my manager said that he knows for a fact that I'm 14 and that it's my girlfriend. He also said that if the entitled mum did not leave the building immediately, he would call the police and have them arrest her for creating a public disturbance and assault. The entitled mum is cherry freaking red and says that she would never return to Zaxby's with a melodramatic and exaggerated heel turn and dragging her kid behind her. The kid was actually kinda nice, he never made a noise and just looked kinda sad and apologetic throughout the entire encounter. What a strange encounter with an entitled mum, like you're getting told that your girlfriend is like what, 8 or 9 years old and then also being told that you have to move because they're a customer? I mean, does it really come that much stranger than this? I don't think it really does, but what I am super glad about is the fact that she got kicked out. I mean, it would have been nicer to see her get banned because you guys know how much I love seeing justice done against entitled parents, but a good story nonetheless. About 20 years ago, I damaged 5 discs at the base of my back during a fall. It was L1 through to L5, and I had surgery to relieve some of the pressure. After I came out of hospital, I had to lay flat for about a week, and after about a week, I took a gentle stroll with my wife to collect our children from school. It took about 20 minutes to walk 300 yards. I stood against the railings across from the school so I didn't get knocked by them. And as I stood there, a so-called friend of my wife's came around the corner with her daughter, who was about 6 years old. Her daughter ran up behind me and hit me full force at the base of my back. I fall forward, hitting the rails, and then I hit the ground. The kid just stood there laughing and her mum was doing the same. The entitled mum was saying she was only playing and my wife was screaming, "You effing stupid idiot. He's just had surgery on his back." And she lifted the back of my jacket and there was blood coming from the reopened incision. The ambulance were called and I was back in the hospital for 3 days. I had a concussion and 4 stitches on the side of my head from where I'd hit the railings. It's stories like these ones that absolutely just make me lost for words. Like, you stand by while you witness your child assault somebody and just sit there like it's okay, and not just that, you literally laugh at them. I feel like this is contradicting what I was saying before about entitled parents just covering them up and that's the best way to raise kids, because if you're gonna raise kids that act like this and assault people, I mean, are you even raising them? What's the point? I think someone should put together a song that expresses just how bad entitled parents are, because I don't think they're getting the message at the moment. My fiance and I wanted to go to the mountain with a cable car, and when we park our car at the parking lot, a woman who is the entitled mother comes to us yelling that we're not allowed to park there because she bought the parking lot. Since we knew that the parking lot was owned by the city, we didn't care and told her that she can call the police if she wants. We then walked to the Valley Station with our sledges. We see and hear her trying to pull the same with other people, and at the Valley Station, we buy our tickets and we went to wait for the cable car. It always takes about 15 minutes as one goes up and one goes down the mountain. The entitled mum rushes through the station with her kids. When the older lady from the station tells her that they need to buy tickets, the entitled mother gets angry and yells at the ticket lady something like this: "I just bought the whole mountain and this station. I also bought the cable railway, so you're my employee now, so get rid of all these people here on my private property." The ticket seller lady had a "I'm too old for this crap" look on her face and just went back to selling tickets. The entitled mother still screamed at everyone waiting for the cable car to get rid. The cable car arrives and the entitled mother pushes her children into it and blocks the entry. Now usually one cable car fits about 20 to 30 people with skis and sledges. She stops everyone else from entering the car and yells to the ticket lady to start the cable car. The ticket lady still has the "I'm too old for this crap" look on her face, tells her that she needs to buy tickets and make space for other people, especially those who bought tickets. The entitled mother doesn't move a single inch and continues to yell. Now, I know that you can't start the cable car with an open door, and thus I don't expect anything to happen. And nothing did. After a few minutes, 2 cops show up and remove the entitled mother and her kids from the cable car. The entitled mother is still yelling that she brought the effing parking lot, she brought the effing Valley Station, and she brought the effing mountain. I guess she wanted her kids to experience empty tracks for a while, but it didn't work out as she expected. I mean, how do you not laugh at a story that's like this one? For the duration of this entire recording, I've pretty much had to stop and start because I just have no idea what is going on with this one. Just when you think entitled parents can't get any worse, they go ahead and prove you wrong over and over and over. So this happened several months back when I first brought my American Akita puppy. He was still really small as opposed to how big Akitas can get, and we were out on an afternoon walk to the neighborhood park. Owners would usually take their kids and dogs there after school just to chill and socialize. I knew most of the owners as I was trying to socialize my pup at an early age. A lady eventually walked in with her young daughter, which I'd say was about 6 or 7 years old, and they didn't have a dog, but I presume that she just came so the girl could play with some dogs. She quickly saw my puppy and ran over to him. She started getting really excited and calling for her mother to look at the puppy. I just smiled as I'd had no problem up until this point. However, the next time the girl spoke was when she said, "Mum, can I keep it?" I looked at the mother, expecting her to obviously say no, but instead, she approached me and asked if my daughter could keep the puppy as she's always wanted one. I firmly told her no, but then she started getting angry at me for not giving away my puppy. I started getting really irritated as we continued to argue for over 5 minutes. I was so caught up in the argument that I didn't even see the little girl was pulling my puppy by his tail, trying to drag him away. I snapped and showed the little girl to the floor. The mother came charging at me and tried to hit me, so I pushed her too. I grabbed my puppy and walked away to prevent further escalation. The girl walked off crying with her mother and she was mumbling stuff under her breath about watching my back. I haven't seen her since, so I guess she was just full of crap. Can someone tell me if I'm losing my mind or if these entitled parents are just getting worse and worse? Like, this episode so far, in my opinion at least, has probably been the funniest episode of Entitled Parents that I've ever posted because some of these things are just downright insane. I mean, at least for a change no one's getting hurt and it's just entitled parents getting embarrassed or getting pushed over in this case, but like, I have no idea where these people come from and how they even function. Oh well, who even cares about the entitled parents? Just make sure to put an F in the comments for the people that have to deal with them on a daily basis. This happened 2.5 years ago. So I got on a bus to school. Every day it was a 1-hour commute to and from. I was the first one on in the morning and the last one off in the afternoon. So I know people's usual tardiness, but Karen is a whole nother thing. Her son is always late by 5 or 10 minutes, which is slowing the whole bus and sometimes is causing you to be late for school. So one time, things got out of hand. He was 46 minutes late from a supposed meeting time, but then Karen rushed down, dragging him with sickly pale marks across his face, not apologizing and yelling at the driver, why didn't they call her? When the kid got on the bus, I asked the kid what happened and he said 2 words, sick and beaten. Then he rolls up his shirt, which reveals many straight marks, which I later found out to be a whip, and the whole trip was silent from there. Getting to school, he asked me to help him to the nurse, and from there he was rushed to the hospital, and from what I heard, he was staying with the principal until his dad came back from a work trip, whilst his mother got charged for child abuse and illegal possession of drugs and guns. Now the kid is a high-grading student and pretty good looking too. I can't say that for myself. So first, I just want to say that was like super difficult to read. So anyone who is reading along, I just want to say I'm sorry, but I hope I did a decent enough job of making sense of it all. That aside though, I think I spoke a little bit too soon when I said nobody was getting hurt, because straight away the next story, we've already got an entitled mum that has assaulted her kid and now she's in jail for it. So yeah, not the best judgment call from me, but look, at least the mother's in jail. Like I said at the start, you guys know I love a bit of justice to entitled parents, and this is exactly where she deserves to be. Alright everyone, that is that for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for watching and I hope you enjoyed the video. I'm just going to take a second to plug a couple of my social medias, including our Discord server. I do have a Twitter and an Instagram if you want to follow me on both of those. They are both at Bumfries, and feel free to send me a message and I'll do my best to respond. I also just want to take a second to say thank you so much for all the love lately, all of the comments, the likes, the subscribers, just the fact that you guys tune in and watch my videos every day. It really does make my day. Every single one of you is the backbone of this channel, and I really cannot express how much I appreciate that. Without you guys, this channel would be nothing, and I love making these videos for you guys, and I love the fact that you enjoy them. So on that note, I will wrap things up for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to take a second again to say thank you so much for watching. I hope you're all having a fantastic day, and I'll see you all in the next episode of Entitled Parents. Bye. Yo, what is up everybody? It is Bumfries, back with episode 18 of our Reddit series. Today this is a viewer request. We are doing some Entitled Parents. A bunch of you requested this, so it should be a really good video. We're super close to 7,000 subscribers, so smash that subscribe button. Now all you need to do is sit back, relax, and enjoy the video. Free event, solar eclipse party. Most kids go back to school that day. Can it be done on the weekend? Did this lady just ask to reschedule the sun? A subreddit that I've never seen before, and this is the first thing that I come across. I already have a feeling this is going to be a very good episode. I was in the mall after school and I had a music exam that day, so I'd brought my ukulele. I was sitting at a bench waiting for my friends to finish up when this parent comes to me with her maybe 10-year-old daughter, and I thought she was a nice woman at first. What kind of instrument is that? It's a ukulele. Why are you making up names for it? It's clearly a guitar for children. Can I try it? Of course you can, sweetie. And this woman straight up grabs the bag and starts unzipping it. Ma'am, I paid 79 euros for that. Just let her have it. You're just a selfish teen. So I got up when she handed her kid my ukulele and she just starts pulling the strings. And I tell her, that is not how you use it, and that is mine. So I take the instrument out of her hands and she just straight up starts screaming and crying. You don't deserve it. It's too small for you anyway. So I walked off with my book bag and ukulele as fast as I could. I wonder what makes this lady think that her daughter is entitled to this instrument. I wonder how she would feel if somebody walked into her house, started taking her things and said, oh, my kid deserves it, so it's okay. Unfortunately, the only way for an entitled person like this to change is to be knocked back to reality. There's a couple of things that OP wants to mention before we get into this one. He's 24, 6'6", bearded and a chubby man. He's a paranoid schizophrenic with some kind of major anxiety issues. He has a fear of being in public and not at home for a few reasons. Sometimes he offers to do basic grocery shopping for his parents just to force himself out of the house, but it's hard. Made this whole situation terrifying for him. So now they're out of the way, let's get into this one. Okay, so I go to pick up some smoked sausages and Zatarans. Yes, I know I probably pronounced that wrong, but that stuff is the bomb, by the way. Cheap, delicious, quick meal. I get to the self-checkout and see that they have one single bar of Hershey's cookies and cream left. It's my favorite candy bar. I know, I'm weird. Honestly, it's my favorite too, but let's move on. I decided to grab it because it felt like a sign, being the last one. I grab it as I walk to the self-checkout, which is right next to it. A kid behind me starts crying, which kind of freaked me out a little bit. I try to ignore it. Then I feel a bony finger aggressively tapping my shoulder. Significantly more freaked out now. I turn around and this youngish mother said, I was going to buy that candy bar for my son, very loudly. I begin to apologize because I try to be very non-confrontational because of the anxiety, but my anxiety got the better of me and I just kind of blurt out a bunch of nonsense. She then goes on a rant about how I'm a fat adult who doesn't need the candy and how I'm abusing her son. I definitely heard her say child abuse at one point. She then ends up getting frustrated with me and says, whatever, just buy it. Great, now I can ignore her and pretend like this never happened. I quickly pay for my things and I go to leave. Then I hear, aren't you forgetting something? From the same mum. I figured I left my change or my wallet or something in my rush to not be there anymore, but I see I have everything. Then she says, you owe my kid the candy bar. I almost gave it to her, but I kind of found some courage to stand up to her. And by stand up to her, I mean walk away and give her the old backflip. I hear her complain extremely loudly to the poor defenseless workers, but I just rush out of the store. I feel proud for actually not giving in, as dumb as that seems. It's the little victories I strive for, one day at a time. It still kind of wrecked my mood, and I really should have explained to her that I don't know her or her kid anything. The candy bar tasted even better, by the way. I don't say this much about people in the Reddit post, but good on this dude. Good on him for not giving up, and good on him for standing his ground. If that lady cared that much about getting her kid that candy bar, she can just go down to another supermarket and get it. It's really not that big of a deal. So I was on the airplane and I was playing some offline games that I downloaded before the flight when a lady comes up behind me and the conversation went like this. Hi, I saw you playing on your phone and I think my son deserves to play it more than you. I laughed since I thought it was a joke and just kept playing. The lady kept standing there and said, did you hear me? And at this point, I was kind of shocked. So I responded, are you joking? No, my son has done very good in school and he wants to play it. Aren't you a bit old for games? And I told her that I didn't care about her son, and one of the flight attendants came over and I explained the conversation. She told the lady to go to a seat, and she death stared me for the whole flight. Sometimes I think these sorts of things are okay, and then I remember that kids are the future. At some point in time, when we're older, maybe wanting to do a little bit of work in retirement, these kids are going to be managing us, and at that point, we're screwed. This happened a couple years ago at the tail end of 8th grade. My friend tells me that her mum and this other mum were volunteering together at my school's bookstore. This was the conversation that followed. Just keep in mind, some of these details may be incorrect because I did not witness the event and I'm going off what my friend told me. For the sake of this, we're going to call EP Karen and FM Belinda. Hello Belinda. Oh hi Karen, how's your son doing? Finishing up school for the year and all? Is he ready for next year? Actually, I pulled him out of this school to go to a new school in Denver. OP lives in Missouri, so this all took place in Missouri, just FYI. Oh, I hope your son has a great time there. Actually, I've been meaning to ask you about that. My son and I have discussed, and we've decided that your daughter should come to the new school just to be my son's girlfriend. Excuse me? We were thinking if your family could move to Denver over the summer, your daughter could be my son's girlfriend at his new school. You want me to move my entire family to a new state, transition my daughter to a whole new school, all in 3 months? Yes, my son wanted to have a girlfriend at his new school and expressed interest in your daughter. That's all of the story that my friend told me. Luckily, Karen moved off to Colorado and my friend stayed here. We're still hanging out. Good riddance, crazy mum. Sorry, I forget. Are we doing an episode of choosing beggars or entitled parents? What kind of person, regardless of the situation, would ever think that somebody would move interstate for a person that they may not even be interested in? For me, this one just seems way too far. This has to be the definition of an entitled parent. When my youngest son was little, he spent a lot of time in the hospital. Too much. When he was going through any type of painful procedure, he had a dancing clown that played soft music that he'd concentrate on to help stop the panic and help with the pain. It was a very adorable clown. When he, at 6 years old, had to have a major surgery, life or death type surgery, he was so sick. Of course, the clown was with us. With my son being in pain, I had that clown going 24/7. The child in the room next to us was, as I found out later, going through chemo. Unfortunately, she wasn't handling it very well physically. She would cry all night long. Poor baby. Around 11 PM on our third night, my son woke up to the little girl's cries. I go to start the clown and he stops me. He asked me to give his clown to the baby crying. Since my son was drugged up, I asked him if he was sure, as he was going to need it. He told me that she needed it more than him, because she can't stop crying. And yeah, that was a proud mama moment. So I go to the next room with the clown and peek in to see if anyone's awake. Both the mother and the child are. I knocked, explained why I was intruding, started up the clown, and handed him over. Like me, that mother kept the clown going almost continuously. 2 days later, the mother stopped by our room and asked if she could use the clown again. We didn't have it. I went up to the nurse's station, explained that the clown was given to help the little girl and was now gone. I wanted it found now. As you can imagine, 5 days without much sleep made me a bit cranky. It was fortunately found and given back to the little girl. One of the nurse's aides had taken it for a child because, well, that girl wasn't going to need it much longer, and my daughter likes clowns. I don't know if she got fired, but I didn't see her again. I sure as hell hope this lady got fired. Number one, to be stealing things from your patients, but number two, to be speaking about your patients like that. That's just disgusting. Here's hoping that both of those children got better, and especially that chemo girl made it. Alright everyone, that is that for today's video. I really do hope you guys enjoyed, and I want to say thank you so much for watching. This was a little bit different than usual, so I am experimenting with this a little bit. I know it's not just as simple as reading out Facebook and text message posts, so bear with me while I try and get the rhythm on these type of videos right. Yesterday, we hit just shy of 900 subscribers and 80,000 views. It is the best day I've had so far, and I only have you guys to thank, so thank you so much. You're all incredible, and if you haven't subscribed already, don't forget to smash that subscribe button below. Just before I wrap things up, I do want to say that I'm going to be away tomorrow night, so I may not be able to get an episode out. If I do, it's going to have to be quite late at night, so I'm really sorry about that. What I am going to be doing to make up for it is doing a double upload Monday Australia time. For you guys in the US, it's probably going to be Sunday night and Monday morning. That's going to be an episode of Nice Girls and Choosing Beggars. Most likely the third episode in those 2 days will be Nice Guys because there has been a lot of requests. However, this channel is for you guys. If you don't want to see those, please let me know in the comments below and I'll mix it up for you. Otherwise, that wraps everything up from me. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you're all having a fantastic day, and I'll see you all for the next episode. Bye. Yo, what is up guys? It is Bumfries, back with episode 86 of our Reddit series. This one's going to be a little bit more entitled parents, and I know you're going to love this one. Sorry for the lack of uploads the last couple of days. I had myself a second little Easter this weekend, which was nice, so I really do appreciate you guys sticking around, and I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Now sit back, relax, and get annoyed at some entitled parents. So when I was 18, I was a live-in babysitter in the US. I'm from Europe, by the way, and I thought it was going to be a cool way to experience life in America, living with an American family while getting some pocket money for babysitting around 6 hours a day. This was 2002, and the only way to use internet in that house was to use the entitled mum's desktop computer in her office. I had friends and family to send a few emails to, so I just asked her if I could use the internet and she'd let me in her office. To access my emails, I used my Hotmail. I also noticed that their MSN client automatically logged in when you started the computer. It said something along the lines of, "You're successfully logged in as Kim Blank," or whatever the standard MSN notification was at the time. Now, Kim was their previous nanny from Australia. I thought to myself, it looks like Kim never logged out of her MSN account, and this must be still erroneously signed in because she left a year ago. So I logged out of her account because I'm clearly not going to use hers, and I log in myself. Later that day, the entitled mum comes over to me and asks me what I've done to her computer. Her kid can no longer use the emails program, and I just told her how it was. I logged in using my account, but it would be no problem for them as I was now logged out and they simply have to use their username and password to log in again. The entitled mum didn't seem to understand a word I was saying. She involved her husband and the upset child who wanted to go online, and once again, I try to explain what I did. I asked the husband, "Did you have an email address? If you're having trouble remembering your password, there are steps that you can take." He answered that he didn't know what his email address was, as him and the child would just turn on the computer and write emails. That's when I realized, for all that time, they had been using Kim's account to send and receive emails. I have no idea how Kim didn't notice that, so I emailed her about it later that day, and she thanked me for saving the privacy of her account. In the meantime, I was given bad stares and attitude until they called my agency/supervisor and counselor. She asked me why I messed with their computer, and I tried to explain that again. I used my email account and then logged out, but she didn't get it either. I mean, I know that a lot of 40 or 50-year-olds in 2002 weren't exactly familiar with the internet yet, but not to that extent. For this and other reasons, I left the program. It wasn't as fun as I expected, and entitled mum was a real pain to deal with, so I was very happy to go home early. I spent the week prior to my departure at the supervisor's house, sleeping on the couch. The program got me my ticket back home, and at that point, I had to contact my family to let them know when I was supposed to fly and where to meet. But guess what? I wasn't allowed to call internationally, and I wasn't allowed to use the computer because they wouldn't trust me. I had the supervisor's 10-year-old daughter copy a handwritten message to my family and send it from her email address. Right about now, I would love to say how can you be so dumb, I guess, when it comes to computers, but look, 2002, I mean, internet was still fairly new at that time for a lot of people, so can you really blame this person in this case? I know it's a pretty crappy story, like if I was this guy, yes, I would be definitely annoyed by this, but you can't really blame them, right? I don't know, maybe I'm being a bit too lenient on the entitled parents, but let me know your thoughts in the comments anyway. So we just got one of those above ground pools that you set up yourself that's around 4 feet deep and 14 feet round. We spent the majority of 2 days prepping and filling it to let it get warm. Finally yesterday it was ready, and my daughter asked if she could invite a little girl that she is semi-friendly with from down the street to come swim with her. Since they are 8, they are tall enough to stand with their heads above the water, and I said okay. Well, her little friend brought her toddler sister, who is probably on the younger side of 2. Definitely too small to stand with her head above the water. Well, I tell my friend that little sister can't get in the water unless her mum is here to watch, and send her home with a message. They both come back and she says, "Mum said she's fine in her float and I can watch her." And I say, no, it's not fine. I don't think an 8-year-old is responsible enough to watch a toddler in a pool, and I'm not going to be the one watching her either. You need to tell your mum either she comes to watch your little sister or she is not getting in the pool. They both go home and then both come back. At this point I am livid and walk back to their house with them and pound on the door. I get no answer and I keep on knocking, and then the garage door starts to open with this woman backing her car out. I quickly went and stood at the end of the driveway with all the kids in tow, both of hers and both of mine. She gets out of her car all pissed off and asks me what my problem is. I tell her my problem is that I'm not her babysitter and that I'm definitely not going to be responsible for keeping her baby from drowning in my swimming pool on my property. She then proceeds to start baby talking her own kid, saying, "I'm so sorry babies that this mean lady isn't going to let you swim. I'm so sorry princess," and on and on. Of course, the toddler bursts into tears and then entitled mum screams at me, "Look what you've done. You've made her cry and ruined her day. I hope you are proud of yourself." She then snatches up little sister who is screaming and tosses her in the car. Then she screams at my daughter's friend to get in too. My daughter's friend is red in the face and you can tell she is so embarrassed and just mumbles sorry while climbing into the car. The entitled mum then proceeds to peel out of her own driveway and we walk back home. Since it seems to be assumed, I was not leaving the kids unattended. I was right beside the pool doing yard work and planned on continuing once all of the kids were in the pool. I did not want to watch a small toddler in the pool as she would require extreme supervision, like sitting and staring directly at her kind of supervision. Also on top of that, my rule was refused when I asked politely the first time and demanded the second time, and then this woman tried to leave. Especially after knowing that I said no. For anyone who is saying, well, you could have just watched her, no, I couldn't. I didn't want to, and I don't need a reason to not be a free babysitter for a tiny toddler that I have literally never met. You know, we've read a few stories like this where people just try and dump their kids with other people, and I cannot believe, despite everything, that there are actually people trying to make this woman look like the bad guy. I mean, this entitled parent is just about as entitled as it comes. This person has no obligation or responsibility to watch a 2-year-old child in a pool, and the fact that the mother thinks they do is a pretty poor reflection on her parenting. This story comes from my time working in a small shop. We were not having a good day to begin with, the internet was down so we couldn't use the till or computer, and the only people working that day were me and my manager. She was at the back trying to contact tech support, while I was alone in the shop keeping customers informed. I thought this couldn't get any worse, but I hadn't counted on any entitled parents coming through the door. Just when I thought the shop was empty, I noticed 2 tiny little girls hiding and giggling amongst the clothes. One looked about 18 months old and the other was maybe 3 years old. I looked around and couldn't see any adults in the shop or on the street, and the kids didn't respond to me asking where their mummy was. Seeing they'd been found, the girls got up and ran around laughing, bumping into various bits of furniture on the way. Being only 15 myself, I had no idea what to do other than to stop the children from hurting themselves. The older girl almost pulled down a 6-foot glass cabinet before I stopped her. Every time I would grab hold of one kid, the other would try and knock something else over. I called for my manager, but she couldn't hear me, and I was afraid that the kids would get hurt if I left them to go and get her, so it looked like I was on my own. After about 2 minutes of this chaos, my manager thankfully came to check on me, and grabbed one kid while I grabbed the other. I explained the situation, and we set about trying to find the mother. A while later, the mother herself arrived with a 3rd child. At this point, I would have forgiven everything if the mother had shown any concern for the fact that her children, who could barely talk, had sneaked away from her for 15 minutes. But this lady was entirely uninterested and was on the phone to somebody about her weekend. She barely acknowledged us or any of the growing number of customers who were rightly concerned about her kids. My manager politely requested that in future she keep a close eye on her young children, to which she replied, "Well, I didn't know they were gone now, did I?" This is where the true entitled parenthood came out. The mother continued her phone call in the doorway while the children continued to run around. We repeatedly asked her to get control of her children as they were disrupting other customers and pulling things off the shelves, to which she would glare at us and do nothing. Eventually the manager did everyone a huge favor and told a lot of them to leave. The mother shouted out at us, "They ain't doing any harm," without even looking at her kids and the mess that they'd made. My manager responds, "Please, if you can't control your children, then I can't have you in this shop. I've got enough to deal with today as it is," and I gestured towards the door. This set the woman off and she started bitching about how a kid like me would never understand how hard it is to be a parent. My manager defended me, saying she understands that children that young shouldn't be left to their own devices, and the entitled mum responds, "Oh come on, you two were doing fine watching them just now." At this point, my manager just says, "Please, if you don't leave, I will have to ban you." The woman cursed us and finally left with her kids. Once we were done, my manager said to me, "What an absolute vile mother." And that's the story of the only time that my manager got angry at a customer. Occasionally, we would still see the same family walk past the shop window. The mother was always on her phone and would always glare at me as she passed. Let me just pose a question to all of you and you let me know what you think, right? So, back in the day, we used to do a lot of choosing beggars, and a lot of the posts that we saw on there were choosing beggars asking people to babysit their kids for like $1.50 or $2 an hour. Now, this is where the question comes in. Who is worse, this woman or those choosing beggars? Because quite frankly, I think they're reasonably on par, but I think this lady may just take the lead a little bit. Like, I really don't know. I mean, to me, they're all pretty crappy people and you just can't win. So I just hope I never have to run into somebody like this, but I can't say I'm going to be that lucky. I was 9 years old at the time when this took place. We were climbing a rock in the harbour when we heard the voice of someone yelling who we didn't know who they were or what they were saying, but we knew that they were angry with us for some reason. So, like any other normal person, we went to see what the fuss was about. We peeked our heads over a rock and saw a woman in her early 30s swimming with her child who was 6 to 8 years old at the time. We straight up asked her what she wanted. Me and my cousin were young, so we didn't give two craps about manners, and she said that we needed to get down from there because her child couldn't climb, and it wasn't fair that she and her kid had to watch us have all the fun. We told her exactly where she could stick that idea. It was a bad decision. We reach the top of the rock and take some pictures with our GoPros and then film each other jumping off the tall rock into the cool lake water. I was enjoying every second of it until one of my older cousins dropped his camera into the water, which the woman then swam her lazy ass over there and snatched it. We all dove into the water to get the camera back and practically had to drown her to get her to let go. She then said that it was hers because obviously we didn't want it because we threw it into the water. You know, I had to read this one a couple of times and I was thinking what made entitled parents popular in the first place? And then I realized that what it was entitled parents stealing other people's stuff and then claiming it as their own for absolutely no reason. I feel like we've drifted so far away from the days of entitled parents fake stories, and that's great, but every so often you gotta have a story that sounds so unbelievable that it's really good. So today, I was just riding my bike down to the local grocery store and it was raining, but the sun was still out, so there was a rainbow. I'm just riding past these two mums and I hear one of them say, "Why the F does the government want our kids to become gay by making these rainbows in the sky?" Yeah, weirdest one yet from me. You remember when I used to try and end the Entitled Parents episodes on a positive note? Well, I don't know what kind of note I was planning on ending this one on, but at least this one here gave me a laugh and I hope it gave you guys one as well. I just hope this is either not real or these people were kidding, because if not, all hope for humanity is slowly slipping away. Alright everyone, that is that for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for watching and I hope you enjoyed the video. I'm just going to take a second to plug a couple of my social medias, including our Discord server. I do have a Twitter and an Instagram if you want to follow me on both of those. They are both at Bumfries, and feel free to send me a message and I'll do my best to respond. I also just want to take a second to say thank you so much for all the love lately. All of the comments, the likes, the subscribers, just the fact that you guys tune in and watch my videos every day, it really does make my day. Every single one of you is the backbone of this channel and I really cannot express how much I appreciate that. Without you guys, this channel would be nothing, and I love making these videos for you guys and I love the fact that you enjoy them. So on that note, I will wrap things up for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to take a second again to say thank you so much for watching. I hope you're all having a fantastic day, and I'll see you all in the next episode of Entitled Parents. Bye.
Yo, what is up guys? It is Bumfries, back with another episode of Entitled Parents. Today's episode is an absolute banger and I know you're gonna love this one. Just like in the last video, if we can hit 6,000 likes on this video in the next 24 hours, the next episode of Entitled Parents will be 30 minutes long. Besides, if you like the video, you get 10,000 Bumfries points. If you're new, don't forget to subscribe, then sit back, relax, and get annoyed at some Entitled Parents. I work in a preschool and our after Christmas program. I was one of the people in charge of getting the 40 or so kids off the stage and back down to the classrooms. If you've ever met a preschooler, you know that they do everything at their own pace, and when you want them to be fast, they're usually slow. Because of this, most of the parents were waiting outside the classroom for us by the time we were funneling kids through the door. One of the kids saw his mum and tried to run to her, but I asked him to come back and wait for his teacher. I never grabbed him or pulled him in, just simply told him that he had to sit down on the rug before he was released. Nobody else had a problem with this except for his mum. She asked when we'd be releasing the kids, and I explained that I had to wait for the head teachers to come down, as I don't know who we are allowed to release kids to. I only work in the afternoon, so I only know the afternoon parents. The entitled mum rolled her eyes at me, but I just ignored it. I'm used to dealing with adults that act more childish than their preschoolers. Once all the preschoolers are in the room, we close the door and wait for the head teachers. About a minute later, they are down and ready, and they have gifts to pass out to everyone. Because I was in charge of drinks and cookies for the after program, I left to go up to the cafe. When I left, the entitled mum shouts at me that she needs her child to be released to her. I explain again that I don't release children and that it will be a literal second until they will be released to her. I don't really wait for a response, as I had to practically run to the cafe to get there in time and rush off. Later on, I was passing out water and lemonade to the preschoolers and parents when I see the entitled mum talking to my boss. I move closer to eavesdropping, knowing that it's going to be about me. It wasn't very hard to hear what they were saying, as entitled mum was practically yelling. She retells the story, changing the details to fit her narrative. Instead of telling her child to come into the classroom, she said that I forcefully grabbed him, and instead of telling her that I can't release children, she told my boss that I wouldn't release to her because I told her she looked suspicious. My boss, being amazing, just said that didn't happen. She told me later that the other teacher's aide helping me get the kids into the classroom already told her what happened, so she was prepared for the entitled mum to say something. The entitled mum demanded I was fired immediately. My boss says no and walks off, leaving the entitled mum steaming from her ears. The entitled mum is one of the morning parents, so I never have to see her, but my boss says that sometimes she still brings it up. The weirdest thing when it comes to entitled parents is demanding that somebody gets fired. Like, could you imagine in any profession that somebody just got fired at the drop of a hat, regardless of what they'd done? I mean, whether this entitled mum's ever had a job in her life or not, I don't even know. But the fact of the matter is, people get coaching and training for a reason. In this case, obviously the teacher didn't do anything wrong, but even if they had, I'm pretty sure they're not going to get fired on the spot for something that they could probably learn from. If you think somebody should get fired for making a mistake, yeah, you might be an entitled parent, but I'm sorry, you're just an a-hole as well. My family and I moved back to our home country of New Zealand a few years ago and brought over all of our animals. One of our cats became an outdoor cat and wandered to all of the neighborhood gardens, but she would always come back home at night. One night, we noticed that she didn't come back, but we thought it was a fluke. One night became 1 week, and by then, we had already called around our close neighbors and had printed out posters. One day while walking home from school, my sister saw her in a neighbor's window and called our parents. My mother and I went to their home and confronted them about it. Our neighbors consisted of one mother, one father, and a little girl, who was about 7 years old. Apparently what had happened was she was wandering into their garden, the neighbor's daughter managed to catch her and wanted to keep her, despite the obvious collar. The parents allowed her to keep our cat and replaced her collar. When my mother demanded that they give her back, our neighbor obviously refused and tried to twist the story and make it our fault because we didn't offer to sell the cat when we moved in. I don't even know how a person can be that delusional. The mother claimed that it was unfair to her precious baby that we didn't offer to give them our cat because her daughter was younger than my sister and I. She said that our cat and her child had formed a bond which was blessed by God. I'd had enough and called our cat, and the second she appeared, I grabbed her and ran away. The mother and child started to scream like banshees, so my mother followed after me. When the neighbor called the police and demanded that we give her back, they forgot the fact that microchips exist, and that was all the proof the police needed to see that she was ours. We did tell our neighbors who have cats to make sure they watch out for them. So from what I'm reading, it sounds like we live in a world where stealing cats and stealing other people's belongings is absolutely okay. What I don't understand is how this mother thought she was going to get away with this absolute nonsense plan to steal somebody else's cat. I mean, it's one of few things, with the exception of maybe like mobile phones, that can always be tracked back to the owner, so to think that we're going to get away with it is absurd. I don't know, man. Some entitled parents are just another breed of people, and anyone who thinks it's okay to steal, whilst yes, being an entitled parent is much worse than just that. This happened about 12 years ago. I just moved to a small town, and my 10-year-old daughter made friends with a girl down the block. The girl didn't have many friends because her mum was drama and nobody in the neighborhood wanted to deal with her. I didn't want to punish the entitled mum's daughter for her mum's behavior, and our daughters were thick as thieves in no time. About 6 months later, my daughter comes home from their house and she's crying. Apparently over an argument over who got to play with what Barbie, and the other girl called my daughter a bad word. When my daughter became quite visibly upset, the girl told my daughter something to the effect of, "It's not a bad thing. It's just what my mum says you and your mum are when you act like you are better than us. Just stop acting better and you won't be that anymore." The entitled mum called pretty quickly to apologize for her daughter talking out of turn and sharing personal family conversations. I explained to her that I was okay with the girls still being friends, as long as the four of us could have a sit down and just kind of talk through why that word would be so hurtful to my kid. She agreed, but made comments that made me feel like she thought I was overreacting. At the end of our conversation, I made it very clear that our daughters would not be around each other until the sit down happened, and the entitled mum snaps. This is what is wrong with your people. Always playing the race card and making a mountain out of a molehill. You are going to punish my daughter because you can't get over yourself. I hung up and that was the end. Or so I thought. 1 month later, my daughter is at the park down the street from our house with the neighbor and her kids. I'm cleaning my house when I get a phone call from the neighbor. My neighbor says, "Oh my goodness, the entitled mum is here. She is screaming that the kids can't ignore her kid at a public place. By law, they have to play with her daughter. I'm packing up and coming back. Just letting you know that this witch is acting nuts." I say back, "Do you need me to come?" And she says, "Nah, I'm ignoring her and we'll be home in a sec." 2 minutes later, I get another call and I can hear screaming in the background. My neighbor says, "You won't frickin' believe this. She called the police on your daughter. The cops are here and you need to get down here." I arrive and my daughter is shaking and crying, thinking that she's done something wrong. The entitled mum is screaming like a madwoman at the top of her lungs about how my daughter being in a public place means that she has to play with her daughter. The entitled mum then says to the police officer, "So what are you going to do about this? Are you seriously just going to let this girl stay at the park when she is refusing to play with my daughter?" The police officer says, "Ma'am, I'm sorry, but as I was saying, there is no law that says kids have to play with each other in public parks. If she doesn't want to play with your daughter, she doesn't have to." The entitled mum then grabs at the walkie-talkie thing on the cop's shoulder and says, "I want to speak to your sergeant or commanding officer or whatever. Someone needs to come and do their frickin' job." The officer called his commanding officer and I was stunned. I asked if my daughter could sit in my car as she was visibly shaken and he said she could, which of course sent entitled mum on another rant. The commanding officer pulls up as she is screaming about how my daughter needs to get out of the car and play with her child. The commanding officer comes over and the officer is trying to explain to him what's going on as she is screaming a foot away. He comes over to me and I tell him the backstory on how this all started, and the commanding officer says to me, "At this point, I don't see a reason for you to still have to be here. You can take your daughter home." The entitled mum, turning bright red, says, "This is why they are like this. Nobody holds them accountable for anything that they do. She should at least get a ticket or something." I don't know what was said after that, but me, the neighbor and our kids got out of there quick. I did start looking for an apartment right away and found something about 2 months later. While I was packing, I got a call from the entitled mum that I let go to voicemail. It said, "I hear that you're moving. I just want you to know that if you or any of your kids walk by my house before then, I'm calling the police for harassment. I don't care if it's James, who is my son that was 2 at the time, and I can't wait to hear what stupid crap you have to say about this when you call me back." I'm not going to lie, I was tempted to call back but didn't, and thankfully we moved a week later. I don't know why the police officer did nothing, but they never did. She called them often on everyone and anyone. They always basically just apologized, calmed her down, and left. When I say small town, it is less than 10,000 people and has a lot of farms. So much so that the high school literally has a bring your tractor to school day. I heard stories about her kids being wild at school, doing things like hitting teachers, biting, and spitting. And every time, they would just get sent home. I can't say it's fact, but it came from my kids and other kids in the area. As horrible as this is going to sound, I think the whole town collectively decided to turn our backs on all of them to not have to deal with her. From the police, to the schools, to the parents. It's kind of sad to hear a story like this, where the entitled mum or just the entitled parent in general gets away with everything and there's no consequences for their actions. Like, the fact that not any of the parents were able to do anything, I kind of understand to a degree, but this lady was constantly wasting police resources, constantly trying to make false reports of crimes that never happened, and just constantly doing the wrong thing. Unfortunately, wasn't the case, and maybe it's just me, but I feel like it would have been nice if just a little bit of justice had have come to this woman. I think this one happened when I was 11 and it still stinks. At the time, I didn't realize the extent to how entitled and manipulative my mother was, but I knew from a young age that I really didn't like living with her. I'd written an entry in my diary about how much I preferred the weekends that I spent at my dad's place over at home with my mum. It was stating that it was mainly because he expected much less of me chores-wise, and I got to stay up as late as I wanted on the computer. I came home from whatever I was doing, and my mum is having one of those fits where she gives me the cold shoulder like I forgot her birthday or something. She makes an effort to show me that she's upset by ignoring me, only calling my brother for tasks, glares, etc. I have no idea what I've done wrong until I go into my room and see my diary was no longer hidden but on my bed in plain sight. My mother had written in it that she was so excited to see what kind of writing I'd been doing in the journal that she had been so kind to buy me and was devastated to learn that I preferred time with my dad. It was a few paragraphs explaining why it wasn't fair to say that the weekends with my dad were more fun because of course there would be less to clean over a short weekend, how she was looking out for me by limiting my computer time, that she was the responsible parent, my dad doesn't help or care like he should, guilt trip, condescending comments, that she's hurt, etc. The only way to get my mum to talk to me again was to apologize to her. So I learnt the tough lesson of swallowing my pride and wrote her a letter in the diary saying sorry and explaining why I was wrong. I think I let her keep the whole book because I never felt safe enough to keep a diary at home after this happened. This story is actually really sad on quite a deep level, and like I've said in a couple of stories in this episode, I think this kind of goes a little bit more than just an entitled parent. I don't know how old this person is now or how long ago this happened, but if it did happen quite a while ago, I hope that the relationship between them has either changed or this person has managed to either cut complete contact with her or enough contact that this kind of thing no longer happens. This is the kind of entitled parent that I dislike more than any other because it really does have the ability to ruin people's lives. Last Christmas, I'm on the plane home to visit family. It's a 3-hour flight, and after a while, I take my laptop out. I'm sitting in the window seat, and next to me in the middle is a fat, annoying little entitled kid, I'm guessing somewhere around 10 or so. And next to him, his entitled mum. So, I start playing a video game, Evil Bank Manager if you're interested, and after a few minutes, I see the entitled kid is looking at me and my laptop. The entitled kid and the entitled mum talk amongst themselves in a language that I don't recognize, and in any case, a few minutes later, the entitled mum pops the question, "Excuse me sir, my son thinks your game is very fun. Would you mind lending him your computer so that he can play and pass the time?" Well, I mean, I don't know. She wasn't rude, and I guess it's not an unreasonable thing to ask, but here's my logic. I owe your child nothing. He is your child, not mine. We don't even know each other, and we just happen to be sitting in the same row by the sheer vicissitudes of fate. Also, I charged my laptop and prepped for this because, hey, I wanted to have something to do to pass the time. So, I tell her exactly that. I'm sorry, but no. I planned on playing some games to pass the time myself. She pulls a face and goes, "Oh, come on. He's just a kid. You're old enough to not play games anyway. How can you say no to a kid?" Really? It's still a solid no, and now I'm getting pissed off. Mind your own damn business. So basically I just tell her that it's a strong no and I'm sorry. She huffs and says fine and then goes back to speaking with the entitled kid in their language. The kid just sat there afterwards huffing and puffing and staring daggers at me. I just don't get these people. I mean, it's okay to ask, and I'm getting there are some kind of strangers out there who will do you a solid and all, but if I say no, then be respectful enough and don't push it further. The world doesn't revolve around you and your kid, and not only are you rude and disrespectful, in my opinion, you are a horrible parent because you're basically telling your child that they are entitled to whatever they want, even if it belongs to someone else, that they come first. So this kid is quite likely gonna grow up into an a-hole. So this dude at the end of his story just kind of took my entire commentary piece. The things that he said just there would usually pretty well line up with the types of things that I would say, so what else is there for me to say? I grew up pretty conservative Christian. My mum was born a Mennonite in a colony, but left around 16. My sister and I were raised in pants only and minimum makeup before 18. Like, if you could tell we were wearing any, it was too much. Anyway, nobody likes my uncle's wife. She has to be better than everyone else in every way, and it drives us all nuts. They were coming over once for Thanksgiving, I think, so my mum taught me to put on eyeliner. Crazy, I know. When she got to our house, she flipped her table saying I can't wear makeup in front of her daughters, who were 10 and 8 years old, because it will influence them. I was told to go and take it off at once, so my mum and I walked into the bathroom and she made it even thicker and sent me out. It was the best day of my life. For Christmas that year, we dyed my hair hot pink. Her face when she saw that makes me happy to this day. Her older daughter chose blue and her younger one chose purple. You know, there's not much to say about this one either, but I just thought I'd throw this one in there quickly. It's nice and short, nice and funny, and I thought you guys might get a laugh out of it. Alright everyone, that is that for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for watching and I hope you enjoyed the video. If you have stuck around to the end and you did enjoy the video, don't forget to smash that like button down below. Just a reminder that if we do hit 6,000 likes on this video, the next episode of Entitled Parents I do will be half an hour long. At this stage, I'm probably going to be doing an episode of Choosing Beggars tomorrow. I have been struggling to find enough really good ones to make a full episode, so hopefully there's enough good ones that are recent now, and I'll be definitely doing that if I can. But I don't want to drag this outro out too much, so I'm going to look at wrapping things up there. Before I do end things though, I just want to let you know that there are 2 awesome videos that will be appearing on your screen right now, one of which I would highly suggest you click on. If you enjoyed this video, you're going to enjoy one of those and you will not be disappointed. But otherwise, that is going to wrap things up for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want to say again, thank you so much for watching. I do hope you're all having a fantastic day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for another video. Bye. Yo, what is up guys? It is Bumfries, back with another episode of Entitled Parents. This one is going to be an absolute banger that I've got for you guys, so make sure to stick around to the end of the video and you guys will love it. Otherwise though, don't forget to smash the like button for 15,000 Bumfries points. This is my biggest Bumfries points giveaway ever and it is amazing. Once you've done that, just sit back, relax, and get annoyed at some entitled parents. I used to work at this very expensive private art school for about 3 years. It was kindergarten through to 7th grade, and we offered after-school art classes like ballet, music, cooking, crafting, etc. Because this school is on the smaller side, there are a limited amount of spots in each class, and parents have to act fast if they want little Jimmy to be in one. To sign up, you have to email the office manager, formerly me, a list of the clubs that you want your kid to participate in, no later than 3 PM on sign-up day. This was my first year and I sent out 5 emails. Yes, 5 emails reminding the parents of the rules so that everyone would be fine. Right? Parents can read. Well, apparently not. By 3:04, every single class was full. I had over 200 emails in those 4 minutes and had to sift through each one to finalize the class rosters. Finally, 2 days later, it was all done. After prepping for the after-school class madness for 3 months, I could finally breathe. That was until I got a call from the queen of the Entitled Mums Club 2 minutes before the end of my day. The phone call lasted for 30 minutes, so I'll give you just a brief summary. I want to sign up little Sally for cooking. What do you mean it's full? Well, I must have not gotten your emails. I don't care that your computer said I received them at all. I didn't. I'm always having problems with your stupid emails, so an exception must be made. Look, I'm not the kind of person that demands things because I think my kid is special. But she is, and she will be in cooking. I don't care what you say. She will effing be in cooking. I am not hanging up until you confirm that she's in. Naturally, I hung up on her and told her that I needed to talk it over with the headmaster, which I did. Unfortunately, the headmaster is a grade A ass kisser and does whatever parents demand of him as long as he can get a fat donation check at the end of the day. However, this parent has a history of being a douche canoe and the headmaster was furious that she screamed and cursed at me. So we devised a small plan. Little Susie was allowed to be in cooking, but we'd wait 2 weeks to tell the entitled mum that she could be added. In exchange for our abounding kindness, entitled mum would have to pay for all of the classes offered, including the 2 that little Sally Sue had missed. Now, I was furious that we were actually appeasing this harpy of a woman, but making her literally pay for being a dick did make me feel just a little bit better. 2 weeks go by and I call the entitled mum with the great news and I get good. That's what needed to happen as a reply. My blood boiling, I give her the total and tell her to send me a check by the next day. She starts to protest over the price and I remind her that since class sign-up started 2 weeks ago and the process of adding your daughter begun then, you'll be paying the full price, unless of course you don't want the spot. Begrudgingly, the mum dropped off a check the next day in my mailbox, which is right next to my desk. She actually came into the office, put it in my mailbox, walked past me and didn't say a thing. As I mentioned in the beginning, the school is ridiculously expensive, therefore the after-school classes are as well. Each 1-hour cooking class is $250. So the entitled mum's tantrum cost her an extra $500 that she probably could have saved if she wasn't such a twat waffle. It's safe to say that my $500 shit-eating grin that day would have made anyone walk to my mailbox with their tail between their legs. Small victory, but a victory nonetheless. You know, if I'm going to come back to the entitled parents, I may as well come back with a story where the entitled parent doesn't entirely win. The days of the stories where the entitled parents completely get their own way and everybody else have to suffer are just gone. Well, at least until we look at the next story and it's most likely an entitled parent getting their own way, but you get the point. This one didn't happen to me, but to a good friend of mine. And the cast is as follows. EM is entitled mother, BG is birthday girl who is 5 years old, MF is my friend, and MFD is my friend's daughter. So my friend's daughter was invited to her kindergarten friend's birthday party. The invitation gave the standard info including RSVP. My friend promptly sent the RSVP back, saying that they would attend. It was a stay with your kid type party. The party was held in the back of the entitled mum's house. My friend and her daughter both showed up on time. And after several standard birthday games, the birthday girl opened her presents and seemed to love them all. Both the kids and the parents in attendance had pizza and juice, and a good time was had by all. Several days later, my friend's daughter brought home an envelope from school. My friend opened it and discovered a bill from the entitled mum for $28.50. Apparently, it was for her share of the party. My friend immediately called the entitled mum and demanded to know what the hell was going on. The entitled mum said that by attending the party, my friend agreed to pay for her share of the food and drink, and followed by saying, if you turn the invite over, it explains everything. My friend got her invitation out, and sure enough, on the back was this statement. We want to give the birthday girl the best birthday ever. So if you want to attend, we would like your help in paying for the delicious pizza and drinks. Don't worry about paying on the big day. We will send an invoice shortly after. This was printed in a very small font, like almost microscopic and only a few shades darker than the invitation itself. I would have assumed that it was a printer's address or mark. My friend laughed. There is no way she is paying that. She called a few other parents of the attendees, and they all got their invoice too. All of them were furious. No one is paying. But the sad part is that no one will be attending this girl's birthday parties again. Man, I hate playing the devil's advocate, especially when it comes to these entitled parents stories, but you cannot tell me that not a single person that went to that party didn't read the invite properly. I mean, not just that, it seems incredibly unlikely that the writing was literally microscopic when they managed to be able to read it afterwards. Like, it just doesn't entirely add up to me, but I mean, I could be wrong. Yeah, the entitled parent's probably in the wrong for asking for some money for a birthday party, but heck, at least she did do it in advance, even if it was a little bit sneaky in the way that she did it. And to a degree, I still find it strange that nobody noticed it prior to the event happening. Either way, sounds like the fault lies slightly on either side of the party, but hey, if you're going to ask for money up front, maybe be a little bit more, up front about it and do it in the right way. Let everyone know, make a big deal out of it so that it's not a surprise to people come the event. So, we always get sweets and chocolates in for Halloween for trick-or-treaters. We don't get too many where I live, but I like to be prepared. I answered the door to a group of parents and their children a little earlier on tonight. The first few kids, no issues. And then, just when I think we're all finished, one of the mothers approaches me and says, "Don't you have any vegan sweets? My daughter is vegan." I, a little surprised by her tone, reply with, "I only have these sweets. I don't think to cater for specific dietary requirements." She looks me up and down, there's an awkward pause, and then she says, "Well, you know for next year." I laugh at her and say, "You mean you know to skip my house next year?" What a joker. She strops off, daughter in tow, and the poor kid's bag was empty. Man, seriously, what on earth does this entitled mother think this is? Does she think this is some kind of restaurant where she can just go in demanding whatever the hell she wants all the time? No. This is trick-or-treating, man. You just take what you can get. Even though Halloween isn't a huge thing in Australia, I know how much people like to get into the festive spirit in America, and I get that it's kind of cool to be able to cater to different things, people with like a peanut allergy or something like that, trying to avoid those things, but it's impossible to cater to every single person that could possibly rock up to your door. Like, if that person's done that and has catered for your vegan daughter, that's great. If not, move on and just go about your day like normal. Don't try and make them feel guilty or make them feel like they have to do it the following year. I don't know. I guess entitlement just has no boundaries. I've been reading this sub for a while, but I never thought that I had any stories, until I realized that half of the stories are things that my aunt would do. Now, before I dive into the story, it is worth noting that I used to be really close with my aunt, while my brother was basically another son to her. So that aside, here's the story. When I was 16, I began to receive social security money from my dad. My dad put off receiving social security for a while, so when he finally started receiving it, he had a decent amount accumulated to be distributed to his 3 underage children. This money was for us to use for school or any needs that we had, since my mum really didn't have much financial help from my dad. For some reason, my maternal grandma told my aunt that we received a big check. Unfortunately, my aunt was visiting for about a month and we had a Christmas block party. She decided this was the perfect time to confront me, demanding that I buy her an iPad. I said no because I wanted to use the money for college. She began berating me, saying that I was an entitled brat and that I could easily buy her an iPad and not miss the money. I said no, and that she wasn't even related to my dad to begin with for me to buy her something that she did not need. When I walked away, she began asking my brother the same thing. He said no, and that we were all saving the checks that we got. She then began screaming at him in front of everyone, basically recounting all that she had ever gotten for him. She basically disowned him at that point. She did not speak to us for about a year, all because we would not buy her an iPad. To be completely honest, this person and their brother probably sound better off without having their aunt in their life. Seriously, what kind of aunt or family member in general keeps tabs on every little thing that they've ever brought you just so they can hold it against you at any given time? I mean, for real, this is not a kind of person that you want to have in your life, and she's probably done them a pretty big favor. So a few weeks ago, at the McDonald's where I work, I got a very annoying request from an entitled mother. I was working up the front where the customers are serviced, and I'm a kitchen person, and we were still learning how to work front when a mother walks up to the counter while she was holding her son's hand. He was maybe 6 or 5 years old. The mother orders a Happy Meal for her son, which luckily is very simple for me to accept, while she ordered something that was very challenging. She ordered this wrap that was discontinued a year ago, and I told her that myself, but she was adamant on getting what she wanted. Regardless of how many times I told her, she was getting madder and madder at me for something that I had no control of. Eventually she asked if she could talk to my manager, which I hesitantly did. My manager walks over and listens to what she has to say. He told her the same thing as me, but she wanted that damn wrap. By now, the Happy Meal was ready and was given to my manager and I to serve, so we sent them out with just the Happy Meal and nothing else. My manager patted me on the back and said, "I won't make you work front of house ever again." Man, I hate to tell you, but welcome to the world of customer service. Literally every second person wants something that they just cannot have. Like, don't get me wrong, I loved working in customer service. The opportunity to be able to interact with people and, learn so much from so many different people is absolutely priceless, but man, there are some people out there that are just so damn picky or want so many things that you just cannot give to them. So yeah, this person is probably an entitled mother, but if you think that's where it ends and it's just going to be mothers giving you this crap, well, I'll tell you, you've really got another thing coming. Alright everyone, that is that for today's episode of Entitled Parents. I just want